Looks like they've got 9 guys. Let me get myself kind of out of the way here.
Got 9 guys?
Hades, I think you're muted. You're muted, bro.
Reset.
Oh boy.
Is that what
All
is he
right,
muted?
take two,
So,
guys.
Take two.
Take
Rip
two.
around.
So
Rip around.
the
MTGs
challenge is
in the
now
house.
Just go through everything I've just said and just.
Yes.
Oh man, I said I'm
excited
excited for a while and was a bit rusty. Now I've just got to turn the sound on. Right, let's go again. Anyway, welcome everyone. So we're on Free to Play 2024. It's going to be the big creator draft.
Yeah,
as well as
this is,
information
gonna be
for
fun.
everybody else in the community around how this
Excited for
competition
it.
is going to work. We've had the team at HH Gaming doing a ton of stuff. We've got Saf, YST, Never, Fiction, all of the crew lockers, testing to make sure everything works. We've got leaderboards set up. Everything is ready to go. All we need are some creator teams, and then we can kind of go through how the hell this is going to work. So I guess first things first, we've got a bunch of people on the screen. Yeah, perhaps we'll start top left. Drock, welcome, man. How you doing? Perhaps a little introduction for people that don't know you.
Yeah, what's up, guys? Hi, I'm Big Papa Drock. I'm a Kraken. I've never done free to play. I can't wait. I expect to get my butt kicked. We're gonna have a lot of fun.
Nice. And Chosen.
I'm excited he's in the
Hey,
group.
what's going on? Good to see everybody. Yeah, it's gonna be fun for me because I've mainly I've been like the one creator that's never done like a free to play journey. I've done like randomly for a week or two here and there, but I've basically been playing since day one, so I'm kind of out of touch with what it's like to do the new player experience, especially from a free to play perspective. Because when I started playing, I was a pretty big spender back in the early days of Raid. So yeah, I'm excited.
That's actually cool. Yeah, nice. And then Cold Brew, a regular on these type of events. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. I'm excited about this one. My last big free to play was, I guess, 2021, 2022. I think I did another free to play. So yeah, this should be fun.
Nice. And then we've got Deadwood Jedi, one of the big contenders from last year. How's things, man?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. You know, last time I was able to whoop on YST and basically knock him out of the
No
competition.
Elva 5 minutes in.
I
can't.
So I'm gonna try and do this again. You know, get a couple more of these jokers out of this competition. You know, really show them what it's about. You know what a pro raid player looks like. That's what I'm aiming for here.
Nice. And then we've got MTG Jedi as well. How you doing, mate?
Hey, good stuff, man. Yeah, absolutely. Super excited to be a part of this one this year. I dragged along in the background last year, but I'm excited to be official this time and get involved in everything. It's going to be a struggle in the middle of basketball season, but we're going to make it work.
Nice. Okay. Odd one, probably one of the kings of the last competition, showing us the way. How you doing? Have you got more grind in you, or have you used it all up?
Yes, it's gonna be my last grind session because, like, maybe most of you know or don't. Like April, I'm due a baby, so it's my last grind session before the baby's born. So hopefully I can call some epics this time, right? Since last year I called my legendary pulls and stuff.
We'll see, man. Well, maybe you'll get loads of legendaries.
I like Odd One. He's a really smart guy.
No, I don't want them. No,
he's got some
epics, I'm good.
interesting
Scratch. How you doing, man?
videos on tactics and teams.
The real grind will start from April. It's not ending, bro. It will start from April.
the raid grind, at least. My last raid grind.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, doing great, bro. I haven't done a free to play as well. I think since Ninja, right? So looking forward to spice it up a bit, you know, to have a bit of fun. Try something new, a bit to refresh with the whole system. You know, get a better feeling of the game in 2024 with all the changes. Because my God, it feels like a new game. If you started playing 4 or 5 years ago and you're coming back to it now, it's like, wow, what happened? You know,
that's
it's
true.
Almost like, damn, you get loads of stuff. Like compared to where we started the first time around, you get a ton of stuff nowadays.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's also true.
Friends before nothing, so it's totally different. Yeah.
Yeah, cool. And then we've got YST in the house as well. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right. I'll feel a lot better if that like button got smashed on the stream. That'd be insane. I want to see thousands. Let's go.
True.
It's probably because
he always
I
remembers
muted.
that.
They were like, "We're not gonna like this." He can't even unmute himself when he comes.
Scuff streamers.
There was a load more likes. They've all turned them into dislikes, but.
Yeah, no, but it's going to be really cool doing it again. We did the free to play last year. I had a bunch of fun, but this year, obviously, Deadwood's talking about some more whipping people out the competition. He came with that smoke. We got a new master this year, Deadwoods. We've leveled up.
Oh, buddy. Oh, buddy. Looking good.
I'm not saying no wages right now. It's too early for that, man.
Nice.
Send the mask. I'm ready to send the new mask to that one now.
Oh no, man. I know.
Well, and it's not just us. So there's obviously 9 people in the chat, but basically we are the captains, and we've had about 50 content creators basically come through and say, yeah, I want to be involved, which is super cool. So literally, I mean, the 9 in the room could have been a whole bunch of others as well. There's loads of people that want to be involved. So what we're going to do as part of this stream is actually form the teams for the content creators. So you guys are going to get 5 allies. We're going to team up, and then there's going to be team leaderboards. So ultimately, it's not just about the odd one grind this time, odd one. You're going to have to be pulling your team along with you and kind of basically between the group of you making strategic decisions.
So it sounds like I get to work with at least one of these guys. That's really cool.
Out of the roster that you're able to get along the way, which should be pretty fun. Just reading what Saf's saying. 6 allies, 6 total per team. Yeah, 5 plus 1 is 6. Saf, I think I got it right. Yeah. So
People, bad Saf. I thought you were supposed to be the bad guy.
Come on, Saf. You're the math dude.
Math is
I think it
hard.
was. I think
The
it was
teams are
busy
bigger than I
winning the
expected.
wheel
I thought they were
again,
only
so
going to be
he
4
just
players.
Did not pay attention.
Yeah,
That's what
but anyway, I mean, what's really cool. So there's most of these creators I know, but I actually don't know all of them. So when we set this up on the website, we're going to have links to all of the different creators that are involved. And in fact, let me just pull up the page so you guys can see. Should
Very
be live,
cool.
hopefully. Or where will I find you? Here. This is a test. Yeah, so Saf's built out this free-to-play page, which at the end of the stream I'll link down below, where basically everybody can come, and if you're in the community, you can enter. There's a whole kind of section around how to get involved. So you can come and get involved here. Basically, as a community member, you won't be allocated a team. Oh, sorry, wrong bit. You won't be allocated a team, but you will still go on leaderboards within the community. So you do the same type of thing in terms of point scoring, but there'll also be leaderboards for our different teams as we kind of like start to allocate them to each of the different captains. And then you'll be able to see a breakdown of what everybody in the team is doing in terms of contribution for points. So it's going to be pretty fun. There's going to be probably quite a big disparity between players depending on activity and stuff. But I think in a cool way, you know, not everyone can go at this 24/7.
Deadwood's trying to ask a question.
Putting in all of the different creators in this section here. So
He's got his hand up for like
find any of their YouTube channels. Go and subscribe to their channels, get involved, all of that good stuff. So it's a real kind of like promote the creator community event as well, which I like. Okay, so
Deadwood's got his hand up.
I got a question.
oh yeah, go for it, man. Go for it. Fire away.
All right. Scoring, is it based off of the highest on our team, or is it based off the team total?
It is the team total.
God, okay. So they all,
yeah.
So everybody on my team
part of the
knows
draft.
that,
It'd be
right?
fun to be paired up with
I'm
Deadwood. I'd love to talk to him about Clan Boss.
I just wanted to
Because this is going to be a challenge without any real legendaries, you know?
It's going to be the whole. So there will be the whole team as a group here, but then as a creator, you will be able to go and find yourself in the individual leaderboards as well in the community section.
No, I mean, isn't my team already set?
Yeah, so you're slightly different, Chosen, because Chosen is actually going to be captain of Team Fateless, which is going to have a bunch of the guys pulling together the Fateless team. Obviously, that's where the name came from. But yeah, so basically they're all grouped together. It's going to be us versus Fateless.
Yeah, Simon messaged me a couple weeks ago and said, obviously you're the best player, so we're just going to take you out and have you captain the Fateless team. That way it's fair.
Exactly, but there's actually one space still for the Fateless team. I don't know if that's been filled yet, but
Lady
this is what
H.
it's gonna. Who is it? Sorry,
Lady.
Has to be Lady H. If she's not in
coming
already.
to join us in a minute for a drink, but I don't think she could bear playing another round of Raid Shadow Legends. But she wants to come in for the banter. So Mallet was just asking here, how are we going to be tracked? Do we need to send our codes or something so you can identify? Yeah, so the creators, what we're going to do, there's actually a section on my Discord where you can, where you need to put your new number. So you're going to need to get those to Saf. Saf will then enter everything into the back end, and we'll get it all sorted that way. So all of that is good. Let me just see if there's anything else I need to go through. I think that's most of the stuff. Anyone who's kind of like starting a new account right now and they don't know what to do, we have got this section on the website as well, getting started, how to create an account on Raid, how to create a Hell Hades account as well. You do not need a new Hell Hades account if you already got one. It's fine. Just log in with the same one. You will have to play on the optimizer to record your points. That's one of the rules here, because that's the only way we can get the scores in. So even if you're playing on mobile, as long as when you do your kind of like best runs, that's through the optimizer, it would still kind of backdate and record your points. It would kind of like go back in and record your points. So for example, if you beat Doom Tower all the way up to level 38 on your phone, but then you get to level 39 and that's now going to be a new personal best for you, you should do the level 39 run on your PC or Mac using the optimizer so that it actually tallies the points in. That make sense?
We can make it as of now.
So as of now, people can start to create their accounts. Yeah, the community can do that right now, and there's a section already on this kind of front page where you can go in and join the community challenge. There's a whole bunch of kind of like FAQs at the bottom of this page as well. What I would say is, what else was I going to say? The creators, let's just do it once we've got these teams sorted in a second. And the other thing is we are doing a giveaway for the community as well. So on this same page here, I guess I'll just ping this in stream so you guys can see it. And we're doing a giveaway just to kind of like ramp things off. So we've got a ultimate new starter account, which is basically, this won't qualify unfortunately for the challenge, but it's got every login champion since Ninja. So it's pretty beastly for a turbocharged starter.
Wow. Okay.
All the way back to Ninja. And then we've got a couple of the free-to-play accounts from last year with like Lockers one with Chris, YSTs. Don't know if you got any legendaries. Did you, YST?
Yeah, there's a bunch on there since the free-to-play challenge. I pulled like a good few since then.
Nice. And then we got some merch as well. So all of that's in the mix. All you need to do is
that's pretty cool. Somebody should go for that.
There's a whole
That'd be cool if somebody from Colred Plays got that account. That'd be fun.
Okay, let's get into some team generation then. So we're going to do the wheel of names and try and suss out who's going to be on what team. I guess actually before I do that, I just want to ask your opinions on starter epics, because one of the rules for this competition is
cool. I don't know if it's just me.
Legendary is allowed.
Maybe somebody else in the chat
So
can say so as well.
basically,
do you mind turning the stream volume up just a little bit?
Fusion,
That way I can actually turn you down.
Like Arbiter, any of those type of events, they're fine. A free login legendary is fine, but if you pull a legendary through a shard, you cannot use that champion.
Is that better?
Okay, so
even if it's Arbiter or Rosin or something, right?
Yeah. If you pull it through a shard, you cannot use it in your teams. Okay, but we all get one
I have
free.
A quick question.
Yeah, go for
That's
it.
about as loud as I can make it.
I've never actually done all my referral links. Can I
Yeah,
use
that's
one of
better.
my
What
own
was
referral
happening for
links
me
if it
was that
doesn't
I
give
had
me,
to
like,
turn the
any added
volume up to hear what
bonuses
was on the
for being
stream, but then when you
creator, or-
talked, you were much louder
Yeah,
than
so
them.
you
So now
can
that they're
use
kind of more
you can
balanced,
use
it
a referral
works
link
out a little bit
to
better
your main
volume-wise.
account.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're
But what
loud
you
as heck
can't
now.
do is on the new free-to-play account,
I gotta turn you down.
have referrals which give you all of that free stuff.
Turn me down. Yeah.
Got it.
I was
Cool.
gonna ask the same because I still don't have all of them done. Like, maybe if
Yeah,
we're gonna find in the game Chronum, finally maybe.
Oh, good thing. Like, I think I'm so close to finish my third one.
Yeah, I
but-
need to
Yeah,
self
that's-
report
yeah,
That's
myself.
why I got to do that as well. So that's why I asked.
I actually need to do that as well. But another point just on similar topic. So you can use the Epic promo codes. There's a whole bunch of those. We'll talk through those in a second.
Now I missed it. Did he say
But
we can
you
we
cannot
can use
use
referral
link
links?
codes to start your account, which means you get like a whole bunch of epics, right? So it's just the kind of like free promo code that goes in. Did find out today as well that all of the Arbiter stuff still works. Call of the Arbiter. So that's quite interesting for a new account. Some people are saying it's not working. I will show on
What, can
screen quickly
we
what
can
I
I
mean
use
by
that, no? Or we can use that.
We can use that. Yeah, we can
Ah,
use
okay.
that. 'cause
That's gonna be a
available
nice
for everyone.
start. Yeah, that's gonna be a nice start with the gear.
Yeah, so let me just show you what I mean by this, because some people misunderstood earlier. YSTs. Okay, so
Even if it's Arbiter or Rosin or something, right?
yeah. If you pull it through a shard, you cannot use it in your teams. Okay, but we all
Hades,
get one
I have a
free
quick question.
Yeah, go for it, man.
I've never actually done all my referral links. Can I use one of my own referral links if it doesn't give me like any added bonuses for being a creator? Or
Yeah, so you can use a referral link to your main account.
Okay.
But what you can't do is on the new free-to-play account have referrals which give you all of that free stuff.
Okay, so we can use a
You
referral.
go for, if anyone's familiar with the Lady Mikage fusion, if you want to go for a Kreela, or what's the name? Kira the Watcher,
Kira the
or Tatsu, you can go for those because they're just free champions. Everyone can get them, right? You just need
Yeah.
RNG of epics.
100%, yeah. So anyone in the the Razin, epics and Razin, and any of the kind of like materials that go into Lady Mikage, they're all fair game if you pull and get lucky on those. But yeah, when I was talking about Call of the Arbiter, actually, if you open up your side menu and you go into the limited series, I actually forgot this was still here. But yeah, the Call of the Arbiter section, you can go and rewatch all of these as a new player, and you will get all of that free stuff, which is actually a lot in there for a new player. There's tons in there actually. So that's all fair game because everybody can do it. But we're saying no to Amazon Prime drops because that's dependent on whether you've actually got the codes to use. Yeah.
Oh, it's Call of the Arbiter still there to claim rewards.
Yeah, I didn't realize, but yeah,
I didn't know
Lockers
that.
was looking at it today, and he's like, "Yeah, they're still fair game, so everyone can pick those up." It's
really
actually
good
a ton,
reward.
Juicy start. Yeah.
ton of Discord with basically all for this free to play 2024. So again, at the end of the stream, we'll just ping that down below. Or if anyone wants to just ping it in chat, that would be helpful as well.
Yeah, I can do that. No problem.
Yeah, thanks, man.
I think it's probably going to go for a Mordecai because it will pair with the free daily login champion to exceed the damage. Outside of that, I've actually been in two minds about a lore because I remember in the last free-to-play series, like if I didn't have this, it's weird one because I actually didn't use Mordecai a lot, but with the free legendary champion, I would in a weird sense. But I feel like a lore would be such an MVP for like Fire Knight and Dark Fae where I couldn't beat the Doom Tower, I couldn't exceed in Fire Knight because I didn't have that champion. But there is other burn options out there. I don't know, it's a hit or miss.
Yeah, what other people think? Because you've obviously got Deacon, who's a big champion, right? Deacon's
I
huge.
feel like it has to be Deacon, right? Like,
well, but
It's
then you've
good
also
too,
got this created monster who is like super good for Spider. Will give you an initial ally protector for clan bosses are guaranteed.
This created
forgot
monster is
about
actually
this
really
created
tempting.
monster,
yeah, I
like-
didn't know he was one of the options. I thought it was like Talia
Yeah.
and
Yeah, nice.
Yeah,
he's
there's quite a few
amazing.
more than I
would-
realized. Yeah,
options
there's a
come
fair.
around, yeah.
So you've got. I'll go through them quick. So you've got Talia, Deacon, Sun Wukong's a no. We're not allowing the legendary. Apothecary's in there. Mordecai, Allure, Seducer, Miscreated Monster, Kellen the Shrike, Luria, Frostbringer, Aboru, and Cormac the High Peak.
is this listed somewhere?
Yeah. So again, on
We only get one of them.
We only get one, or we can get all of them.
One of
so this is
them, yeah.
on Hell
You can only
Hades.
use one.
I think just one. Yeah.
Starter.
I think it's
Oh,
one.
interesting.
starter.
You can only get one. You're only allowed one, and you have to put it in within the first 72 hours of starting your account to make this work.
Yeah, I would definitely would have gone for Miscreated Monster because honestly, he's so amazing. Like you said, with the ally protection, helps a lot early for the clan boss.
Yeah.
He's also an amazing carry for like not just Spider,
Yeah.
but all dungeons that control.
If Stag Knight's an option. Yeah.
The way that I did it, unfortunately, I made a community tab on my YouTube and was like, okay, who do you guys think I should pick? I put Deacon,
Right.
Mordecai, and Lady Quillen. So whatever people voted.
Oh, is
that's
this
what I'm gonna go
them?
with.
Oh, they say
Probably-
inactive though.
Is anybody else like tempted to say Allure? I mean, she's such a game
That's
changer
who I
for
want.
Fire Knight.
Yeah, as I was thinking. I struggled so much last time without 10 meter reduction. So I feel like factoring that, it's a tough one. But then the AoE burn, I was just looking. Who actually does AoE burn as an epic? I was just trying to filter
Very
it.
few.
Frank?
Very
Nobody.
few, yeah.
Very
That's-
limited.
It's
That's
Mordecai and Skrank
And
What
Gallic.
about
But Gallic won't
Apothecary
and
though?
Ultimate Gaelic
Like
or whatever
the
his name
speed
is.
boosting and the healing. Like you could easily play for 2 months and not get an Apothecary. But
Yeah, but
I got
it
too
was
much
like
space in my
no,
mystery
it's
shards, man.
2019.
Yeah, but
There's
I
so
mean,
many more champions now than there used to be that provide all the things.
Yeah,
that,
it's
like,
true,
Deacon
yeah.
or Apothecary do. Like it's not
Yeah.
it's not like when we first started and there's no increased speed.
I know.
champions
See,
and
the
no
last time
Terminator
I did
boost.
new, it was 2019.
This is what
Yeah.
happened. This is what happened last time for me. Is I opened with Deacon, and then I found out I hardly used him. I mean, I used him. I definitely used him, but it wasn't like nearly the OP champion I thought he was going to be, just because there's so many more options of champions out there to be used.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
things
Miscreated
change even.
Monster and Allure.
There's
and
one Deacon.
Mordecai
There's
would be
nobody like
the
Deacon.
three most unique ones on
Just to
there.
put it into perspective a little bit as well, for anyone that is on the fence for a burner, like just searching in the game, like in terms of AoE, you got Mordecai, you got Skrank, who's a void epic, you got Ultimate Gallic, which is conditional, I believe. You have to have
Yeah.
increased attack or something. Outside of that, you've got a single target, so there's not a lot. Like Farrakhan's a single target. You've got a Chak that is kind of above attack or low defense in a sense. It kind of determines.
The interesting thing is putting Mordecai in arena
players
with
were this year with Artak.
Rathalos.
Artak came in and did all of that and more. And all of a sudden it's like, well, yeah, we've got our HP burn covered, but obviously we're not going to get that champion, and unlikely we'll get anyone like it as another freebie. I mean, Drock, have you heard of any of these epics?
Mordecai was the champion I used in my free-to-play account before they added the superpowers code.
Every once in a blue moon when I'm scrolling through all my legendaries and I go a little bit too far. I didn't even realize there were new player codes. You know what I mean? Like new player codes, what are those? I thought we were just going to buy a bunch of shards and, you know, it's just going to be a cracking competition.
Is everybody going KO, by the way, or what's going on there?
Hell no, not this time.
No, you don't think KO?
I'm not doing it. Hell no. I'm gonna go for someone that no one's gonna think this time, and he's right next to me somewhere. It's one of these ones around me.
There you go.
Rathalos.
I like it.
Rathalos makes sense.
Yeah, Aethel makes it's very strong also.
Sorry, go ahead, Cobra.
Yeah, I was just saying Aethel is very strong also. She could beat the campaign quicker.
So it's true. Shell banned this time around though.
Do you want to tell you what's great about Aethel as well for anyone that's kind of thinking about it is she's got an A1 weaken. The new starter champion has an A1 decreased defense, so you can have both of your debuffs covered within a week on the clan boss, and they're both very good for it. So and there's poisoners everywhere, right? You can use outlaw monks if you want to.
With the new legendary, we are getting a decreased defense already. So it kind of brings Gaelic down in terms of value and maybe Aethel up.
And is that the one on his that's a 5-turn cooldown? The rough part about Gaelic is he's the only one with a 5-turn cooldown. It's just brutal.
Just useless, yeah. He's a poster boy and he's useless. What's going
on? That's way power craft. I mean, you want to talk about living in 2018?
I was actually thinking about
it. 5-turn fully booked cooldown. That's just.
But pain. That's pain.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Let's find out some teams then. So I guess we're just going to go through and grab a random team member per person in order.
By the way, guys, you can start your accounts right now, so you can get a head start.
Is there any like big?
You should get going.
You're like, I know this guy's a grinder. He's who I want on my team, or he or she.
Son, are you going to even try it?
Actually, I'm not sure. Any that you know of?
I would like Saf in the team, honestly. Good fun.
Yeah.
Good fun, you know. I like to play with people that I know. I don't know a lot of the people from there, but at the same time, I do know quite a few of them too. Like Matt Kaplan, we have HWZ, and we have quite a few others, you know. So Yang as well, another awesome.
Watch it from afar.
I would like to get any of them in there, you know. And of course, new people too.
Playing 3 accounts for the next 3 months. What the hell?
As long as they're not lazy, you know, and they're putting in the work.
What was I thinking?
I'm all good with whoever.
There's a couple of free to play. Like certainly their channels are free to play specialist stuff. Yeah, so I've been watching a bit of Bronco. He loves Sand Devil and he loves Amius as well. Yeah. Bronco does some really cool stuff.
Yep.
I'll be fair. I haven't seen all of these channels, but that's one that kind of stood out to me as, you know, a dude that knows his stuff. He's almost like, you know, he's another version of an Earbad who couldn't make it for this one, but definitely seen a lot of his stuff. Colred as well has got some cool free to play stuff. But yeah, there's going to be a whole bunch of channels here that perhaps everyone can kind of get in the mix of and find out what their content's all about. So if they don't already,
I'm rooting for Mullet Reaver. He's got to be like,
all you Krakens, you can't all stay together,
right
man.
There.
Yeah,
initially, I wanted Drock in my team, but then I've seen he's a captain, and I was like, damn it, you know.
Right,
you don't want me on your team.
So they're doing a random
free to play since day one.
Where's my other fellow
Scratch's first pick is.
We're seeing this delayed as well.
Where do we end up?
Let's see.
Susie.
This is going to take a while.
Susie. Not sure who he is, but I'll definitely know from here on.
Let's see if Scratch can get 5 S's for his team. So we've got Scratch, Susie.
Imagine.
Yeah.
I would call that rigged, you know.
Who's up next?
I mean, Saf made the wheel, so it's rigged already.
Cold Brew's up next.
Cold Brew. Okay.
I made the wheel. That's why it looks so horrendous. If Saf did it, it would be a bit cooler than this.
Shit.
Let's see what we get.
And more rigged.
This is cool.
There we go. And more rigged.
I'm getting a little nervous.
You guys can't see in time.
Like, who am I gonna? I'll be excited to work with any of these guys.
That sounds like a good
Shetland
idea, you
Gaming.
know. I can't even see it from where
Oh,
I am.
it's
Nice
Swicy, not Susie. My bad.
Swicy.
Swicy, is that right?
Swicy?
Shetland Gaming for cold brew.
Oh, he knocked down one of my asses. There we go. I'm gonna
Alright,
have
odd
it.
one's
So
next.
if it's Swicy, does that mean that the champion in the Shadow King is not Soiren, it's Swiren? Swiren. It's the same SUI, right?
I'm terrible.
Nobody
with
can
names,
say that
everybody.
name.
I'm
we
so
don't
bad
know.
I'm so bad with champion names, man.
And I'm the one that gets a bad rap for champion names.
everybody
Everyone's
nowadays.
we're the worst at it, everyone here.
Right,
don't know,
YST.
it's
We got
Kyle,
yours
so
coming
who
up now.
knows?
Here we go.
And then when you
Croots.
catch up, Croots.
Let's go.
Let's see where we
Croots.
end up.
Genzin squad.
Croots or Kreutz?
Kreutz.
I mean,
is it, yeah?
I would be happy to end up with any of these guys, but
Okay, this is my one.
I'd
Go,
love to
Mother
pick
Reaver.
YST's brain or
HWD,
Deadwood's brain
You rigged this, didn't
or
you?
Odd One.
Or Saf. Is it
Those
Saf?
two guys are.
Oh, it's
That's
Saf.
that one, isn't that?
I appreciate the way they approach the game.
Am I seeing wrong?
Is it actually? Are
It's
you
actually
kidding me?
tough.
I like
it is.
MTG too,
Oh,
but
my God.
we've done a
That's a
collab. I'm like,
fair
I'm
one.
I would be very happy to end with MTG, but I kind of want to
Rigged.
meet new content creators, you know.
Classic. Rigged.
Get grinding, dude. Get grinding.
Get rigged.
It'd be cool to be on Broncos team
who
too.
we got
I like
next?
Broncos.
MTG's
All right,
first
let's
person.
go.
Oh. Even with his best efforts, he rigs it.
But
That's
isn't
a nice wheel.
Croots in mine?
I love it.
YST.
We have a winner.
So
Yeah, my dude,
Soul
Soul
Saint.
Saint. Let's go.
Let's go.
Oh yeah, we got this.
Okay. Oh, hold on a minute. Where's? Oh yeah. Deadwood up next. Deadwood.
Woohoo! Let's go. I'm rooting for the laziest person on this list. Let's do it.
Team lazy.
We can
You-
slow roll it together, baby.
You gotta get Evine
Oh.
because he's already prepared to be like, yeah, I'm not gonna.
Team Turtle
Never
over
already
here.
has a 60. I think he already has a 60.
Oh,
Do you know what? Deadwood Pogo Pink Tie is actually a member of my clan, like in my actual
Pogo Pink
clan.
Tie.
Oh,
Yeah,
sweet.
so you
All right.
you stole him from me.
All right,
Pogo's a cool dude.
Pogo. I'm expecting some good, spy action here, right? Steal everything you can.
No.
Yeah, so
Okay.
chat's also saying, so Crot, I have no idea how to say name. He's in my team, no YSTs. He said YST.
Oh, did I? Oh, my bad.
Raidology.
So we've got.
I like that name.
Yeah, sorry. YST was last. Drock, you've got Raidology in your team.
Raidology. That
Yeah.
sounds promising. That
Sounds
sounds
good.
like a
Clever
man
right
who knows
there.
what he's doing.
Yeah.
I
It
like
was
it.
almost mullet, so it was almost the start of a Kraken team.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was honestly, I'm not gonna lie, I was hoping it was mullet just for the Kraken-ness of it, but Raidology, yeah, he's gonna rock. He's gonna shred.
Then you
So
can
this
call
is
yourself
actually
the Kraken.
YST's teammate.
Well, this one
Yeah, this one coming up now.
is who is it?
Free to play J Warrior.
Oh.
Who we got? Yo, free to play
Free-to-play.
Warrior. Yo,
Warrior.
Oh,
I don't
that
want
sounds
anyone else apart
promising.
from this guy. That's
Yeah.
promising right there.
He knows what he's doing.
That guy sounds like he's ready to go.
Wow, there you go.
I'm scared now. I'm scared.
I'm
Yeah.
scared
Anyone who's
myself, and he's on
out.
my team.
got free to play in the name. I am
gonna wreck
definitely
you, dude.
scared.
So wait,
we
is
got back
HH
to-
I
not
don't even know how to sign up for
on
a
a team?
referral account. I'm literally at the point where I'm like, where do I put my referral code in? Do I have to create a new account first? I'm struggling.
Buy
Here.
it.
Don't worry.
Yeah,
I do
how's it
that every
work?
time I do that.
Okay, Scratch.
Loquinho.
This is
So
the next
HH
one.
doesn't have a team.
Loquinho, yeah.
Welcome to the team. Welcome to the team,
Let's
Loquinho.
go.
Stuff. So
This is cool,
Cold
man. We're gonna
Brew's
find out
team
so
two.
many different creators from this.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
sure, man.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Give me Matt Capper. Matt Capper.
No, Capper's mine.
Wait, are we all fighting?
We've been-
Capper?
Yeah, I've been.
Briggs is another
I've been
guy who
friends
I've
with him.
seen
He's
a
one
few
of my favorites
videos
for
from, and
so
he's
long.
pretty good.
It's like I need that
Paloma.
reason to find the
HH
league.
is
Oh,
leaders,
Paloma,
no?
nice.
Yeah.
I think he got
What's that?
Very nice. Okay, who we got next? Odd One's second teammate.
Come on, let's see. Can I call it? Give me. Can I do it with the swill or? That's
that
too
was
much
last year,
behind it.
man.
I'm sorry, what was that, son?
I was saying HH is he's one of the team leaders. He got Saf on his team.
Where I don't see him up there. Oh, there he is. You're right. So he must have
Oh,
just
my
put
team.
Saf
No,
on, and so
no,
they skipped
not
him or
my
something because he
team.
didn't. I don't think he spun for Saf. I think they.
He spun for Saf and he spun for Saf and got him. Yeah.
Oh, really?
It was just pure luck.
JKG.
Yeah.
Okay, this is my second teammate.
Yeah, now the wheel gets smaller. I can see the names.
Do you know even JR
Finally, he sleeps. I've watched a few of those.
I don't know
Finally,
if
he
this is
sleeps.
another name for Saf again.
Who have you got?
My second one is finally he sleeps.
I mean, that sounds promising too.
That sounds amazing.
Like a
Sounds good.
grinder.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
Team of grinders.
Yeah, that's what we need. Awesome stuff. Okay, MTG, your next one up.
Go.
Have I been moved off the
Here we
yellow?
go. An arena specialist.
Yeah, now I'm on a red wheel.
Oh,
I was on a yellow slice, and now I'm on a red slice.
good. Friend's good.
Slim
Oh,
Reaper.
now I've been moved off the red slice. What color am I?
Okay, what we've got now. Deadwood's
Keep
next
getting
one.
bounced around. Now I'm
He's
blue.
gonna get Brandon,
Let's go.
right? You have to get your mod.
I think so.
I'm stealing Brandon from you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, Samael.
Samael, yeah.
Samael, yeah.
Nice.
Join the squad, Samael.
Been around for a
Samael's a
while.
good dude.
Crush 'em.
Page Rock. What
Let's
else you
see.
got?
Is he getting Male in there or no?
Has to.
Oh, Bronco.
Just gone over. Oh,
That's
Nice.
gonna help Papa Drock.
Ooh.
Dude, Bronco's good. I love his
Which
content.
one is
man.
it? Oh, it's
Okay.
Bronco.
Bronco.
Oh,
Bronco. Yeah.
Nice.
that's big.
I wanted
That's
Bronco.
huge. That's clutch. Team drop, baby.
YST's up next.
Let's go, JKG Brandon.
So are we gonna have to come up with team names as well?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Who we getting?
Oh, not quite. That would have been cool.
Oh,
I would have loved to work with
YST.
YST. That's all right.
I can't even see who that is.
Notorious.
Notorious. Let's go.
Notorious.
Yeah, maybe I just misspelled that, don't I? Right. Scratch up next.
Okay, let's see. What do we have? Still a lot of awesome dudes on that list, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There are some good content
some
creators
ringers
who
left in
haven't been
there.
pulled yet.
Ooh.
Oh, that was close, Neva. And Brandon
That was
too.
close.
So we
Oh,
got
oh, Never
Shards.
Shards. I didn't even realize
Shards
Never was
did.
We
in
got
there.
Dave,
Yo.
Mullet Reaver.
Yeah, he's super excited. He's so ready for it.
Actually, H-Dub is in there as well. Give me H-Dub. I want H-Dub.
Yeah.
Mm.
I don't-
Hopefully
I don't-
Yeah, I saw H-Sub in there too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cold Brew.
Briggs.
Let's see what we get.
Nice. Mad Capper. I don't know a lot of these guys, but
Nice.
Briggsy.
Nice.
I'm surprised. I
Briggs,
probably know
nice.
about 20 of these
Okay.
content creators, maybe 20. Like,
Okay,
besides the
what's gonna be
captains.
odd
I know
one?
all the captains.
Come on, give me the capper. Give me
How are we
the
doing this?
capper.
Is this snake draft the way that you're doing this?
No, I'm just going left to right.
no?
Oh, he's doing left to right.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll
you
take
got
Sky
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 Nice.
Asterix.
Now. One of
Nice.
the OGs. Okay. Am I gonna grab?
Yeah, quite a few of the OGs left in there.
Yeah, I know kind of a lot of the last names in this last bit here.
Mm.
Oh, it's big.
like-
He's gonna get
Mullet
Never as well.
Reaver.
Watch, it's
Is it?
coming.
Yeah.
Oh, will it Reaver?
Oh, dang it.
Oh,
come on, Mullet.
All right, so we're doing Jedi. Jedi's
Welcome
next.
to the team, Mallet Reaver. If you can sort
This
out
is so
everybody's
fun.
Star Wars
Saf,
team,
man,
that'd
what
be
is
great.
this?
This is ridiculous.
This is,
This
what
is
is
like
this? So
This
Hell
is,
Hades.
Perfect.
Wow.
Perfect. Means I don't need to do as much work. Take
Saf was like, I was working on this wheel for a week.
Interesting coding behind it, huh?
The freak.
yeah, Saf coded the wheel, huh?
Yeah.
Yes, my dude Freak. Oh, this
Okay,
is
free gaming.
Nice.
He's an awesome
Nice.
guy. He's
Yeah,
a
yeah,
specialist with early mid game. That's all he's been focusing like last year.
Yeah.
So he's gonna
Nice.
be a great one for that.
Who's this one now?
J-Star.
This one is for Deadwood.
This for me?
Oh, you got
I think
J.
I've come across J-Star.
Join the crew, my friend. Join the crew. Wait, is that for me?
Yeah, that's
Sorry,
the
I'm not
one.
chatting right now.
Rock is next.
I don't have enough
Yeah, I'm up.
monitors. I still need to get that third
Squad.
monitor.
We've got the squad.
Squad is growing.
I can't see my own
So
chat
many
right
good
now.
content creators in this list, man.
Massively, yeah.
Ooh,
Jarek
Jarek.
Gaming, yeah, been around for
He's in
ages as
chat.
well.
Yeah.
Nice.
Sweet. Sweet.
Stuff.
IST?
YST.
Come on, bring me
Fill in
someone
the
that.
Fill
Bring me
in the
someone.
teams.
Is this the last one now? How many more is left?
No, no, we've still got a couple
we
more yet.
got quite,
Nope.
quite a few left.
Wheels still spinning.
Yeah, yeah, we got more.
Come
man.
on. Who we
We're-
got?
We're going through all of them.
Oh, who we got?
Pete?
TT.
P3T3.
Yeah.
Is that
Fair like-
P3 T3 or you think it's just
No, it is-
P?
My name's just letters as well, and his is just letters. It makes sense.
P- TT?
It's gonna work. It's gonna work.
Is that
Right,
your
back round
team
to
name?
scratch.
Just letters?
Let's go.
Okay, let's get a Yang in here. I'm feeling it.
Back round to scratch.
So
Oh,
we can have a cool
got close there.
team name after, you know.
Rubik's is Rubik's.
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 We
Yeah.
can make a cool name like that too.
I see him on Twitter.
Yeah.
Rubik's.
Yeah. Tons actually.
Yeah.
Next one up then.
Looking good.
Oh, it's
Ooh,
close, it's
just
close.
squeaked into Medusa there.
Left.
Ooh.
Oh.
Medusa.
Cold
Alright,
brew,
we got
grab some
odd one.
juicer.
Oh.
Medusa. Yep.
That's a, you got him with Rana Live Bane.
Yeah, I was literally gonna say the same thing. Yeah.
You got free Lego.
Got Mithrala right from the start. Yeah.
Odd one then.
Come on, Kappa H-Dub. Right? Gotta get one of those. Come on. Kappa, no,
close.
don't leave me, Kappa.
Oh, you're gonna get Kappa? Oh, you got red blades.
Red blade.
I'll take red blade. Fine.
These teams are shaping
Blade,
up,
back
actually.
up.
There's some good
Nails.
teams.
A red blade is deadly, bro.
Yeah,
What we
man.
got? What we got?
Gaijin Gamer.
Okay, we'll take
And
it.
it's gonna
This
be-
is
it's
not
gonna
a,
be
I don't know
Neva
this
here.
content
Yeah.
creator, but I'm curious.
Can I just complete the team?
Guys,
So the requirement to be on the list was
Gaijin Gamer.
10 videos in the last 3 months. That's all you had to do.
Just
So
up to like 40
I wonder
more
how many
channels
people
today,
are
man.
like super
I
active
know,
and some
man.
people are just, you know, kind
It's a
of
lot. I used to
Gotta
know
have a
every
list.
single creator as well at one point. I swear
a
it.
video a
Let's
week would be
go,
enough.
Dave
Okay,
or
it's big.
Red.
It's
Off
big.
on there too.
Who's this MTG's one? Oh,
Yeah.
you got Never. Oh,
Man, he's
Okay,
a
I don't know.
grinder.
No, so that'll be
He is-
good.
Never
He
HH
is
Gaming. Let's go.
insane,
He's
yeah.
a grinder extraordinaire.
Extra
Oh, we're on the
grinder.
arrow again.
Yeah, never,
Super
yeah.
All right,
grinder.
let's go.
He's a beast.
Okay, this is for Deadwood.
Based on my recent
Let's go.
Big as well,
Let's
actually.
go.
my
Big,
recent
yeah.
experiences with
Team-
shard
Team
pulls, I might
Deadwood,
be going all the way down to the wire.
Okay.
Oh, you got Yang.
Yang. All right.
Oh,
There we
nice.
go.
Nice.
We got this.
Amboss Kings.
Let's just call it a wrap out now. Let's
Yeah.
call it a wrap.
Yeah, I'm
Y'all-
about those
y'all
bets,
can be
Deadwood.
scared.
I'm
Plan
not
was gonna
speaking
get
about those.
wrecked.
This one's for drop.
It's a wrap.
Oh. That would have put me with Bronco and Drock. That would have been
Go.
cool. Oh, that would have been
Man.
cool. Like a
Oh,
Kraken on
JKG's
one side and
gone.
free to play
Yeah.
player on the
Taken.
other.
Yes,
That
an
was
inside
great.
man for Deadwood.
Yeah.
Inside man for Deadwood.
Yeah.
now.
I'm sitting on the arrow again. That's like the fourth time I've been sitting on the arrow.
He's my man now.
My spy.
It's going to move on.
IST.
Nah,
This
he's
could be
double
fun.
agent.
YST then.
There's.
Let's go.
Oh.
we got?
Everybody
Got
wants
yourself
Madcapper.
A
Ooh.
personal tool.
You got yourself-
Madcapper would be fun to play with.
Personal too.
Gotta make them
Personal
work.
tool.
All right, we're back around to
Some
scratch
extra
here.
weapons. Let's go.
Oh man.
Personal tool.
I feel like that's
great.
Nacho plays, right?
My
That's you,
God.
Nacho, in chat.
Okay, what we have there?
Fantastic.
A
feel
few,
like
a
we've
few
got,
people.
Now it's gonna be the
I
last
feel like
one.
Holy
Holy
man.
names still in the group here, which is weird. Like, you know when you're like eyeballing Saf. Did I do something wrong? Okay, Lady H is coming in.
I don't think you programmed it right, Sophia.
Oh,
I
it's
think you
a
didn't program it right.
mistrial.
HWZ is good too. He's fun. I like his content.
Yep.
One sec. Getting Lady H in the mix.
Is that Lady H is joining the free to play?
She's
Yes.
joining the free to play. Yeah.
Hello, Lady H. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hey!
Hello.
Come on, there's only 8 left. Keep spinning. Why are we slowing down? Spin.
Try and fit everyone in.
I think it's just one more round, right? It's like everybody gets one. I think we're back to the beginning.
Yeah.
There's some big hitters on these last ones here.
But there's
So-
still
seriously,
8 left.
How do I
left
create a
with
new
four.
account using my referral code? Does anybody know? I'm serious.
Oh, it's,
What do I have to create? Like a new login?
I'm going to have to remember how to do a
I think
self-referral.
You just,
Yeah.
get the link,
Jeez.
you just share the link to yourself and just like copy the link and then you use it.
you gotta copy the link. You gotta
Yeah. And then
Okay, I
download
gotta
the
actually-
game.
private browser. You gotta
got it.
close the game.
Private browser, yeah.
through
Okay,
through
good to
the
know. Private
process and-
browser. Thank
But
you.
what you could
Thank
do,
you, boys.
you could do it on your phone as well. It's a bit easier. Just make it with the link.
See, I'm glad I asked because I was about to create a new account and I was pretty sure I wasn't going to get those sweet, main account referral reward stuff, whatever.
I need to do that for my main account too.
Without that
Yeah.
secret on your account, you know, it's like
Life
crazy.
changing.
You need
Did it
it.
so far?
It's I do. I
Spin
do
the
need it.
wheel,
Make
HH.
sure it actually
Spin the
links
wheel.
before
You're leaving
you
us
start.
hanging.
You're
Come
done.
on. Go, go, go.
Otherwise, just delete and start over again.
Good to know.
Yeah,
Thank
but it'll
you. I
go to your
appreciate it.
main, not your free to play.
Yeah, no, I want it on my main because I've got to do 4 more referrals.
So this means I can't play with
main.
Mad Capper. I can't play with any of these guys actually, because I think all of us will be distributed to different teams, right? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 of us, and there are 8 teams. Are there 8 teams or 9 teams?
All of mine were free to play.
I did the first 3 2 times so far because the first time it didn't work.
There are 9 teams.
Oh my god!
But Fateless is the 9th team, so I think there are 8 teams. Unless the Fateless team gets 1 person, which would be interesting to end up on the Fateless team.
Yep. Is it a final number?
I like Chosen. I used to watch Chosen quite a bit.
Sorry, everyone. But we're good. Right, here we go.
Oh, you got that.
Broken,
not dead.
Broken, not dead.
Not
That's
dead.
Death Knight.
All right,
Sounds
we're
like
down
Death
to
Knight.
Cold Brew, so
Still
no
got it.
scratch
Sounds
for
like
us.
Is it
I was
that
like a
nice
hardcore player.
I haven't watched Scratch in a while. I used to watch him quite a bit.
So we got the last
Smart
player,
guy.
Cold Brew.
I don't know how good he is free to play though. I have no idea.
We got Capper, we got Auth, we got H-Dubs.
Some
Good
big
players.
hitters here.
Cortavius.
Always looking like a HWZ, is it?
Okay, so we got a shot at Odd One here, and then MTG, I think, and then Deadwood.
I don't know the guy, but
I was like,
Cortavirus.
Pretty sure it's Cortavius.
I was actually thinking coronavirus. I was like, is that some sort of weird take on it?
oh man.
Come on.
Nice. Okay. Odd One, your final teammate.
It's a cool name,
Is it finally
Cortavius.
gonna be Kappa or not? Can I do
Oh,
it
he
on the
is.
devil's
He
advocate?
pulled him.
No, you jinxed yourself now.
Who's it gonna
Maybe.
be? Oh, he got it. He got it.
Still got
maybe
it.
it is.
He called
I
his
still
shot.
got. I can still
He's-
call it.
He's been pulling for Mad Capper the whole time.
Still got it.
Still got
We
it.
know how this
Hey.
year's gonna go. Then we
Hey,
know
you
how this
predicted
year's gonna
everything,
go.
He's trying. He's trying to. Right,
We got
my last
Hades
player.
here. That'd be cool. Be
Yeah,
on
tell us
Hades'
the big
team.
names in here.
Uh-oh.
My goal is just not to finish last. That's my goal.
exactly,
If I don't finish
man.
last,
Easy.
then I've done my job.
Yes.
Man,
you're
we're
already doing
coming
good job
down
setting
to the
expectations.
wire. Are we gonna be the
right
last
so-
pick?
Yeah, keeping them
Sounds
nice
like
and
That would be
low.
so. That would be so
Sounds
like
great, man.
so like me.
Do we-
To be
do
the
we
last
switch
pick.
up or not? I
Body
think
boy.
it's Body.
Oh,
Actually,
Bodie
What
boy.
Bodie
I-
boy?
I know
Yes.
2 of the 3 other content
Yes,
creators.
that's
I don't
right,
know
yeah,
Auth,
actually, I forgot. I think.
but I know Dave and HWZ. If this is the same
Alright.
Dave that I'm thinking.
And, we do have 4
I
spaces.
remember.
It does work.
I'm all about the community.
So Sam was right, huh? Sam was right.
Who's this one for?
This is the final one for MTG.
Okay, let's
We
go.
We got Arena Pro. Let's go.
It's big.
So
Yeah,
I got
my
a chance
dude
at
off. Let's go.
Deadwood, Drock, and YST.
He's
I
gonna
don't
be
know.
grinding,
I like that.
silver
I like
arena.
that.
So,
I like all 3 of those. Those are
we
good
definitely
options.
got this.
You guys are
On
getting
the
the
free to
platinum
play.
one on the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Final player for Deadwood.
Let's go.
That dude's left up there, Dave.
Wizard.
Red.
We are.
So it's
we have
either gonna be
formed the
Drock or
D&D party.
YST.
We have our
I'm
wizard.
hoping to get
We're set.
hoping to get
We're good to
HWZ.
go.
Come on.
he's
Come on, my
he's
man.
pulling
You're
against
red.
me. He's
Okay.
pulling against
Either
me.
one's good. Either one's good. There's no losing here.
Who's coming up to the
You
Genton squad?
last pick ringers.
It's gonna
H-Dub
be-
is joining Fateless with me.
I'm the last pick.
What?
Who we got?
What?
I'm the last pick.
Let's go, my boy. We've
I got
been meaning to do
YST
a collab
though.
for,
That's
the last
awesome.
6 months. So this is good.
You're
That's
finally
me and
gonna do it.
Kappa. That's me and Kappa for the last 3 years.
How beautiful is that?
Can we just get a spin anyway for Cold Red? We need like the final
Yes,
spin
spin
here.
it.
Let's go.
Yeah.
Who we gonna
No.
get? Who we gonna get?
There you go.
Let's go, Cold Red.
Yay.
That's
It
exciting
was
for
close.
me.
It was close.
I really like YST. He's one of my favorites.
Sweet.
Okay,
put all-
so
I put all my
that is
chips
it.
on
That
the
is
line.
that is everybody's teams. We will need all the creators to get onto my Discord, and once they've created their new accounts, give that info to Saf. There's a section for creators on my Discord. You guys are going to need to come up with team names, and then we will get everybody's team information in this kind of like creators section and on these leaderboards in here. So then the community could kind of come in, check out how people are doing, where the points are coming from, who's pulling their weight and who is not. And as a community,
That was crazy.
member, you can also come in
Being
and
the
get
last
involved
pick.
as well, and you will look at the individual leaderboards, which will be here as soon as this gets going as well. So
YST, baby.
lots
Love
going
it.
on. Very cool. I guess before we close things off in, well, we've probably got about 15 minutes or so. Any
Who thinks they've got the worst team?
Oh,
Who else do we have? I don't know any of the other. I actually don't know any of the content creators.
I'm a part of mine, so I definitely am in the running for that. So I think that's.
I would say for me, I don't know anyone on my
4
team
new content
personally.
creators. 5 new content creators.
So it's actually really cool to actually just meet some new people, I guess. That's what I can take away from it. I don't know how. I need to go check out the channels, see how good they are.
Yeah, that's the fun part, and that's what I love. Like this year, it's so amazing that well, basically, Hell Hades and the team managed to make this work. To have so many more people involved, because honestly, at the end of the day, I was one of those people that I never heard of a while back. So it's nice to get some other fresh names to get to know them, get to put them, I guess, more up in the spotlight and whatnot. And because this is what Raid was all about. It was about the community. So thank you, Hell Hades, again for doing this. It's
That's all good. Well, it's everyone getting involved. Honestly, it's easy for me to just say, does someone want to do it? It's cool that so many people do want to do it. It shows that, like you say, we've got a cool community of creators. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah.
Also, like as a group now, I'm sure there'll be collabs where you get your teams together and you're going on each other's channels and kind of like talking about strategy and stuff, which just helps a lot of other new players coming into the game. So I think it gives it a bit of a different kind of feel to it, which is cool actually.
Yeah. Quick question: what are we doing about clans, guys? Like, because we don't want to create clans for each team because we're never gonna kill the clan bosses alone, right? So we're missing on rewards and stuff. What's the plan? Should we create like a couple of clans for everybody?
I think we create just like 2 new player clans, and then we just spread out between those 2 clans at least for like the first. I think it's got to be at least for the first month.
Yeah.
Right? So and no kind of like just jump in somewhere. But eventually, I think if let's say you're hitting Nightmare and no one else in your clan is, well, I think after a month it's fair game to go and find a clan of your level. But don't just go and jump into like. I'm looking at you, Drock. Don't just go and jump into like a Kraken clan.
I'm not gonna cheat. I swear.
I'm joking.
I swear. I can't wait to do free to play. This is my dream. This is everything I've ever wanted because there's going to be 0 6-star polymorph blessings. So I'm very excited about this. Thank you, God.
Yeah, but I think just keep it fair. That's the main thing. Keep it fair. Don't go and go and get resources on extra. Go, man.
Don't we have like enough to split this up into 2 clans?
We've got 40 in total.
48.
So we got 50 actually because we didn't draw the Fateless guys. Near enough 60. It's not far off 60. Yeah.
2 clans, 25 sounds good.
2 clans. Yeah, 2 clans.
We'd have one of 30 and one of 20, right?
Yes, you're going to be in that 20 because you got a good team.
And I'd imagine so we can just fill up what's
we can fill it with
clan with community, yeah. So other people that want to just get into a free-to-play clan.
I think that'd be good.
Yeah.
So let's be honest, who already created their new account?
Why not just each team should have its own clan, and they should fill up their clan with their community.
If I wasn't missing,
that's how I would do it.
If I wasn't gonna miss a reset, I was gonna do it only tomorrow, but I'll do it today. Don't be behind because we gotta win it. So yeah.
Yeah. Well, I guess let's get it rolling then, guys. Like you can all head off, create your clans, and just get your teams together, get a strategy together, and get things cooking. I want to say as well, like massive amount of viewers here, considering it's just us clicking a spinny wheel. So awesome. Awesome to see the community up for it.
Solid content. Solid. This is quality quantity here. The wheel is what gets people together.
Hey, Stephen Markley.
The dopamine, kind of like sharp pulls.
Yeah, I've got a question for a few of you. So, Cold Brew, I've got a question for you here from James Pound. HH, where's Ash? And then I've also got another question. Basically, loads of people in the community always ask on every event, where's Ash? He just doesn't want to do it. He doesn't want to do it, guys.
They always ask that, don't they?
Yeah, it's the question every single time pops up.
Yeah. Like he's a busy guy. We're all busy people, but like it's just not for him. He just doesn't. It's not getting down for these creator things. These kind of like
that would have been cool to work with Ash too.
Doesn't have the capacity to do it, I think. So don't worry about it. I'm sure he watches in the background. He enjoys it.
I'm
and all that
bouncing.
sort of stuff. He just.
YST,
Sometimes he comes on and it's just like he loves what is going on, but it's just like
it would have been really cool to do Drock.
Yeah, Ash
Drock
is
and Bronco
Ash
too.
is
That would have been
traveling.
fun.
I was texting him today and trying to get him to do it. Chat. I was trying to get Ash in, and he was thinking about it, but he's just not gonna have the time. He's literally not even home right now. I was having to text him. So yeah, we would love to have Ash, but he's just traveling too much and stuff.
Hell Hades and
He's like a
Saphira on the
special
same
consultant,
team.
We
That's
can all
not really
call him
fair.
when we have a question. We need to just have a quick combo.
That team's
Like,
gonna be
he's
sick.
in the background helping out. There you go.
Yeah, and just be clear, like I put out a message to in fact, Ray did it for us. They put out a message to all.
I think there's some good teams out there. I think we could
have
potentially have a
if
good
you want to
team.
Get involved. I asked Nabs, I asked Jay Gigs. They weren't keen to do it, so it's fine. Like, not everyone's got time or wants to start another account at this point.
Yeah, I was thinking about Jay Gigs too.
It's no big deal. Just hopefully everyone can just enjoy it for what it is. So yeah, not everyone's gonna want to do it.
Me as well. I'm gonna have to give my main account to somebody to just drive it for the duration for most of the days as well. You know.
I hope Clarium's not watching. About to get the ban hammer out.
No drivers. Come on.
Account sharing.
There's like a full highway behind me of drivers. You know that.
Yeah. Your whole clan waiting. Yeah.
So I was gonna say sorry. So in terms of clans, who's setting those up?
That's a good question.
Because we need some clan leaders to me. I've got to get started. MTG signed himself up to sort it all out in the meantime.
Homebrew and Scratch can host the 2 clans.
No way, it's 100 gems to open a clan.
Yeah, because that person has to be able to click accept on everybody, right? They need to be on
Create it on your main, and then join on your
100 gems on my main.
I'll tell you what.
You got 83,000 gems chosen.
You don't have 100 gems on your main?
You got 83,000.
This is lies.
You
I
can
want
make
to see
10
it.
clans.
Screenshot it. This is lies.
What about
or chosen?
What about
Caught in 4K
old
lying.
free-to-play account creating one?
Sorry, I can't. I didn't know what you said there. Sorry.
What about your old free-to-play that you're going to give away? What about if that creates one of the clans?
Mm-hmm.
And has anyone else still got an old free-to-play sitting there that could do the same?
I guess a lot
I'm sure we can get them hosted. Yeah.
Right? What do you want me to do with it?
Just create one of the free-to-play clans.
Wait, is it 350 gems? It's inflation.
Inflation.
Wait,
2024.
It's actually 350 gems to make a clan.
I thought it was lower. I thought it was 100.
So Safa said he'll make one. YST make one on your.
No, my free-to-play hasn't got 350 gems. I spent them all on ancient
must have
shards.
350
No,
gems. What are you doing?
I bought ancient shards.
I probably can.
No,
Hades,
fine.
I
We'll do
probably
it with
can.
Lady H's. That's fine. Lady H can create one, and Saf can do one.
Lady H is in. We got this.
That is not what you heard.
She's desperate. She's desperate to get involved. She keeps saying she's not, but she's desperate to get in. Maybe you play my account, and I'll just jump in now.
Hey, no driving. No driving.
No driving. Yeah.
No driving yet.
Driving instant man.
Yeah. So I guess maybe we just quickly go over the couple of the key rules just one more time, because it is important. No pooled legendaries allowed, but legendaries that you go out and find, like through fusions, through fragment events, through things like the Arbiter missions, they are fine. You can use Call of the Arbiter series codes, which actually give you a ton of stuff, which is in the left-hand side menu here. Cannot use Prime Gaming. You cannot use created giveaways. Cannot use what else is there? You cannot use link codes, but you can choose one of the new starter.
Shit, sorry.
She's only been here 5 minutes. You can use one of the new starter codes. So, and we kind of spoke about these earlier, but yeah, you're able to go into the promo codes as a new starter one. You have to do that within 72 hours. I think that's pretty much it. I think otherwise there is an FAQ at the bottom of this kind of like free-to-play 2024 page on hellhades.com. So it talks through how the tracking works, how to use the optimizer, all that type of stuff. You don't need a separate new Hell Hades membership. If you've got one already, that's fine. And you can log into the optimizer through your new free-to-play account and into this new competition, which you'll see in challenges here on the optimizer. As long as you're logged into your new free-to-play account, it will just take it as a separate account. That's fine. You could then go and play your main account on Player in Play, log into the optimizer. It won't muddy the two. It understands that they're two separate instances of raid, so that's okay. But yeah, there's a section here now for challenges. So this is actually worth saying for creators. This is how you enter like the community point scoring tally through here. You still need to do this, but separately, Saf is going to be logging our creator stuff on the creator leaderboard. So if you want to show in the community stuff as well, you do need to do that through signing up to the free-to-play challenge in the optimizer as well, yeah? Make sense?
Yep.
Makes sense. Yep.
Okay, well, I guess let's let people get on with this. Thank you, everybody, for getting involved.
It's like we're just signing our 3 months of our lives away. Like, there you go.
Yeah, that's it.
That's
it.
Oh,
That's what it feels like.
It's gonna be a long
It's gonna
night.
be fun.
no sleep, man.
I've got to go to a work event. I'm already going to be falling behind.
Yeah.
I thought you should take some vacation. You should take some off time, a week.
You're gonna
at
need
least.
it.
Yeah.
Thanks for hosting Hell Hades and the HH Gaming team, and we had a lot of viewers show up. So shout out to everybody in chat. Thank you.
Wow, there is a
Appreciate
lot
it.
of people. Didn't even see
Yeah,
that.
Amazing.
Appreciate it, Hades. Appreciate it, community.
Thanks to Saf for not rigging the wheel this time. Finally.
Yeah.
Oh man. Every time stuff.
Yeah, this time he didn't do it. I'm surprised still.
I told you, don't make it so obvious.
Yeah, so the guys are asking, is anyone going to be streaming their like intro to their free-to-play series? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
It's a shame
I'm
I
gonna
can't really
stream
just like run into someone
right
else like I can on Twitch. But who's actually streaming right now?
I think
I mean,
Saf is
somebody
about to
goes
go
on
live,
YouTube.
but
Saf and I think Cold Brew, they will be streaming.
yeah,
And,
Cold Brew as
Yeah,
well.
I'll be streaming right after this.
Oh, okay, nice.
Oh, they're
Yeah,
not
if
talking
you
about
want-
If you already scheduled it, he could redirect. If you already scheduled
You
on
can only,
YouTube.
I think you can only redirect like.
Oh,
before
no.
No, you
start
can do it-
streaming. Can you do it
No,
in
you
stream?
can do it while you're
Didn't
live.
Ivy
I-
like
Ivy
raid into
redirect.
this one?
Oh.
Yep, she did. You can do it while you're live. You just have to go to the edit part of it. And you
That's
can redirect.
To refresh.
Yeah, we have to figure out how to do that. Yeah.
Okay, well, perhaps jump onto your stream. Whoever's doing it. There's a bunch as well. So the creators that are in chat right now that are saying they're going live, throw some of your links in for your channels in case that people don't have them, so people can at least go and sub to the channels. Any creators that are in chat right now, just throw your channels up anyway, just so that people can kind of find you. But yeah, let's at least I'll see if I can raid into someone. First one I see, I'm gonna
All red places he's streaming.
see if I can do this. I'm crap at stuff like this, but let's see if I can make this happen.
Yeah, how do you? I don't even know how to rate on YouTube.
Same.
It's weird.
I've never
YouTube
done
is
this
weird
before
when
either.
streaming.
I mean,
so
I
what,
think
going
it's
to
to the edit. Yeah, Ivy can run you through.
Refresh the page.
Edit.
Oh look, Ivy's returning back to raid.
Just post them your link.
Hey, welcome
He's
back.
back to raid again.
He's back in.
I'm not seeing it.
How's the
obvious.
pregnancy going?
If it doesn't,
Do I do
appear,
a link to the
refresh your
stream?
page if you've had it open the whole time?
Yeah,
refresh.
Like,
just
do I
your
do
link.
this?
So I've got the edit button, but what do I do from there?
The
send it
redirect
to
is
you.
under like customization,
Alright.
I think. Or where is it?
Let's see that. Redirect. Yes.
And then you might have to put in the exact link, but if it doesn't show, then they might have it to where you can't redirect from other people,
So is it
like
this?
you changed.
Did you just send it to me?
Okay, we're going to
Good.
try and redirect into
Yeah, in Discord.
Colred plays here.
Just saying,
No,
Colred's
once-
my teammate. Thanks for the.
Yeah,
for
let's
the
see how it
boost.
So
This is
Yeah,
something we have
once
to
you
figure out
end your
anyway.
stream, automatically it will redirect. It will automatically do it. You don't have to do anything.
Okay, awesome. Well, look, thank you everyone for joining. Thanks for watching as well and getting involved as a community. Super awesome to see so many people in the mix again. And good luck to all the challenges. It's going to be a cool next couple of months, especially the next couple of weeks. I always feel it's quite spicy in the first section. Hopefully, you guys are going to go and watch Colred now, if I've done that right. But
Oh,
if
Jesus.
not, I will catch you all soon.
Thanks
for hosting that.
You're about to have some fun.
Cheers, everybody.
That's too
Take
funny.
it easy.
Good luck.
Cheers,
Guys, guys. Yeah,
See ya.
Let's see
Have
if
a
this
good one.
happens.
Gensen squad. See ya.
Gensen squad.
All right. So YST is.
Yeah,
See ya.
Let's see
Have
if
a good
this
one.
happens.
Gensen
Bye.
squad.
Let's see. I gotta get back onto my. There we go. Okay. Whoa. Hey, folks. That was interesting. That was really interesting. Being last pick. Being last pick. I want to try to close out my my main account for the day so I could just concentrate on the new account. So I don't even know if I can do this, but hello, everybody. Good to see everybody in the chat. How are we doing? We got a lot of viewers. We just got a huge spike in viewers. Hey, everybody who is watching the HH live stream, thanks for coming over and hanging out. I was the last pick. I am on YST's team. I'm pretty excited about that. He's one of my favorite content creators. So it's going to be cool to see him and work with him. I don't know the other content creators on my squad, actually. I don't know those players. I'm going to have to go find the names again because I was going to write down the names. I missed the name. I know one of them is free to play J Warrior, I think, is on the team. So we're going to have to see. So if any of you know the other content creators that are on our team, and you can find me links to their channels, we'll go check out their channels right now. So that would be cool if anybody has that. If not, that's okay. So the other thing I need to do is I need to go make my account. Let's check in on the Hell Hades thing, see if he already has the teams up. There it is. Let's see. Am I logged in? I'm not logged in. Let me log in. I don't know if he's updated it this quickly or not. That was exciting. Let me get a poll up real quick. If you've never been in one of our streams, we like to do boxes and boxes. So let's start a poll. Let's see. What team do we have to worry about? No. Let's see. Let's try a different one. Because there are 8 teams, right? All right, let's do this. There's our poll. All right. And I'm just trying to get through these. All right. That was exciting. I don't know where we're going to finish. I heard a couple of people talking about it, or I saw a couple of people talking in the chat. But honestly, since I don't know any of the other content creators other than YST in my group, I'm wondering if people know them. Start the new account. Let's go, says Joshua Lynch. All right. I got to get my... little referral guide here. Maybe somebody in chat can help walk me through the self-referral. I haven't done it in like a year. So what I remember is I got to get a code off of my main account, which is this account. And then I think I have to use a private browser. And that should be enough, right? To download it. I don't really care that much about the referral, but if I can get a referral on myself. No, self-referrals are allowed. You can refer to your main account. Hell Hades said that. So like what I can do here is I can go to this and I can go to this and I can get a referral link. I'm allowed to do that. By the way, I'll post that here if anybody else wants to. If anybody else is interested in starting an account, you can start this account here. That'd be great. I think you need to use a private browser. Let me try. Let me see. I'll try it right now. All right, so we're going to walk through this together. Let me pull this up so you guys can see this. It's showing you something different. Okay. It's not. I can't. I'm in the private browser. It's not the same. Not the same thing. So that's not going to help. Okay. Open link. So I don't have to download Player and Play, I would assume. All right, I got to stop my current.
Getting a lot of word about signing out of all of your accounts in Player and Play, and then using a private browser.
Signing out of all of the accounts. Okay. Okay, signing out of all of the accounts using a private browser. And then when I get the next thing, come on, do this right. There we go. So now it says allow this site to open Player and Play link with Player and Play. Should I open it? Or should I assume so, right? And then it says install. Should I install or log in? What are we seeing? Download
So
it?
I'm seeing
Yes.
a bunch of different options. Some folks are saying just make sure that you fully close Plarium, exit it from the tray because it runs in the background. Click install. Install, install, install. Don't install. Hit install, and then it'll pick up that you already have it, and then it'll launch it.
All right, so we're going to try this again. So I'm going to do a new private browser, new private window. We're going to paste the link. I get a page that says, allow the site to open the Player and Play link with Player and Play. So I'm going to open the link. It pops up, and now I have an install option on Player and Play. So I'm going to install.
Yep, and you fully closed Player and Play out.
I did, but it opened once I used the link, right? So, all right.
I'm saying like you closed it in your in your taskbar and everything in your system tray.
I did.
Okay. Yeah.
So now I have to create a new account. Okay. Let's see if this works. Who knows? All right, so I clicked the install, but it was already installed, so it didn't actually install, which is nice. Didn't have to sit down there and wait for it to reinstall.
Yep, and then they're saying launch, and then it should work. All goes well.
All right. Here we are. Here we are again. Here we are again. Why? Why? Why did we agree to do this? When I say we, me, why did I agree to do this? Yet another one. All right. Man, I have played so many times through this initial starting thing. I want to say like 30 times, maybe. 30 times I've done this. All right. Oh, I got a good poll. We're gonna have to do a poll here. because we got to choose our starter champion. I don't know who I should start. So a lot of people are saying we're starting in the top half. I like that. I think with YST on my team, we got a shot, right? So, which starter? I'm thinking, honestly, I'm thinking not Kale. All right. So we're going to give it a couple of seconds. Let people input their stuff. Now, I've used every starter champion, so I feel comfortable with all the starter champions. But honestly, like, I feel like I should probably go either Elhain or Athel. I think Athel would be a really nice combo with the free login champion. And I mean, either Deacon or Mordecai are both in the Sacred Order, so you get kind of that jump start to the Faction Crypts team. So let's see what people are saying. We've got Elhain and Athel neck and neck, 34% each. It's going back and forth. Now, I did my new versus pro as Athel. I kind of feel like I should give people new content, like a different thing. But you know what? I love Athel. She's just, hey, Tonk. Good to see you, Tonk. All right, so we've got Athel. Yeah, I'm going to do Athel. I think I'm going to do Athel. We've got Athel in the lead there anyway. Elhain was a close second, but I think I'm going to do Athel. She's my girl. I love me some Athel. Yeah, so now we're going to have to do the promo code. So we're going to have to poll next. Let me just get through this. I hope people don't care about the sound, because I don't play with sound. Get that 2 times going. All right. Auto battle. You can figure it out. All right. We need to do another poll. Which new player code? There are only 3 choices. Actually, I'll do 4 choices. Let's fire that one up. All right, so we've got 4 choices of starter codes. I'm interested to see what people think. I know, like, if it were my normal viewers, I know who they would pick. But this is a bigger crowd. So we'll have to see what people think would work the best for this particular challenge. Just to give it a quick rundown, I think, so Mordecai is really interesting because he's an AoE HP burner, and the login legendary, the monster hunter, Rathalos, gets 50% extra damage against targets that are under HP burn. So that's significant. And that's just a passive. That's just like everything. Like, he just hits 50% harder against everything. Now, you have to remember, you don't get him for a week, right? Now, not that you're going to pull another HP burner, but it's like there is sort of this interesting synergy with Mordecai in Arena, where he's got the Rathalos has a big nuke, and you could get that HP burn out there and potentially do a lot of work with Mordecai in Arena. Now, Mordecai has an increased turn meter, or he's got like a turn meter fill. He's also got an increased attack, but they're not on the same skill. So you can't use them both in like one Arena round. You know, whereas Deacon has the turn meter fill, turn meter decrease, and the decreased defense. Allure is just Allure, and the chances of you pulling Allure in the first 90 days are so low, and she's so powerful. She's great against, you know, most of the bosses. She's really good against Fire Knight. You know, so that's an option. And then Miscreated Monster he's a really interesting option. I don't know. Let's see. Okay. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly. Like, he's a dungeon carry. He's a wave content carry, and he's good against the clan boss. You just said, okay, here we go. Claim those. Get rid of all these red dots. I hate the red dots. People, I hate the red dots. So we have all of these things that we can do. This is going to be actually pretty cool because this is going to give us like tons of rewards, but we'll do those later when we start needing them. Connect your account to a Plarium ID. Yeah, we'll take that. All right, level up. And let's get into, actually, let's go ahead and see about the code. Let's talk about the code. Let's see what the chat is saying about the code. All right, we got a lot of Mordecai. Miscreated Monster. Deacon's down at 22%. Oh boy. Has anyone done a vid on how to do your own 3 referrals? We have one in our Discord community. I was going to find it, but then I have all these people in my channel. I didn't want to slow it down, but we do have a guide in the Call Red Plays Discord community. So if you're interested in that, you should come and check it out. Okay, let's see. I got some message requests here. All right, so we are, oh, thanks, Monk. Monktastic just sent me this. So YST, Free-to-Play J Warrior, Notorious, PTT, and Personal Tool. That's our team. I'm kind of excited to meet these guys. All right. Go to referrals and click trust. Yeah, I don't think we're going to get that for a little bit, right? So it's going to take a minute for that to come through. So let's just keep pushing campaign like you do. And yeah, let's talk about this a little bit. There's Miscreated Monsters is gaining ground. Mordecai is in the lead. I'm a little bit surprised that Deacon isn't up there with Mordecai. Brandon says, I think you'll like Personal Tool. I hope so. This is going to be great for the community and the lesser known CCs, Genie. I agree. This is one of those things that last year I thought it was really cool. I actually wanted to start my channel during the Hell Hades challenge last year, but then it didn't happen for some reasons. And then I started over the summer instead. You need Alert a Smack Fire Knight. Rest of them are easy because Mordecai is great with the new free legendary. Yeah, Kresnik says definitely because of the new 7-day login champ. I mean, the new 7-day login champ is an attack-based damage dealer. He's got decreased defense. Like, I think he's going to be good in Clan Boss. Let's actually take a quick look at him. Give me my gifts. Thank you. We take a quick look at him. So Rathalos, right? So he's got this A1 that has a decreased defense. Now, it can't be resisted against bosses, so you don't need any accuracy if this is what you're worried about. This is kind of interesting. I almost wish I could make him my campaign farmer, but I don't know how fast he'll be. We'll have to see. Every second use of the skill in a round will attack all enemies instead. So if you have him going at twice speed, he'll use this and then he'll use, or I'm sorry, he won't use this. He'll use this. No, because it's on a 4-turn cooldown. Every second use of this skill in a round will attack all enemies instead. Okay, so that's not as good as I thought it was. It just means against bosses, it's an AoE, which will help in like Spider. Maybe it'll help in Ice Golem. It'll help in a couple of places in Doom Tower, but can actually be tricky in Doom Tower because there are some times when you don't want to hit the ads. Okay, so that's not hugely important. That's not going to help in Arena. So he's got 1 AoE. It probably smacks, and it's got an increased crit damage, which is huge. So if you do get the HP burns out, but just think about the setup. Just think about the team for a second with Mordecai, because this is what I'm a little bit worried about, right? So you have to use this. You have to use the HP burn to really make it worthwhile. So if you're in Arena, or even if you're in wave content, you use this, you get the increased attack. That's really nice, but that means no turn meter fill. right? So where do you get your turn meter fill
Cool.
from? Yeah.
Did you somehow mute notifications? Because somebody donated and it popped up on the stream. You did not notice it at all.
No, I didn't. Did we get a notification? Joshua Lynch. I am thankful I have come across. I'll read it. I'll turn it into speech to text. I'm thankful I have come across you, and son, I have learned so much. Thank you again for everything. Thank you, Joshua. It's been great to have you as part of the community. Let's give that a little bit of love there. I appreciate that. We do have text to speech that should be popping up. I don't know why it didn't happen.
Yeah, it popped up on the stream. It just you didn't hear it for some reason.
I didn't hear it for some reason.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, you saw it pop up. That's good. Mordecai is winning there. Okay, so this is my point. So you have the two champions, right? So this setup champion doesn't give you. I guess he gives you an increased attack though. So you could get your turn meter fill from other places. We'll eventually get High Katoon. So you have High Katoon as your speed lead with your turn meter fill into your drop defense champion into this. So you only get one turn meter filler this way. Now he does have a turn meter fill. And it's actually a turn meter decrease as well, which is really nice. So this is actually similar to Deacon Armstrong's skill, right? It just doesn't have the extra turn mechanic, which then gives you the decreased defense. And his aura is accuracy. See, so this is what I'm worried about. I'm worried about the speed. Deacon makes everything go, right? Because he's got the speed aura. There we go. Now I finally heard something.
Khan became a member.
Khan, welcome. Welcome to the Shadow Kid. There we go. So I heard that one. I don't know why I didn't hear the previous one. Don't know what it was. And here's the other thing. It might hurt my soul to not use Deacon. It might hurt my soul to not use Deacon. But Mordecai is a strong option. Mordecai is a strong option. Then I have to go out and get a decreased defense champ. And here's another thing. I don't know how important Arena is actually going to be in 90 days. Right? Because it's not like you're going to be building your Great Hall. Like your Great Hall is not going to be really far progressed. The reason to push hard would be to go for an Arbiter. You know, and so it's like you can get an Arbiter in 90 days, certainly. If you push really, really hard and you have a great Arena team. If you don't have a great Arena team, you can't do it. And Deacon with the turn meter fill, turn meter decrease, the drop defense, and the speed aura is like the perfect Arena complement.
Let's say we got YST in the chat. Welcome.
Hey,
Team lead.
YST. All right. Good to see you, YST. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Captain, my captain. I'm excited about this. I was pumped. I was the last pick. I was the last pick all the way down at the end. Yeah. Yeah, I can farm War Maiden. That's certainly an available free drop defense champion. You can farm Shield. What's her name? Spirit Hose. You can farm Spirit Hose for an increased attack champion too. You know, it's like, let's get a collab going soon. Absolutely. Let's do that. Okay. Sounds good. Real quick, before you leave, YST, do you have a strong feeling about Mordecai or Deacon as the starter code champion? Right now, the chat here is in favor of Mordecai over Deacon. Yeah, we might have already missed him. You're thinking Allure? Yeah, Allure is a really tempting choice. Allure is a really tempting choice. Yep, that's what I'm thinking too. But Deacon is just like an all-around beast, right? He's everywhere. He's good everywhere. There's no place where you can't use that guy. Allure doesn't need books. Godazord says that's a good call. That's a good call. All right. Well, listen, if you're willing to try Allure, then I can be willing to get out of my comfort zone and try Mordecai. Yeah, I think that's true. I mean, it's basically Mordecai, Skrank, and Ultimate Gaelic in the epics, right? And as far as rares are concerned, it's all pretty bad, with the exception of Selenia, I think. Yeah. Adrian says, go with Deacon. You know what? I used to go with Mordecai before Deacon was, before Superpowers was a code back in the day. Mordecai was a cool champion to pick, and I've had some success with him. And he's also Sacred Order, so he's going to synergize well in my faction crypts. So let's go ahead and get Mordecai. So I need the code for Mordecai because I don't have it off of the top of my head. So I'm going to go here just so people can see. HH Gaming, right? Hellhades.com. Over here on the left-hand side, new player guides, promo codes. And then he's got this list down here of all the promo codes. You want to go to the new player promo codes. And these inactives are the old ones. And then these should all be working. So we're talking about click for gameplay. That's Mordecai. Let's see what else it gives, by the way. That's the other thing about Superpowers. It gives an epic book. All right, I'm okay. I'm sticking with Mordecai. I said I would. Everybody voted for Mordecai. We're going to go for Mordecai. Change it up so it won't be exactly the same as my noob versus pro account. Click for gameplay. There we go. We got our Mordecai. Okay. So that feels good. That feels good to me. Oh, I got to go get him from the mailbox, I guess. Hey, Nothorius is here. All right. Yeah, sweet. Hey, man. So, whoops. Let me get off the website. I was. Yeah. All right. So I picked up the Mordecai. I feel pretty good about that. Mordecai's a great champion. I'm going to be happy with that. Hey, YST, should we all jump into a Discord? Should we all jump into your Discord? Or we can all jump into my Discord. I don't care. We can make a little room for the team so we can like talk strategy. Yeah, sorry about the not switching screen. I did. So is it, it's Nothorius? Is it Nothorius or Nefarious? Like nefarious or Nothorius like notorious? Both of which are cool, by the way. YST left. Nothorious is at YST. It's Nothorious, not Nothorious. Thanks for now knowing me. All right, I like it. So the good news is early on, it almost doesn't matter who you pick, right? I'm tempted to actually leave. I'm kind of tempted to leave my my Mordecai aside for a minute and just try to level up, because Athel's still 3-star, so I need 3 stars, right? So like any early XP I'm putting into Mordecai, I don't get to put into food champs, and so I need those food champs. Stephen Markley helping me out there. Yeah. That badge looks good on you, by the way. But yeah, please like the stream if you don't mind. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already, and consider joining our Discord community, which is awesome. I love our Discord community. How does one play 2 accounts? By spending every waking hour playing Raid. I'm actually going to be playing 3 accounts during this challenge. So it's going to be ugly. Not the game. The game's going to be great, but my life is going to be minimal. All right. How do I want to do this? Do I want to make the 2-star champions into 3-star champions? Probably. Let's just do that. Yeah, let's just do that for now. Yeah, time management for sure. Evening, Ian. Good to see you. Genetics, thanks for hanging out. Quarantine Cyclist. If I could link my favorite GIF to you playing 3 accounts, if he dies, he dies. Yeah, so I've done it before. In fact, at one point I played 8 accounts simultaneously, but I was doing like referral accounts, you know, and I was playing them on BlueStacks, and you could play 4 accounts at once. Actually, I was playing 5 accounts on BlueStacks, and then I was playing on my phone and Plarium Play, and I had 2 accounts on Plarium Play. I was swapping back and forth. Tommy Nygren, Coed, are you going to start a clan? I think YST, I'm not sure. They were talking about that at the end of the stream. So I think YST is got the info on that one. And probably what's going to happen is we'll start a clan. And I think all the content creators are going to join the same clan. And then we may break off in the future. I'm not really sure. Equip a champion with 6 artifacts. Okay. Well, we know that the boots are going on Athel. And let's go ahead and upgrade those to 8. So if we have to, we'll start our own clan. Absolutely. That'd be fun. I think we should. I don't think the teams should be together. I think all the content creator teams should have their individual clans, and then members of their community can join their clans. And that would be cool, because that way it would be like the YST community and the Notorious community, you know, and the Colred Plays community all joining together and like meeting each other and having fun. And maybe there are people who are part of both communities. No crit rate. So let's do that. And we'll do this and this. And for now, we'll do this. Equip a champion with 4 artifacts of level 4 or higher. Okay, we can do that. So yeah, I think that's the way to do it, but I don't know if there's like an official, you have to do it this way. I know what they're trying to do is prevent anybody from like going to an already established clan that's like level 12 or 15 or whatever, that they can get a major, you know, leg up on. The thing is, in 90 days, you can't actually get any of the collectible fragment champions, right? You need 100 days minimum for all of those. So you can't do that. So that means, you know, you can get the Razin, you can get Arbiter, you could get Mikage, or any of the champions that go in any of those champions. But you can't get Ykarl, you can't get Yannicka, you can't get Drexthar. So, whoops, I didn't mean to send that to level 8. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. So I don't know that the clans will be a huge advantage. The one advantage they'll probably try to eliminate is like a clan that's already got, let's say, you know, Nightmare unlocked, so that when you get there, you can just start hitting it. Like your clan's going to have to get you to Nightmare. Remove, destroy. No, I don't want to upgrade that. Oh, actually, I shouldn't have done that. I'll just remove it. There's a mission that you need all the different pieces of lifesteal gear, I think. Okay. So this gear doesn't look as good as I remember. It looks pretty bad. Notorious, your community is like 5 people. Well, hang out with us. Our community's pretty good. Anthony J. Strickland, welcome to Barbarian. Thanks so much, buddy. Check out the emotes, by the way, and the emojis.
J. Strickland became a member.
We've got some cool emojis. there's some context that's sort of required to explain some of the emojis. I don't have a Geomancer on my main account, so the Geomancer no emoji there or emote is just basically my editor's son. You can see him here in chat. Sun, S-U-N, like sunshine. He's my editor. He's my friend. He's my good friend. We've been friends and gaming friends for 13 years or something like that. And yeah, so he trolls me with that one right there, Great Dane, hitting the emotes. Yeah, so I'm getting trolled by my friend and editor and my community. They like to troll me. Apparently my community is full of trolls despite the fact that I am not one. Clear stage 7 of okay, so now we can start going through here. Yeah, but really great community. Love our Discord community. So it's so nice. People always being really helpful. So come hang out. Everybody is more than welcome. And then what was I going to say? Oh yeah, there's some other emotes. So the Morpheus pose with me like this, that we call that truth. I'm just offering the truth. And then we have our Noob versus Pro series. So Sun had never played Raid before when we started this channel. So I had been playing for like 20 months or something when I started the channel. And yeah, close to 2 years. And I asked Sun if he wanted to do it with me to be the editor. And he was like, yeah, I'll do that. And he had never played the game. And then after editing videos for like a month, he's like, I think I'm going to start playing the game. And so we started a live stream series called Noob versus Pro, where we both started brand new accounts. We did this the day Sun Wukong dropped as the login champion. So this was, what was it, Sun? The end of August? It was I think it was the end of August.
Summer, right around there.
Yeah. And so then we played these accounts for almost 5 months together. And he was the noob, I was the pro. It was kind of a competition. He did actually win. We just declared him the winner like last week. Yeah, he's done great. But so we just did a new series, like a new account series for the last 5 months. So I feel like I've been doing this and now I'm starting over again. I don't want to give up that account. So I have my main account. I have the Noob versus Pro account. And now I have this account. So now I'm playing 3 accounts. Bryce got his new Geo to 60. Now you just need to book him. Yeah, I still need to pull mine. Freak Show says, but they are the good time trolls, not the obnoxious trolls. Yeah, they troll with love. And also hate. I don't know. also they just
I only troll with love. Don't give me that.
They troll with, yeah, you're like, oh, I believe the quote that you used, Sun, was I love the tears. What is the tears are so tasty or something like that? Like, I like to drink the tears. I think that's what the quote was. I like to drink the tears. But yeah, say hello to everybody, Sun.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. Welcome to the community. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the
Sun
challenge.
will be streaming.
It's going to be exciting.
Yeah, it is. Sun will be streaming on Sunday, his first solo live stream. We're excited for it. I have a family event. I have to be absent for my regular Sunday live stream. And Sunday was the Noob versus Pro live stream, so people have enjoyed that series quite a bit. So Sun and I are going to continue to stream together on Sundays, which means this Sunday, he's all solo. Should be fun. I'll be watching, buddy. I'll be checking my phone every once in a while, jumping in. Sun 1 costs squats.
Hey, everybody. How did cheating can? Deep squats.
Yeah, Call of the Arbiter still has some rewards.
I'll leave that to you.
Dumbledore, good to see you. All right. So yeah, we're gonna be cruising. The goal here, I think, is get that first 6-star. I'm not even gonna mess around this time around. Like, I don't even care. I'm just going as hard as possible for that first 6-star. I'm not gonna level anybody up at all. I'm not gonna worry about the missions, the quests, all that stuff. I'm just like, anything that fits into the goal of getting Athel to 6-star will be part of it. Otherwise, I don't care. Which means that Mordecai may have to sit for like 3 days because usually it takes me somewhere in the vicinity of 3 days to get my first 6-star. I might be faster this time. I'm trying to do it in under 48 hours. But I honestly, it's like the worst possible time to do this because on Sunday I have to go to a family function. Like we have a baby shower that I have to go to. And then we have friends in from out of town overnight. So I'm not going to be able to play at all on Sunday. And I have 3 accounts and I'm doing the fusion on the 2 other accounts. So it's just like, I'm going to be playing like a madman for the next 24 hours. I probably won't go to bed tonight. Like, I don't even know how could I go to bed tonight? All right, let's go to the missions. Let's not get too far ahead of the missions. All right, so here's the mission. Equip a support type champion with 4 life artifacts. All right, so Mordecai is support. He counts. We'll give him the life artifacts for now. They're going to make us upgrade all that stuff too. Yep, and then we got to upgrade it. Okay, so HP percentage on the chest plate. That's nice. Did I just hear 24-hour stream? I'm going to be streaming. It's going to be a long stream. I was actually going to break it up. I was going to stop the stream after the draft and then like start the account and then start a new stream. But then they decided to raid me. So I've got, 500 viewers right now. So why not keep going? Introduce everybody. Yeah, we got some new barbarians. The barbarian horde is growing. So definitely check out the main page if you're interested in finding out about the membership options. We got some cool options, I think. By the way, if you don't know, I should tell people about the channel, because if you've never seen me before, you may not know what I'm about. So it's a free-to-play focused channel. I don't care if you're a spender or not a spender. I think there are tactics, strategies that work for everybody who wants to get the most out of the resources. And the focus is on teaching guides, and community. So a lot of my guide videos are really detailed. They're a bit longer than you might see from other content creators. My typical, video runs anywhere from say like 25 to 45 minutes. I do have a few shorter videos, but that's typically what happens. Okay, we got to throw some brews on somebody here. Let's throw some brews on, well, we may as well throw them on Athel. 2, 3, 4. Yeah, so a lot of players who are new to the game have joined our community and are growing with us, which is fantastic. And we also have a lot of experienced players who just enjoy the free-to-play content and looking at things a little bit differently. Summon 5 champions. Okay. Yeah, and the Discord is pretty lively. Pretty much every day there are people streaming in there, talking theory crafting. We play other games. Sometimes we play Teamfight Tactics a little bit. Yeah, it's lively. It's lively. It's a really good community. Ian Godwin says, over 500 watching. Smash that like button. Oh, yeah. And then when we do Takeover Tuesdays, too. That's right, Stephen Markley. So on Tuesdays, I give away free takeovers. I do free takeovers on my stream on Tuesday for members of my Discord community. So we spin the wheel just like we did for the draft. So people can sign up for a free takeover. And then I do takeovers. Arcane Keep. Okay. So yeah, I enjoy Takeover Tuesdays, but we live stream Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Sundays. So the Sundays they were the new versus pro series, but now we just ended that. Last week was the last episode, but it's still in the playlist. There's a great playlist there. So if you're interested in that kind of content, it was really fun. There's probably, I think there's 25 episodes. So there's probably 100 hours worth of content just in that playlist. We just reorganized that playlist so it's all in one place. And then on Thursdays, I show off my new account, not my new account, my main account. Try to do a little bit more end game focused content. My main account is an endgame account. It is free to play. All of my accounts are free to play. So you can check that out. And then on Tuesdays, we do the takeovers. I like Tuesdays. Tuesdays are fun. Yeah, Martha. Poor man has to watch animations for upgrading artifacts. There's nothing like getting back to that early game slow grind, right? So, am I going to go the route of buying masteries? Asks C. Gibbs. Yes, I am. I'm probably going to buy the masteries on my first 2 champions. Isn't it better to put them on War Priest? I thought about it. I did think about it. I'm going to use War Priest as food. But maybe I should have. I mean, I don't know. We'll see. Because I'm going to use her for a day in the faction crypts. Let's see. Third stage 7 of Catacombs. Okay. So she will be in... I'm all over the place right now. I think I just need to... Yeah. So she's part of the faction crypts team. So one of the reasons why I started with Athel is because she is Sacred Order. So you have 3 champions right here at the get-go from Sacred Order, and they kind of synergize pretty well. And so I should be able to get past the first boss, maybe like on day 2. Like when Athel's 50, I'll get past the first boss in the faction crypts. And remember, one of the things about the starting setup is that all the potion keeps are open for 7 days, and all of the faction crypt for the starter champions are open for 7 days. So if you go here into, I haven't unlocked faction crypts yet. So I need to get to level 20. But once you unlock that, you get 7 days of your faction being unlocked. All the others rotate on the normal schedule, but your faction is actually open for 7 days. And so that allows you to just push and get really good materials for perception gear and resilience gear early on. And so that's my goal. So I probably won't feed War Priest until I need her as a 5-star chicken to take Athel to 6 stars. And then I will feed her because she's trash. She's awful. She's really bad. I remember watching a Stu Gaming video on her who was like, this is such a good champion. She's really underrated. And I invested on my main account I played her for like a month, and I'm like, this is not a good champion. Like every once in a while, the freeze will save you. The heal is decent. Like it's not an awful heal. And you can use her in Clan Boss, but it's just like, she's not a good champion. She is much better as a chicken than anything else. And besides, if you want another copy of her, go get one. You know, like you can do it. But yeah, I booked one out and ran her at 60 for I don't know how long. I think I ran her at 60. Maybe I ran her at 50. But you know, when you're first learning the game, they give you a healer and you're like, ooh, I got a healer. Woohoo. You know, and then it's like, no, she's not good. Dumbledore says, what will you do with the ancient shards? Use them right away or wait for a 2x event? Typically, I wait for a 2x event. Now, there's a problem. We just had a 2x ancient shard event, right? So I honestly don't know. Because chances are I have to wait 5 weeks to pull ancient shards. And that's like 40% of the challenge, you know? So probably have to be less worried about long-term efficiency and be more worried about like just getting lucky a little bit. So I might have to pull the ancient shards. The nice thing is we do have a 2x either fusion or sacred shard event coming up next weekend. And so I will be pulling those. Whichever shards are available that weekend, I will pull those. I will probably pull... I'll probably pull sacreds when I get them. Because a 2x sacred event doesn't help me, right? I'm not allowed to use the legendaries. So the extra chance of a legendary is just an extra chance of a 5-star chicken. You actually want the chance for the epics. The epics are going to be key. So as soon as I get a sacred, I'm going to pull it. But I'll save the voids for the 2x event. and then we'll have to see about the ancients. I'm not 100% sure about the ancients. Now you do need to pull one void shard, right? Because there's the mission. Ooh, gems are good. I still think I need 7. Yeah, okay. So, you know, sometimes you need a champion of every affinity, so you need a void champion. Now, if all I have to do is wait until Friday, that'd be a week from today, that might not be too bad. But if I lose, you know, advanced quests for 4 days or something, that's going to suck. So I'll probably pull 1 void shard, not during the 2 times event. Jeannie Calvin says, I would pull the ancients to help you progress faster. I'm thinking, yeah, maybe. Con, I am going to save my gems for masteries. Yes, I'm going to use my gems on masteries. Maybe buy shards for 270 gems as a start, says Jacob. That's actually an interesting idea. I've never thought about that. Just get 3 early ancient shards. I like that suggestion. I will think about that. As a free-to-play player, I don't like inefficiency, right? And buying a small pack is worse than buying the big pack. I like buying the 11 shard packs. And then not pulling during it 2 times is also painful. So I might not be able to bring myself to do both. Do you know what I mean? I could do one or the other maybe. But it is an interesting idea. Yeah. MTG Jedi in the house, lurking for some sweet inside tips. Hey, man, spying on me. I appreciate the shout out. You called my name a couple of times in the draft. I did say, I was like, I would love to work with MTG Jedi, but I know, like, we've done a collab, and I don't know any of the other content creators. You're the only one I've actually done the collab with. So I was like, if I don't get MTG, it'll be fine, because then at least I'll meet somebody new. But it would have been fun to run together, man. It would have been fun. But yeah, I don't know how I like you lurking in my stream, man. Now you're the enemy. Now you're the enemy. Hey, Great Dane, how's it going? Yeah, Mini Man Max. I did the same thing. Yeah, Notorious. You pull the 1 void and you get a void legendary. It's like, oh man, that would be awful. I mean, I heard some people, or I heard some people. I was watching chat. We were chatting about this before, and some people were saying that, like, if they do really well with their account, if they pull really well, not for the challenge, but like if they pull a bunch of legendaries, they'll just vault them, because then they can, like, after the 90 days when the challenge is over, they can just bring them out of the vault and then play them. The chance of me playing this account past the 90 days is pretty low. What I'll probably do is hand it off to somebody, but I would love to hand somebody some nice champions. So somebody in the community could have this account and be like, oh yeah, this was the 2024 HH, challenge account. So, if I happen to pull a void legendary, like if I pull a Krisk, all right, if I pull a Krisk, I'll just put the Krisk in the vault, and then somebody will get a really nice, sweet present somewhere down the road. Trying to get you on my team, my dude. Yeah, I know you were pulling for me. I feel like most of the other content creators didn't know who I was. Like, you were the one guy I knew who knew who I was. Although the name popped up a couple of times, but it was just so funny. I was like, I'm going to be last. We got about 10 pulls in, and I was like, I'm probably going to be last. And then I ended up being the last pull. Why don't I do 3 stars? Because I want all the XP, and because you have to come back and do it later anyway, because of their missions, their quests. There are also really good moments where, like, you can get more efficiency. So, like, let's say when I take Athel to 5 stars, I can pull her back and let her 2-star something with, like, Mordecai, and that's a good way to level him up as well. And so right now I just want all of the experience on, all the champions. I want to grow all of the champions, get them to 2-3 stars. I know, like, I could get Athel faster. Do you know what I mean? But you end up maxing out. You, like, get to a point where you can't go any further, and that's when you go back. At least that's what I usually do. Stefan, you lost your main due to forgetting passwords. That's not fun. Hell Hades knew who I was. That's true. Hell Hades did. And I know that he knows who I was because he commented on one of my videos. I did a reaction video to one of his videos about No Dime December, and he reacted to it. So he did know who I was. But I don't know that he's watched much of my content. This is probably the account I'm going to pull the Geo on. Yeah. Quarantine cyclist. That's good. That's good. Gear 5, you just beat Dragon 20 yesterday. Congrats. That's awesome. We pulled a Ranger. I don't know how important that really is, but it's good to get champs this early. Yeah, I'm excited about the team. Notorious is here in the house. That's fun. We're going to have to jump into YST's Discord at some point and talk strategy. Geo would be a huge pull for any challenge count. Absolutely. Yeah. G-Man, it's kind of a meme on my channel that on my main account I don't have. Uh-oh. Am I going to die here? Yeah, I'm going to die. That I don't have Geo. It's just a thing. I've been playing 2.5 years. I don't have Geo. I know I did a video recently on how to clear the entire Sand Devils Necropolis with 2 champions. No legendaries. I thought it was a really good video. To be fair, it was very popular. It was a very popular video. But it does use Godseeker and Eerie. And a lot of people were upset because they're like, I've been playing for 4 years and I don't have Godseeker and Eerie. We need a different composition. I'm like, I'm still a free-to-play player. I'm not in the content creator program. I need to use all my own resources to make my videos. So if there's a 2-man team based on 2 teams, 2 champions I have, I'm going to run it. Oh, I forgot. Yeah. It's got to be just 2 champions. Okay. And, but that can happen. It can be like, at least G's a void epic, like to not have just a normal epic like Geo, like he's not a void epic. And he's like the most important non-void epic in the game. I mean, maybe Allure. I don't even think so. Like he's the one. He's the one you need. And I don't have him. So what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? You're gonna get trolled. You're gonna get trolled in my community. There's actually a Discord role in our Discord. If you pull Geo. If you own Geo, you can get a role in the Discord that says you have Geo. And I'm the owner of the Discord and I can't have the role. And I think that gives Sun no end of pleasure. I think he's very happy about that. Yeah, Sun, right. I had nothing to do with that. One key Ultra Nightmare with a killable team, Notorious. That's huge. That is awesome. Yeah, that's not easy to do. And you did it with 1 Geo or 2 Geos? Upgrade a rare attack champion skill tone. Well, we got our nuke. Get a referral link. So many things to do. All right. Fight in Classic Arena 3 times. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, I just I knew this was going to happen. I was like, I don't have gear on anybody else, so nobody's fast enough. That's okay. I looked and I saw that El Hain at level 30, and I'm like, I'm probably in trouble here. Oh, we might squeak this out, huh? Oh, wow. Mordecai ungeared. We put the gear on the Mordecai. That's why we won. It was because of the HP gear on Mordecai. Let's take him up to level 4 there. Duke the Pierce would be fantastic, or Stag Knight, either one. But Duke would be great because he's really good in Hydra as well. Volturnasad says, I'm a year in with no Geo or Godseeker, but I do have 8 Durandils and 6 Genbos. Well, 6 Genbos is more Genbos than you need, but at least you have a Genbo, because that's fantastic. Yeah, Duke is... Man, he was one of my favorite epics for a long time. I think he was highly underrated. Like, people think Stag Knight is God tier, and then they don't talk about Duke, who is just as good. I mean, there are some differences, like Duke needs to crit in order to get his drop defense, I think it is, or decrease attack, whichever one it is. Change my username. Oh, I should probably do that. Change our avatar to Athel. I'd love to do that. How do we change our username again? Change username. Here we go. It's our preferred name. Colred plays HH24. Did that just say too many? Was it? There we go. Lock a champion, unlock a champion. I can do that. Get those done and out of the way. We don't get daily quests until we get to 35, so we just need to worry about the dailies and the weeklies. And then that's the other thing. I'm not going to unlock the mine. I'm not going to unlock the mine. It doesn't pay for itself for 100 days. And this is only a 90-day challenge. I've never not unlocked the mine before. But yeah, don't unlock the mine. That means more gems to go towards masteries. Yeah, Dungeon Divers event going on, the Summon Rush. I'm a little bit surprised that these popped up because the tournament should be the Novice Tournament. Yeah, here we go, Novice Tournament. There are going to be people who are balling out in this Novice Tournament. Like, it's going to be a problem. I mean, really, I only need to get the shard. No, I can't get the shard. I really need the gear. I'm sorry, I need the speed gear. Like, if I can get that, then it's fine, right? Like, I would like to get the shard. That shard would be nice, but oh, you know what I should do? I should sign up to the website too. But okay, let's do the mission. Fight in Classic Arena 3 times. All right. By the way, this guy on the left here, right here, just is attacking right now. I forget his name. He's not bad. He's actually an ally attacker. He pulls in one other player when he ally attacks, which is like not an awful skill to have. Crusader? Is that who he is? Crusader? Don't have Geo 2024. That will take you away from fast 6 stars. Hey, Crowwood, you can unlock the Guardian Ring and you can pump out the 6 stars more easily. That's true. That's an interesting thought. Again, I don't know if the gems are. So I'm gonna buy her masteries with gems, right? I got this on him. I don't even have a choice here. I think I've got to go accuracy. Clear stage 1 or higher of the Minotaur's Labyrinth twice. Okay. Let's look at these missions for a second. 3 stars, K-Rock Castle, win 1 of each life. Okay. Equip another champion with 6 life artifacts. Okay. Equip a rare attack with 6 offense artifacts of level 8 or higher. All right, we'll have to do that with Athel. That means we got to take the boots off, but at least we can take the boots off for free. Yay! Haha, that's great. 3 stars on Arnok. Let's get some stars. So let's just do this and see if we can get 3 stars all the way through. We need a little bit more XP before we can do Minotaur easily. An early Fat Man would be great. That's true, Alex. Yeah. Khan's been playing since Ninja and still doesn't have a Stag Knight. That is unfortunate. There was a guaranteed Stag Knight, right? So, and I think it was like, might have been 40 ancient shards, I want to say. Stag Knight's very good. I actually, on my main account, I didn't get my Stag Knight until that guaranteed Stag Knight. So I didn't have him for over like maybe 2.25 years. I didn't get my Stag Knight on my main account. And I got him as like my first or second epic on one of my major alts that I was playing last year. And he just crushed on that account. He's fantastic. He's a little bit of a crutch, honestly. Like I found that he was a little bit of a crutch. When you get him, he's so good, you end up using him everywhere. And sometimes he doesn't fit perfectly into a team comp, but you don't know how to get him out of a team comp. Like once he's in your team comp, you're like, how do I remove this guy? How do I get him out of here? He's such a simple kit, but it's like, it's so good. And he hits decently hard too. Decently tanky, decent damage, really good kit, really simple, easy to speed tune, like great champion. But yeah, it was a little bit weird. Like when I got him on my new versus pro account, I'm like, I'm putting him everywhere. It's like, I don't know. I still don't know how to get him out of certain teams. And it's like, you need to make space for the legendaries you start pulling who are better, but it's like, how do you get rid of Stag Knight from a team? He's just too good. Taragi would be godlike for clan boss. I got a Taragi early on my new versus pro account, and he was solid, but honestly not as good as I thought he was going to be. Like he didn't really push my clan boss at all. I was better off going with the speed. Now, if you get him in combination with some other champions, then yeah. But I actually did a speed tune with him, and it didn't increase my damage. But he would be nice. Ornn would be really good. Bryce, I agree. You've been playing the game for 3 years and you don't have a cold heart. I'm sorry to hear that. Kleinar, my first epic was Urtikata. I pulled her early on an account. She wasn't my first, but she was like my second or third epic on an account on an alt. And I was like, ooh, this champion looks awesome. She looked great for Fire Knight. She looks great for Clan Boss. She's so squishy. It's really hard without the team around her to make her work. And I always I have a soft spot for that champion. I want to make her work. I want her to be really good. And I just haven't been able to find either the time or the comp or the right situation to make her work. I have a feeling that she's going to play in my Centranos teams, though. I have a feeling that somewhere along the line, she's going to be on some Centranos teams. So I still have hope. Stag was my first epic. He only really dropped out of my teams at higher levels where poisons and burns do most of the damage. Yeah, I've never pulled a Duke. Duke is really good. Dumbledore says, I got incredibly lucky when it comes to new epics over the last month. I got Fodbor, Stagnite, Madame Saris, Golden Reaper, Venom Mage, Rector Drath, Vayne, Seeker, and Royal Guard. That is, if those were the only epics you had on your account, if you just had those epics, you'd be in really good shape. The only thing you're missing there maybe is like an Allure, you know, and a Seer. Like, that's it. I mean, of course, you'd be missing Geo, but we don't talk about Geo. Ugo's very good. Yeah, Duraj, that does happen. You get a champion and then like you haven't pulled that champion in a year and then you get like 3 copies of them in the next 3 months. That happens to me. Definitely happens to me. I've had that happen with legendaries where like you're just waiting forever to pull a particular legendary. Then you get a legendary and then the next legendary you pull is the same. I got back-to-back martyrs. I got a martyr on a sacred shard. And then 2 weeks later or 4 weeks later, I got a martyr on an ancient shard. And I was like, okay. We don't talk about Geotonk. We just spam Geo emotes or emojis, whatever the heck they are. But yeah. After the first 30 days, do you maintain double XP or you hoard them for champion training? I have never run out of double XP on my Noob versus Pro account. So I'm 144 days in on my Noob versus Pro account, and it's never come off my account. It's never dropped. So I don't know. Like when I started playing, I would hoard them. I would hoard them because they would drop off frequently. I would spend gems to buy 3-day XP banners. And it just feels like recently they just give you so many that you don't have to worry about it if you play a lot. Malik Fitness's question: if I use the optimizer for HH challenge and then use it on my main for swapping my gear later this weekend, will it break anything for the... No, it won't break. You can use multiple accounts on the HH challenge. That's fine. You'll have to register the challenge account. You know, like you'll register the challenge account by signing up. And then it'll just be able to tell the difference between the account that's signed up and any other account that's not signed up. So you won't have a problem. Stephen Markley. Stephen 11B, I'm in the 3GO club. Good to see you, Steve. Amar Muhammad says, what do you think is better for Fire Knight 20? Newt, Magnar, Coldheart, Deacon, Allure, or Renegade? I'm not sure what the choices are there. I mean, Newt and Coldheart and Deacon. Newt, Coldheart, Deacon, and Allure, those 4 champions don't need a 5th. Right? You could throw any 5th in there. It doesn't matter. If you're going for really fast clears, maybe Allure is help. I'm sorry, maybe Renegade helps. I don't know, because that could get Newt's big nuke around a second time really quickly on the boss, and so you could kill the boss in like 20 seconds or less. But honestly, I don't feel like it almost doesn't matter who the 5th champion is. Right? Deacon's got the double hitter and the turn meter fill. Double hitter on the A1 with the leech, turn meter fill, and turn meter decrease. You've got Newt, who's got the triple hitters and the turn meter decrease, plus the giant nuke. You've got Coldheart with the 4 hitter on her A1, plus the giant nuke. You've got Allure, who's got the triple hitter on her A1, plus the triple turn meter reduction. So you don't need anybody else. You just need to make sure that those 4 champions get to the boss. So throw a Scylla the Drakes in there if you have her, right? Like, you just need a little bit of wave control or a little bit of wave clear. You know, so you could bring a freeze champion or a stun champion or, you know, some heals. You could bring a Mithrala. You could bring whatever. It doesn't even matter what they have. I mean, but if you bring a Scylla the Drakes, then you have a slow, right? And that's a nice thing. Like, the one thing that team doesn't bring is a slow. So you could also bring a Royal Guard. You could bring anybody who's got a slow. You could bring a White Dryad Naya. Let's see. Is there a deadline to start the challenge? I doubt it, but you probably want to start soon because people will just be accumulating points, right? Dumbledore says, my current clan boss team is Sepulchre Sentinel, Taragi the Frog, Newt Underpriest, Brogni, and Geomancer. I one key Nightmare one time in 6. Are you speed tuned? Because that's a good team. You might just need a little bit better gear. Or if you don't have masteries on everybody, you know. Swamby says, when I started in 2019, 2020, I ran out frequently. Yeah, same with me. It just, it seems like they give you more XP banners than they used to. Newt for Fire Knight 20. Newt for everything. Throw Newt everywhere. If you're having trouble and you have a Newt, just see if he solves the problem for you. Robotron, you started your account during Ninja event and still don't have a Geo and a Seer. I'm sorry to hear that. That's actually when I came back to the game. I played for about 3 months in like 2018, I think, or 2019. Stopped for like a year, over a year. Came back during the Ninja event, not because of the Ninja event. I didn't actually know who Ninja was. Just came back because I wanted to try another squad collector. Pulled Cardiel on like my first shard. I pulled 1 Void shard and got a Cardiel, and I was like, this guy looks good. Didn't know anything about him. I didn't even know what a Void Legendary was. And I just read his kit, and I'm like, this guy sounds insanely good. I think he might be good. And I built him out, and of course, then I started doing research, and I'm like, oh, I pulled one of the top 5 champions in the game. And I'm like, I fell in love instantly, and I've been playing ever since. So. Yeah, it depends on if you need the control from Allure, right? Because if you set up the reset the right way, you might be able to just nuke out with Newt. I don't know. I just experiment. I don't think you have a bad choice. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't think you have you're spoiled for choice. You're in a good position. All right, let's see. How are we doing on XP? Here, 1 higher of the minimum. Okay, so let's see. Actually, I'm gonna put Mordekaiser in. Mordekaiser. It's Mordecai, not Mordekaiser. My League of Legends roots are showing. You took a break during the Newt fusion. Yeah, you know, sometimes that's what you got to do. You got to take a break. Free gig game, or start right after the Ronda event, and then I pull the Ronda 10 days later. That happens. Newt is in your Hard Spider, Hard Drag, Hard Fire Knight, Clan Boss, Iron Twins, literally everything he is. Yeah, he's an all-around, like, can opener. He's like a Swiss Army knife.
HH is curious how.
Oh, hell Hades. Hey, good to see you. How's the grind going? The grind has started. It's going just fine. Thanks for dropping the world of viewers on my channel. This is the most people I've had in a live stream ever, so I appreciate it. And that was my editor's son, by the way. But yeah, and thanks for doing this. I actually really enjoyed the challenge last year, and so I'm excited to be part of it this year. How are you doing, by the way? Have you already started? Are you up and running? I'm curious as to which epic you chose. We had a little poll here, and my crowd, which is mostly your crowd, decided on Mordecai, so I took Mordecai. Better than Newt is a double Newt. Yeah, double Newt is great. If you can get him, right? If you can get him, get him. You started and you went for Mordecai. Okay, same with me. I do think it's going to... Yeah, I think Deacon would be faster. I think Deacon would be the fastest. I think maybe Miscreated Monster would have been the best all-around like progression champ. And then I think YST was talking about Allure, which is really interesting because it's going to help in very specific places. and it's like hard to replace, right? Hard to replace an allure. Did you choose Kale as your starter? Who did you choose as your starter? Yeah, I think Mordecai will snowball eventually. See, now we got to go back to Karak Castle anyway. Right, we need to win one of each. Not a huge deal, but you went Kale. Haven't used him. Yeah. Yeah, I debated using Kale. Athel is my favorite starter champion, and I think she's going to synergize really well with the Rathalos login reward champion. And I went the Mordecai, so it's like, why not increase that synergy? Plus, I think the Mordecai and the Athel are going to work really well together in faction crypts for that first week of once you unlock the faction crypts. But I'm a little bit worried about my clan boss situation. So Kale's obviously superior in that regard. So yeah, so Kale and Mordecai. Poisons and HP burns. It's going to be a lot of damage. Trey, so hyped for this Monster Hunter collab. Monster Hunter is my favorite game franchise. I've never played it, but I have looked at it over the years. And when Monster Hunter World came out, I almost played that. I came close to playing that. Outlaw Monk for Clan Boss. Yeah, that's actually a tip I picked up from Hell Hades. I don't know if that was last year or the year before, Hades, that you were running your Outlaw Monks. But I was surprised. And then I saw how much damage you were doing. And I was like, that's really nice. And I actually tried it this last year, or this past, not even year, but this summer when I did my free-to-play New versus Pro. I tried it for like a week and it did pretty well. Outlaw Monk is not bad at all. But luckily, I pulled a very, very early Frozen Banshee, so I didn't have to worry about that for too long. Yeah, it is. And it was funny because I like ran it up to 40, and I was using it at 40, and I was thinking about running it up to 50 and just like sucking up the lost XP and turning it into a chicken late. And then I pulled my Frozen Banshee, and I was like, oh, Outlaw Monk, he's gone. I had 2 copies. I was like, those are chickens. Get my Frozen Banshee to 6 stars as soon as possible. And that was beautiful. So it'd be nice to have some early game luck like that again. One of the questions we had in chat, Hades, maybe you can give your feedback on this, is, are you going to pull your ancient shards when you get them? Like, are you just going to pull the ancient shards right away, or are you going to wait on the 2x events? Typically I wait on the 2x events, but we've been talking about, maybe even buying some early shards with gems and just pulling to try to like build that roster really quickly. So you're going to pull them early until you have a few champs? Yeah. Yeah, so I've done the free-to-play thing many, many times. And most of the time I'm not pushing for anything. I'm not like trying to rush or beat anybody, not to be competitive. I'm just exploring the game and trying different starts. So I know some of the other guys are really, like they've got some tricks up their sleeves, and I'm more just of like let's get in here and have fun kind of guy. I'm usually not that motivated to like try to destroy the game as quickly as possible. But this time around, I'm not messing around with my first 6-star. Like I often get to 50 and run another 50 up or run another 40 just because I like having, my deacon or whatever, like at close to commensurate level. But this time around, I am, I'm just running to 60. I'm going to race to 60. Equip another champion with, okay, so here we go. Let's get our life artifacts. We don't have any with HP, unfortunately. Wow, I didn't get any with HP percentage. I'm going to have to come back here again. That's unfortunate. All right, so we can pull these boots off for free. For free, we can pull them off. I don't know why I destroyed those boots earlier. Yeah, I was too, Hell Hades. Last year, I was like, there was somebody, I think, or maybe two people who had two level 60s in the first 24 hours. And I was blown away by that. I remember signing up for that. And I was thinking to myself, I'm a pretty good free-to-play player. Like, I'll probably do pretty well. You know, I wasn't like egotistical. I just felt like I'm probably better than the average free-to-play player because I'm always free-to-play. And a lot of these guys are, you know, spenders. But I realized after that experience, after like I did okay. I didn't do great. I did okay. But I realized after the first few like weeks even that being a spender like equips you with knowledge that you can't get as a free-to-play player. Right? Because as a free-to-play player, you only have access to so many champions. No matter how many accounts you run, you only have access to so many champions. And as a spender who's bought shards and, you know, just experienced more champions, you're going to have a really big knowledge base. And so that's what I thought was the thing that maybe shocked me the most was like, oh, free to play knowledge is different than spending knowledge. Like free to play knowledge may be about certain ways to like solve a problem that a spender might not bother with. But you still, it's because you don't have access to the champions. You have to be more creative in your problem solving. But at the same time, you don't know as many solutions because you've never played with a roster of, you know, 200 legendaries before. So that was the thing that really, it was humbling a little bit. Kevin Lane says, not worth waiting for a shard event since it's 90 days. Maybe. That's what we were debating. I'm not 100% sure. Because it's actually, I think, so next week was supposed to be Sacreds. It might be Voids. People have been talking about it being Voids instead. But then maybe it'll just reverse. Maybe it'll just be Voids Sacreds instead of Sacred Voids, which means in 5 weeks' time, we would have Ancient Shards. So to wait 5 weeks to pull Ancient Shards when, you know, so you're talking about 35 days into a 90-day challenge. So the entire first month, you don't pull Ancient Shards. And then you would have to come hard charging in that second month to like catch back up. The issue, of course, that was nice, double speed roll. The issue, of course, being that like some people are going to get lucky with those Ancient Shard pulls and other people aren't. So the people who don't get lucky won't catch up. Do you know what I mean? They're going to hit the 35-day mark, have no Ancient Shards to pull during the 2x event, still be behind because they missed on their pulls and never catch up. And so it becomes a bit of a crapshoot if you do that. So the more reliable method would be hold your shards, like understand that you're going to fall behind the people who pull early and get lucky, and rely on the 2x chances to give you better, like more epics, right? And like, it is the epics that you want. You go from an 8% chance to a 16% chance. Who cares about the 0.5% chance of pulling a legendary? Like you may get unlucky and pull a legendary, right? But you're going to double the number of epics you get at that point. The only issue is, are you going to be too far behind? Do you know what I mean? Like the tortoise and the hare. Is the tortoise like slow and steady, or is he sleeping by the side of the road? Okay, so now we got to go back to Arnok. Do we already have 3 stars here? Yeah, so yeah, so I haven't decided yet. We'll have to see. Justin Lake says, I'm so torn between Allure, Miscreated, Deacon, or Mordecai. If you're thinking long term, yeah, you know, there are 4 great champions, 4 great epics. You want all 4 on your account. But I think the best early game all around champion And really the best progression champion there is Deacon. But it really depends on what else you pull, right? Like the thing about Deacon, and this is the thing that I'm constantly telling people, and I don't know why this doesn't like resonate. There's one champion in the entire game, legendary, like mythic, epic, rare. There's one champion in the entire game. I'm pretty sure, because I just checked it. Maybe it's not mythic. Maybe there's a mythic that does it. That does a drop defense and a turn meter increase on the same turn. And it's because Deacon gets an extra turn mechanic, right? Like, so he does it on 2 different skills, but it's on the same turn, sort of. It's on back-to-back turns. Nobody else does that. That's incredibly powerful, right? Because if you think about, like, when you get to the point where, let's say you pull a Gorgorab, or you pull a Runekeeper Dazzdirk, or you pull, I don't know, there's like a dozen turn meter increase attack champions. You pull an old Hermit Jorg, right? I'm not watching whether I'm pulling artifacts or not. So now you can pair Deacon with that, and with 2 champions, you have 2 turn meter fills, increase attack, decrease defense, which means your third champion can be anything you want. You can put in a Madame Saris if you pull her, or Wukong, like a buff stripper. You could put in a second nuker. You could put in, a defensive champion. You could put in like a Helicat. You could put in a block damage champion. You could put in a ally attack champion. You can do so much with that third spot if you have Deacon. And he's the only one that completely frees up that third spot. Because otherwise you need 2 turn meter fillers, an increased attack champion, and a decreased defense champion, and you need 3 champions to do it instead of 2. So in terms of like getting to gold arena, if you just want to get to gold 5 arena, Deacon is by far the best starter. And it's not even really close. I mean, Wukong is the best starter. Right, but Deacon's the best of the ones that we're talking about in terms of arena. Like, it's not even close. And he's great in wave content. He's great against clan boss. He's great in dungeons. Like, he's super versatile. So, it's hard to argue against Deacon. The reason you pick the Wukong, of course, is because you're much more likely to get Deacon from a shard than a Wukong from a shard. And Wukong is just so strong. And he can replace your starter champion as your campaign farmer. He can be that buff stripper in arena. He can do all of this work for you. So obviously Wukong he's better than Deacon as a starter champion. Or I don't even know if he's better, but he's just more valuable, I think. Like in the moving forward in your account. But it's just like, yeah. It's hard to say. It's hard to say who to take. You're pulling every ancient you get during this Fat Man progressive chance. Yeah, you can get Apothecary on mystery shards. That would be helpful. I think HH stepped out, but it was good to see him. That was exciting. Have him in my stream. I appreciate. It's cool to have other content creators stop by. We had MTG stop by. We had Nothorius in here for a while. YST came by. This is pretty cool. I don't know how long this is going to be going. I have to remind myself to I got to get on my phone. I got to get on my phone and I got to play my main account and not forget to do that. Because I was trying to complete all my stuff before we got to this point where I was doing this. Did I get everything yet? I didn't. This is the one thing that annoys me about this. When one of each type of offense artifact, and I don't know which one I missed. It might be boots. It's either boots or gauntlets. If anybody was watching and knows whether it's boots or gauntlets, let me know. Soul Saint already level 17. Vulture, I do think Allure is highly valuable in many places. Do I have a life outside of Raid Shadow Legends? Yeah, some days, right? Some days. Yeah, it was the boots. I think Allure is actually highly valuable in a lot of places, right? I mean, when you think about turn meter decrease works as a great form of crowd control that is almost better than any other form of crowd control. You can even use her in Spider. You can. She's not awesome in Spider, but she has an AoE sleep, right? She has an AoE drop defense. It's the lesser drop defense. Equip another attack. Okay. So Crusader. Clear stage 4 of Durham Forest on normal. Okay. Yeah, I mean, Allure's great against Dark Fae. She's great against Scarab Boss. She's great against both Spiders and Doom Tower. She's great against Fire Knight, obviously. You know, she's good in... She can be good in wave content. She can be good in Doom Tower waves, actually. You know, Ice Golem, yes. She's not particularly strong against Dragon. She's not great against like any boss that can't have its turn meter decreased. But yeah, I like her a lot. And I think she's one of those essential champions. I think she's one of those champions that everybody needs to have somewhere on their account and have her built and have her built well. And 4 critical rate artifacts. Okay. So yeah, I feel like Allure is a top 5 epic in the game. Which is weird because Mordecai's not. Mordecai's not a top 5 epic in the game. But he's maybe more valuable in this particular case than Allure. Maybe. Maybe he is. I think YST is going Allure. I'll like to see how he does with her. You know, because she's going to open up possibilities that nobody else is. I mean, Mordecai, I think, opens up possibilities. Like every one of the epics will unlock some stuff and not unlock other stuff that the other epics will. But yeah, it'll be really interesting to see the starter Allure. Hey, Jim Flop, how you doing? Is Allure better than Miscreated Monster and Spider? No. Miscreated Monster is a beast in Spider. Allure is like passable. I think people think that Allure can't be used in Spider because her A1 is random, but you have to remember her A2 and her A3. Her A3 hits decently hard. You typically don't build her for damage though. And her A2 is that AoE sleep and drop defense. So in early Spider, it helps you clear out the Spiderlings. And it also helps, it prevents, if you have enough accuracy, which you should, because you build her with accuracy for her A1, the A2 should land on the Spiderlings. And if you're not using an AoE champion on an A1, like an Artak or something, then it will help you tank the Spiderlings basically by, you know, slowing down the amount of incoming damage. All right, let's see. 4 critical rate artifacts. I don't know what I want to do with this. So let's just put a level 1 in there for now. Token trader. Oh, please. Token trader. What do I? Okay. Weird. Ben Claudier says, hey, just sub to you. I think you're great. Glad H rated you. Thanks, Ben. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Always good to have some new subs, new people in the house, new people joining the stream. It's really fun. She will save you building an Armiger. That's true. Allure will save you. I mean, that's the other option, right? The downside of, like, let's say saving you from building an Armiger is that Armiger is so cheap to build. So it's different than if you're like, oh, hey, Mordecai, saves you from building, I don't know, like, a legendary. But obviously, one of the things about this is without being able to use legendaries, that changes the value of different champions. So I think that actually increases the value of Mordecai, increases the value of Allure, but especially Mordecai, because not having access to an AoE HP burn champion is going to be tough. So I feel pretty good about the pick. I was still leaning towards Deacon. I love Deacon. He's my favorite epic in the game. Yeah, I'm trying to think of other. I mean, Genbo. I love Genbo. I do like me some epics. There are some other epics out there who are really great. But yeah, I think I have to say Deacon is probably my favorite epic. You're so slow at doing this. Hey, Ephemeral, good to see you. Demytha's obviously she's amazing. She's a top 5 epic. We are not allowed to use no, we can't use the Amazon Prime rewards. Tonk says, I have a level 60 Armiger and I've never used him anywhere. I feel I got baited. It depends when you get your Armiger, and it also depends how focused you are on that Armiger. There are definitely good uses for Armiger, and there are good uses early for Armiger. And even at mid game, late game, you can use Armiger in spot cases. But if you feel like a champion hasn't been valuable and you feel like you've been tricked and you didn't use that champion at the time where you got benefit out of it, sometimes you vault that champion and you never really bring them back out and you never experiment with them. As a free-to-play player, at least the way I play free-to-play is if I've invested in a champion, I'm going to find a use for them. I refuse to have wasted, the resources. So it may take a little while, but if you want to find uses for your Armiger, you certainly can. You can mess around with different builds, different places. You can, Ice Golem is a place to try Armiger. Spider's a place to try Armiger. There's some Doom Tower places to try Armiger. You could even try Armiger in Sand Devil's Necropolis. There are some kind of interesting ways to use the champion that might not be like the most mainstream ways, but as a free-to-play player, you might experiment with. Wow, well, those are awful pieces, huh? So yeah, I feel you. I mean, I built my first Armiger. I never fell in love with Armiger. I've never fallen in love with Armiger, but I have gained a certain amount of respect for the champion over time. Okay, let's check our champions. So we need force and magic potions. Okay. I'm so used to being focused on spirit potions early on because of Deacon. But let's start with the magic potions. So yeah, here's the thing. First 7 days, you got potion. All the potion keeps are open. So you need to push as hard as you can through these arbiter missions, because there are arbiter missions that require you to get potions or clear potion keep stages a certain number of times. And once you get past the first 7 days, now you're into that rotation, especially with the void any void potion or void keep mission, you have to wait so long to get to. So if you can push past a chunk of those before the 7 days runs out, then you can just get access, you can just like cycle through them and get through them really quickly, which is nice. So that's usually what I try to do in the first 7 days is I try to push Arbiter missions as far as possible. And then I forget about them and get stuck and look at my Arbiter for 200 days. It's just like, I forget. Hey there, Deep Squats. Stephen Markley. Can I have a new account using mail connected to a main account? Yes. Yeah, if you want to use an email account that already has another account associated with, just put a period somewhere in the account. So if your email account is, I don't know, Cold Lemonade, right? You could put a dot after the C dot old lemonade, and at gmail.com or whatever, and it would work, and you could get a new account, a new raid account with that email. Armor Guard for Scarab King can be good, sure. Cintranos, yep, he could be used in Cintranos. Federal, it was very fun to see that you were the last one picked for the free-to-play challenge. Yeah, it was fun. It was like building. It's funny because I had a feeling. I mean, not that you know these things, but it's like I was like, the way my luck's been running, I'll be the last one picked. But then it turned out, because it was like I was the last one picked and I was streaming, I was laughing, and then Hell Hades raided my channel. So it's like I ended up with, I have 400 viewers right now. My top stream ever has been about 160, I think. So he instantly like quadrupled my highest live stream ever. So it was pretty cool to be the last one there and have people jump in and hang around. I mean, we started with 700 viewers and now we're at 401, but 401's a lot. I appreciate people hanging out. Now Shield Guard, I do love me some Shield Guard, yeah. And that's a champion I use. He was actually my second 6-star on my Noob versus Pro account. Win Gauntlets with attack percentage as the primary stat from stage 4. Sure, let's try to do that. Yeah, we'll just keep running these. We just need to get these to 20, and that will allow me to get Athel to 4 stars. So we're almost at 4 stars. Do you not have to authenticate your email account? Not that I know of. Was over 1K viewers at one point. Was awesome, Kieran Brown says. Yeah. Bryce says, you deserve it, man. You're a really good CC. I appreciate it, Bryce. And I appreciate you always showing up in the live streams. It's always great to see you. Do I have a streaming schedule somewhere? I do have it on my... Oh, hey, look at that. Now that is RNG in my favor. That never happens. That never happens. I got it on the first mission. Yeah, it should be right on my page. I'll say it out loud, everybody, so everybody hears it. It's Tuesday, Thursday, and Sunday. On Tuesdays, I go at 1 p.m. I keep saying 2 p.m., but it's 1 p.m. Eastern time. I'm on the East Coast of the United States. Let me just get this. So, yeah, 1 p.m. on Tuesdays, I do my Tuesday takeovers where I give away live takeovers for members of my Discord community. All you have to do is sign up in my Discord community. There's a little like wheel, just like the wheel that we had for the draft, where we just spin the wheel and whoever wins gets a free takeover. I try to do at least 3 takeovers every day, but usually I always get in at least 2, but sometimes I get in 3 takeovers, and they're completely free and you can try whatever you want. Like I'm a free to play player. I'm not the world's most experienced CC and takeover guy, but usually we help people out. And it could be a coaching session. It could be a team rebuild, champion rebuild. We could get into dungeons for you, do a dungeon comp. We could do, I don't know, gear cleanse. We've done gear cleanses. So if you're interested in takeovers or seeing what the takeovers are all about, Tuesday at 1 p.m. On Thursdays, I run my main account, and it's kind of a variety stream. I just get into content, do whatever feels fun. I like to show off my main account because it is an endgame free-to-play account. I don't think players have a lot of exposure to what that looks like. And it shows some different kinds of solutions with different, I have a fantastic roster. I'm not going to say it's not an endgame account. It is. It's 2.5 years of grinding hard as a free-to-play player. I have gotten some lucky pulls. You will in 2.5 years get some lucky pulls, but I have a lot, I have fewer champions than, the other content creators who are at that point and who spend money. And so, some of the solutions are kind of interesting, and it's just fun to mess around on my main account every once in a while because most of my content is more mid-game focused or early game focused and free to play. And then, so that's Thursdays. Usually I go live around 3:30. So somewhere between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m. That day is a little bit I have to be flexible because of the way that day works in my life. So, but usually somewhere between 3 and 4 p.m. I go on Thursdays. And then on Sundays at 11 a.m. Eastern time, Sun, who is my editor, S-U-N, he is not my son. It's like sunshine. That question has come up too many times. He and I live stream together. We had a Noob versus Pro series for a long time. We did 25 episodes of that. And the Noob versus Pro, he was the noob. He had never played Raid before. I was at about 2 years in. And so he and I started new accounts together and then competed kind of, casually. We're good friends. But he kicked my butt. He absolutely, he torched me. So it was kind of funny to see. I'm hoping that I redeem myself in this event here. But yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. I have to do 3 of these. Okay, one more. So yeah, that's at 11 a.m. Eastern time on Sundays. Now this Sunday, which is 2 days from now, I won't be here. I have a family obligation. Good friends of ours are having a baby shower, and we're very excited to see them. They don't live on the East Coast. One of our friends grew up on the East Coast, so she's back here to have a baby shower with her family. And we're invited to that, and we can't wait to see them. We only get to see them about every 6 months. So that's really exciting. But that means on Sunday, I won't be here for the live stream, and I also won't be playing any of my 3 accounts. I'm doing the fusion on my main account and on my level 62 Noob versus Pro account, and then I just started this challenge account. So like I said, I'm probably going to be playing pretty much for the next 24 hours just to try to get a head start on everything, get all the groundwork laid down. And that reminds me, I've got to get back on my phone to start playing my other accounts so that I don't fall behind. And somebody's texting me something. Oh, cool. All right. So that was the third one of these. Yeah, so that is my schedule, but it should be there on the main page somewhere. Equip 4 champions with 6 artifacts of level 8 or higher. All right, so it's going to be Mordecai. It's going to be Mordecai, Athel, obviously, War Priest, I think, and I got to pick a 4th champion. All right. So let's see. What account is this? So I got to play 2 accounts on my phone now. I don't, my BlueStacks is broken. All right. I did everything I needed to on this account, except, let's see. Summon Rush is done. Man, that's painful. Just watching that level up to 8. Like, what the heck? The Dragon Tournament is done. I could use a few more points. I'm just a few points away from that Epic Tome. I'll go get that Epic Tome. I did not do Doom Tower because I'm at that point now where I'm in hard Doom Tower about halfway up, and like now I have to manual each floor, and I just don't have the time or patience for that. So I might have maxed out on my Noob versus Pro count. So my Noob versus Pro count is level 62. 144 days in or something. So if you hear me talk about that account as noob versus pro, that's because of that live stream series with my editor when we competed with those accounts. So his main account, his very first account, is also his noob versus pro account. And so that's been the main focus of my playtime for the last 4.5 months. So my main account has it hasn't dwindled exactly, but I haven't really pushed it very much. The only thing I've gotten done in the last 4.5 months on my main account is I got to stage 10 of hard mode dragon. I got to stage 25 of Sand Devil's Necropolis. I think I got to start stage 10 hard mode of Spider. And then I upgraded a couple of teams for speed. And that's like it. That's like the in 4.5 months, that's the advancement I made on my main account. I haven't played that account. Like I've just played enough to like do the fusions. I've gotten all of the fusions with the exception of Panda, who I didn't go for. But for like the last 7 months, I've gotten every fusion except the one. So Stevie Boy says stream needs more likes. Please like the stream. I'd appreciate it. Dark Enigma says don't let him fool you. He's good. He helped me a lot. I appreciate that, Dark. Diabolus is a farmable speed booster. Diabolus is actually a very good champion. Okay, so now we still got to do more of these. Now, just a quick note here. If you have to do this quest or any quest where you have to level up gear and you don't have good gear that you actually want to level up, just level up 1-star gear because it's the cheapest. So you can do it really cheap. And then this. And because we have like a situation right now where you can remove gear for free, you can even like, hold on to some of the gear, like if it's attack percentage or HP percentage on the particular sets. And then you can use it to like clear the tasks later on that you need to. Oh boy. I miss BlueStacks when you could turn down the frame rate on BlueStacks and this thing would just zoom, 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 zoom. It would just fly through. I hate that they do this. They should change this. They're interested in creating, Plarium's interested in doing more quality of life stuff. This is the kind of thing they need to get rid of. There shouldn't even be, like, this is just silly. There shouldn't even be this system. It's so irritating. Like, instant upgrades don't unlock until level 40? Are you kidding me? Level 40? Should be level 4. Just unlock it instantly. Should be instantaneous. All right, we're getting there. Anyone got a clan for the free-to-play challenge? We do not have a specific clan for the free-to-play challenge. Maybe we should get one. Maybe if there's enough interest, we'll start one. Ben says, get Greybeard, great CC champ, one of my favorites and rares, and he's farmable. Yeah, so that's the AoE provoke champion. Pretty solid, you're right. I don't normally run him. I have run him once or twice in the past, and he does a very good job. He does an excellent job at just like controlling waves, like just making the waves a little bit easier to handle. Yeah, there were some there were some interesting champions I learned about this last time around. Champions that I hadn't run before. I'm actually thinking about running. If I had run Elhain, I would have farmed this rare. I'll show you. Equip 4 champions with 6 artifacts of level 8 or higher. 6 artifacts. 6 artifacts. Oh, 5 artifacts. There is an elf champion that's farmable. I think her name's Hyria, who's actually a really legitimately good champion. And I've never run her before this last free-to-play series, the new versus pro series. And I got her up before, and I bailed out on her. I bailed out on her probably earlier than I should have, because I think I pulled a legendary. And she's actually legit. I'm thinking about running her. Oh, I can't even show her right now. Let's see. I got to go to the index. I'm thinking about running her in this series. Where is she? There she is. So she's farmable from stage 6, which you have to farm for speed gear anyway from campaign for a little bit. And if you look at her base stats, you know, it's like she's squishy, right? 749 defense, HP of 12,000. Like, she is squishy. But look at that attack. Like, that's really legitimate attack on a rare. Her A1 has an extra 25% chance of inflicting a critical hit, which is really nice. It's, in fact, that's like, whatever. It's like, okay. So the A2 is a triple hitter. And it has a 50% chance of placing a poison debuff for 2 turns on each hit. Great for Fire Knight. Great for Clan Boss, right? She's actually a legitimate Clan Boss poisoner early on. And then her A3 is an ally attack with 2 random allies. So you don't care if this crits or not if you're just trying to place poison. You got the 25% extra crit on the A1. The A3 uses the A1, so you can just build her with 75% crit. And you can get a decent amount of poisons out of her. You could even put her in a toxic set if you needed more poisons out of her. You know? Or you could build her tanky. I mean, as tanky as you could get her. She's not going to get real tanky. But this random ally thing is really nice. And now I'm thinking about like Mordecai. Not Mordecai. Athel. I'm thinking about Athel and then the login champion. The login champion has decreased defense on his A1 that's irresistible, and Athel has a weaken on her A1 and a triple hitter. So potentially she could be the 4th champion in my group, right? That ally attack could be really nice. And even Mordecai. Mordecai has a chance of decreasing turn meter on his A1. 30% chance, which books the 45% chance of decreasing the target's turn meter by 10%. It's actually increased if it's under an HP burn champ. Now you have the HP burn there, you know. So I'm kind of excited for Hyria again. I'm going to try her out, I think. We'll see. It might just be too much. Like, there might not be enough support there. You know, we still need a leech or something to keep us alive, or we need an apothecary to keep us going. So, all right. So those are 3 champions. Was this a champion that yeah. Okay. So now we got to take this guy's stuff up to 8. Sorry, guys. Can't do nothing about the slow rolls here. Got to get back on my phone. Okay. Bryce says Hyria is good. Some of Sun's clan started an alt for this. All right, cool. Eris is good too. Eris is good too. Oh, you're saying Hyria is not farmable? It's Eris that's farmable? Could be. Maybe I'm mistaken. Hyria is not farmable. I thought she was. Gotcha. All right. Well, that's disappointing. I thought she was farmable. My mistake. It may just be that I pulled like 6 copies of her or something, you know, so I thought she was farmable. I was like, I had a lot of copies of her. She's still in my new versus pro faction crypt team. So it's Avenger and Eris. Well, Eris is good. Eris is a speed booster with a cleanse. And she's got a counterattack, I think, right? Does Eris have a counterattack? She a counterattack. It's on a 1-turn cooldown. She has a counterattack on a 1-turn cooldown. I thought Hyria was farmable. Now I'm disappointed because now I might not get her. You know, and booking rares is trickier than it used to be. You actually get more epic tomes than you do rare tomes now. So booking a rare without copies takes a little while. Hey, son, where are you at? You around?
You.
Hey, you. You want to jump into? You want to start streaming in Discord so I can pull you into the stream here? You can say hi to everybody. We got a lot of people. They should meet you.
I can, sure. It'll take me a moment.
All right. Yeah, Dumbledore, I will pull the mystery shards in a little bit. Misha says, "Hey Cole, when are the new clans going to be created? I would love to join." So we're like this close to launching the clans. We have them sort of set up in place. We just need to have a meeting with the leadership and get the systems in place. We've got the applications just about ready to go. So the goal is to launch them. We were hoping to launch them today, but we're probably going to, because of this situation, we're probably going to launch them tomorrow. So I would be on the lookout. So tomorrow, early afternoon, say by like 1 or 2 p.m., we should have the clans systems in place and people can start applying and start getting distributed amongst the clans. So for people who don't know, we have 2 clans in our cluster. Sun and I each started a clan for our new Versus Pro series, and then people joined a team, and it was just kind of fun. But the community's grown, and so we need more clans. So the goal currently is to expand to 5 clans. We're going to start by going from 2 to 4. And we should be doing that hopefully tomorrow. So there are going to be 2 new clans that are going to be opened up. And each of the clans will sort of have designated expectations, I guess you would say, like, so you can kind of pick which one fits where you are in terms of game progress. So if you're hitting Nightmare, you don't want to just get thrown into a clan that's still everybody's on hard, clan boss or whatever. So, or vice versa, right? You don't want to be the only one hitting the hard mode clan boss when everybody else is in Ultra Nightmare. So all of that, like I said, should be going live tomorrow. And yeah, so we're going to have 60 new spots, which is great. And then in the near future, in like the next week to 2 weeks, we should be adding a 5th clan. And the 5th clan will kind of be like the top most competitive clan, the most ambitious clan. I'm going to move my main account into that clan because, like I said, my main account's an endgame account. And so it would be more of an endgame focused clan. And that way, players who are in the other 4 clans who maybe feel like, they need something more ambitious to take on can move up into that clan. And then moving forward, we will see what happens. We will see if we need to, do more endgame clans or if we need to do more starter clans to beat 20 champions at Classic Arena. Because I don't know where the demand is going to be, where the preference is going to be. So I hope that answers the question. Tomorrow, new clans will be open.
We'll do it live.
We'll do it live. Are you ready to go?
Yeah. Gonna catch me a little sweaty. Just got off the exercise bike. So.
Okay. Let me see.
Not looking too hot of a mess. Doing all right.
Are we in where are we? Are we in the owner's lounge?
Yep.
It's gonna do that same thing. All right, let me let me see. I'm gonna try to drop down. Actually, try this. Go to Sun's room and see if you can stream there. I may be able to pick you up from there. I don't know. I might have to drop down there as well. I probably have to drop down there as well. Let's just go to Sun's room.
But yeah, you won't have my audio if that's the case.
Right. All right, let's drop down there. Where the heck is it? All right, let's see. There he is. All right. Why don't we go to the close-up shot?
Ooh. There we go. We're doing it live. We're gonna see if it,
There we go.
if it all works.
Hey.
Ooh,
Hey,
thanks,
everybody.
wife. All right, I appreciate you.
This guy right here, his name is Sonny.
Hey,
He's
there
one of
we
my
go.
very best friends in the whole world. And we have been doing this together for a few months now. It's been a crazy journey. He's a very good gamer, kicked my butt in the Noob versus Pro series. And he's going to be doing his very first solo live stream on Call Red Plays this Sunday at 11 a.m. So come support him if you will. Give him some love. It should be a fun
Hi,
stream.
everybody.
It's always a fun time. Yeah, how you doing today, son?
Yeah. Well, we've been. It's been a little bit of a roller coaster. You know, it's been a lot of fun. It was really exciting to see the wheel spin. Man,
Yeah.
I was watching that every single time it landed. I'm like, so close. It's so close.
It was either next to
One of the
us or
last
we were
ones.
like after whoever got pulled got taken off of the wheel, the arrow was on us. And I'm like, you never start on the arrow and end on the arrow. You know? So it's like, oh man.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah.
Yeah, no, that was
But it
a
was
ton of fun. Seeing everybody, you know, come in on the stream. It's been fantastic. And
Yeah.
you know, Cole and I, we've been doing this YouTube thing together for a little while now. It's been awesome. You know, growing the community, everybody that's watching and enjoying the videos. It's fantastic.
Yeah. Give a little we got Hot Hands. He's got some nicknames. He's got I lost this arena battle. Oh
Yeah.
I should have been paying attention. It's a Wukong. I should have been paying attention. But yeah, so Son has some nicknames, one of which is Hot Hands, because he pulls viewer shards and he does well for viewers. So if you want some viewer shard pulls, you know what? Today would be a day to do some viewer shard pulls. But maybe somebody will want one on some. Maybe somebody will have held shards for the Sunday stream, and you could pull shards on Sunday. But yeah, one of his names is Hot Hands, and then some of the members have started calling you Magic Hands, which makes me wondering if you're having inappropriate conversations when I'm not around.
Hey now. No. I don't know how that one got thrown into the mix, you know.
There was Captain Hot Hands, Corporal Hot Hands, Colonel
Captain Hot Hands, Corporal, yeah.
Yeah, so
there's been a few variations.
Tong said that is none of your concern, Colret. Disco asks, son, are you playing this free-to-play 2024?
I am not actually. So, and in hindsight, it's both. I kind of really wish that I did, but at the same time, I think it was the right call having you on the team with the main content creators. I think it's gonna be really cool to see and watch. But unfortunately, in my life, things are just it's a lot on the plate already as it is. So just unfortunately did not have the availability. But hopefully, next one. Hey, we'll see.
Well, you could still do
part of.
this one if you wanted to. Do you know what I mean? Like, you could just roll an account.
I could, yeah. At that point, I would have put my name in the hat, though. You know.
Yeah, I don't know. Actually, I don't know how that would have worked because, like, we're the same channel. We only have one channel.
Yeah, I kind of was thinking about that too. Exactly. Yeah, I'm like, how would that even work? Are they going to have two people from the same channel? It'd be kind of interesting, but
right. Like Saphira is really HH Gaming, which is, and he's not in the content creator program, which I think is silly because he creates all the content for HH Gaming, but because he's technically not under his own name, he can't be part of the content creator program. Now, this is just HH. HH might have made an exception, but I'm like, yeah, sure, cool, you can come on in. But, it then would have been two people from our channel, so that might have been a little wonky.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, but like I said, hopefully next challenge that comes around be a little bit more more free time, and yeah, I'll definitely be excited to be a part of it. And then this Sunday, normally we do our noob versus pro streams, but pro is going to be absent, so the noob's going to have to take over. It's going to be a Sunday fun day.
Sun streams.
I have no idea what's going to happen. It's going to be a sun stream. People keep asking for it. We got a miniature version of it the one day, and I guess we'll see how it goes.
Tommy says on his first mystery shard 10 pull, he got 2 rares. This free to play challenge starts good. That's nice. Tonk says, doing it live.
That's a way to start it. Do it live.
Coming Sunday is viewer mystery shard pulls. Hamrock is still pushing that. He's like, I have great ideas. Viewer mystery shards. That is quite the idea, Hamrock. I enjoy it.
Dude, I
enjoy it.
It's called Sunday for a reason. Exactly.
I mean, one of the best things about the experience so far, at least up until this point, because now the Noob versus Pro, we're evolving it. But with the Noob versus Pros, there were people who just like joined that series and came to every live stream, or if they couldn't come to the live streams, they watched the videos on
really
demand.
Cool.
And so it's like 25 episodes, and some of the episodes ran like 6 hours. So you're talking about somewhere between like 100 and 150 hours, and people just watch the whole series. And there are all these inside jokes. The same viewers came back over and over and over again. So conversations that started in episode 7 were still going on in episode 17. It was so much fun. So yeah, that was really a great part about that series. So I hope that we can follow it up with another great series.
For sure.
We can find a series that's going to match it in terms of energy and involvement with the community. Because I mean, and it's kind of funny because one of the big aspects of that series was the fact that you played your account on screen while I just talked and didn't do anything. So when it came time for, when you think about,
I'm doing work, I'm putting in the time.
When you think about the fact that series ran for 100 to 150 hours, that means like you got like 80 extra gaming hours in that series from me, because I did not do a quarter of the work that you did. Like outside of the first 2 episodes or 3 episodes, like that first week, man, it was just like you did work every single time, and I just talked to people. And then of course, you'd literally run through all of your energy and you'd be sitting there, you'd be like, I'm just for an hour and a half, you're like, I don't have anything to do.
I'm like, oh, all right.
I don't have anything to do.
I'm like,
I'd be like, really? I haven't touched my account
behind today. I'm good to go.
Yeah.
I've said maybe Sun should just play the account, say he's the winner of the challenge. Hey, I mean, just saying, if they need a pro on their team, where to find it.
Hey now. Listen, if you wanted to play,
I mean,
you should just roll.
The results don't lie. The results don't lie. I'm just saying.
Hey, listen. Roll up an account, get on the
leaderboard,
and let's see what happens. When they need
the grizzled, when they need that grizzled veteran, that carries the entire squad to victory, they know who to call. That's all I'm saying.
Well, what I'm saying is, you had it easy in Noob versus Pro. You had to focus on one account, buddy.
You're right. You're right. It was easy competition. I don't know why.
One account. You were playing one account. That's all you had to do is play one account. Grab a second account and see how easy it is now. I'm playing 3. I'm playing 3 accounts. Come on. You can do it. No, I think you would do
Sounds
great.
like a personal problem to me.
I actually think you would do great. I think you should do it. I mean, granted, it is a commitment to play an additional account and find time to do that. And I know you got stuff going on. So, and this is like competitive. This is not just playing a second account for fun. This is playing an account to see how well you can play an early game account, The biggest downside of doing this, and I've done this like so many times now, where I've started an account just for kicks, just for like relearning something or for doing content. the real downside is when you pull that first great legendary that you don't have on another account. You know, it's like my first ult, I was just doing to like remind myself how to play the game because I had come back after a year and a half off. And I was like, yeah, there's some things I don't really understand. Maybe I should just start a new account to kind of like tutor myself, you know, like skill back up. And my first legendary was Bad Alcazar. And I was like, what the? Now I have to play. I played that account for 18 months because I pulled Bad Alcazar too early. You know, I was just like, oh man. And like Stagnite was like my first epic. I pulled Stagnite and Bad Alcazar and I was like, now I'm hooked. Now I have to play this account. So for, you know, over a year and a half, I played 2 accounts. All right.
Yeah, you're locked in at that point.
Yeah, you really are.
Do about it.
Yeah. And that's the account I pulled the Corvus on. That's the account I pulled the Geo on. That's the like I have all these great champions on that account. I was actually on there earlier.
Oh, it's that account. Oh,
checking it out. It's sick. It's a great account. I've got Fushan on that account. I actually waited. I wish I hadn't. I waited until the Ninja event ended and then I started the account because I was like, I don't want to have Ninja. Like, I don't want that. I don't want Ninja. I was like, well, I don't know why. Because I could have started it during the Ninja and got Ninja too. But I've got Artak and Wukong and Deliana and Rhonda. So I think I've got Helicath. I did the Helicath fusion on that account. I didn't do the Newt fusion. I should have done the Newt. I wasn't playing the account anymore. But I could have done the Newt fusion on that account. That would have been great. Okay, so
Awesome,
let's go. Yeah.
I saw Trey ask, who's y'all's favorite champ that you own? I know my meme answer. I don't know if I know my real answer.
Trey, mine is easy.
Well, I think I know your answer.
Oh, look at that. I got a rare too. That's a nice start. It's Bogwalker, who's not like much of anything.
Game changer. Victory guaranteed.
So who's your favorite champion?
Like I said, I know my meme answer. My joke answer would, well, immediately I would say Geo there, right? Have to. But realistically, I do love my Brogni.
That's
my
true.
Brogni being my first ever legendary, I think he might be at the top of the list. The first ever legendary that I pulled. Wukong is fantastic too, and he's done some great work for me. He still does everywhere. Love him too, but Brogni was my first, live pull from a shard, accidental 10 pull. Didn't see it coming, and he's just a game changer. He's so awesome.
Yeah, he is.
Absolutely fantastic. So I think I'm keeping it with the dwarves,
Fair
Team
enough.
Dwarf Squad.
Team Dwarf Squad. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Brogni was an
that would be
amazing
my
pull for you.
challenge account.
And one of the things you have to realize about Sun's account is that it's less than 150 days old. This is your only account. So in terms of the number of champions that you actually own, you only own what, three legendaries, right? So is it 3 now? It's Wukong, Brogni,
and Biggin.
And Biggin, right. And I mean, you'll get a 4th in a few days from the login rewards. So it makes sense that he's your favorite champion. For me, it's easy because it's Cardiel. It's always Cardiel. It will always be Cardiel. Because he was my first Void legendary I pulled from a shard, and he was the only Void legendary I pulled from a shard for like a year and a half. He's also one of the best champions in the game, and he became the cornerstone of my account. So yeah, that's my favorite champion that I own.
Yeah.
All right, what am I doing next here? Chestplate, attack, Sewers Varnock. Okay. Yeah, let's do this.
But so tell me. So what? Now that the festivities have started, the challenge has begun. So are you just going to be grinding this out hardcore? You gonna be going, you know, for the next 5-6 hours? What are you thinking?
Oh, tonight. Yeah,
Curious.
tonight it's on. Yeah, I got to go make some
It's
more.
on. Okay.
I got to make
All
some more
right.
tea.
All right.
I'll have to check in with my wife in a little bit. And then probably, I mean, probably this will be what I'm doing for until like 1 a.m. And then I'll probably get up at 8, start again, play as much tomorrow as I can. We do have to get the house ready for guests. So that's a thing. But other than that, this is what's happening until I leave on Sunday. So when I leave on Sunday, I'm not going to be able to play this or any of my accounts for several hours. But yeah, in fact, I'm going to go check it with the wife right now. So I'm going to pass this off to you. Let me put you in the lead so you can go back to your game side. Yeah. And yeah. So this is Sun's account. So Sun will entertain you for the next 5 minutes while I go do a family check-in, maybe make myself a cup of hot tea and take a bathroom break, and I'll be back in about 5 minutes. All right, I'll see you then.
Sounds good. All right, everybody, how y'all doing? Temporary mini Sun stream now. Ben says we grinded tonight. Cole will be. I think, you know, I'm just running my regular account, trying to do a fusion with 0 resources. It's going to be a great time. That's going to be my challenge. That's a crazy free-to-play account already? Yeah, right? Man, the odds on that. Got some good luck going. How did I get them all to 60? Skill. I'll never share my secret. Am I going for the fusion? I am. I'm going to try for the fusion. I don't have any sacred shards, so that's going to be a little bit of a problem. I'm going to be the goal is, or the attempt is going to be, I'm going to skip this current summon event and then go for the champion chase towards the end and pull all of my shards, voids, mysteries, everything. Spend an hour doing that, 2 hours, 3 hours. We all know how that's going to turn out. And then hopefully that will be enough to get me to the end and get the fusion. What's up, Son? What's up, Dark? How's it going? Fem, Ian? Geo team is on. Heck yeah. Son, how many hours of footage do you have to edit picking his nose? I don't think he's picked his nose in front of me yet. He at least has some sense of decency. But you know, I get a little the behind the scenes. You know, it's always fun. Get a couple extra little takes. Sometimes he leaves me messages just for me to find later on. Cracks me up every time. He doesn't take, fails it miserably. He's like, all right, we're going to go back and do it again. So he looks at me like, don't look at me like that, man. I'm like, and I'm sitting on the other side of the screen. I didn't know he's talking to me. I'm like, yeah, all right. We're editing that out. Nobody will ever see it again. Do I have gems and energy stockpiled? I have 0 energy reserve stockpiled, but I do have 4,400 gems. So maybe. We're going to have to see if that's going to be enough. It's supposed to be a 2x Void event next weekend. That's what I heard. I think Cole mentioned before it might be sacred, but I heard it was potentially a Void. If it is, that's going to be really good for me. Early Sunstream. Yep. The Cole Red last pick name. I like it. We're going to have to work that in somewhere. Is this fusion worth resources in your opinion? 2,000 energy daily. I mean, there's a bunch of different ways to look at that, right? I mean, is it going to solve a problem that you can't already solve? Then that would make it worth it for you. If it's not doing that, maybe it doesn't. Maybe you like Monster Hunter, so you want to have the champion. That makes it worth it for you. Maybe you don't give a crap. Then it doesn't, right? So it kind of depends on your perspective, I think. For me personally, I've yet to do a fusion, and I've been in better spots than I am now. But I also kind of just figured at this stage, either A, I complete it, and that's awesome. B, I fail. At least I tried. I'm not too bothered or upset by the loss there, if that does happen. I'll get a shard from the clan boss. I'm telling you, my luck with the Ultra Nightmare clan boss is zero, zip, zilch. It's been 3, almost 4 weeks of me farming Ultra Nightmare every single day, and I've yet to get. I've not even gotten a single Shaker shard yet. I mean, it's where I've gotten all my voids, but I would much prefer some sacreds. Yeah, Adam, you kind of have a point there. The fact it's a limited time champ makes it unskippable for you, and I understand that thought as well. But at the same time, for me, as somebody who just started the game, 4 or 5 months ago, I've already missed out on so many champions. I'm playing now, so it'd be kind of a bummer to miss out on that champion. But I can't get Ninja. I can't get some of those previous champions anyway. So I don't really fall under the FOMO because of that. Sometimes skipping the fusion is the best choice for the account. Absolutely. And I fully agree with that. I would not, this is a do as I say, not as I do kind of scenario. I don't think my decision to go for this fusion is perhaps the wisest. But sometimes you got to throw caution to the wind. You gotta just take your shot. You got to go for it. See what happens. I just think it'd be fun. Now that I kind of have a better idea of how everything works, how it all comes together, doing the fusions, it's worth a try, and maybe I'll surprise myself. And I think that's another kind of cool aspect to it is if I do end up completing it and doing so successfully, that tells me I can do it with a lot less than I thought that I needed. And that would be really cool. Also make me a lot more comfortable. Sometimes you gotta fail in order to be comfortable doing it the next time. Dungeon divers are brutal. Dungeon divers are brutal. I always have trouble with the dungeon divers. Always feels like I look at that event or tournament, and it's never nearly as many points as I think it's going to be. It's fun to try. Yeah, exactly. For me, it's kind of just fun to try. Yeah, there you go, Liam. That's how I feel too. That's why I'm making the attempt, despite how new I am. Exactly. It's at this point, it's kind of just fun to try. I'm gonna give it a shot. If I don't make it, I don't make it. But at least I tried. I'm missing every fusion I don't go for. So at least if I give it a shot, I can say I tried. But it's going to be close. It's going to be real close. The reserves are low. The only stockpile I have is gems. And I've just got to hope that's going to be enough. If I could skip though, I'd probably skip artifact enhancements. That's another. I only have, I think, like 13.5 million silver. Might end up having to throw some energy into Spider, and trying to get some of that. Try to claw some of that cash back. Best of luck. Thank you, Hazard. I appreciate it. Maybe I'll put you guys over here in front of me. That way I look like I'm looking at you. 4K gems, definitely enough. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm hoping. I mean, preferably I don't blow my entire stash of gems, but at this point, I'm kind of okay with it. Wife says, I need champs, so I pull. I need gear, so I farm. Got energy, you got 4.4k gems. There you go. Yeah, I'm not even really 100% sure where I'd use the champion. I think at first my original thought was bringing her into clan boss instead of my Fane. Bringing a leech into my team would be absolutely awesome, I think. Problem is I would lose decreased defense. So that might not be worth it. We're going to have to see. Maybe we'll get another, free gear event at some point. And I'll just swap the two and just see what happens. But she's insane. Yeah, she is definitely insane for Fire Knight. All those multi-hits are going to be fantastic. And that is actually an area where I need help. I don't have tons of crazy multi-hitters like that. That is going to do huge work for me there. Steven's doing the fusion on the main and the ult. Best luck. It's a lot of grind. I've never done that. I know Cole has, and he is constantly telling me about it. Talk news. Yeah, man, I'm still working on. I gotta do my fusion, and I gotta do the fusion on my other account. You're gonna avoid the next fusion. Yeah, that was one consideration for me. Was potentially me going for this fusion means that I can't go for the next one. Well, I guess that would just be the way it is. Potentially, if all goes well, I'm kind of hoping that I just need less resources than I think I will, and that I might be able to just kind of get into a rhythm where I'm kind of just barely clawed my way to victory on the fusions as they come along, and then over time, catch it up to where where I just have just enough resources, just enough to keep it going. I think I kind of undervalued the fusions when I first started. Considering the number of legendaries that I've gotten, it's a lot lower than I thought I was going to get. And so having those guaranteed as champions in the fusions, not bad. It's kind of really, really valuable. And a lot of the previous fusions have been great.
So did I hear right? You're
cool.
going for this fusion?
I'm gonna try.
When did you make that decision?
Yesterday, day before.
Okay, I didn't know you were going for the fusion. We got to make that happen, man. It's gonna be. It's gonna be. It's gonna be close. I assume because you don't have any sacred shards at all, right? Yeah. So that means we got to go. We got to go for that champion chase. Do you have any? Do you have any fusions?
No.
Like, do you have any of the permanent fusions set up to go?
From the last fusion. Not
nice.
Any of the other permanent ones, no.
Okay.
So, but it should be a 2x void potentially, so that might help me out a little bit.
How many void shards do you have?
9 right now.
Okay.
Pretty much if I'm gonna go for it, I think what's gonna happen is I'm gonna get to that point and I'm gonna pull all of my void shards and we're kind of just gonna have to see. Like, am I within striking distance? If I am, maybe, buy some ancient shards with the gems I have saved up and see if that gets me in the striking distance. But that's going to be the make or break point, I think. Until then, I'm kind of, as somebody in the chat said earlier, I gotta level my champions. I'm gonna farm, farm campaign. I need to get gear. I'm gonna farm. I got to do this stuff anyway, so might as well do it in the tournaments.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely it'll be a stretch, but I think there's a chance you could do it. And she's a good champion. You know, she would add something to your account. So yeah. Let me switch back over here. Why don't sorry, your tiny son. Why don't we switch you back to your close up?
Oh, I was gonna say, do we want to do a poll real quick?
Oh, you want to do a poll?
I've got to do a poll.
Let's do. All right, wait. Let's get a little love from the chat here.
Man, if I'd known I was going to be on stream, I wouldn't have worked out. I'm all messed up. Got to get the muscles going. They're getting there.
All right, we need some shard pull love for Sun, please. Throw those noob emotes. If you got the noob emotes, throw them. If you don't have noob emotes, throw some hearts. Throw something. We got to give Sun some love here. He's pulling a prism shard. So
and it's unfortunate because I specifically was trying to save these shards, and I only had 25. But for some reason, they didn't go into my mailbox.
Ah.
And I'm not sure if I goofed or what happened. But these get auto pulled, right?
Yeah, you can't save them.
Once the event ends, I can't save them. I saw somebody in the chat say save them for the fusion. I'm like, I wish I could.
You can't. Yeah, from that
I can't. So
I mean, from that pool, any of those legendary, I mean, Noct is probably the least interesting legendary there, but all of the other legendaries would be really strong for you. I would love to see you pull Lady Kimmy. That could be great. As far as the epics are concerned, the pool of epics is not as strong for you. Probably because you have a lot of you have a lot of the top ones already. You have Geo, you have Duke the Pierced, you have Sylar, you have Padma. You know, so I don't know. I don't know who would really
Alaric, be. I have Gorlos. Yeah, the epics aren't looking too hot for me on this one.
Yeah, but all right, we got a lot of love in the chat for you. So whenever you're ready,
all right,
let's see gold. Let's see gold.
Give it a shot. Let's see gold. Let's see gold.
A second Sylar.
Hey, Sylar.
You know what? If you're gonna get a second champion, that's not a bad second champion to have. Not as good as the second Geo, but
not a bad
still,
one to have.
Yeah, still pretty solid.
A second Geo would have been nice.
Yeah.
Oh, but you know what? She'll be a part of she'll be a happy family in the Faction Guardians. There she goes.
Yes, she will be. All right, so let's head back over here. All right, so I'm still trying for. Oh, yeah, we shrunk you again. You got to go back to your close up, Mr. Sunshine.
Hey.
There we go. All right, so I still need to get a chest plate with attack %.
Yeah, I wish I could have saved that pull. Now I'm just hoping these other ones don't get. Well, I guess now it doesn't matter. Now I can pull these. But I've been saving them. Rising Legend asked if I keep delaying pulling the free login champion until Champion Chase would account for the points, and the answer to that is yes. That is why I'm delaying mine. And you should do the same.
How did you delay yours?
By not touching the Rathalos Chase login thing. I have not played Raid on my phone in 2 days. I just have it open on my PC, and I don't log out.
Yeah, so that's the only way to cheese it there. If you were going to play, right? Like if you're going to play.
Yeah, so you can't switch to mobile at all, but we have found there is a way to cheese it on PC. If you get kicked on PC, once you log back in, if you hit L on your keyboard, it'll take you to your quest log. And as long as you have not done your daily quests, you can go into those, like do like an arena battle or do a campaign battle, and then it will take you there. You do that battle, and then it will take you to your bastion and not have collected the daily login.
Nice.
So that's happened to me a couple times already. Yeah. So that's what I've been using. But you just you have to make sure that you don't do your quests. you want to have at least a quest or two available at all times.
So you just finished like your last quest right before server reset, so you just automatically have it.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. My fighting classic arena 5 times, I just finished those like 15 minutes ago, like half an hour before.
Teddy Bohr says there is a way on mobile. Set airplane mode. You'll get an error bar that will appear. Click continue. A red dot will appear. Don't click the red dot. Gotcha.
Or just never leave raid. Ever.
Oh, man.
Somebody asked me what my clan boss team is. I have a 1-to-1 awesome clan boss team. It is Geo, Brogni, Miscreated, Taragi, and Fane. They are all built pure tank, except for Brogni, who's actually built for damage or the shield. And it's currently a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. 2-key on some affinities.
Just looking for that attack
it's
percentage.
a pretty nice team. Oh, those quests were those early quests.
Hey, Thug.
Find the
Good to see you.
Percent.
David
Hey,
Gerard says, I have 3 Geo. Want to trade? I get that offer every day.
Oh my.
Everybody's like,
Yep.
people DM me screenshots of like 4 Geos. I'm like, all right.
Oh, the pain that I have caused.
Drink those tears.
Oh, drink those tears. Pure joy.
Pure joy.
Ecstasy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Welcome to the internet, Tonk says.
Sopranos. Yep. There we go.
Yeah, I guess I could try that. I could try the 24-hour thing. Like, just leave. I can't. How am I going to do that? I can't play 3 accounts right now. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to get those 500 points right now. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea.
I mean, you didn't have to do the fusion on each one.
I did. You know I did.
Adam says your suffering sustains, son. That it does.
He's like he's my editor and a vampire.
Feed me.
He's
Feed me.
he's just living off of my suffering while simultaneously editing my videos. That's why he agreed to it, because he knows how hard it is to put together a video, and he sees me like yelling at myself, and he's like, yes, more,
yeah.
feed me. That's too funny.
Oh, here's Andrew. If you would be a champion in Raid, which affinity would you be?
Oh, I'd be Void Affinity. Yeah, I'd be Void Affinity. I'm just
see,
you know.
That's what that's what I was gonna say too. Because why wouldn't you want to be Void Affinity? You know?
Well, I mean, some people might find it
Like that's the one you gotta
disturbing.
be. You know what? I'm not gonna be Void Affinity. I'm gonna be Spirit Affinity.
Okay.
I'm gonna follow in the footsteps of my main girl Fane. We're gonna be cool.
There you go.
Yeah,
I just like the sense of nothingness. I'm good
live in
with
the void somewhere.
It's the name. It's not the color. It's just very zen, you know.
Ooh, I got 9 minutes to get these keys done. Okay.
What faction would you be? That's a good question.
Hmm. It's got to be Team Dwarf Squad, right? I'd just be the tallest dwarf.
You look a little bit dwarven like with the beard.
The tallest dwarf. You know, I got a beard. I got long hair.
Yeah, I don't
6'3", they'll
know.
let me in, right? I could be a dwarf at 6'3". They're not gatekeeping. I mean, they make gates, but
I think I might go for dwarves too, or Sylvan Watchers. Oops, I just wasted some XP there. Yeah, maybe Sylvan Watchers, maybe Barbarians. Could be Barbarians. I mean, the thing about like
Sylvan Watchers would be kind of
the Talarians are the human races for the most part, right? Everybody else is non-human. But none of the human races really, or I guess high elves aren't technically human. But none of those factions really strike me as, I don't know, where I'd hang my hat. Maybe Knights Revenant? Nah. Skinwalkers? Shadowkin are kind of interesting. Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. High elves for the Alliance. Sounds like a sounds like a World of Warcraft player. Thugzilla says, I'm Undead Horde. Adam would like Barbarian as well. Playtime rewards. Also, sorry to spam, but time is running out. Yeah, we got 7 minutes until reset, so get all your rewards that you need to get. So let me see. Did I complete everything today?
Isn't that the question? It's always
faction crypts, not really. Doom Tower, done. Cursed City. Oh, I've got a key left in the Cursed City. We should use that.
A couple of Barbarian, a couple of Shadowkin. I think we chose well with our member names then, huh? Those are the good ones.
We got Barbarian Hordes, Shadowkin, Banner Lords, and Sacred Order, right? I gotta say, like, you know, the scholar in me, the student of the game, the theory crafter, kind of appreciates, you know, like the idea of the Sacred Order being like a place for knowledge, but I don't know that I trust them. There's the attack percentage. I mean, if you watch the Call of the Arbiter series, they're not good people.
Yeah, I was about to say, what you mean? If they catch you out of bed at night, they just instantly KO
They just
you?
instantly murder you.
You know, it's just. I'm sorry. Are you out of bed?
You agreed to be in bed at a certain time. The punishment is death. Like the punishment for violating your bedtime is death.
Immediate. There's no discussion.
Appeal.
There's no question.
Yeah, just
off with their head.
You're a 14-year-old out of bed at midnight. The punishment is death. Death by like mace beating in the public hall. You know, like it's not even it's not even like a trial and like a guillotine or something. You just get beaten to death by a bunch of dudes with sticks. It's just horrifying.
It's rough out here, the Sacred Order, man.
It is, yeah. Sacred Order is rough.
He says you're getting a glass of water at 3 a.m. Death.
It's brutal.
Ooh, is there a team that can beat them?
All right.
Let's go super tank, see what happens. Trying to fight the Bommel in 4 minutes.
Trying to beat Bommel in 4 minutes? The one in Cintranos?
Yep.
Because the one in Doom Tower doesn't come out for another week. I'm like, what the hell am I talking about? The one in Cintranos, of course. Actually, I don't even know. Is this next rotation Bommel? It's not, right? We still have one more.
Yeah, last rotation was Bommel.
Right. Oh boy. Man. I'm stiff. I got a long night ahead of me. Yeah, don't forget to accept your daily rewards. 3 minutes left. Make sure you get all those.
Woo! It's gonna be close.
So I am going to get the extra. Oh, that's too bad. I'm not going to get the tokens. That's okay. Let's accept that.
We got him.
I'd be able to do stage 3 because Athel is strong affinity. Hey, if anybody's tracking any of the content creators, let me know. I've actually got to sign up. So what I think we're going to do as soon as the server is reset, I'm gonna pass the lead back to you. I'm going to make sure I'm signed up and I have all my info in so that we can actually get tracked. Yeah, token's probably least valuable, at least right now. You know, but it would be nice to be able to get a few more arena battles in the next 24 hours. Freaky Gamer says, I'm stuck on Scarab King Hard Doom Tower at the moment. I've got a video on that. It was a really well-received video. I thought it was people were gonna be like, this is really cheesy, but people were like, man, that video is awesome. So I now have videos out on 7 of the 8 Doom Tower bosses. So you should go check them out if you're stuck on any of the bosses. We're doing all right in the yeah, I got to reach out to YST too. So, all right, I'm going to pass you the lead here.
All right.
You're desynced for some reason. Is that happening on stream or is that just me seeing that?
No, it's I think it's just with the Discord.
All right, yeah, let me go.
Just a little bit of desync.
Just occurred to me. I may have to do this on my phone. Because I think I can't go over to HH's Discord. I'm gonna have to use it. I'm gonna have to use the Discord on my phone here.
Yep.
All right, let's
Apparently there's some leaderboards already on the HH site.
Yeah.
Check those real quick. Curious. Probably because you're streaming a stream. Yeah. That's why it gets a little funky. It's kind of hard to get 2 people together on the same stream. So the easy kind of workaround we found is I'm streaming in Discord, and then he's streaming me, streaming in Discord to the stream. That causes funkiness, no matter what we do. Speaking of which, I'll have to actually set up a direct stream for me for Sunday. Streamception.
Yeah, I don't think that should be a problem. You just stream directly to
No.
the channel. So
Yep. Yeah, I just gotta been a while since I set that up, so just have to figure out how to do it again. All right. What do we got today? Resistance glyphs. Oh yeah. Now we're talking.
all right, this is gonna be tricky.
Wait, is this the new guy? That's not the new guy, right? A Blade Master is the Void, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm still trying to figure out how to do this. This is kind of crazy. Okay, so I've got to maybe yeah.
Yeah, but A Blade Master, he's not the the free login, right? I was kind of hoping he would be the free login. That'd be great. Night Rev. Let's see. Ah, there he is. Ah, Elytrion. Okay. Pretty cool looking. I can respect it. Free login is Rathalos. Yeah, that's what I thought. But how nice would it have been if that soul was for him? I would have definitely bought it then.
I think I've got it.
By George, I think he's done it. What? Oh, you saw the Runer Soul? Yeah, I would have too, Trey. That's an awesome poll, by the way. Congrats.
What happened?
All those folks that have pulled the Archer. Trey
Oh,
pulled
yeah.
the Archer.
Yeah. If you watch my video from today, you'll see what happened when I pulled for the Archer. It's very exciting.
You did it.
Okay, so now I need to sign up on the on the optimizer. So let me make sure I'm in the right place. I think I am. Let's launch the optimizer. I don't know if this referral thing is gonna have worked. It may not have worked.
It may not, which would be a little bit unfortunate. Oh yeah, I gotta use my extra clan boss key today. Should probably do that. Well, whoever wanted to see my clan boss team, we're gonna do that now. Unfortunately, this is the one affinity that I kind of have to break the regular turn order for, so we're gonna have to see how well it does. I don't think I've run Spirit in quite a while.
Okay, so I have the optimizer running.
There we go. Yeah. So how did they? I didn't catch the part on how they said that would work. So as long as you have the optimizer running while, like, do you have to have it running the entire time you're playing, or?
You don't have to technically have it running the entire time, but yeah, you want it running the whole time, basically. How do you check the leaderboards right now? Do you do it through the website?
Yeah, on the HH site, they have a little top banner: free to play 2024 is now live.
Yeah, okay.
Now leaderboards don't yet have any info, last I saw. So
okay.
I don't know. The leaderboards for the community are already starting to fill up and populate, so that's pretty cool.
I don't see that. Where is that? So if you click on the banner, and you click
then
on
it takes you to the free to play 2024.
Yeah, and you click on the show leaderboards.
When I click to see I just click the show community one, and that changes it over to the community.
Yeah, it's not showing me anything. So, like, if I show,
Here, you can see my stream, right?
Yeah.
So I'm on the free to play page.
Right.
I just scroll down, and right now it's blank. If I don't touch anything but the community, then these are starting to populate.
That is weird because I don't have any of that on my page.
Interesting.
Like, if I show
switch
you,
it back
let's
to the
see.
creators. Now for the creators,
Like, if I show you mine, this is all I've got.
Nothing's really populated yet.
Like, I don't have anything. That's weird.
You don't have the toggles? You look like you had.
I do have the toggles, but if I toggle, nothing happens, and it's not showing me anything. You know.
Yeah, it could just be well, I know HH's site is probably under some strain right now.
Yeah, it could be.
The show leaderboards toggle for me actually does the opposite. It removes the leaderboards. So for those that are saying it in the chat, it's a skill issue. Got him, coach. Get your head in the game, Cole. Yeah, if you guys look for me, show leaderboards is off too, and it's still doing the same thing. I think it's more just a load issue.
Yeah,
I mean,
maybe.
the optimizer is completely crashed down to a halt. They're getting hit hard right now.
Yep.
But yeah, I imagine they're working on it. Worst case, it'll just take a little bit to even out, you know?
Yeah.
3 o'clock in the morning, it'll be working.
I tried the show leaderboards toggle. I tried it. It didn't do anything. I mean, I can show you right now. It's like I've got it on. I've had it on for a while. Don't know what.
You know, and that's the time you toggle it and it does work.
Yeah, right.
All right, let's see what we get on the Spirit Affinity. The Geo is starting to look a little rough. He's a little worse for wear here.
Is this the Ultra Nightmare?
Yeah.
So you're going for 36K there? I mean 36 million, not 36K. 36 million.
Yeah, it looks like Geo's the weakest link right now with that clan boss A3 smacking him around a little bit.
As soon as you're done with this run, I'll switch back over to the new account. Oh no.
Ooh, just barely alive.
I might need to run Mordecai up. Did you hear me call him Mordekaiser before? I was like,
did you? No, I didn't.
Yeah, I do it all the time.
That's
I call Mordecai Mordekaiser.
All right, this is going to be the test. Can he hold? Can the dwarf hold? Oh, Ragni didn't put up his shield. Oh no, the shield is gone already. Unfortunate. Team Sun is falling apart over here. What did you say I needed? 36 million?
Yeah. You need like 35.6. No.
Maybe like that?
Yeah. So it's you actually need more than that.
35.6?
I think it's 35.8. I think it's check the total. Check what it you need 71.6 million? No.
No,
Sorry.
70.
70. Okay, so 35.2 would have been enough.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so that's a 2 key.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
Not too bad at all.
I'll take it.
Yeah. So why don't you switch back to your close up there so we can see your pretty face?
Well, if you're switching back, I'm gonna go AFK for a second then.
Okay. Gem mine unlocked, but we're not doing the gem mine this time. It feels so weird to not do the gem mine. So I need attack percentage boots here from Sewers of Arnok. That's the mission I'm on. My Athel is 4 stars. So I want to get her to 5 stars as soon as possible. I don't know how long that'll take. Sometimes it doesn't take very long at all. Sometimes it does. Kind of depends. So if I focus on just leveling these champions up and then turning them into chickens. I mean, I used my 3-star chickens. That's one of the things that's like, don't have 3-star chickens right now. Did I get a 3-star chicken from? I don't think I got a 3-star chicken. I was going to say, did the Mordecai code give me a 3-star chicken? I don't think so. Attack percentage boots. There we go. Go to the shop. Mini pack. More energy. Equip an attack type champion with gauntlets, chestplate, and boots with attack percentage as their primary stats. Okay. Oh, that's attack percentage. So there's attack percentage and the boots. Join or create a clan. Upgrade 2 more artifacts to level 12. This is something like when they changed the system, like new players didn't know you could do. You can still go past level 8 here. You can go all the way up to 16. You just can't do it with auto. Like you can't, you can't like click 12, right? So it says upgraded 12 unlocks at level 25. That's just the auto. Level 12 doesn't unlock. Like level 12 is unlocked. It's just that the auto leveler, which is annoying because eventually then you get to an instant upgrade. So it's like you have to go from the regular manual upgrading to the like auto upgrading to the quick upgrading or whatever, instant upgrading. Yeah, that's that's already 12. Well, we probably don't have any other gear that we care about, do we? We have the boots. We can take those up to 12. Grim Gaming has plus 16 boots on Kel already. There you go. Is it worth using all early brews to boost up? I usually don't. You end up losing XP that way. I Love Raid is still active, by the way. Okay, good to know. Like, I'll use brews at specific points. But if you push too high, right, what'll happen is you'll cap out, but you won't have the chickens to like upgrade your champion, and then you'll just be kind of stuck there, and you've used your brews now. So I generally don't. Win 5 classic arena battles. Okay. So yeah, I mean, you can because it'll speed some things up. It's not like you don't get any value for it. You do get some value for it. Some bot in channel 77 just got like 18 sills. That is weird. Wait, you went for Mordecai over Deacon, or is Deacon banned? No, I went for Mordecai. The chat voted for Mordecai. I know. I didn't go for Deacon. We're trying something different. We're trying something different. Mordecai synergizes really well with the login champion, the new login champion. And without access to legendaries, like without the ability to pull legendary, HP burn, like AoE HP burn is going to be very rare. There are basically 3 epics that do it. There are no rares that do it. So we went with the Mordecai. Also, if I had pulled the Athel and the Deacon, it would have been just a copy of my new versus pro experience. So I like mixing it up a little bit. I think ultimately that's what it came down to. It's like I could have stepped away from Athel. I could have run Elhain. But I think I was going to like either Deacon or Mordecai or both Sacred Order. So I'm like, I'm going to run Athel. Oh, Adam, you meant using all of the brews to make chickens. That's an interesting idea. I don't know. I've never really done that. I think it depends how quickly you can make chickens, right? I'm not too fussed about it. Usually, you want to pick an advantageous spot. I'm like I said, I'm competitive. I'm not worried really about like finishing top. You know what I mean? Like I'm going to try to hold my own on the team, make sure that I'm pulling my weight. I'm going to try to be smart about it. I'm going to try to be active as much as possible. But you know, for me, a lot of this is about just showing the community, you know, how to play that early game in an effective way that can be fun and not overwhelming. Palace of Arabia is a great place to be. We can get some speed gear. Let's get that speed gear. By the way, if you don't know about this, if you are a relatively new player, I have a video called 21 Tips and Tricks for New Accounts. It's a good one to go watch. It's a little bit dated because it's probably about 5 months old. But it's still a pretty good video. And then there's another one that's like 11 more tips and tricks. So those two have a lot of new player stuff. So if you are either doing this for the first time, like going back to the beginning of the game and running a new account for the first time, or if you're still relatively new to raid, you know, first month or two, you could find some good early game tips there. Ignore the stuff about the codes because the codes have changed. If you're not doing the challenge and you just want to start a new account just for fun, I would highly recommend using the Wukong code as opposed to any other code. I would not really recommend Mordecai if you're not doing the challenge. I think the reason to pull him is because of the challenge. He's not a bad champion. If you happen to pull Mordecai, you're not going to be like, you haven't crippled your account or anything. He's a good champion. And he's going to help you in certain places quite a bit. Good night, Steve. Thanks for hanging out, buddy. Yeah, Ben, that's exactly why we pulled him. Mordecai is going to be awesome with Rathalos. What on earth is wrong with chat? I don't know. What's wrong with chat? You're talking about the Deacon thing? 35 minutes later, I finally got 4 champs gear, all 2+8. Trey says you can also get AoE decreased defense from War Maiden. Obviously, she's no Deacon, but she's a better stand-in than you would have for Mordecai. That's true. There is no replacement for Mordecai. right? There's no like easily accessible replacement for Mordecai. Mordecai is the most easily accessible AoE HP burn champion in the game. So he's better than Ultimate Gaelic, and he's just a regular epic. Now, so is Deacon. Deacon's just a regular epic. So you could start with the Mordecai and pull a Deacon. You could start with a Deacon and pull a Mordecai. But if you're not going to have one of them for this challenge, I think the Deacon, not having the Deacon, which normally I would say go for Deacon, but not having the Deacon is going to be a little bit more manageable because you can get the War Maiden for the decreased defense, and you will get High Katoon at 30 days, and that'll give you that speed aura and the turn meter increase. So if you don't get a speed aura before 30 days, which is a long time to play without a speed aura, honestly, at least, you know, you'll get that, and you'll get a significant amount between those two champions. You'll have a significant amount of what Deacon does. Obviously Deacon's one champion and that's two champions, but still you can build a team around that core. You also have a chance of pulling an Apothecary from a mystery shard. And if you don't have a Deacon, Apothecary's value rises. You know, one of the things about Apothecary that's like, people talk about him as being like the second best rare in the game. It's like, yeah, but if you start with a Deacon, he's not as valuable. He's just not as valuable. He's still valuable. Don't get me wrong. He is. But like in Clan Boss, having that leech from the Deacon's A1 on the Clan Boss reduces your need for a healer. And then obviously in Arena, you'd rather have a Deacon than an Apothecary. Not that Apothecary's bad. I'm just saying Deacon is... He's an arena god. He is. We've already talked about that. You know, like the decreased defense and the turn meter fill on the same champion on the same turn, like it's an extra turn mechanic, but basically at the same time. That doesn't exist anywhere else in the game. So he frees up your ability to make a go first team. Like he just makes it so much more flexible than it would be otherwise. So getting to gold 5 with a Deacon is so much easier than getting to gold 5 without a Deacon. I could tune you get first, so you get a speed champ at some point. Yeah, exactly. I think I'd go monster, miscreated monster for the challenge, but yeah, can't turn down the legendary if no challenge. Monster would be good too. Miscreated is fantastic. Oh, we got a Jaeger. Okay. Miscreated monster is fantastic. He is an all-around carry in the early game. If I've pulled him, I pulled him once as an early epic. I think he was the second epic on one account that I pulled one time. And he was my second 6-star after my starter champion. And I got to say that guy is a crazy all-around account carry if you get him early enough. He's just so, I mean, the AoE stun, the self-sustain, the ally protect, even the stun on the A1 that plays and saves your butt all the time. He's great in PvP. You can use him in Arena. He just crushes Arena. So it's like, yeah, he literally goes everywhere. He plays in Clan Boss, he plays in Arena, and he plays in the dungeons. There are very few champions that are that versatile. Now, granted, Deacon does the same, right? Deacon plays in all those places. But Deacon isn't a carry the way that Miscreated Monster is a carry. Deacon is a setup man. He makes everybody else better. Monster just is great on his own. Do you know what I mean? Like, and if you have the two together, it's phenomenal. But yeah, the shields, everything. Miscreated Monster is so good. But you really need to get him at the right time. Because I think if you're 6 months into the game and you pull your Miscreated Monster, you're not going to build him to 6 stars probably. You know, maybe you do. Maybe, but you probably don't. You probably have some other champion in that role.
You got to. Miscreated is the best monster.
Artak, yeah, Artak is insane. You got to? Are you back?
Got to. Yeah.
All right, there he is. What promo code did who choose? Me? I did Mordecai, and the promo codes are up on the Hell Hades site. in the promo code section. So if you just go up to the Raid Shadow Legends drop down, you see new player guides at the bottom is promo codes. And I think the code is different than it used to be for Mordecai. It used to just be Mordecai, but now it's currently click and then the number 4 and then gameplay. Click for gameplay with the number 4 in the middle.
Oh, really? Might have to update that.
Upgrade a champion to rank 4. Already did that. Did it too soon, apparently. We will upgrade her in a moment. So we need some. Yeah, okay. We need to get some 2 stars to 3 stars.
Yeah, I have 0 regrets 6-starring my Miscreated. But maybe it's because, like you said, I got him pretty early.
Yeah, and he's worked his way into your clan boss team, into your dungeon teams, into your Doom Tower teams. Yeah, he's definitely it's just weird. There are champions like that who are they're really good progression champions. Once you 6-star them, you find that you've built your roster around. Do you know what I mean? Because they're such good progression champions. And as a result, they fit into a lot of your teams, and taking them out doesn't make sense. But if you didn't get that champion and you got a different champion, you would have built your roster in a different way. You know, and as a result, getting that champion later doesn't fit your roster as well. Maybe you don't have that need as much, you know, so it's like, oh, you know, Miscreated Monster.
Yeah.
And like, he's always a faction wars god. Like, if you get Miscreated Monster, you put him in your faction wars team. You know, for Knight Revenant, he's awesome. So it's not like he's going to be useless. There are also some Doom Tower fights that he's really good in, secret rooms and stuff. But there is a matter of timing with him, because it's like, if you have an ally protector, you know, already, and there are better ally protectors, like he's actually kind of a squishy ally protector. He's on the squishy side. You know, then you might not find as much value in him. If you have, you know, a better shield champion, or if you have a better stun champion, you know, it's like, okay, so maybe I don't need him. Or maybe you build your team in such a way that, like, you don't carry a lot of tanks. You know, you're like, I don't really need tanks. I do tons of damage, and it's all about speed and damage for me. Or, you know, maybe I have a freeze champion, or I have a provoke champion that I use for crowd control. I have turn meter, and it's like, now where does he fit in? It's like, well, he was providing a lot of stuff that you're providing from other sources. So, but yeah, I've never built one to 6 stars and regretted it. I've definitely never built one to 6 stars and regretted it.
Yeah, that would be kind of my thing.
Achak the Wanderer would be insane to pair with Mordecai. I've never had an Achak at a time where I felt like I should build them. So I don't know. That would be an interesting champion for me to explore personally. Feels like it's time for some coffee, and Simulate says, for sure, Freak already ahead of you on my second cup right now. Hey, Kieran, you made a new free-to-play account. Cool. We got snow on the East Coast a couple of, like 5 days ago or something. I forget when. It was actually more. It was Saturday or Sunday of last weekend. We did, yes. You just 6-starred your miscreated monster an hour ago. Congrats. Yeah, like I said, I've never 6-starred one that I've regretted. And again, part of that's the free-to-play mentality. Like I don't waste time regretting 6-star champions. I put out a video about that. I was like, I did a video on how to choose your next 6-star. This was one of the earliest videos. This was like our first good video. Do you remember this one?
Yeah, one of the early ones.
Yeah, and I did another one a little bit later that was kind of similar, but one of the really early ones. It wasn't like the production value is much lower than our current production value, but I have a system for 6-starring champions. And one of the things I talk about in that video is like, at the end of the day, don't regret your 6-star champions. Don't even bother. Don't waste time on regretting 6-star champions. Find a use for them instead. Like you're learning, like you will find that later in the game, champions that you didn't think had value will have value again. You're going to get to Centranos and all of a sudden a champion that's a 6-star champion that you forgot about is going to be a key player in clearing a boss. Or you're going to get into Doom Tower secret rooms and you'll be like, oh man, this champion I haven't used in 6 months is carrying me through that content. Or whatever it happens to be. I mean, there are champions that people are discovering new uses for all the time. That's one of the cool things about the game. That's one of the things I like about the game is the fact that there are so many skills out there and so many different combinations that you can always find new ways to use the champions that you already have. And you can always find new solutions, even though there's like a meta. I don't care about meta. I am the anti-meta guy. I really don't care about the meta. It's nice sometimes to have a meta solution when the meta solution is really free to play friendly. Like that's great. It's like, okay, I can spend minimal resources here, which means I can now put those resources towards a non-meta solution in a different area because I'm free to play player and I don't have the meta champs. And you can be free to play and pull the meta champs. That's possible, right? But it's like most free to play players lack meta champs in certain areas. I don't have a Duchess. I don't have a Kymar. I don't have a Yumiko. I don't have an Acrizia. I don't have a Krisk. I don't have a Geo. I don't, there are tons of champions I don't have. I don't have, a lot of really good champions that are important in play in the meta. I don't have Marishka. I don't have Terrace. I don't, it's like, so what are my solutions? Well, let me look at my 6-stars. That's where I start. Let me look at my 6-stars. So if I have good 6-stars, like even if I have trash 6-stars, like those 6-stars might play, right? They might have a combination of skills that works somewhere that I didn't think of when I built them, and it happens. It happens fairly frequently.
Especially these days.
What do you mean?
I was going to say, especially these days with City of Centranos and everything like that, you're going to get a lot more play out of those champions. And I also think, as long as you're kind of following, basic tenets of, does this champion bring something to my account that I don't already have?
Right.
You could say you're never going to go wrong there, right? If it's something that your account doesn't have yet, you're moving in the right direction. Now, you might down the road end up with a champion that maybe combines two things that, two other champions are doing, and now you have a better version of that. But you might not have gotten to that point unless you've gotten the first one. So it's still not a waste, to count on that progress.
No, and that's exactly that.
Yeah, I think it's
part of that same video, right? That's the thing that I'm always preaching.
Mm-hmm.
It's like early on, especially as a free to play player. Like if you're thinking about 6-starring a champion, make sure that every champion you say, like your first 8 to 10 champions should all cover new ground. Like if you have an ally protect champion, don't 6-star another ally protect champion. Like even if it's a slightly better ally protection, just don't do it. Like go get a turn meter decreaser, go get a buff extender, go get a cleanser, go get a reviver, go get an ignore defense champion. Go get a weakened champion. Go get a poisoner. It's like keep adding new skills to your roster until you've got all your bases covered. Then worry about upgrading from one poisoner to a better poisoner. Then worry about upgrading from one arena nuker to a better arena nuker. And honestly, like if you have your gold, like I look for one gold 5 arena nuker on every account. I want one. That's it. I want a Skull Crown. I want a Gembo. I want a, Herndeg. I want one. And as soon as I get them, that's the one. And I build them and I'm done. I mean, that's what happened with, my Noob versus Pro. I pulled Georgid, done. Now, granted, Georgid is like at the top. So obviously you don't, but it's like,
that was a nutty pull.
Yeah, it's a crazy pull. So I have my Georgid. I have them built. I'm in gold 5, done. Right. But now what happens? What happens if all of a sudden I pull my Genbo? Nothing. Genbo gets 4 stars and he gets put in the vault and he, gets used in faction crypts a little bit. Maybe I'll run him up in the future if I need him as a faction crypt nuker. Nothing happens to Genbo. And if it was the other way around, that would also be true. Like if I had a Genbo and I had him built to 6 stars and he's in my, I'm in gold 5 and I pulled Georgid and you might be like, but Georgid's insane. It's like, yeah, but you know what I need? It's like, I need a perfect Veil champion. I need an AoE reviver. I need an AoE cleanser with a block debuffs buff. Like I can only 6-star so many champions and I can only book so many champions. Throwing another 12 books at Georgid when I have Genbo, 12 legendary tomes at him when I could put those 12 into a Kymar that I pull instead. Like that's just, it's just killing my rosters or my account's ability to progress. Now, at some point, I might hit a dead spot where I miss for 3 or 4 shard pull events in a row. And I've got this level 50 Georgian sitting in the vault. And I'm like, you know what? 3v3 arena, baby, or faction crypts.
Yeah, it's time. He's coming
and then
out.
It's time. Right. Because at that point, he's going to become more valuable. But in the meantime, I don't need to force it. I know he's a great champion and people get excited about great champions. But I can't afford to get overly excited about a champion that doubles a role that I've already got covered. Can't do it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's actually something that I've kind of noticed as I've like started helping more like newer players in the community and things like that. My gosh, I can't talk. Things of that nature as well. Is kind of like the analysis paralysis that newer players face, where they're trying to play optimally on every last thing, and it's like, don't worry about it. You're gonna make mistakes. Everything doesn't have to be optimal. Well, what if I pull a new great champion? That's going to be awesome when you pull it. Until then, no reason to play for it, right? Like, just play the game, have fun with it. Take the champions that you have, take what's available, and try to solve the puzzles that you've got.
Yeah,
I know that was a big thing for me early on. I think even a couple times you were surprised. Like, I think it might have been like Spirit Keeper somewhere where I was using like a crappy common nobody uses. I'm like, yeah, but this is the only champion I found that gives me a block heal. It's like,
right.
It works, so it's things like that.
Yeah, I do think that one of the things that I see on my takeovers the most is players who are spoiled for choice and have diluted their efforts because they have too many good champions. And it happens with like low and medium spenders almost more than anybody else, right? If you're a low to medium spender, and let's say you just buy a few void shards or a few, sacred shards a month or whatever, you're going to end up with more champions. And then you're not going to end up with more books. You get the same number of books that a free to play player got because you were spending your money on shards and not on books. And books are already more rare than shards. Like as a free to play player, I get more. I'm going to lose this fight again. I get more champions than I can fully book. There's just no way for me to fully book all of my legendary. But people like pulling shards, so they're more excited about pulling shards. And a lot of times we think the solution is like a new champion. Right? Like, oh, well, if I get this champion, that's the solution. Why? Because the meta tells us that. That's why I don't like the meta. I'm like, I promise you there are a dozen solutions to every problem, at least. In some cases, there are like 50 solutions. And in a lot of cases, when I do that kind of takeover, you know, I say to a player, I'm like, pick a lane, choose a champion, get that champion optimized, get them geared, get them masteried, get them booked, get them all the way to the most effective version of that champion you can get them, and then go and get progress with that champion. And then let that progress lead you into your next champion. You know, so when I get it on an account and I'm like, oh, wow, they've got a great roster. And I click through all of these legendaries and 50% of them are half built or 80% of them are half built. You know, they're all missing 3 or 4 books. They, you know, most of them don't have complete masteries. I'm like, you don't actually need another champion. Like, you have all the champions you need to solve the whole game. You know, you're a level 85 account and you have 55 legendaries and 7 of them are fully built. And then like 25 of them are 2/3 built. It's like, just go and complete, like, pick one and complete it, and then pick another one and complete it, and then pick another one and complete it. And it's like, yeah, I know it's great to have 4 like platinum tier arena nukers, but you can't put 4 nukers on the same team, and you don't have the gear for 4 of them, and you haven't mastered any of them.
I mean,
you know, so it's like, get one.
Can't you though?
Get one. It's like, you have Leorius the Proud, and you have Georgid, let's say, and you have Rotos, and you have, you know, Trunda, and you have Harima, and you're like, well, yeah, but Harima is like, yeah, she's awesome. She's awesome. If you want to build Harima, build Harima. It's like, but what about Georgid? It's like, build one, pick one. Pick one that gives you the most value in the most places. And granted, you can always come back. It's not like that champion's leaving your account, you know? So if you choose Harima because she's better in PvE content, let's say, and you really like the, you know, destroyed defense thing for clan boss or whatever it is, then build her, get her in a build that you can use in arena and in clan boss, and let Georgia just chill in faction crypts for 4 or 5 months. I promise you, he'll still be god tier when you get around to building him. You know, it's like, you don't have to rush it. You don't have to rush it. It's like, and in the meantime, you know, build up some of your epics, build up your allure, because allure is a better solution for a lot of content than Georgid is. You know, you don't need that Georgid at that moment, but it's hard. I think we get excited about champions and we want to build them. You know, you're like, I just pulled, you know, 4. I pulled 18 sacred shards during the 2x event, and I got 4 champions. Who do I build? I'm like, I don't know. Pick one though. Just build one. Build one first.
Just focus on one.
Whichever one you like. Whichever one that looks the coolest or gives you, you know, the most joy. That's fine too. Like, you don't have to be, what you were saying, you don't have to be optimal. Like, if there's a champion you love because you just love that champion, you pull that champion, build that champion next. Go get some joy out of that champion. That's fine too.
Yeah, and I think I see that happen quite often too. It's like somebody will start to build a champion, and then they get a new champion, so they drop that champion, and then start building that champion, and then the same thing happens, and before you know it, you've got 3 or 4 unbuilt champions.
Yeah.
Whereas for me, I'm like, okay, hey, I pulled a great new champion. Well, I'm already halfway done on the first one, so I'm going to finish that, and then that's going to give me progress while I'm building the next one. I think it ends up working out.
Yeah, and that happens too in takeovers, where it's like, I'll see, you know, 5 or 6 great champions who could solve problems that the player is asking me to help with, and then I go to look at their skill tomes, and they have no legendary tomes, and all of these champions are half booked. You know, I'm like, the reason you're struggling in Fire Knight is because you've only half booked, you know, the champions you're running in Fire Knight. It's like, you need the cooldowns, you know. Or, you know, you're spreading the gear out too much. That's another thing you see. You know, it's like, you've got, you know, too many champions. Like, you've got a bunch of faction crypt champions soaking up really good speed gear. Like, that happens, you know, and it's a common mistake.
About me now.
Well, yeah, but it's like, you know, faction champions are great, and you should run the faction champion. Am I going to lose this one again? This is irritating me. Nope, just going to barely eke it out. But, you know, like, you should put 3-star gear on them or 4-star gear on them. until you've got so many 5-star pieces, you can start putting 5-star gear on everybody. It's like, and that may take a year. That may take a year before you realistically put any faction crypt only champions in 5-star gear. Because you need that gear. You need that gear on your good champions. And here's the other thing. Every time you get a new champion that you want to build, you have to find a new set of gear to put on them. And that means 6 good pieces of artifacts, 3 good, accessories. And so if you're just like, if you pull a good piece and you're like, oh, this is a great piece, let me find a champion to put this on. And then you put it on a mediocre champion you're only using in faction crypts. Now you have to pull that piece of gear off, or you might even forget that piece of gear exists. So fewer champions built better will progress your account faster than more champions built halfway.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so we just unlocked faction crypts, which is kind of cool. So let's go see faction crypts. So 6 days and 20 hours. So it was counting. I guess it was counting. That's unfortunate. I wish I'd unlocked this before the daily reset. Like if I'd done it an hour ago, I would have been able to get an extra day in here.
Oh, yeah.
That's okay.
A little bit unfortunate.
That'll be fine. All right. So we got 245 gems. Oh, damn it. I consumed a refillable. That's unfortunate. I didn't mean to do that. All right.
While you curse your mistakes, give me 2 minutes. I'll be back.
Okay.
My dinner.
We don't have any chickens. Win a classic arena defense battle. Win 20 bronze medals. This is all easy. Upgraded affinity. That's okay. Force keep, stage 2. Okay, let's do these. We can do these. Stage 3 of all the keeps. We need to get some more food farmed up anyway. Stage 3 of all of the keeps. Let's see. You can get a little bit of experience in here. Should be able to clear this one. Now, this one is always a little bit tricky early game because of the healing. So if you don't have enough damage to just flat out overcome the healing, you can't push too far. But this is what I was talking about with the, the first week you have all the potion keeps open, and then you get the faction crypt from your starter faction open for 1 week. And so just pushing those arbiter missions as far as possible so you can get past as many of these potion keep quests as possible. And obviously get as much value out of your faction wars as you can. Like such a strong way to start. Tonk says, I ship all my faction war champions of all their gear every time there's a free gear removal. I rebuild all my main champs and then put the leftovers on the faction wars again. That's good. Takes half a day at least. Yeah, it's a lot of work. The good news is I'm going to get to do a video about my whole faction crypts technique again, which I think is fantastic. So we're going to have to look at that. It's a little bit early. It usually takes a few days to get rolling because you need access to more mystery shards and more uncommon champions.
Keep an eye out for the tips.
Yeah. Simulate says, I wailed out in my early raid career. Now I have a nice champ. You have a nice champ poop with trash gear. I don't know what that means. You needed to hear this. Yeah. Honestly,
champ
it's
pool?
like,
Champ
yeah, is that
pool?
what it is? Champ pool, not champ poop. I don't think champ poop is a thing. Yeah, and that's actually, if you wail out early and then you move towards free to play, like you become free to play, or you become a low spender, like you wailed out for the first month because it was really exciting. And then you're like, holy crap, I'm spending too much money on this game. And so then you kind of chill out a bit. what can happen is you have more champions than you're really capable of utilizing. But that means that your upside is really high. It means you can grow your account really effectively because you now don't have to pull champions to get progress, right? Because you have these champions who are sitting around. Now, you may have been distracted by all those champions. You may have been looking over here, and you're like trying to build everybody because you think of, you looked up all the ratings, you did research on them, you watch videos, you're like, this guy's great. Oh, this chick's great. Oh, this champion's great. Oh my God, I have all these great champions. So it's like, pick one. Pick one that you think is going to give you good value right now. Focus on it. And then the nice thing is when that champion's built and done and leveled and booked and masteried, and you start getting progress out of that champion, you can also you pick a second one. You start building them up. And you've got a queue forming. You're like, well, I've got 5 champions to go, which means there's no pressure on your shard pull events. If your shard pull events give you nothing but chickens, that's going to be totally fine because you need chickens and you don't need more champions. So, you keep doing that for a while and it's like, great. Anytime you're in a lull where you just haven't pulled any new champions, you just go back in the vault and you're like, I got another one. I got another one. I got another one. And you're going to have options, and sometimes options create a situation where people like you were saying, son, you get frozen. You're paralyzed by too many choices. What is that? Analysis paralysis.
Analysis paralysis.
Yeah, but it is the kind of thing where it's like that can happen. But if you forgive yourself that, if you learn that you're like, okay, you don't have to be perfect. You have more time, this game is a long-term game. It's a marathon, not a sprint, so it's like any little mistakes are actually going to they're going to get flattened out through the grind. Do you know what I mean? You can make up for any mistake you make. The only mistakes you can't make up for, which you do here on occasion, is somebody who feeds an S tier champion because they didn't understand that it was a good champion. They're like, oh yeah, I used my Duchess as a chicken because I didn't think she was any good. And you're like, oh, well, that's never coming back. But if you're like, oh, well, I didn't 6-star my Duchess for 6 months because I didn't think she was any good. It was like, well, at least you have her now. And now that you know she's good, you can build her and concentrate on her. And it's like, and so what? So you didn't build her for 6 months. That's fine.
Fed my Duchess. Oof. You hate to see it.
Yeah, I've heard a few stories about really good champions being fed where you're like, ouch. But that, you live and learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Adam Hall says, I had 10 champs 6-starred with no masteries or Boom's just sat there recently, worked that down to 4. Good. Yeah. I used the free regear to work on a new clan boss team. Almost have my Myth Air team built. Congratulations, Freaky. That's really exciting. Myth Air is an excellent team. Yeah. That's going to be a guaranteed 2 key. Potentially there's 1 key potential there, but it can be tricky to get that 1 key. Usually you kind of cap out around 60 million. And it's just not quite there. But a 2 key, full affinity, full auto, all affinity, full auto team is incredibly powerful. Plus, it works on Nightmare. So you get your 1 key on Nightmare, your 2 key on every affinity on Ultra Nightmare. That's a beautiful place to be. And you can happily live in that place forever. Do you know what I mean? Because 4 keys get you 6 chests, right? You get the 2 top chests for Ultra Nightmare, and Brutal if your clan is clearing them. So it's awesome. Alex said, would love to know strategies for artifact enhancement. If you're talking about the artifact enhancement events for the fusion, there are a few. There are some things that you can do. If you're low on silver, then what you can do is as you're farming campaign or as you're doing dungeons, you take any trash gear that you're not going to keep and you just level it up to 4. Or you could even level it up to 8 because you get points at 4, 8, 12, and 16. And then you sell it And basically what's going to happen is if you're selling it at 4, you're going to gain a little bit of silver. And if you're selling it at 8, you're going to lose a little bit of silver over time. But that way you don't have to have like millions of silver on hand in order to still do some artifact enhancement. There's a second thing that some people do, which is they will level up their really best gear to level 15 and keep it there until an artifact enhancement event happens. So don't level up to 16, level up to 15 if you can, and just hold it at 15. Because going from 15 to 16 is what gives you the most points, but you only have to pay for 1 level instead of paying for the 4 levels to go from 12 to 16. So that's another way to like get a lot of points for just a little bit of silver during an artifact enhancement event. Another thing that you can do, if you want, let's actually here, swap that in. Is you can use the forge to forge low level gear and sell it to get more silver for an artifact enhancement event. What I like to do is I will save my not my marginal gear, my speculative gear. I will save my speculative gear for artifact enhancement time. So let's say you have like an HP chess piece that has like it doesn't matter really the set, but let's say it's perception, and you have speed, accuracy, I don't know, like crit rate or like speed, accuracy, resistance, and crit damage, right? It's like, okay, so it's an HP chest plate, but realistically you need it to roll into speed or accuracy. You know, and it has resistance and crit damage, neither of which are likely to help you in that set with that main stat. So like if you roll it the first time and it rolls into crit damage, yeah, all right, that's probably not going to be great. If you roll it the second time and it rolls into resistance, you're like, I'm chucking it, you know? Or maybe if you want a resistance chest piece, you try to roll it a third time. And it's like, okay, well, I've got, you know, 1 roll into speed, 1 roll into crit damage, 1 roll into resistance. You know, like it's not really giving me what I want. And so at end game, that would not be a great piece for me. So I would just go ahead and sell it. So I might roll those pieces to 8 and see if they roll into the stats I need. And if they don't, then I sell them at 8. But if they do, I take them all the way to 16. So with that same piece, let's say I rolled twice into speed, it's going to 16. Like at 8, I know it's going to 16. And so I just level it up then. And so I might have speculative pieces that I haven't leveled at all, and I'll level them to at least 8 to try them out. Or I might have pieces that have been sitting around for a while at 8 that I know I want to take to 16, and I just take them from 8 to 16 during an artifact enhancement. So, I mean, again, it depends where you are on your account, because it's like that piece I was just talking about. I was like, I don't need that piece. Like some people might be like, I still want that piece. Like, that's fine. But you know what I'm saying, which is like you have speculative pieces which need to roll well in order to be kept. Yeah.
I'm just laughing because I beat the Frostbiter and Centranos with Armiger Block Revive.
Yeah?
Took four rotations of it reviving before I could get that last hit, but we got there.
That's great. That's cool.
Funny.
All right, let me go check faction crypts for today. So faction crypts are Sacred Order, Undead, and Lizard. So Undead and Lizardmen. So factions are Undead, Lizardmen, and Sacred Order. Okay. So for right now, I'm just going to put the Undead and the Lizardmen in the Master Vault so I don't accidentally feed them. And now I got to go level up some other stuff. So let's do this one here. Get him going.
We're watching the tip live.
The tip. It's a good tip. It is. It's a great tip. You love the tip.
Totally agree.
Dude, you got on that tip right away.
Phrasing. Phrasing.
As soon as I showed you that tip, you couldn't get enough of it.
Oh, man. Yeah. Keep going. That's fun.
Yeah. I enjoy it.
The hole keeps getting deeper. You enjoyed the tip? Yeah.
The hole keeps getting deeper. Dude, this is my YouTube channel, and I am the butt of all of the jokes. I don't know how that happened, but that's the way my life works. So every once in a while, I don't have to be the butt of a joke, and that's a good thing. Oh yeah, farming spider is also a good tip. That gets you a lot of silver per energy. Although in a fusion, that's not typically like a thing that you can do a lot outside of the spider tournament, right? Like, because that's just throwing energy at something. So during Dungeon Divers, especially during the spider tournament, you might throw all 5,000 energy into the spider, especially if you need more silver. So that's a good call. But outside of that, you probably want to be careful. All right, this is starting to irk me a little bit. So I'm going to go and rework my Athel a tiny bit here. Let's see what's going on. All right, we need to get to the next. We need to get to Valdemar straight.
I concur.
We should clear these. Clear Force Keep, Void Keep, and Arcane Keep. So let's do that. Force Keep. Force Keep is a little bit tricky because I'm weak affinity. Not too bad.
So Adam in the chat said something interesting about upgrading equipment.
What's that?
Apparently, if you flick it into airplane mode, do like 14 to 15 attempts.
Yeah.
Then I guess when you turn it back on, just it doesn't spend the silver on that, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, there is a trick, and it can save
quite a bit of silver.
It can save you tens of millions of silver, and the airplane mode trick works, and it works well. And you can actually do it. You can also do it on your computer. It works with, like, you can shut off your Wi-Fi and do the same thing on your computer. I've never done it. It's clearly an exploit, and to be fair, in a game like Raid, I don't object to exploits that much. I just don't care. Like, it's a gacha game. Do you know what I mean? So, like, go get yourself some. Like, if you're willing to do it, just go do it. Just go do it. Because I feel like gacha games, like, it's not a PvP game. Do you know what I mean? Like, you're not really messing with anybody. For this challenge, I wouldn't do it because I think it's an exploit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it's just go get it. Absolutely. It's a good trick. It works well, and it's going to save you millions of silver. I've thought about using it from time to time, but I just haven't. I will say in other games, I'm one of those players who really disapproves of exploits. And part of it to a certain
over here.
Yeah, part of it is just like the challenge. Like the challenge for me to do a thing without using an exploit. And then part of it is that, in any kind of arena that's competitive, it's not supposed to happen. Like, you're not supposed to do it. Yeah. That being said, like, exploits always will happen, and they always do happen, and there will always be players who do it. And You know, I'm not gonna get into a huge tizzy about it. But personally, I don't use exploits. Now, like I said, in this particular case, I think gotcha games are tilted so much towards the house. You know, it's a casino game that basically is like just sucking money from people. And I'm like, the fact that they treat like a lot of gotcha games, and Raid is amongst them, they treat their players like farmable resources for cash, makes me feel like anything you can get from the game that they don't change, you know, if they don't protect themselves from it, just go get it. Just go get it. I mean, don't get banned, you know, like don't have that happen. But yeah, there was something that happened last year or maybe the year before
Back again.
where for a day there was some kind of weird promo code thing where you could get like 3 legendary tomes and a sacred shard or something. There was something that happened. I kind of forget about it because I heard about it like a day late. And a bunch of people got it, and then Plarium heard about it, and they like shut the door on it. It was some kind of weird promo code exploit. And some of the people got their champions taken back, and other people didn't. I only vaguely remember it because it was early on. I wasn't really paying that much attention to the scene. Oh, here we go. Yeah, all right, what's next? We're still trying to upgrade a champion to rank 4, and we're still trying to do all of the keeps. So we've got the arcane keep, stage 3. Okay. Sounds too close to cheating for me. If I get my account banned, I would lose my mind. Yeah, especially if you spent thousands of dollars on your account, you know, like if you're a spender, or if you're like me, where you've invested 2.5 years. But honestly, the airplane mode trick has been done by tons of players. It's been around for years. I've never heard of a player getting banned from it. I'm not going to tell you to do it, but I think it's relatively safe as far as exploits are concerned. Yeah, I can definitely save a lot of money. Simulate's like, yo, definitely going to start doing that. Raid silver problem is ridiculous. It is. It is ridiculous. Yeah, it might have been a QR code. You're right, Random. It might have been a QR code. I don't remember the details. I do remember it happening. It was 5 sacreds. Yeah, that sounds about right. It was a lot. I thought it might have been like 5 legendary tomes or something, but you're right. It might have been 5 sacreds. It was around Christmas, and it gaslit the entire community thinking it was going to be the Christmas gift. So that makes sense. So it was maybe just in advance of the Tatura Rhymehide fusion. That would have made sense because that was about the time where I was like starting to finally really get into Raid. I'd come back in September, I think, or maybe early October. And so it could have been like early December, and that would fit the timeline. Yeah, Tunk. That's fair. I'm the same way. I'm the same way. All right, so we did all right there. Cleared that. We got ourselves an ancient shard. We can go and get another one. Now, this is kind of interesting. Which champion should I go for? Because Valkyrie is crazy good for an early game account. Ray would be really good. Shemnath is good. I think it's got to be Archer though, right? She'd be insane. Oh wait, no. What am I talking about? I can't use legendaries. I can't use legendaries. So should I just pull without choosing one of these? I don't even mean the legendary. Like, could I just? I can't just pick an epic. I have to pick a legendary and an epic. I'd Vaulter. So it's either Ashma or it's got to be Farrakhan. I need the no. I have the HP burn. I have the HP burn. Ashma's a poisoner. She'd be a great clan boss damage dealer. You mix her in. Can I even fit her into the team? Farrakhan the Fat would have that ally attack that we were talking about with Athel's A1, with Rathalos's A1, additional HP burns. So 100% uptime on the HP burns. Different affinity from Mordecai. It's gotta be Farrakhan. I think it has to be Farrakhan. Ashma's so good. I love Ashma, but she's got the debuff extension. She's got the debuff extension plus poisons on her A1. Plus she's got a weaken, but I've already got my weakened champion. This is another decreased defense as well. What affinity is Rathalos? Is he force affinity? He's force affinity. Yeah. All right. Quick poll. We like our boxes in boxes. What's that?
You wouldn't vault her. You'd use her as a chicken. You pulled the Archer.
No, I would vault her. I wouldn't use her as a chicken. She's an exclusive champion. I'm going to pass this account on to somebody at some point. Why would I burn an exclusive champion? You have no way of ever getting. Yeah. I mean, all the epics are good. None of them are bad. But yeah, I think I've got to go for the Archer. Got to go for the Archer. If I pull the Archer, I may just retire my new versus pro account, and then after the 90 days, just keep playing this account, because I'm not going to get her on the main account ever. That's going to be so sad. I mean, who knows? Maybe, I mean, this collaboration is going to last until early March, I think. So we still have potentially more progressive events, that we could pull from. Wow. Okay. 20 votes. We got 90% Farrakhan. Yeah, I think that's the call. Let's do this. All right, let's go ahead. Let's get our new rare. Watch, it's like, could be Apothecary. Let's get something. Early CC luck. Come on. It's a rare. It's not a great rare. It's Witness. It's a shield and block debuff champion. It's not an unusable rare. I mean, she's a usable rare. She's not good. But block debuffs, I mean, you can farm Spirit Host, who has a cleanse with her block debuffs. The problem is you got to turn Spirit Host into, a fusion champ at some point. Oh, wait, is she's Sacred Order though, right? She's Sacred Order? No, what is she? Is she Bannerlord? She's Sacred Order. Why did I not see her when I went to Sacred Order? But she is. I just didn't see her. I was blind. So another Sacred Order champion. It gives me 5. Or 4. Does that give me 4? No, it gives me 5. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then this guy, Crusader, 5. All right. Missions. Still got to upgrade to that. Artifacts. Yeah, I should do this stuff. So win 3 helmets from clearing stage 2 of K-Rock Castle on normal. Let's go. K-Rock Castle on normal. We need helmets. That's like stage 1 or 2, isn't it? Yeah, stage 2. All right, so let's start. We need. That. All right. So again, I could have 3-starred it here, right? Actually, I think you get a 3-star right away. No, not on stage 1. On stage 1, are you running by yourself? I forget. I already forget. We just did it. I need any helmet, though. There's a quest for block debuffs in the missions. There is, yeah. You wish Sacred Order had a Monster Hunter? Look at all the red dots. I know, Denise. It's driving me nuts. It's driving me nuts. Mystery shards are good, though. Yeah, there is one down there. There is one down there where you need a block debuffs or a cleanse, I think. There's the helmet. Shields. Shields. I need 1 shield, 1 gauntlet, and then more of the other stuff. 1 shield and 1 gauntlet. Okay, let's go get those now. 1 shield. I want 1 shield, 1 gauntlet, 1 sword. Yagras Blade Master could have been Sacred Order. Man. 1 beer, Tonk says. Yeah, well, that's the way the song goes, but it doesn't have gauntlet in it. Or shield. Be 1 sword, 1 gauntlet with shield, right? 1. I forget all the drinks. So I know the middle one's bourbon and the last one's beer. I want 1 whiskey, 1 bourbon. No, I want 1. The gin? I want 1 gin, 1 bourbon. I forget. I forget the song. Scotch. Yeah, I want 1 scotch, 1 bourbon, 1 beer, right? Yeah. So I thought it was 1. I thought it was 1 syllable. So 1 sword, 1 gauntlet, 1 shield, right? 1, 2, 1. That would work. I don't have people in here to keep reminding me to ask for stream likes, but like the stream if you're enjoying the content. Also, don't forget to subscribe to the channel. Come hang out with us again. We have live streams 3 days a week. We have videos very frequently. Is 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer? 1 bourbon, 1 scotch, 1 beer. Yeah, you're right. So it's 2. So it'd be 1 gauntlet, 1 sword, and 1 shield. That sounds about right. All right, I need one more chest plate. I could go one chest plate. I think you just need to end on shield, because shield is the closest to beer. Right? Nothing else sounds like beer. Shield is the closest. What am I doing? Oh. And consider joining our Discord community. I forgot the last part. Where are you at, son? You back?
A bit. I'm just having my dinner real quick.
Gotcha.
Figured the lovely folks don't need to see me stuff my face.
No,
I eat at some point.
Yeah, we can spare them that.
Save that for the Sunday fun day.
Right. That's members only content, I think. We do have memberships.
Like Bugmock or something like that.
What's that?
You gotta pay for that.
Yeah.
Isn't there like mukbangs or something, like where people just eat a bunch of food?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about. Like you mean as content?
Yeah, as content. It's like people just eat exorbitant amount of food.
That's kind of strange content, but there's stranger things in the world. I wouldn't be surprised.
There
Nice.
is, yeah.
We got ourselves a Valerie.
Stranger things.
That's sweet. Yeah, I mean, the world of raid content is pretty tame comparatively. One of the things that I'm finding out about content creation is, it's a copycat kind of medium. People really they watch things they like, and then they want to emulate that, and they also watch things that are successful, and they want to emulate that if they want to be successful. And so you watch the other players in the space, and you try to do things that they're doing well, maybe do it a little better, maybe do it a little bit on your own, with your own take, but it can be a lot of the same stuff over and over and over again. And I think something we've tried to do here is like break that mold a little bit. Try to not create content that nobody will relate to or understand, because also viewers come to like a YouTube space with certain expectations. And you do want to meet the expectations. You don't want to just be, completely out there on a limb, doing something that nobody's getting, so the audience matters. Win 5 hour to okay. But at the same time, like I don't particularly gravitate towards the idea of just doing what somebody else is already doing. Like, I think you want to iterate, you want to innovate, you want to add something, want to be a little bit, you want to be different enough that you create new value for the space while being like relatable enough that people don't find your content overly challenging, like that they can't access it, right? It needs to be accessible. It needs to make sense for them. So, I hope that that's what we've been doing. That's what we've been trying to do. But it'll be interesting to see all these new content creators as part of the challenge and see what else is out there in the space. Because I would say at least half of the people on that wheel I had not heard of. Probably 5 to 10 of the people on the wheel I've heard of, but maybe not watched more than 3 videos on. And then there were a good 10 people or so on the wheel that I have watched content from at least, say, 8 to 10 times or more, some of whom I really appreciate. Most of the content that I've watched has come from the people who were in the stream, right? Like, who were actually the captains of all the different teams. I've watched hundreds of videos from those 9 content creators. So yeah, it's like, and when you even think about that group, like Chosen was always like the, he would break down the deals. He had the deal calculator. So that was one of the things that he did. I mean, he did other stuff, but he would do that. You know, YST was like a really interesting theory craft guy. Same thing with MTG Jedi. You know, Cold Brew is pretty funny. Like, he's very entertaining. Scratch is like sort of the whale content creator. Like, he spends a lot of money, more money than most of the other content creators. You know, Deadwood Jedi is the clan boss guy. HH is like the community, you know, hub. So each guy kind of has a little bit of a different niche, you know. Odd One Gaming, probably like MTG Jedi, YST overlap a little bit in that they're all really theory crafters. And I like theory crafters. But yeah, so it's like, you know, the interesting thing was there was nobody on that board who does what this channel does, I don't think. Right? Focused on early and mid game free to play players, especially. But, you know, anybody who's trying to get, you know, better explanations, more complete explanations about finding solutions or progressing in the game. All right, we got some stuff going on here. But we all do shard pull videos, you know? We all do shard pull videos. Everybody does a top 10 list every once in a while. You have to, because it's fun and there's, you know, people want to see it. Some people like that content quite a bit. And it also helps you just reevaluate your own rosters, you know, your own knowledge. Like, doing a top 10 video actually, like, it feels low impact when it's done, and sometimes it's done in a low impact way. But for me, it's like, it takes a lot of research. If I were going to be like, who are the top 10 epic clan boss damage dealers? It's like, well, I could name 4 of them. But after that, I really got to think about it, you know? In a campaign battle using 4 champions of level 20 or higher. I only have 3 right now, so I gotta grind up some more. That's okay. Still doing that. You know what? Shield the beer with your likes. Takeover Tuesday. Thugzilla asks, who's your favorite hunter out of the 5 so far, Colruyt, based off of kits? It's Archer. She's got a sick kit. She's going to be a Hydra god. Absolutely. Stream the likes, people. Hammerhawk says, stream the likes. We haven't been drinking. No takeovers until the free to play is over. No, I'm doing takeovers every Tuesday. Don't worry about that. I'm doing takeovers. I drink beer out of a shield, says Thugzilla. Gotta pay for that. Mukbang. I've never heard of that, Lanai. Is Sun going to mukbang for? Like I said, that's member only content. You gotta sign up. You gotta sign up to be a member if you want to see Sun mukbang. Hammerhawk was expecting squats, Son. He didn't get any. I think maybe you should do a how-to video. You should do an instructional video on how to do deep squats.
How to deep squats.
How to do deep squats. Yeah, that would be a way.
Yeah, maybe we'll do that during the stream.
Our new viewers have no idea what that is, and of course, most of our viewers who are there for it still don't know what the heck it is, because I don't know what the heck it is.
Nobody knows
other
what
than
it
the
is.
fact that Sun likes to say it a lot.
You were there, and you don't know what it is. I don't even know what it is, man. It's become its own thing.
Simulate says, I love that when I watch your content, I learn stuff about the game that's useful. Like, I've checked out the other CCs, and none of them are talking about what you guys are doing while playing. You're talking about the content creators that are in the challenge, or just in general? There's this new guy on the block, Colred. He's good. Give him a watch. Thanks, Hamrock. Who's the new guy? I could brew Mordecai up to 20 if I want it done now. And that's a good call. Adam Hall. I'm going to get one of these to 20, and then I'm just going to do that once, and then that'll be done. Yeah, I mean, so when I first started streaming, I streamed several years ago for about 6 months, and I streamed Magic the Gathering Arena. And I don't know if you've ever played Magic the Gathering, but it's a, collectible card game. Obviously, it's been around for 25 years. Longer, actually, almost 30 years, I think. And my content was just basically like, I would play the game and explain why I was making the tactical decisions I made, like the construction of the decks that I was coming up against and the decks that I was playing and stuff like that. And so it was just, it's just me talking about what I was doing. And people seem to like it, as opposed to being more like I'm playing a game and talking about other stuff, which I think some people do. Some people like use the game as a meeting place and people come together for the stream, but then the conversation is about whatever just happens. And that works for some content creators. Jay Giggs does that really well. Like Jay Giggs almost never has anything, like he doesn't plan a stream. He just picks a game and he sits down and people join him and they just riff for 4 hours. And it's fun. It's really entertaining. But that's not me. Like maybe I could do that, but that's not the appealing factor. Like the appealing factor to me is the game. Let's talk about the game. Like we're here to play the game. I want to talk about the game. I want to learn about the game. I have learned so much in my streams. I have learned from my chat, from my viewers, so much about the game. And I'm talking about after 2 years of already playing it and watching hundreds, if not 1,000 videos on the game. So every stream I learn something new. Or I an idea gets clarified or a speculation comes in, like a question enters. I'm like, oh, I want to go experiment about that. I'm always constantly learning based on my streams. And I think that's one of the things that the viewers who come back enjoy about it is we do have fun and we laugh and we have weird inside jokes and stuff like that. So it's not boring. It's not a lecture, but simultaneously we're trying to spread knowledge to each other. And this is a place where like the chat sometimes just goes off and talks to each other. And they're asking questions and answering questions and spreading knowledge without me even participating, especially if I'm distracted by what I'm doing. And that's great too. Like that's awesome. Yeah. So, we all have our different styles. Mordecai can carry you to Spider 20. He can carry you to Spider 25. So he was my original Spider 25 team on my main account. He got me from like 19 to 25 in, 25 minutes. "31 years now of Magic the Gathering, yeah. YST is hyped to have me on the team. He said he can't wait to get to know me. That's awesome. That's very cool. Is he streaming right now? Maybe I should, we should all go jump into his stream. No, I can't. I'm not that experienced with all the streaming stuff like on YouTube. I'm still trying to figure out how to like effectively stream with Sun, much less, go start talking to somebody else in the stream. Yeah, I can't wait to do a collab with YST. He is one of my all-time favorite content creators. Absolutely. I remember when he was a new content creator and he got into the content creator program. I started watching him probably like within a week or two of him getting into the content creator program. Like I might have started watching him just before he got into the content creator program. And I didn't watch a ton of his videos. I watched some of his videos. At that time, I was still exploring all of the content creators, but I liked him. And I would, try to catch at least one video a week. And then there was a period of time where like I was probably watching him as maybe my second most watched content creator. So I was watching HH a lot. And I was watching YST, Deadwood, MTG Jedi, Gigs, Murder Inc., Odd One, Cold Brew, Chosen, Ash, Scratch. I was watching 3 or 4 videos a day, and I was just rotating who I was watching. And when I was watching all of those guys, YST became one of my favorites. So I'm pretty excited to be on his squad. I think it's going to be really fun. I can't wait to pick his brain and start theory crafting, bouncing ideas off of him. It's going to be great. Adam Hall says, I pulled Sissia pretty early, so never bother with any other burners. Yeah, Sissia is fantastic. Apparently, I'm not going to clear this. So there we go. Let's go back to stage 5, maybe. I'm not being super efficient with my energy right now. IC says he's not getting off till it shows 0 viewers, so he's going to be on all night. Yeah, I mean, right now we've got 180 viewers. We started with we had 700 or something at one point. Somebody said we were over 1,000, although I didn't actually see that number. I think that was just for a few seconds. But when we got the raid from HH, that was huge. So the best numbers we've seen in one of our regular streams is about 160. I think we've hit 160 a few times. We hit 140 fairly frequently, and we usually top 100 for most of our streams. Some of our streams don't do that well. Thursday streams seem to be less popular than the takeovers are really popular, and the Noob versus Pro has had some of our biggest numbers. So right now I've got 180 concurrent viewers, and that feels great to me. That's that's a really big number for me, even though we've come down from the 700 or 800 or whatever we were, early on. So I'm going to keep streaming. And like I said, my plan was to stream basically all night anyway. I will have to take a break to eat dinner at some point. So when Sun comes back, I'll probably go have dinner with my wife for like 20 minutes. I mean, she's already eaten because it's late, but maybe she'll sit down with me so we can check in. And she knew this was coming tonight, so she's been very cool about it. But normally I stop at the server reset. I go to it's 7. The server reset is 7 p.m. here, so I go to usually about 7:15, and then I go hanging out with her for most of the evening. I'll come back around like 10:30 or something, do a little bit of work, hang out in Discord for an hour or two, and then go to bed. But I think tonight I'll probably be streaming until about 1 a.m. and then I'll go to bed and get up early and start streaming again tomorrow. Corbett, have you ever played Terra? I have not. Miniman Max says, yeah, I came from the raid. Well, I'm glad you're here. Fuji says, I have 800 crystals and I have my first legendary champion, Helior. Is it worth investing? Let's do a quick look. So Helior I've only ever had him on one account. Here he is. I've only ever had him on one account, and I haven't built him personally. And I don't like to give a ton of advice about champions that I don't have personal experience with. So we'll just do a quick observation, of his kit. We'll just do an analysis of his kit. I like to start with the stats. Pretty good HP pool at 18.5. Really good defense numbers at 1542. Speed's a little bit slow. Does have 50 resistance in his kit. This is your first legendary, so we're going to look at it with that in mind. So the A1 attacks an enemy, increases this champion's defense by 5% if this attack is critical, stacks up to 20%. Will also heal this champion by 75% of their defense after attacking if their defense has already been increased by 20%. Okay, so you need to get 4 attacks out, and then he's going to start healing himself by 15% of his defense. Now, with a decent bit of gear on a champion like this that has 1542 defense, you could probably get his defense up, say, to about 4K in the relatively early to early mid game. So call it 4K. You can get it higher than that in the later mid game or late game. I could probably get him to about 6K on my main account. So, but let's call it 4K. So 15% is only a 600. Oh no, 75%. I'm sorry, not 15%. 75% of his defense So that's going to be a 3,000 point heal every time he uses his A1. That's okay. That's not bad. That's not bad. That's some decent sustain. Attacks all enemies, places a shield buff on all allies for 2 turns equal to 20% of the damage inflicted. So a 2-turn shield on a 3-turn cooldown. It's based on the damage inflicted, and he's a defensive-based champion. I don't know how hard he's going to hit. We could check his multipliers. But AoEs are always good. Shields are always good. And it's a good cooldown. Now, I'm looking at this. We're already 9 books in, so that's a lot. That's a lot for these 2 skills. Transfers all debuffs from all allies to a target enemy, then attacks that enemy with the default skill. Converts this champion's resistance into additional accuracy when using this skill. So that's a cleanse and a debuff transfer. Transfers all debuffs from all allies to a target enemy. This is on a 3-turn cooldown. Again, 2 more books. That's a pretty baller skill. That's really nice, actually. And converts this champion's resistance into additional accuracy when using this skill. So you're going to get at least 50 additional accuracy, right? Because he's already got 50 resist. And it sounds like it's 1-to-1. So any resist gets converted into accuracy for this skill alone. Now, it feels like the cleanse would just happen regardless. You don't need accuracy for the cleanse, but you need to land the debuffs on your target. You would have to have the accuracy. I'm assuming that's how it works. But again, I haven't had the champion. So you might want to experiment with that before you overinvest. Just make sure that the cleanse happens regardless. I'm pretty sure it does. Whenever an ally that has 2 or more debuffs is attacked, this champion will absorb 30% of the damage inflicted on that ally. It's kind of like an ally protect, and this doesn't have a cooldown. Now, that could be problematic in some places. If your whole team has debuffs and you get hit with an AoE, he's going to be pulling 30% of the damage from all of his allies, I assume. Maybe not. Maybe it's only single target. Does anybody know in chat whether that works on an AoE or if it's only single target? And then ally resistance at all battles by 60%, which would become 60 accuracy here. He sounds like a really nice tank. I'm trying to think of like the best scenario in terms of, how would he be used? He could definitely solo Scarab Boss. Like if you put him in a shield, if you put him in a blood shield ring, he's just going to solo Scarab Boss because he's got this A1 and it's like, you could probably you could put him in Immortal and Regen. He could probably solo a bunch of content. It wouldn't be fast, but my guess is he could probably solo some stuff. He's going to throw debuffs back at bosses, which is nice. Yeah, sounds cool. Let's see. 11 books isn't overly awful. Seems pretty cool, actually. I like tanks, so I think he's pretty good. Let's see how he's rated here. 4.8, 4.9s, 4.7s, 4.6 in Hydra. He looks good to me. He looks pretty as a first legendary. He feels like he could be that tank carry because you're going to have him everywhere. You're going to have him in Clan Boss. And that, as his defense stacks up higher, his heal is going to get bigger too. So if you do get him the 4K and then you get the 20% extra defense, you're going to get him up to 4,800, so it's like, you're going to get over, you're going to get basically a 4K, not quite a 4K heal, 3,600 heal, off of that. So yeah, seems awesome. Seems really tanky. I mean, not an ally protector, not an increased defense champion, but would synergize really well with those kinds of champions. Let's see what chat says. David Grubby says his debuff transfer is pretty cool. Freaky Gamer says, I'll stick around a while. Well, thank you. Ben's going to stay till 1 a.m. That's great. Welcome new people, says Denise. Denise has been a longtime viewer. Flexzilla says, I'll stay until the cows turn into steaks. Caveman says, so happy for you. This is going to be awesome for your channel. Yes, it is. It's already awesome for my channel. It's awesome. I'm having so much fun. I'm really enjoying the stream. I'm enjoying the content of playing the game again from the beginning. yeah, it's I'm having a fun time. Let's go back here. Actually, let's go here.
Doug says he's got a sun emblem on his shield. Makes him the best.
He's got a sun emblem on his. Oh, the Helior does. Yeah. Well, Helior
guy.
Yeah. Ben says he's really good on Dragon Hard. Okay. Throwing back poisons on the dragon. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. And I imagine that he would be good as a potential spider champion, just because, not that you know, poisons on the spider boss, who cares, but it's like you can just, if he's the tank, that's great. He cleanses himself, or he can cleanse anybody, whoever the tank is. That could work. Also, Ice Golem, you know, can cleanse the freeze, maybe, depending if it, you know, who it lands on, can cleanse the healing reduction. So I could see him being very good in dungeons, just overall. I could definitely see that. And then, you know, there are Doom Tower bosses, like that could be a problem with. So for instance, when you come up against Agrath for the first time, you need to find a way to get rid of those initial poisons, because when you spawn into the boss fight, you just get the 4 stacks of poisons or 6 stacks of poisons, whatever it is. So you either need a ton of healing or you need a cleanser right then. And so he could be really good there, you know, so like he could definitely do work for you. He might even be able to cleanse like clan boss stun, so or slows, you know, so he might help you go affinity friendly in clan boss. He might be a stun solution there. It's on a 3-turn cooldown, right? Is that what we saw? It's on a 3-turn cooldown or a 4-turn cooldown. Three-turn cooldown. So really easy to speed tune into a clan boss team. So he could either cleanse your slow from Spirit Affinity, or he could cleanse your stun from the clan boss. You know, it's like those debuffs don't land on the boss, but who cares? It's just a cleanse. Not sure who you're talking about, Adam Hall. Pair him with Dark Elhain for Ice Golem. I could see that. Don't forget to claim the Call of the Arbiter stuff. Yeah, I will do that. Although I can't do a promo code for a while, so I can't do the codes, right? Because you get locked out for 24 hours. So I got 19 more hours before I can do another code.
So did you say you wanted to let's go have some dinner?
Yeah, at some point. Probably not too long.
Yeah, because I do have some things I need to do tonight as well.
Okay.
Since we got the clan thing opening up tomorrow, I need to finalize some stuff there, get all of that going.
Congrats on the new sub, says Dark. Thank you.
Yeah, I figure once you get back from dinner, I will head to do that stuff.
You'll depart. Okay. Yeah, I haven't checked the channel. How's the channel doing? Did we get a whole bunch of new subs?
Oh yeah.
We did? We were at 4,100 this afternoon. Holy cow. All right. We got over 200 subs today.
We were under 4,100. We're at 4,094. We're at 4,330.
Yeah, earlier today, before we started any of this, we were at 4,100. So
yeah.
And the video's doing pretty well too, which is nice. Actually doing very well.
Yeah, doing fantastically
well. Okay, so that should have completed that. Yeah, okay. Claim that. 3 days XP boost, get our book. All right, now we can start doing all these things.
Cities, thank you.
Oh, hey, look at that.
Denise Berry Greenall became a member.
Denise, that's fantastic. Thank you for joining the Shadowkin. That's awesome. You know, honestly, Denise, I thought you were already a member. I thought you were.
so too.
Yeah. So it's great to have you. Great to have you. Thugzilla says, I am enjoying the Shadowkin membership, by the way. That's fantastic. I'm glad, Thug. Yeah, and we're still working on the member content. Like that is top of our brains. So this month it'll definitely drop, because last month we did a little bit. By the way, the members get an opportunity to force me to make a video on content they want, and they have spoken this month. I have to do, it's Hydra, right? I have to do Hydra. I think I have to do a Hydra video.
Yeah. We've got a video on Hydra, specifically more with a lean towards like newer players, mid game, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
As friendly as possible.
Yeah, so I have to do that. So basically, members get a chance to force me to do a video that maybe I've been avoiding, or that they just want more coverage on. Everybody can always suggest a video, but this is like, sometimes I get into a rhythm. I have videos I want to do. I get suggestions. Sometimes I take them. Sometimes I've just done a video. Somebody will give me a suggestion for something I can't do. That happens all the time. It's like, hey, can you show me how to clear Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss 1 key using only free champions? I'm 60 days into the game. I'm like, no, I can't.
Yeah, everybody's able to submit their suggestions in the Discord, in the suggestion box. And that does happen sometimes. Some days, we'll start out in the morning. We're like, what are we going to make a video about? Let's go check the box. Let's go see what's going on in it.
Yeah, we do. We check the box
People have been
frequently.
uploading any ideas. We check that. Yeah, we check that. So, and Grim upgrading the membership to the Sacred Order.
Ooh,
to the top of the list.
That's a big one. Is that? I think that's our first Sacred Order.
That is our very first Sacred Order member.
Wow. Thank you, Grim.
Thank you.
That is fantastic. We got our first Sacred Order. So it goes Barbarian, and we got Barbarian Horde. We got a Barbarian Horde growing, which we always appreciate. So that's the $1.99, I think, right?
Yeah, that's the base tier.
Yeah, that's the base tier. We wanted to make sure that we'd try to make it as accessible to everybody as possible while still supporting the channel. And so, our cheapest level is a little bit cheaper than some other channels, just because we feel like we're the free to play channel. That being said, like, we do appreciate the support. And so then we have the Shadowkin above that, and then we have the Bannerlord above that, and then we have the Sacred Order. And what you get for being in the Sacred Order basically is you get a really cool little Discord rank, and then you get our great appreciation, and that's really fantastic. It's like that's
greatest of appreciation.
Yeah, that's the utmost appreciation. So Grim, thank you so much. That's fantastic. That's exciting. Let's see. Freaky Gamer says, I'll join membership
and
next payday.
Sure, Grim already has his regular Discord role in the Discord, so that should upgrade. Just let me know if you run into any issues.
Looking forward to the additional
Make sure
content.
Get you taken care of.
When do you plan to cover hard dungeons? That's a good question, Thugzilla. And honestly, I don't know. It's been on my mind lately. Let me say that. I do plan to cover it. I'm not trying to avoid covering it. I think the reason it has waited until now is because my focus has been on the Noob versus Pro account. And so by not retiring that account, but by moving it sort of to second place now and bringing my main account back into the fore, I'm hoping to be able to focus on some of that more endgame content, including the hard mode dungeons. That being said, now that this thing is running, I will say during the fusion, it's not likely to happen. So I'm running the fusion on 2 accounts, and I'm running this 3rd account. So while the fusion is up, I don't expect to run much content other than whatever content is relevant to what I'm doing, basically. So I'm going to run content on the tournaments. I'm going to run content on the dungeons that I'm running in the tournaments. I'm going to run content on the fusion. I'm going to run content on the new champions. I'm going to run content on the live streams. Obviously, on this new account, we'll probably cover some of the new, beginning of the game stuff again. We haven't done that in a long time. It's been like 5 months since we really covered the beginning of the game. So we'll probably do a bunch of that. I will try on Thursdays during my live streams to focus heavily on my main account, and make that the focus of that day, so that at least once a week during that live stream, we'll be covering more endgame stuff. I'm going to be covering Cintranos and hard mode dungeons and Iron Twins and probably some clan boss stuff, Hydra stuff and stuff like that. So yeah. But once the 2 weeks is over, once the fusion is over and I have my life back, then I would like to focus more on, then I can really move Noob versus Pro kind of off the front burner. Focus on my main account and this account. So yeah, that's the plan. At least that's the plan. We'll see if it happens.
That's the goal. Am I correct in thinking today's Arena Defense Day? Is it 2 days before Arena reset?
Arena resets on Sunday or Monday? Adam Hall says, please show me how to beat Iron Twins with Geo, please. Adam Hall, you ain't right. Your Team Sun all the way.
Got him, coach.
Grim Gaming says, I'm 72 days into the game. Can you do it now, Colred? You should rename ranks to shards, upgraded to Sacred Void, Ancient. Yeah, some people have that. We kind of like this. We like this. We like the Barbarian Horde thing. What is going on?
Yeah.
Cole, come on. Get this.
That's a lot of fun.
All right. What do I need from the challenges here? Dungeons. Decrease defense on the Force Guardian while beating stage 5 of the Force Keep. So I can't do that. Stage 4 of the Spider's Den. Can't do that. Prevent Hellraiser from using the Scorch skill in Dragonland. I could probably do that. Artifacts. There we go. 3 weapons from stage 1 Sewers of Arnok. So let's go do Sewers of Arnok. Clear that out so we don't have to keep going back there. And that'll allow me to run up some food. Okay, so Sun, I think I'm going to hand it over to you for a while. I'm going to go check in with my wife and try to eat dinner. And I will be back. It's 9:05. I'm going to shoot to be back by 9:30. So I will leave all of you in Sun's capable hands. And hopefully he won't stage a coup while I'm gone.
That coup has been staged.
yeah, that's true. According to Team Sun members, according to Team Sun members, yeah, this is where
this isn't Cold Red plays.
This is the positions on the screen that we should occupy 24/7. This is where we should be. Should be your stream, and I should be your sidekick, and
yep,
hanging out. And that's you know what, that's fun.
Corner.
That's fun. Yeah, put me in my corner, exactly. But yeah, no. It's fantastic. We're a dynamic duo.
Yeah,
that's the way it works.
Like Tog says, there's no coup, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
This is not the coup you were looking for.
So, all right. Well, welcome to the Sun stream, folks. I hope you enjoy it. I'm sure you are in good hands with my buddy over here. And I will see you in about 20 or 25 minutes. Good luck.
Enjoy. delete account. Yeah, that would be one way to do it. The ultimate coup.
We raid out here.
That's wild though. So, Best Talk, you guys say you can hear those on the stream? Oh. Oh my god.
I broke the sound, huh?
Freed. I've been freed.
You know what it is? I forgot. This had happened once before, but do you know what it is?
It's those stupid earplug things you've got. Lord save me. I bet that's what it was.
It's the earbuds. When I take them off,
it's the earbuds.
If I put them in the case,
they're the worst invention in mankind.
If I put them in the case, then it disconnects the Bluetooth. And as soon as it does that, then it doesn't have an output. And I should have remembered it. It happened once before, but only for a couple of minutes. So I apologize for that. And we probably lost like 50 viewers just because of that. So my bad. My bad.
Cole, 120 people sat here and watched me drink coffee. All right? It was nice. We were having a moment. We were having a good old time. Kind of liked it. I was starting to enjoy myself. All right.
Well, I apologize. I'm glad you all hung out and watched. I mean, that's great. And hopefully now that the sound is back, we'll enjoy the rest of the stream. I don't know. All right. So what's your plan? You're going to step away for a bit. You got some stuff to do with the clans and stuff.
My plan?
Yeah.
My plan is to get revenge. My plan is to plot my revenge. Swift and cold. Like a silent terror in the night. It will come. It will come for you, Cole. I guess I could take the text off my screen now. Huh? There we go.
109 people watched the man sip coffee for 4 minutes, and honestly, I'm here for it. Well, how long did it break as soon as I left?
Dude, the second you left, it's been out the entire time. What do you mean? You walked away. I called you. I texted you.
Yeah, I didn't take my phone with me. I was trying to have dinner with my wife.
I know. I messaged her. I was like, oh, I've got the secret strat. I've got the backup plan. She always sees my message.
She typically does. I was distracting her, I suppose.
Yeah, she typically does.
She had her phone on her, I think.
Oh, that's so funny.
Well, I do apologize. That is funny though. I kind of want. I'm gonna have to go back and watch this stream now. I'm gonna have to watch the 25 minutes of stream where you're just silent.
25 minutes of me just sitting here, just completely lost.
Actually, it was about 30 minutes. Yeah,
I enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. You know, such is life sometimes. You know, you get dealt a certain hand of cards, and you just gotta pinkies out on that sucker. You know.
Listen, if you can pull off a 30-minute stream with no sound and entertain 120 people, you're not gonna have any trouble on Sunday. The Sunday Sun stream is gonna be a huge success.
Those that were here know. You know.
That is hilarious. That is really funny.
Caveman says, "We'll do it live."
You can take that. You can take the thing down now.
Oh, I did. I just didn't transition it. There you go.
Yeah. I was saying earlier in the stream, I'm still kind of new to this YouTube thing. But yeah, that didn't used to happen when I had my wired buds. I would just put them down. But now I put them in the box so they can recharge, because this is like the charger but it's also the Bluetooth transmitter. You know, it's like the Bluetooth isn't here for whatever reason it's here. And they work great. I actually really like them, and they're pretty comfortable, which is nice. I can wear them for several hours and it doesn't bother me. But there is that small. So what happened before is when I took my little break, I just kept them in. I didn't even think about it. I just kept them in and clicked it, you know, so it muted. But this time I was like, nah, I'm going to go have dinner. I should take them out. And then I didn't realize.
Yeah. You didn't go to have dinner. You went to tack up that clothesline so you could hang me out to dry. You son of a gun. Why? That was so good. That was such a good troll.
Caveman's like, F it, we'll do it live. That is the theme here.
Live.
We'll do it live. Sometimes we do it without sound. Oh yeah. It's gonna be it's gonna be a special special experience going back and watching that. I'm gonna have fun with that. But yeah, hey,
you're gonna see like, you know, the several stages of like emotional, you know,
where you're like
working through things. Like first I'm kind of freaking out for a second, then I'm like I start laughing, you know, then the acceptance phase hits, and then you know.
Yeah, well, yeah, I said we're a little different on this channel. You know, we like to do things differently. We're gonna stream in silence for 30 minutes at a time. We might have to just make that a segment. Every Sunday, 30 minutes in the middle of the Sunday, we'll just be silent.
I was a silent movie star.
Just became a member.
Questioners became a member. Don't worry, I turned off the echo. Welcome to the Shadowkin. That's awesome. Thank you so much for joining. Enjoy your new little your badge there, the Colred Plays badge, and your new emojis. You should spam some emojis right now. You should have some fun with that. There's some good ones out there. Sun's Clan, yeah, is Ultimate Sun Knights.
Ultimate Sun Knights. Voted on by the members, not me. I didn't make that one.
And my clan is my new versus pro clan is
Cold Red
Sun.
Yep.
I mean, your name is even in my clan name. You know,
Yeah, I don't know how these things happen, man. I just, you know, I'm here, I'm taking over. It's good to be the king.
Yeah. I'm just gonna check the analytics for a second and enjoy. It's always nice. Wow.
Yeah,
11,555 views. Holy cow.
Ooh.
We had almost 3,000 views in 1 hour. Wow. Okay. Tonk had a good idea.
Oh yeah, like right towards the latter half. He's like, "Oh, you can use the text to speech."
Yeah.
It's a brilliant idea.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking you were going to do.
So then I was talking through the text to speech, you know? I couldn't hear it. Apparently they could. Worth it. Worth it.
Yeah. That's special. That's a special moment. We should have like a Hall of Fame or something on the Discord for moments like this.
Yes, I want to relive that moment.
Over and
Every
over
day.
and over again.
Over and over again. In silence. How was dinner though?
Dinner was okay, but hanging out with my wife is always nice. We just had leftovers.
Look at that. Now we're talking. Look at that. So
Monkey King.
Get him out of here.
Monkey King. All right. So let me switch back over here. Ooh, little sun. Tiny sun.
Yes, me.
There you are. Now I'll put you in your corner again.
Oh, I am. I'm super tiny.
All right. So we're making progress.
Oh, wait, you switched it on me. Sneaky death. There you go.
All right, so I don't want to use up those. Oh wait, she's Bannerlords, right? She's Sacred Order. All right, so 1, 2, 3. There we go. I want to use up those chickens. Clear stage 2 or higher of Ice Golem's Peak.
Dwarf son. Hey, yeah, now I'm part of Team Dwarf Squad. Yeah.
Team what?
Doing some deep dwarf squats.
Okay.
Deep dwarven squats.
I need to get some
Thought you'd seen
4-star
deep
chickens.
squats. You ain't never seen deep dwarven squats. We get low down here.
You start low down there. I don't know
Yeah.
how. I'm not
That's how
sure
we
you can
keep it
be.
low.
I'm not sure you can be part of dwarven anything. You're like 6'2", aren't you?
6'3", yeah.
6'3". Yeah.
What are you trying to say?
I'm saying
Dwarves are very accepting. Okay.
you're too tall to be a
They're
dwarf.
kind folk.
You could be
All right.
You could be an ogre.
You
you
ever
could be
seen
like
the
Shrek.
Mines of Moria? You see how tall those ceilings are? You think
could-
they don't like tall people? They made their home for tall people.
They didn't make their home for any people.
Not even the Dwarven people?
They made their home
Seems like a
fancy.
mistake. That seems like a failed effort.
Well, yeah,
We
that's
made
what
our home, but
happened.
we didn't
The
make it
whole
for
thing was a
anybody.
failed effort.
Oh well, yeah. I guess in the end, that is very true.
Edit a supercut of funniest stream moments I'd watch. Yeah, that would be fun. That would take a lot of work though. There's a lot of hours of stream footage.
So many hours.
You know what we could do though? We could crowdsource that. What we could do is we could ask the community to find us timestamps of their favorite moments in our live streams. If people are, checking out live streams, just go ahead and find a timestamp and submit it. And then we'll take like the top 50 or something and put it into a supercut. 50 might be a lot.
Top
Maybe-
50. All
maybe
right.
top 20.
All right, champ. You want to cut those numbers? You want to cut those numbers back a little bit? All right, you're signing me up over here. I feel like I'm getting drafted on the front lines of that video.
It's your job. What are you talking about?
I'm just saying. Hold on,
This is what we do. You're like, I'm getting drafted to do stuff that I'm supposed to do. You're not getting drafted. You signed up for it.
I mean, isn't that what they always say?
Who's they? What are you talking about? Nobody's saying anything.
I don't know, man. I'm trying to skirt my responsibilities right
You're
now.
like,
Right?
that sounds like a lot of work. Who could possibly be responsible for doing all that work? That's like that's like a day's
tough time.
That's
man.
a day's worth of editing right there.
We dwarves like to chill, all right? We ain't about that life.
Yo, I'm here for playing games. I ain't here for working hard.
Yeah. Come on. You ever seen a man drink coffee for 4 minutes straight with his pinky out? You're in the right place. All right. That's what we're here for. Pinky's out.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself. Tulsi asks, why Colruyt loves apple so much and not kale? All right, so I'll give you reasonings. I'm not saying these are the best reasons. I'm saying they're my reasons. One is I think Athel and Gaelic are the best looking of the 4 starter champions. Like, I think they're the coolest looking. I think Elhain and Kale look awful. I just think they're bad character models. I don't like their character models. They are super plain. Like, they were designed super early. They don't take advantage. And like, they never updated. Like, you could update Elhain. Like, she doesn't, like, her skin's not right. You know, like, she doesn't look, she looks like a plastic doll or something. You know, she doesn't look great. Kale, I think, looks even worse.
Oh, tell us how you really feel. Sheesh.
I think Kale looks awful. Whoops, not Dark Kale. Dark Kale looks okay. I think Kale looks awful. I think he's not compelling. He's not interesting as a character to me. You know? So there's that. I don't really like their character models. Meanwhile, let me see this. And my very first starter champion was Elhain, by the way. I think Athel just has more personality. Her skin also isn't right though. Like she looks like a doll too a little bit. But you know, I just think the armor is cool. I think the kind of the spear or lance is really cool. The shield, you know, I feel like she has more character. She looks more badass to me. She just looks tougher. She looks stronger. She looks more dangerous. And so I appreciate that. And then Gaelic also looks really cool, right? Like comparatively, they don't look as good as like a lot of legendaries out there and stuff. But as far as a rare is concerned, like this is one of the best, coolest looking rares in the game. Absolutely. Love the hair, like the paint, war paint on the face and the tattoos. Right? He's got scars, got the spiky armor and the double axes. I mean, cool looking comparatively. So it's like Athel and Gaelic are way up here and Elhain and Kale are like way down here. These are definitely above average and the others are below average. So that's just one thing. Like I'd rather play with a cool looking character, you know? I also like the animation, Athel's animation of like the spears coming out of the sky. But as far as gameplay is concerned, cool. Yeah, I think that's really cool. So the thing I like about Athel, I like her kit. Her base stats aren't awesome. I wish her base stats were a little bit better. She's got the worst base attack. Her speed's fine, but it's like I just wish she were either tankier, had higher defense because she's got lower attack and she has this increased defense potential. Like, so if she's going to be the tanky one in the group, I wish she had higher defense or more HP or something or both. So base stats are like amongst the worst. But her kit's really cool. She's got the triple hit on the A1, which is awesome. Let's hide this. Let's do that. And then she's got the 100% chance of a weaken on the A1. And A1 weaken is really strong. It's really strong. It's a great ability. Her nuke hits decently hard. And she's got an extra turn mechanic where she's self-buffing. She's the only champion that like has this kind of mechanic, right? Where she just self-buffs, goes again. And so like, even if you don't have an increased attack champion on your squad, she brings at least the lesser increased attack. I wish it were the greater increased attack. I think it should be. I wouldn't mind a rework of the starter champions. I think all 4 starter champions deserve a rework. And not a drastic one. I think they're very good. I think the starter champions are still very good, but I think they've been power crept. And I would like to see a character rework. Like I would like to see new skins for them that are like new base skins for them. And yeah. And I think they should all have an alternative skin that you can earn in game. Like get them to 60 and get a new skin or something, or something simple, you know, like
ooh, yeah.
You know, just defeat brutal clan boss with them on the team and get a skin or something, you know, even if it's like 3 things that you had to complete, like I'd be okay with that. I think it'd be really cool. What I would like all of the champions to do is have that 15% extra crit chance on all their skills as a passive. So you can just build an 85% crit rate. I think that would be really nice. I would like to see that. And then I would like to see the stats boosted a little bit I would also like to see Elhain get an actual debuff, or a buff, like something that she could use, to extend her usefulness, because she gets relegated pretty quickly. So it would be cool if she had, like, I don't know, maybe like an AoE decrease attack or an AoE slow would be really nice. Like on her, let's say on this skill, attacks one enemy, attacks all, and then attacks all enemies. I don't even know. Like an AoE slow would be cool. Or maybe a slow on her A1 on the extra hit. Like attacks one enemy, places an extra hit if the attack is critical. The second attack has a 50% chance of landing a slow. Like that would be so cool, right? Just that. That's all. It doesn't have to be a huge buff, And I would like Gaelic to be improved to the point where he's not so freaking annoying. Actually, like his kit's almost really good, but it's so frustratingly based with the RNG. Like, so the 4 times at random is annoying. The increased speed is kind of interesting, but has a 30% chance of placing a 30% decreased defense debuff for 2 turns, has a 30% chance of placing a 60 if the target has more than 2 debuffs. Like, I wish just remove this. Attacks 4 times at random. Each hit has a 25% chance of landing a decreased defense. That's it. That's fine. That's great. Say it books up to a 35% chance. That's it. That's all it should be. It should just be something that simple, that straightforward. And also, it shouldn't be on a 5-turn cooldown. It should book down to a 4-turn cooldown. Because it's just silly that it's on a 5-turn cooldown. So if you did, small changes and then rework the skins on the champions, I think they'd be so much more appealing. But as it is, I think Athel has sort of the best all-around kit. She's got cool animations, cool character model. Kale is got a good kit. Like his kit is arguably better, especially for clan boss, right? Because of the A3, the 4-hitter on the A3. But I don't like his A1. It's a solo hit, right? Which is he's the only champion that has just a 1-hitter on his A1. His nuke is good. This is the skill I like. This is okay. This is good. But again, I'd like to see all of the champions have a 15% bonus crit chance as a passive. Or even just literally change their crit rate from 15% to 30%. Like just do that. Just give them 30% crit rate. Whatever. I would like that. I would enjoy that. All right. Let me see. What am I doing now? Clear stage 2 or higher of the ice golem. Okay, so I just need to clear stage 2, I think, a couple more times. Tulsi says, I don't know why Archer isn't the fusion champ instead of Zinogre. I think they're just trying to give out another really good clan boss damage dealer, boss killer. Zinogre is going to be more widely usable by a wider range of the community immediately. I think Archer is going to take better gear and a team around her to get the most use out of her, and her best case use is Hydra, which not everybody is really into. So I think even though Archer might be the better champion, I think Zinogre is going to be maybe, the better like early game, mid game champion.
All right, cool.
Taking off?
Are you back? You back in it for the long run?
I'm back in until 1 o'clock. I wouldn't mind a spell at some point. If you could show up around midnight and give me a bathroom break, that'd be cool.
Yeah, I could do that. I could do that.
Sweet.
I'll come in just Cam's son.
Yeah.
Just pop in. You know, do a little wiggle on the camera for the people.
Listen, they got to pay for that content. That's members only.
That's the members only content.
Yeah.
You got to pay for the wiggles.
We've got some new suggestions for member only content. So we'll figure that out. We'll figure that out as we go.
All right. Well, until then, everybody, enjoy the stream. Have fun. Cole, kick some behind, doing work.
All right.
And I'll be seeing y'all again very soon.
All right. Thank you, my friend. See you soon.
Oh, anytime.
All right. Ooh. Alone at last.
Yeah, about that.
All right, so Gaelic just needs cooldowns and he would be way better. I think he would be better with a cooldown reduction, yeah. In the beginning, it was all about clan boss and he was the best at it, so he won the war. If you're talking about Kale was the best at clan boss. Thanks, Nicole. I really appreciate the way you clearly reply with reasonable answers. You're welcome. You're welcome. Honestly, like when I recommend to new players what starter champion they should start with, I usually recommend Kale because he is the most viable in the most places for the longest. But I also tell them all of the starter champions are good. And if you have an attachment to a particular champion, if you like the way a champion looks or you like their kit or you like the faction they belong to, play whoever you want because they all work. But I do try to steer new players away from Gaelic a little bit because I think he is really good. He's actually really good. But unless you're an experienced player, you're going to struggle getting the most out of him and understanding how to use him. The first time I ran Gaelic on an account, I hated it. It was like my fourth account too. It's like I did all the starter champions on an account. My main account was Elhain, and then I did Athel, and then I did Kale, and then I did Gaelic last. I did not like it. It was like immediately after following Kale with Gaelic, it was like night and day. It took me so much longer to progress in dungeons. It took me so much longer to progress in clan boss. And then like a year later, I did another Gaelic account just to like prove to myself that I could. And it was much, much better. It was much better. It still was hard. He is the hardest, I think, champion to run up. Once you get him into like late game gear, though, he's actually really pretty good. Like he does work in the faction crypts. He does work in Doom Tower secret rooms. He's a solid champion, but he kind of needs a little bit more time to mature, I think, in terms of like the gear that you're getting on him and the stats you're getting from your Great Hall and stuff. And then he gets really, really good. Okay. So what do we need to do? We need to get Athel to 5 stars. That's goal here. Okay, so we need to run up more 4-star chickens. So I need to find a good place to farm. And I think what I really need to do with Athel is I need to get her. I guess I don't need to get her ascended. I was going to say I have to get her ascended, but it doesn't really matter. Let's check our challenges. Ascend a rare, epic, legendary, or mythical champion to 1 level of ascension. Well, we already did that, so I'm going to have to do that again. Let's see. All right, we're not going to do that for now. We're going to go do this challenge, the artifact challenge. Helmets, shields, gauntlets, chest plates, boots. Okay, so we're doing Arnok. And that'll give us a chance to grind up some food. So let's go back to the champions for a sec and just throw these in the vault as well. We also have Lizardman and I think, okay. Yeah, okay. Actually, so let's go pull some mystery shards here. Be great to get another rare here. Three uncommons, I'll take it. It's not too bad. All right, we need to upgrade commons to rank 2, 3 commons to 20, 3 commons to rank 3. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do all that. And we're going to do that while we're doing Sewers of, was it Sewers of Arnok or was it Catacombs? Sewers, starting with helmets. Okay. Yeah, so we're just going to run up. Just a sec. Sorry, sometimes you hear a noise in the house that does not sound good, but it's okay. All right, so let's do. All right, now we can talk to people. Deep Squat, Freaky Gamer just calling it out. Yeah, I think that would be good, Kim. And like put an HP burn on it. I think that would be great. Kale has poisons. Give Gallic HP burns. Athel has weaken. Maybe give Elhain decreased defense, or like I said, slow. That would be great. I think one debuff per starter champion actually makes a lot of sense. It gives them additional viability as you move forward. And attack-based champions often don't. That's not actually true. I was going to say attack-based champions often don't have those kinds of debuffs, but they do. They do. Yeah. But, you know, I think the starter champions are already amongst the best rares in the game. But they're not as good as they used to be comparatively to like the overall, you know, pantheon of champions that is now available. So I would love to see them upgraded a little bit. That'd be good. And again, just a little bit. And I think one of the things that, you know, this irks me a little bit about the way that Plarium has approached the game. And I don't want this to be like a bash on Plarium. It is a frustration a little bit as a gamer. Different development companies have different ideas. Plarium doesn't like to go backwards and touch old champions. They don't want to buff champions. They don't want to nerf champions. What they kind of want to do is like, we release a champion and it's like, well, it's not great. It's like, okay, well, we'll release another champion. It's like, okay, but what about that other champion? No, here's a new one. And it's like, they're constantly, they're like, we don't repair our mistakes. We move past them, you know, or mistakes maybe is a whatever. But it's like, I just feel like the starter champions could use a touch up. They could use an update. That's all. You know, it doesn't take a lot. And we've learned so much since the game came out. Like the path of the game wasn't determined back then. And now it's been much more determined. So why not take advantage of the extra expertise, the extra knowledge, the better art department that you clearly have, you know, and like update them visually. And while you're at it, just tweak their kits a little bit so that they're viable for a little bit longer. Maybe they're slightly more effective early on to take a little bit of the pain away from the early game, because the early game is still painful. It's not as painful as it was once upon a time. But I think we could focus on introducing players to the game in a more friendly way. That means they're going to get further before they start to get too frustrated. They're going to be more committed to the game. They're going to enjoy it more. I mean, player experience is so important. I would really, really like to see it. Maybe it'll happen. I don't think so. It doesn't seem to be in keeping with their philosophy of development, right? So I also wouldn't mind, and I think this would be cool, add additional starters. I think it would be cool if they started with, I forget how many factions they launched with. Did they launch with 12 or did they launch with 10? But I mean, they've added factions, right? So like they've added champions, they've added factions. It would be really cool to have like a starter champion from every faction. Like when they get to 16 factions, 16 champions would be a lot as starter champions. But it would be kind of cool if they did that, you know, or at the very least, I don't know, you know, get a starter champion for every alliance. Because right now, you know, you have 2 from the Talarian, and then you have, you know, 1 from the Nazarene Union or whatever, and 1 from the whatever they're called. You know, but you've got nothing from the 4th one. And it's like, why 2-1-1? Why, you know, could make it more. I don't know. Make it 2-2-2-2. Have 8 starter champions. It would be cool. Maybe not. Maybe it's too many. Maybe just have 6. But it would be cool to have, you know, more choices, especially for players who re-roll. You know, some games do a thing where it's like, once you get an account, like once you get one account to cap level, you unlock like new starter champions and you can go back and re-roll. I mean, they don't like you doing new accounts. I don't know why. I wish they would change that as well. But yeah, anyway, that's enough on that, I guess. But I would enjoy seeing some updates. Kresnik says 100% think they need to redo some of the early visuals. When I first started, it was such a game turn off to see so many obvious reskins. Their new champs look so good compared to their older designs. Yeah, I agree. Some of the new champions are so good. Visually, I mean, and it's not even it's not even new champions because it started a while back. Like I think about Helicath. Now Helicath, I think it's like 16 months old now or something at this point. Maybe that's about right. 16 months, maybe 4. I think he's more than a year. I think he was summer last year, maybe August fusion, or maybe it was a little bit later. Maybe it was like October fusion last year. Helicath looks awesome compared to some of the champions that came before him, you know? So I feel like it was like the first, you know, it was the first 6 months they were reskinning a lot, and then they got out of that and they were like, let's do some new, you know, skins. And even like with Helicath is kind of like a repurposed skin, right? Like he's similar, but they're starting to develop a theme there with the demon spawn. And it's like, but he looks so cool. Like they could definitely touch up some of the skins, especially with like, you know, the orcs and the elves and stuff like that. A lot of those factions just have too many reskins. You know, I'm trying to think of a reskin that's happened more recently. Like, has anyone clearly been a reskin in like the last year? Where it's like obvious, do you know what I mean? Not where it's like, I mean, they use base models. They obviously do, but I mean, some of the character models have been so different. You know, when I go and I think about it, I'm like, okay, so if you look at like, you know, like how unique these champion designs are. You know, Kaya is like, she's just like, whether they used a base model or not, you would never be able to tell. You know, she's so different, right? Or you go and you look at you know, like clearly a panda. I mean, the skinwalkers are kind of nice because like you pick an animal and then you just build a character model that way. And so each character model can be unique because it's just built around, you know, whatever you think the animal looks like. I know one that was kind of, so I don't know that it was just a straight up rework, but like this is a cool looking fusion that is also not very different from the old school champions. You know what I mean? Like you can look at this and then you can go back and look at like maybe, you know, and you're like, this guy fits this mold, right? Now these were a reskin. Those two were reskins. You know, but you're like, all right, like he fits into that. Culturally, he makes sense. You know, he's a little bit different. He's not that dissimilar, you know, from some of the other armor wearers. You know, they're all kind of cool, a little generic, but kind of badass. And he fits that mold. You know, still different enough to be like a new legendary. And still cool enough to like, you know, be like, all right, I like him. But there's something about him that looks old school to me. Where I'm just like, yeah. You know, there was another one actually. Who am I thinking of? I lost it. I had it, but I lost it. And the nice thing about like the Sylvan Watchers is that, you know, these champions are completely new. You know, because of the kind of forest theme. You know, so we get some real new character art here, which is always really cool. I love when they come out with new Sylvan Watcher champions. Just very cool. This guy's looks like a little bit like an elf, like a repurposed elf. But like this guy, completely unique, right? Yeah, a little bit of a repurposed elf here from Emic. But I think Emic looks so, I love this shield. The shield with the fingers on it. That's just really cool. Anyway, all right. Let's do work. This is what happens when I live stream. I get distracted by conversations. With the viewers. Was it shields? I can't even hold a thought in my head at this point. Shields. Yeah. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Arnok. Oof. Yeah. The demon spawn females do look similar, although some of the variations are really cool. Like I was looking at Excruciator today. Very cool. You know, so like there are some pretty cool demon spawn females, but a lot of them do look alike. Kresnik said, for reference, I joined about 8 months ago. I remember getting Magister and initially thinking you got Apothecary, right? Yeah. He looks like Apothecary. He's the same model. And you're just like, oh, I got Apothecary. Nope, you didn't. That still happens when I do shard pulls. Every once in a while, I'll pull, you know, an epic or something. They go, oh, no, it's not him. It's not her. You know, you're like, I thought that was going to be. Nope. I mean, almost every male dwarf that comes out looks almost exactly the same initially. You know, like you have to look really closely at the silhouette to see like the head armor. Like you have to know the head armor because they all kind of come out the same way. And you can find yourself thinking you pulled Geo when in fact you pulled like, I don't know who's a bad dwarf epic. I don't even care. It's like I like the dwarf faction, but I don't like their rares, but I like their epics quite a bit. I mean, Grizzled Jarl is good. You know, a lot of the epics are female, aren't they? I'm trying to think of like male epics, and there are a few, but most of the epics are female. Okay, so like, yeah, there are some, but okay, so Rockbreaker. I guess they're more males than I thought. Podbar. Let's get a freaking shield. I've gotten a champion. I've gotten a mystery shard. I think I've gotten mystery shards a couple of times. I don't mind the mystery shards. I like the mystery shards, but when you're trying to get through this stuff and move on, it feels like you're being slowed down. And then you have to pull mystery shards and you have 40 of them and you're like, oh, yay. I have the shards. It's awesome. There's another one. That's a third champion I've gotten, I think. Justin Link, I got War Maiden on the new free-to-play challenge on my first run through Badlands. Nice. That's very nice. Filja is a good epic. Yeah, she's solid. Brassclad is a sleeper. Okay. I'll keep an eye out. I don't think I've ever run a Brassclad. There's one shield, finally. Yeah, that's a good that's kind of a good question there. Like which factions have the best art, right? Which factions like have the most unique, say, rares or epics? You know, forget about the legendaries, because the legendaries are cool in most of the factions. But which faction has the coolest like collection of rares or epics? I'm going to do a poll. Oh, we got some likes there. Thank you. Where do you go to see the leaderboards? It's supposed to be right on hellhades.com, but I couldn't get mine to work. They wouldn't load. So you go to the main page. I'll show you. You go to the main page. It says right here, free to play 2024 is now live. So you're supposed to click on that and then come down here and show leaderboards. And it's supposed to turn on. It hasn't been turning on for me. Apparently other people can see it, but I cannot. So I don't know if it's just that the website's a little bit overloaded, or if there's something going on, or if I'm doing something wrong. But you didn't see that. You didn't see that. Be very quiet. Another champion. I've pulled like 5 or 6 now. I think I've gotten 2 rares. It's interesting because the Lizardman faction crypt is open right now. So maybe I should take those guys up to 30 and then get them in the faction crypt and then use them as chickens. I could do that. That would be great. That's what I should do. As soon as I think I need one more shield. As soon as I get one more shield, I can make the change. I will. Because these guys are going to be level 10 soon anyway. That's one of the things that, like, early on you always forget about, which is that you have to level up the food for the chickens too. So when you level somebody up to 20, you need to get the 2 stars at level 1 to consume to change that into a 3-star. And you're like, oh yeah, that'll be easy. It's not. Early on, it's not easy to do that. It takes a long time to do that. Yeah, okay, so let's take the lizardmen into here. All right, we'll do one more. We want to get them to level 10. Hey, YST. How you doing, man? Best art, you're going to choose a Shadowkin? Yeah. Things going well over here for your start. I've been a little bit distracted. So things are going well. They're going fine. I'm going to keep grinding. I'm going to be on till I've got 2.5 more hours to go, I think. And then I'm going to take a break. So good to see you. We said, yo, just grinded out nearly 4 hours on the stream for the team. Got a Lordly Legionary. That's nice. Chose Miscreated and Gaelic to start. Wow. Wow. That is an interesting combo. All right. Yeah, I chose Athel and Mordecai. Yeah, good to see you. So are we going to have a little bit of a strategy sesh? Are we going to pull the team together somewhere? Should we jump into a Discord? Have you talked to all the other players? I mean, we had I want to say it right, Nothorius. We had Nothorius here earlier for a while. But I thought it would be cool if we could all, talk at some point, plan it out. And also, do you know about the clans? What are we doing with the clans? Because I just joined a random clan to get past that quest, but I think we're supposed to have an official clan, right? All right, so let's do lizards. All right, so we only have one of these. I thought we had more. Let's do one of each of these. Actually, I think I have some I put them in the vault, didn't I? Yeah, I've got a level 5 here. I got level 5. So let's do those guys. Level those up. That'll give us at least 3 of those. Yeah, we will make a group over the weekend, or Saf will create threads in Discord, okay? You're in HH clan, but they posted the 2 clans to join in Discord. Oh, they did? Okay. We should be in the same clan, though, right? Like, we should jump into the same clan? I was looking at Discord earlier, and I didn't see it, but I will look again. Let me see. HH, there we go. Okay. Creator discussion. Pinned. Max 1 of each rank clan quest per member allowed. Here's one of the clans. If you have a weird name, let me know. Yeah, Saf was just setting up the clans. So YST and I'm on YST's team. Yeah. So it's me and YST and Nothorius and free-to-play J Warrior and Personal Tool. I haven't. Oh, and I think his name is Pete TT, right? So there's 6 of us. So I actually don't know any of the other content creators besides you, YST. So all right, I'll try to jump in one of the I'll try to jump in that clan. Let's see if we can. 24 HH. Which makes sense because I did the same thing. So it's not gonna be a problem if I leave the clan, is it? It's like not gonna let me do something. Yeah. Okay. 24 HH. Wait a second. Did I do something? Oh, maybe it's invite only. All clans. What am I doing wrong? There we go. It's got one spot left. All right. We'll see if they let me in. Maybe I'll get in. All right, cool. Are you done for the night, YST? You going to bed? I know it's late there. It's like 4 in the morning for you, isn't it? 3:30? Oh, hey, Saphira. I didn't rig the wheel. I promise I had no part in it. Yeah. I didn't even see you, Saphira. I just applied to the clan. Maybe before you head to bed, you could let me in. That'd be nice. Hi there, coming from SAS live stream. That's awesome. Well, thank you for rating me. I will be going on for a few more hours. Good to see you, Marcel or Marcel. Jeannie, you're still grinding a little bit. Yeah, I think Saf just raided into you. That's awesome. Thank you. Thank you for the raids. We've had a good night here. It's been fun. Except for the part where I walked away and left the stream with no sound for half an hour while my editor was standing in for me so I could have dinner with my wife. Yeah, that happened. But people took it really well, apparently. Yeah, so we're having a good time. We're having a good old time. Yeah, I don't see anything on the leaderboards either. I don't know why, but I'm sure Saf and HH will get it handled at some point by the morning. For me, because I believe there are either 5 or 6. I think it's 5 hours. They're 5 hours like later in the evening than I am. So right now it's 10:30 for me. You're registering all the creators now. Awesome. Thanks for all the hard work, by the way, man. I'm excited for this. I think this is really such a fun, cool thing. You guys did a great job with it last year. Really brought the community together. So I appreciate being invited to be part of it. And yeah, just want to let you know that, we appreciate all the hard work. And YST's team is going to crush it. That's the other thing. Everybody should know that. YST team is going to crush it. We got to come up with a team name, YST. We're going to need to put our heads together and come up with a really good team name. Yeah. Yeah, maybe we'll do a little graphical work too. We'll get a little bit of a team mascot going, something with the mask. We'll have some fun with it. As long as you guys beat Deadwood, I'm fine with it. Yeah, that's a good call. That's a good call. Let's do that. Man, I was rooting for you. When you guys went head to head, YST, I was rooting for you. I mean, Deadwood's awesome. I do love Deadwood, but I was pulling for you. And then he did a good job. He did a good job. But it's time to turn the tables. I think it has to be Shadowkin theme. I'm cool with that. I love the Shadowkin. Now you need to call him out again? Yeah. Listen, if you want, if you want, don't call him out. I'll do it. Like, I'm nobody. He's not going to be scared of me, right? He's going to take me. He'd be like, oh, you're on YST's team. Yeah, I'm coming after you, right? And then you can, you have plausible deniability. So, you could just sort of, behind the scenes be pulling the strings. Odd One's fantastic. Yeah, he's going to be tricky. Yeah, he doesn't even know who I am. I'm going to call him out. He's going to be like, Cole who? Chestplate. All right. I think one of the most fun. I mean, I really enjoyed the free to play series last year. The first few weeks of it and stuff like that. Just watching everybody's content. I actually had planned. I said this early in the stream tonight, but I had planned to launch my channel in conjunction with that free to play challenge. I actually recorded videos. I did like a 12-hour live stream the first day on Twitch. I think I live streamed for like 8 hours the next 2 or 3 days. And then like stuff happened in life that just made it not come together. And so I didn't actually launch my channel until the summer. And so I kind of missed all the shenanigans, but that was really, really fun. And I've enjoyed a lot of the collaborations. I really liked the clan boss, kind of competitions. Those have been fun. So Odd One already has 3 6 stars. No, he doesn't. At the end of 3 months, everyone will know you guys a lot better. Yeah. He does not have 3 6 stars. He does not. It's been 2.5 hours. There's no way. I know he's a good player. Nobody's that good. Staying on the grind, says Son. Yeah. And trolling. That's another thing that we do. Yeah, I think we gotta amp up the team spirit and the camaraderie. I wanna do collaborations with everybody on the team. That'd be fun. Oh, we got some direct messages. Who we got? I'm missing something. Why is it still? How come I can't? Okay, there we go. Couldn't get rid of the stream, Son. Like your stream kept interrupting me. There we go. It's funny when I get DMs in the middle of a stream. I get DMs from people who are in the stream in my Discord. Like they join my Discord and then DM me. And I'm like, you know I'm streaming because you were in my stream. You took down J Warrior Arena Defense earlier. Oh boy. And Grim Gaming, we were shocked by people last year. Crazy efficient. Yeah. Yeah, people are really strong. I mean, I get distracted by streaming. I love streaming. I like talking to people. And when I was on my grind last year, I pushed hard though. And I was doing all right the first couple of days. And I was shocked at how far people were ahead of me. Yeah, HH verified him. Oh, wait. Somebody's beaten Brutal campaign already tonight? There's no way. It's 2.5 hours. How does somebody beat Brutal campaign already? That's intense. Cool, though. I guess it could. Yeah, I could see that. I could kind of see that. Maybe. I don't know if I could see that. To be clear, Athel was leaving the order, breaking her oath. What? Are you talking about what we were talking about like an hour ago, pal? Bronco, there was so Bronco is one of the content creators that I've newly become aware of, like maybe in the last 6 weeks, and I've watched a lot of his content. I really appreciate him. He actually stopped into a live stream once. We had a little chat, and he was very nice. And I thought it would be cool to be on his team. And I was the last, right on the last spin. There were 2 players left, and Bronco was on Papa Drock's team, right? And then it was YST's team. And so it was like I could either get Bronco or I could get YST. And I was like, well, these are two content creators I watch a lot of. So, I'll be happy with either one. But it was funny because I was like, oh, this will be really cool. And then Papa Drock was like, come on, H. He wanted the other content creator. It was like, I forget who it was. It was, what's his name? Oh, I know his name. But he like called out for the other guy. And then he was like, no, either one would be cool. And I was like, dude, that was messed up. It's like, that's all right, though. That's all right, man. I landed where I was supposed to land. No one has beaten Brutal. Draven is beaten hard, though. Okay. Yeah, I'm just plugging along. Creators will be loaded in the next 12 hours. Yeah, Saphir, you got to sleep at some point. Yes, that's true. Last year with the 6-star artifacts, that's right. Although now you can get, you can still get the codes, right? Five boots, stage 6. Just the silver and energy. Yeah. Yeah, Saphira, my there are a couple of guys in my Discord community who have been pushing hard for me to do a collab with you. They really, really want us to do a collaboration. This one guy thinks we see the game in exact opposite ways. And I'm like, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think Saphira and I see the game very similarly, or we look at it in a similar way, just from different perspectives, like different ends of the spectrum. But like the methodology is similar, but the philosophy might be different, I guess. But anyway, it would be kind of interesting to chat about it if you're up for that at some point. Got to get the collabs out of the way with the teammates first. But yeah, I always enjoy your I always enjoy your content. We just had a big debate in one of my live streams about the way turn meter works. And both sides were citing your video on the turn meter. I was like, no, it's Saphira's video. And they were like, no, it's Saphira's video. I was like, but Saphira said it. It's like, no, but Saphira said. And then one of my viewers reached out to you and was like, hey, by the way, how does the turn meter work? And I think you answered him too. And then we were both arguing about whether or not it was supporting like my side or his side. I think he might have won the argument. I think he might have won the argument, but that's okay. I don't mind being wrong. Yeah, I will absolutely poke you to arrange it. No worries. Are you leaving, Marcel? Plarium doesn't know how it works. Yeah. 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 So one of the things, maybe now that you're here, maybe I'll just ask you. So what we were talking about was the 5%. So even with a turn meter fill, everybody still takes their 5% step forward, I suppose. But even if they're at max turn meter, that's what the debate was based on. Like if there's a turn meter fill, do you have to pass the 5% to go next? Or do you just have to pass the original speed to go next? So like if you're speed tuning an arena team, can you speed tune perfectly, like in terms of the speeds, like, the exact 1.3, like if you divide, I don't know, your arbiter by 1.3, that exact speed, if you're just like, half a speed faster than that, can you still get cut in on? And so I was So I was arguing no. 5%, there is no 5%. So somebody was saying that even, so let's say I give a turn meter fill to my team, like Arbiter goes and fills everybody just turn meter 30%. And the second fastest champion on my team is now, boosted to the point where, let's say it's my Deacon. My Deacon is, reaches that speed, that Arbiter speed. Is it possible to get cut in without a mastery or a passive that breaks it? That is the tick rate. So units will fill based on their speed, and the speed is divided by 1,000. Every time a turn happens, turn meter is filled. Okay, but let's say multiple units reach 1.0 simultaneously. Gotcha. The action then forces a unit that loses the tie break to fill their turn meter again. And that becomes the new maximum. Yeah, I understand the divisional dragging. I read the thing on Deadwood Jedi site. I forget what it is called, but I've read that whole thing. And I get the concept of divisional dragging. Right. I'm like hanging on every word here. I'm like, yeah. Okay. So this is what we were talking about. Is there a theoretical way to have an infinite turns where the other team or boss or whatever would never go? Like theoretically, could you create a speed tune that would just not allow the enemy to take a turn? That's what I thought. Which is why there's like a cap on turn meter fill, right? Like basically it's why, for instance, they picked 30% turn meter fill on Seeker and they don't really go above that, right? Because you don't want to get to the point where you're literally lapping. Yeah. This is so one of the things that I was talking about was that the reason this debate came up is because I was saying that even though like Plarium sometimes makes mistakes, they're not perfect. They have a pretty solid grasp of what can break the game. And most of the times, even when they make powerful champions, they don't let the champions break the game. You know what I mean? We were talking about like the Hydra nerfs and stuff to certain champions and the issue with Cadaver and Madman and stuff. And I was using the turn meter fill mechanic as an example that like you can't really create an infinite loop. Like theoretically you could, but they know where that line is, or they sort of guess where that line is and then make sure they don't cross it. Because once that happens, like they don't like to nerf stuff. Obviously they do nerf stuff when it's absolutely necessary. And so then we got into this huge discussion about turn meter fill and how that works. Yeah, also why most AoE attack multipliers are around 4, right? Yeah. Is that what he did last time, Joseph? I don't remember. I actually did that as my second 60 in my last free to play series. They cross that line with Acrizia and Newt. Yeah, absolutely. I think with Newt, I mean, I'm assuming with Acrizia too. I don't have her on any account, but they did it very deliberately. And I think maybe I'm wrong, but I think that they wanted to give a certain amount of access to champions like that. When they made Newt, they realized that like Acrizia pushed the line, and as a Void legendary, her access, like the lack of her access, kind of bent things, and so they created Newt sort of as a response. The mythical, yeah, I'm the free to play guy. I don't have any mythicals. I am going to get my Lady Mikage though, so I'm pretty excited about that. I now have all the champions to get my Lady Mikage on my main account, but Kale 5-starred on the challenge account. Nice. I think at some point what I might have to do, like I was saying, I'm gonna stream until 1 a.m. my time, but I might have to keep playing until like 3 a.m. just to make up for the fact that I've been streaming and not playing. I keep talking. I got Saphira in here. I'm talking to him. I'm like, man, I'm not grinding hard enough right now. I'm going to be way behind when morning comes. I'll get like 3 hours sleep, pop back up and do it again. Yeah, Marcel, it's not getting Newt. I think a lot of people who either passed or failed that fusion regret that. I do think in the long run it'll balance out, but in the short term, it's just like it's so much power. It's so much power in one champion. I'm doing great keeping you company. Thanks. But Saphira, I thank you for the explanation and taking the time. That definitely helped me understand it a bit better. I think one of the things I've said this before about the content creators in the raid world, you know, the collection, the fraternity of content creators, whatever you want to call it, all the content creators that make content for raid, like we have a little bit of everything here. The group is so good. It's so good. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to become a content creator, because I just feel like the community has all of these different minds and different perspectives on the game and different approaches to content creation. Despite what I was saying before about content creation in general being a copycat kind of endeavor, everybody in this world, in the raid content creation world, like kind of brings their own thing to it. And, you know, I was saying one of the things I really enjoy is like the theory crafters, the MTG Jedis and the YSTs and Saphiras, and like people who like break it down and analyze it and, you know, disseminate that information. And then it like gets into the other parts of the community and gets like, there are some people who are capable of breaking a thing down, like cracking the nut, like, you know, like literally finding the problem, breaking it open and explaining what's inside. And then other people take that and get creative with how to use it. And then other people take that and then innovate, you know, and it's like everybody sort of has their place in that life cycle of an idea in the raid community. And so it's just cool to be part of that, you know, and I like a little bit of everything. I like the theory crafting. I like the problem solving. I like the analytics. So it's always fun to get to talk to people who are at other parts of that spectrum, you know, who are in the chain at a different location to hear their thoughts on it. That's always fun. I really enjoyed talking to MTG Jedi when I did my collab with him. He was my first collab. He actually reached out to me. It was really cool. And he was like, hey, let's do a collab. And for like an hour before the collab, we just talked, and we talked about content creation a lot, but we also talked a little bit about raid, and it was just kind of interesting to see his brain work, because he and I also have a similar situation that we both like the theory crafting and the looking at like sort of non-meta solutions. But his idea of value and my idea of value in the champions is so different. And I wonder if that's because I'm entirely free to play and he's a spender. I don't know, or if it's just the way we look at things. But it's cool. It's cool to sit down with somebody like that and really talk about it, Freaky Gamer says, failed Newt and Emic was a little bit let down on those. Yeah, those are both great champions. It's tough failing fusions. I failed on Razzlevarg. That was my last fail. And it was like, I think it was late. I think it was like one of the last days. And I didn't even realize I had failed. Like I didn't realize I had failed, and I kept doing events. So I kept sinking resources into a lost cause. You're all very supportive of each other. Yeah, just I try to be. I mean, during the whole No Dime December thing, which I was a supporter of, I disagreed with Hell Hades on a couple of things, and I did a reaction video to one of his videos. But I tried to be very respectful about it, and like we don't need to all see eye to eye. We should all have different perspectives. But apparently he watched my reaction, and he came to my channel and gave me a nice response and was like, hey, like, I appreciate what you said. So I respect that it's hard to do this job. I've only been doing it about 6 months, and it's a hard job. It's a lot of work, a lot of long hours. And the schedule is demanding. So anybody that does it and does it successfully, does it well, gets my respect, even if we see things differently. The only reason I would ever like personally feel maybe that I didn't like a content creator is if they did something to hurt the community or another content creator for a selfish reason, and that doesn't happen that often, and it really doesn't happen too much in this community, which is great. Krusnik says, I got to say the raid community is really wholesome. There are different segments of the community, and there's some egos here, and there can be some friction, but in general, I agree with you. I think the raid community is very friendly and agreeable, and generally helpful, and well-wishing. You never hear anyone saying good things about T Swift. Are we talking about Taylor Swift? Because I don't know another T Swift. Is there a content creator T Swift I'm not familiar with? I basically can't do Fire Knight. I can't do hard Fire Knight just because I don't have Newt. I'm hoping maybe this new free login champion will be able to work for me in some areas like Hydra, Shogun, and maybe even a Fire Knight team as DPS. Yeah. Yeah, I hope you get some value out of the free login champions. It's always good to get a free login. You failed Emic and Newt because of shards. Yeah, that's a tough one. Justin Link says, if you all see eye to eye and play agreeable Andes, then the innovation will cease. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. There are so many champions in the game, and there's so many different ways that a roster can develop in an account. Nobody's ever going to have the same experience twice. You just don't have it. You can't even force it. You can't be like, I'm going to spend $1,000 the first day and get the same champions that I got on my last. Like, you can't do it. So if you're going to play multiple accounts, if you're going to play for a long time, you're going to have different perspectives. And that's great, because I'm constantly hearing, now that I'm a content creator, I'm constantly like, I'm a target for communication. I don't mean in a bad way. Like I'm the person that people see on the video and they want to tell me something or ask me something. And so I get a lot more communication about raid than I used to when I wasn't a content creator. And as a result, I get, in an unsolicited way, but totally friendly way, a lot of information about champions I don't think about, or fights that I didn't think about. And and people want to hear my opinions on stuff. And sometimes they'll ask me like, what's your opinion about this method of beating, the Phantom Shogun's Grove? And I'm like, I haven't heard about it. I don't know. I don't even do the Phantom Shogun Grove. I think I'm on level 2 or 3, stage 2 or 3, because I'm focused on other things. And it's funny. It's a little bit embarrassing because it's like, I'm not the expert on everything. I'm a free-to-play player. I've said this before. But I also don't pretend to be. It's not my interest to be the expert on everything. It would be very difficult to be the expert on everything, right? Saphir is an expert on a lot of things. HH is an expert on a lot of things. But there are players who are also better at aspects of the game than even those players who are very expert and are amongst the best players that I'm aware of, right? So, what I like doing as my part of my content creation is taking the information that I can source from all these different experts and put it into language and in a delivery, like in a form to deliver it to everybody so that everyone can get value out of it. Not saying that those players don't do that, or those content creators don't do that, but I don't think that's necessarily where the focus is. Some content creators focus on, I wouldn't even say focus. I would say everybody has their own talents. If I have a talent as a content creator, if I had a talent that made me think I was going to potentially be able to do this, it's that I can synthesize information from a variety of sources and then distill it into an accessible form for most people. Not always the first time, but I've done that my whole career. That's what I built a career doing. So it was my hope that I could do that here. And that's proving the case. Most of the people who are enthusiastic about my content will say things like, you're the first one to give me an explanation that I could use. And I don't think that that's true for everybody. I think, all the other content creators have explanations that I've used. So I know that they can do that. But that is absolutely my focus. It's like, if you've come across an explanation and didn't understand it, I'm hoping to give you the same explanation that, by the way, I didn't come up with. I am borrowing from all of those other sources, but deliver it in a way that is more accessible to those players. Highest view raised Shadow Legend streamer on Twitch, but everyone claims he uses bots. Okay, I don't watch Twitch, so I'll have to go check it out. T Swift, gotcha. Denise really enjoys the raid community. So do I. Yeah, HH's website, and I've said this before on a live stream, that's the best that's the best third-party game resource I've ever seen in any game ever. Like there's nothing that I found when I was playing World of Warcraft. There was nothing that I found when I was playing League of Legends. There was nothing I found that is better as a resource than that. There are some other good sites, and a lot of them are professional sites now. It used to be that way back in the day, it was like, they were amateur sites, that the sites were just fan-based sites or, player-based sites. And now they're professional sites in the way that HH's site is. But I'd never seen anything on that scale before. There are some sites that make money off of League of Legends, third-party sites that are pretty good. But yeah, this was created by a player, and it was like built on his reputation, and it's an incredible resource. I use it all the time. It features in so many of my videos and so many of my live streams. I'm constantly sending people to hellhades.com. Hey man, as free to play, what's your opinion on the Elatrion Heroes path? Is it doable? I don't know. I haven't seen the Heroes path yet. Let me pull up my other account. I'll try to get you an answer to that question, but as of right now, I haven't seen the Heroes path. When Stu Gaming had a falling out with the raid scene, that was the first time raid drama had me eating popcorn. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really know Stu. I watched a few of his videos back in the day before he left. He did a bit at some point. He had a falling out with Plarium over some kind of cheating software. I think there was a third-party software that was like an auto clicker or something, and he did a video on it to show that it was happening and that people weren't getting banned for it, and then he got banned for it, and then he got kicked out of the content creator program. And I knew that was drama, and I kind of felt bad. I kind of felt like obviously that was going to happen. I thought it was kind of a predictable outcome, but it was unfortunate because I thought he was trying to do something to help the community. And then the next time I heard from him, he was taking shots at HH, and I was like, I don't get that. I think HH is about as stand-up as it comes. Whether you like him or not, whether you watch his content or not, he's a community guy. So I just thought at the time that it felt like Stu was trying to make a comeback by making waves. And maybe I read that wrong. Again, I don't know Stu. But that was some drama. And HH had a response, and I thought it was class response. And that was enough, and that was over. The drama was squashed, right? And it's gone away. And there hasn't been drama like that in the raid community since that I know of. At least not on that scale. So. You are in YST's team. Yes, I am, Peckham Halder. What are your thoughts on the current promo code hero options, and more specifically, Miscreated Monster versus Mord versus Deacon? Good question. I went with Miscreated Monster. No, I didn't. I went with Mordecai. I didn't go with Miscreated Monster. I went with Mordecai. And I polled my viewers at the time, and they wanted me to go Mordecai, so I went Mordecai. I love Deacon Armstrong. I feel like he's the best overall progression epic in the game. I think he's a god tier epic. He's one of my favorite champions, and not taking him kind of hurt my soul a little bit. I think any of those three champions are going to get the job done. Obviously, there's a bit of RNG in it. Like, are you going to pull what you need to support the roster that you've chosen? One of the things that you could absolutely do is you don't necessarily need to use your new player code immediately. Like, you could use the Arbiter codes first. You could use like a day or two of Arbiter codes and then decide which one you wanted to pull. I thought about doing that. I decided not to do that. It's a little bit risky. You don't want to accidentally run out of time. But I don't think any of them are bad. I think the benefit to Mordecai is that he synergizes really well with the new login champion. And here's the other thing. With only 90 days to play, I think Arena is going to take on less of an emphasis than it normally would. Because a lot of the rush to get to like Gold 5 Arena is to build your Great Hall as quickly as possible. And that can take, 2 years to get to completion or more. And so you don't want to wait. You want to get on that train. You want to jump on it. You want to push it. Now, obviously, you also get the sort of the benefits of, well, I guess it doesn't, like you get the benefits of the rewards from, like, I'm thinking of the chest, at the end of the week. So there's still a reason to want to get to Gold 5. And getting some bonuses in your Great Hall is going to be important, especially if you're like rushing for Arbiter. So it's not that I guess it's still important. I just don't know how many people are going to just opt out of Arbiter because they're like 90 days is a hard Arbiter push. It's possible. People have done it faster. I've never done it in 90 days. So yeah. So if you de-emphasize Arena, then Deacon becomes a little bit less important than he would be otherwise. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. And without legendaries, there are so few AoE HP burn champions available. You basically have Mordecai, Skrank, and Ultimate Gaelic. I think. I don't know if there's a 4th epic that has an AoE HP burn. And of those, Mordecai's actually the easiest to get anyway. But if you don't get him, if you didn't pull him from a shard, then you would be stuck basically without an AoE HP burner. And I think you can piece together replacements for Deacon more easily with epics than you can replace Mordecai. I guess what I'm saying is, like, without legendaries, Deacon is easier to replace than Mordecai. That's what I'm saying. Okay. Dungeons. Okay. Upgrade an artifact to level 4 or higher. All that. We can do all that. Champions. Let's just keep doing that. Okay. I'm trying to think my way through this mess right now, and I'm kind of lost. What am I doing right now? Okay. If you're over level 15, you can't use new player code? Wow, I didn't know that. The Arbiter codes are all listed on HH's site. So let me pull that up for you. So if you come to hell80s.com and you go up to the first drop down menu and you just go down to promo codes, you'll be pulled to this page, which has the new player promo codes, and then also the Call of the Arbiter promo codes, which it says are inactive, but I guess HH tested them and they are currently active. So you can use these as well. I didn't realize it was limited to level 15. For some reason, I thought it was like level 40. But in that case, you don't want to wait. You want to use it the first day. And so, yeah, I would say, I mean, I don't think there's a bad choice. I think Miscreated Monster is an all-around carry. I think Deacon is an all-around carry. I think Mordecai will be highly useful in conjunction with, you know, the login champion. But remember, it's 7 days before the login champion hits. So for the first 7 days, I think both Deacon and Miscreated Monster will do more work for you than Mordecai will. I mean, he's got a turn meter fill. He's got an increased attack. They're not on the same skill. The increased attack is on the HP burn, which makes it work really well with the new starter champion or the new login champion. But I do think that potentially, you know, people who start with Mordecai like I did are gonna lose ground for the first week. That was disappointing. Coffin Smasher will be valuable. He's an easier AoE HP burn to get early. Yeah, he's probably the best other option. And he's a usable champion for other reasons. But his HP burn is on a 4-turn cooldown. And it is only 75%. And it's not AoE. It's a single target. It's a single target. Yeah, it's not an AoE HP burn. 75% chance single target. I think out of all of the rares who, what the heck is going on right now? Come on, pull it together. What are you doing? What am I doing right now? Artifacts. I'm trying to upgrade these. All right, let's get these maybe. 3 artifacts, 6 artifacts to level 4 or higher, 12 artifacts to level 4 or higher, 12 artifacts to level 4 or higher. Okay. Let's just do some 1 stars. Only has to be level 4 for now. I think the best rare HP burner at this point may be Selenia, who's a void rare. Because it's 100% success chance, and then you have a chance of spreading it, which is not bad. You know, it's not an AoE HP burn, but it can become kind of an AoE HP burn with the spread. And it's 100% chance, and it won't weak hit because she's void. So I think anybody who pulls Selenia is going to be very happy. She's also just one of my favorite rares. I want her to be so good. She's so close to being like a top 3 rare. She's so close. Her stats are a little weak. You know, it's like her kit is worthy of an absolute top rare spot, but her stats are weak. But I love this champion. I just did a whole video on how to clear 25 stages of Sand Devil's Necropolis with Selenia. You can do all 25 stages of Sand Devil's Necropolis with Selenia and Godseeker Neri. But her HP pool is so low. You know? It's like she's so close to being absolutely phenomenal. If her HP pool were like the same as Cold Hearts, if she was like 16k instead of 13k, with this heal, she would be a solo goddess. She would do so well. But the increased accuracy is phenomenal. And then, oh yeah, the HP burn's not 100% chance. It's 87.5% chance. But if you add the 5% from Sniper Mastery, it goes up to like a 91.1% chance or something like that. So it's pretty good. Yeah, and then this. Where is it? Okay, so I'm sorry. It's not an HP burn spread. It's a random attack. That's what it is. I had that wrong. So it's a random attack. So you can get up to 3 HP burns out there, and then you can extend them. That's what it is. So it's kind of an AoE HP burn. Kale and Mordecai is good, Justin Lake. That should be great. Trax says, I chose Deacon personally, but also kind of regret not choosing Miscreated Monster to go with Elhain because the support for her seems more useful. But I'm not sure how far Elhain and Deke should push me by day 1. I seriously considered Elhain. I did actually seriously consider Elhain. And the reason I did is because I think that she's the best campaign farmer. Because she has 2 AoEs. Now, maybe that's not quite right, but it feels like when I've run her as a campaign farmer, her fastest speed is somewhere around 13 seconds. Whereas the fastest that I get from Athel is generally 16 seconds. And that's usually the same for Kale, is around there, I think. And then also, I think she's the best arena nuker. And ultimately, I kind of stepped away because I started to assess it. I'm like, I don't think arena is going to be super important this time around. Not that it won't be important, but if I'm stepping away from Deacon, then maybe I can step away from Elhain. I don't know. So I didn't want to use Kale again. I had just used Athel in a free-to-play series starting 5 months ago. But she's my favorite champ. She's my favorite starter, so I decided to use her. Sometimes you just pick the champs you like. They're all good. You know, you didn't get it wrong. You know what I mean? You didn't get it wrong. You don't have to worry about that. I know it's a competitive thing, but you also have to enjoy it, right? You have to enjoy yourself. And I will find more satisfaction in getting Athel to work well than I would in getting Kale to work well, because I like her better. And I think it's a little bit more of a challenge. And so I just appreciate that. So don't beat yourself up about it. Do you know what I mean? Like if you happen to choose the suboptimal solution, it's all right. You'll be fine. You'll survive. You'll get through it. And it'll work just fine. It'll work just fine. That's the other thing. I mean, it's still early. It's only a few hours in. If you really feel that way, you can restart. Kresnik says, I really need an Eerie. I was so annoyed when I didn't have voids when she was guaranteed. Yeah. Yeah, I feel you. I've got 2 copies of Aniri right now. Unfortunately, I didn't realize that the strategy in Sand Devil's Necropolis works better if you don't fully book her. You need to take 1 cooldown off her active revive, I think. You may also have to pull a cooldown off of her passive. I don't know. But yeah. Johnny Doyle, yes, I am in a CC only clan for the challenge at the moment. So we're all in the Hell Hades set up some clans for us. So we're currently there. That's where we are. I don't know what's going to happen with the clans. I don't know if we're going to get dispersed amongst our clans individually. What I think would be awesome is if each team of 6 players got an individual clan and could fill the other 24 spots with members from their communities. That would be fantastic. I would love to do that, because then it would be like our communities are helping us in the competition. You know, that would be so cool. Now, granted, some communities are going to be more advanced than other communities. You know what I mean? Like I'm not saying that my community's, I don't know, more experienced or better than, you know, Deadwood Jedi's community or whatever. Like I have no idea. I have no idea. And I know that, you know, some communities are filled with whales and other communities are filled with new players. And that's fine. I just think it would be fun that the people who hang out in my Discord, you know, would get to join me on this journey. That would be really fun. And so I'm gonna suggest that idea. And we'll see. But it's, you know, if it doesn't happen, that's okay. Like we do lots of things together. So I still need to do 2 more of these artifacts. You guys are distracting. Stop distracting me. It's all your fault. I'm doing so poorly and it's all no, you guys are awesome. I do want to level this one up. Can do that to 4. Crit rate or speed, please. You can do it. Preferably crit rate. Crit rate now. Speed. That's good. I'll take it. I could just say it. You're awesome. Leslie B, you're awesome. You specifically. You personally, Leslie. Kicking button, taking names. Son, it's what we do. Cedric, I agree with you. I love Selenia. I want her to be better too. Yeah, you can struggle with no AoE HP burn on Spider. Absolutely. That's the place where the struggle can be the worst, actually. Okay, I don't even know if I need all the... I don't know if I need to pull all this energy right now. A 3-star weapon from clearing stage 1 of sewers on normal. It's got to be on normal. This is where they should just open it to any difficulty, I think. This is the frustrating thing, but I think I'm going to get away from this for a second. And I'm going to try to... I guess I got to keep leveling some champions. We got 90 stars here. We've almost got another ancient shard. Maybe we can get another ancient shard. That would be cool. This is fully. Let's try this one. Let's see how we do here. Actually, I guess maybe we'll do like, try to get 2 stars first, just so I keep getting XP. Athel gets strong fast, but the difference between 40 and 50 is major, right? Like that's so huge. All right, let's see. What account am I on? I'm on my main account. Okay, good. So, oh, hey. Okay, good. He's actually really cool. This is a champion I just learned about not that long ago. It's got a 4-hitter on his A2 that decreases the turn meter by 15% if this attack is critical. And I've been told, although I'm not 100% sure, it has decreased speed on the A1. I've been told that this turn meter decrease is on all 4 hits because it's random. So it's each hit. I don't know if I've confirmed that. I think I experimented with it. I think I confirmed it. But can anybody confirm that Satyr has a 4 times turn meter decrease? This guy is a Fire Knight god as far as uncommons are concerned. Either way, even if it doesn't, even if it only decreases once, he'd be a Fire Knight god. All right, let's see if we can do this. Let's bring in these champions. Yeah. Why is Team YOLO? Yeah, all right, cool. We are all on a budget. All right, we're all free to play and we all can't use legendaries. So yeah, I would call that being on a budget. I gotta check my dragon tournament on my main. I don't remember if I completed it or not. I think I was getting close. I don't think I did. Nope, I still need the 5 fragments. So I'm at what, 2,000? I'm like 30 points away. Okay. Let's just run some dragon. I'm gonna run it with some food champs, I think. Yep, I can run it with food champs. Oh, hey, look at that. Did we get anything good? Oh, right, we get the immortal set here. That's not a bad immortal set. I'll take that. I'll definitely take that. I don't know what I want to do in terms of leveling up here. I feel like I really need to level up food. But I don't know what order to level the food up in. I need to push Athel. I need to get her maxed out and moving as fast as possible. And I really need, what I need to do is I need to get her to Valdemar straight so I can get the pieces to complete a lifesteal set. Once I do that, we're in good shape. And this should be a good, I think this stage is okay, but doesn't this become a bad affinity for me? I forget. I'm so not used to, not having the lifesteal. Okay, so let me just look at this for a second. No, it stays good affinity. Okay. I think maybe I'll farm some speed stuff. All right, let me get some food in this dungeon and fire it off. I'm excited about the super raids. How excited are you guys about the permanent super raids? I really wish they'd add Minotaur. I don't know why they didn't add Minotaur, but you know, Sand Devils, it's all the dungeons. Sand Devils, Necropolis, Phantom Shogun's Grove, all the regular dungeons. I think they said the potion keeps too. You're grinding dragon on your main. I have the frags, but I'm trying to get the dungeon divers frags too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're going to get... Is it Ice Golem? Ice Golem's next, right? So Ice Golem will still be active during this dungeon divers. So what I'm saying is don't overdo it on the dragon, right? Because you can still put that energy into... Let me double check to make sure I'm right on that, but I'm pretty sure I'm right on that. Oh, here it is. Okay. So yeah, the calendar says Ice Golem tournament will... No, it won't be. Never mind. Ice Golem starts when Dungeon Diver stops. So you need to pour this all into the Dragon tournament. But don't start Ice Golems right away because Ice Golem overlaps the second Dungeon Divers. And so the second Dungeon Divers can be completed using Ice Golem and Fire Knight. Plus an extra 1,000 energy. But yeah, so you're right. You got to do it all in Dragon right now for the Dungeon Divers. Or you could also do some campaign if you, pushing the champion training with energy. I've got most of my champion training already done because I had a lot of food beforehand and I wanted to get it out of the way so I could clear space because I needed to pull shards. And I did a video on that, and let's see how that video is doing. Let's go take a look. I'm just curious. Hey, it's a 1 out of 10 so far. I didn't expect that, but that's a good one. All right. It's always good to have a 1 out of 10. It's always bad to have a 10 out of 10. If you don't know what, if you're not a content creator and you haven't seen the behind the scenes, they rank your latest videos, and they tell you and they track it hour by hour. So you can find out at a glance how your current video is performing. And so it's ranked, it gives you the top 10 performing videos of the last time frame. And so obviously the best is 1 out of 10, not 10 out of 10. So normally if you heard, oh, that's a 10 out of 10, you'd think, oh, that's a great thing. But if a YouTube content creator hears that's a 10 out of 10, you're like, oh no, it's the worst video I've made in 10 days. It's like, so you always want a 1 out of 10. Yeah, they should add Minnow. I don't care. I don't care. They should add Minnow. Absolutely. It's one of the least. I have a term that I call anti-fun. I've been using this term for years. There are mechanics in games that are anti-fun. They literally suck fun out of the experience, right? It's not that they're painful or it's not that they're I don't know what you would call it, except for the fact it's the opposite of generating fun. It reduces your fun. So it's anti-fun. Right? And Minnow is anti-fun. And I don't mind things being neutral. I don't you can say there are things like the grind is it enjoyable? That's a debate. Do you know what I mean? But a reasonable grind makes sense because anything that is difficult to achieve is more enjoyable when you achieve it. But there is a level to which you can basically make somebody suffer before they don't care about the reward anymore. And Minnow passes that. It's not a fun fight. The rewards aren't meaningful in any real way. You should just be able to build the masteries on a champion. You should be able to get to 60 or 50 or whatever, 40, and be able to max out that tier of masteries for free. And I think everybody would agree with that. In every other game, when you get levels, you just get your skills with your levels. Like you just get, you don't have to grind an extra resource to like specialize or do anything. Like that just doesn't happen, right? Like you get skill points as part of leveling up. So why are you making us do this? You know, don't make, and then why are you making it the most boring dungeon? And then why are you making it 155 runs per champion? At the maximum level, it's 155 runs per champion. It is the opposite of fun. It literally sucks fun out of the game. It's anti-fun. So I think that anti-fun needs to be eradicated in all its forms. You can make things challenging without making them anti-fun. You can make things grindy without making them anti-fun. Like, I actually don't hate campaign, and campaign is boring. Grinding campaign is boring. And it's better than grinding Minotaur. Like, I actually don't mind grinding campaign. I don't love it, but it's not anti-fun. It's just kind of neutral. It's just whatever, you know? Minotaur is actually anti-fun. I'll tell you, you know, my favorite anti-fun mechanic in all games. I come from an MMO background. I play a lot of MMO RPGs. I played World of Warcraft for a while. I played Lord of the Rings online for a long time. I played Knights of the Old Republic, not Knights of the Old Republic, just Star Wars The Old Republic for a long time. I even played Star Wars Galaxies back in the day. I've played Guild Wars and Guild Wars 2. You know, I've played, I don't know, 20 or 30 MMOs. And, you know, things that kind of are tangential to MMOs like Warframe and The Division and stuff like that. When you get in an MMO, there's always, I usually play tanks. I play tanks. I've played all the classes, but I love playing tank. There's always, in every MMO, like there's CCs. And as a tank, you always have to deal with CCs. There are slows, there are stuns, there are sleeps. And most tanks or healers who are always with tanks have some way to break those CCs. You can either make yourself immune before they drop, or you can cleanse them, or you can break them. You know, maybe it's on a cooldown or whatever. And then for whatever reason, like I think developers can't think of a way to make a fight challenging in a real way, like in a way that works with the mechanics. They just create an irresistible stun. Can't be blocked, can't be cleansed, can't be dealt with. Like you can't have enough resistance. You can't use like your cleanse breaker or your stun breaker doesn't break it. You know, it's just this boss for whatever reason, or just this fight. Sometimes it's not even a boss. It's just a mob in a regular like instance. Just stuns you for 4 seconds and you can't do anything about it. And it's like on the stupidest mechanic too. It's like the first person who walks around the corner gets stunned for 4 seconds. Why? Well, because you walked around the corner and they saw you. And, you know, the tiny parrot on the guy's shoulder went caw, and you were stunned for 4 seconds. But he could only do it once, and he could only do it to the first guy who walks around the corner. You know, it's like, what? Doesn't even make sense. Why? Like, why are you doing that? You know, or like it's the stun in the middle of the boss fight that always drives me nuts, where it's like, we've been fighting this boss for 11 minutes. And at the 11-minute mark, he stuns the entire raid for 20 seconds. And then he goes and lights a bunch of torches around the hallway and calls for his friends and then comes back. And then you get unstunned and you fight him again. And it's like, did you just stun us for a cutscene? Like, why didn't you just have a cutscene? Like, why did you just stun us for 30 seconds for no, you didn't have to do that. He could have just said, you know, turn on the lights and the flames could have got, like, you could have done so many different things, but you're always, it's anti-fun. Literally, you're stopping me from playing my character for 4 seconds or 30 seconds for no reason other than you couldn't come up with a more creative way to make this fight interesting. And I just feel, I hate it. I hate it. I hate it. It's anti-fun. Don't stop me from playing my... Same thing. I was talking before about I used to stream Magic the Gathering Arena. And Sun disagrees with me on this because he loves making decks that I hate. But if you ever play Magic the Gathering, there are certain decks that are just awful to play against. Not because you can't beat them, but because they are anti-fun, right? The thing about a competitive endeavor is that both players need to participate for both players to have fun. So when one player's goal is to stop the other player from having fun on top of winning, right? Like, I'm trying to win, but I also don't want you to have fun. Like, then you're basically encouraging me to not play with you. And then if I'm not going to play with you and enough people won't play with you, you can't play, you know, but there are like land destruction decks. And the whole goal of a land destruction deck is to not like to destroy the way that the mechanic of the other deck works so that it can't work. It can't do anything. So you literally just take turns doing nothing. And you bring out a land and then the enemy destroys it. And then you bring out a land and the enemy destroys it. And you never play any of your cards. It's anti-fun. I get it from a tactical standpoint. Like, I get that there's a reason to have that mechanic in the game. But it's awful. I don't enjoy playing the deck and I don't enjoy playing against the deck. And I don't care if I beat it or lose to it. I don't like it. You know, it's an anti-fun mechanic built into deck form. And I don't want it. I don't want it. Leave me alone. Don't bring your land destruction my way. You know? So, yeah. By the way, if you are a member of this channel, you have access to emojis now. So when I start talking about stuff like this, there is an emoji in there. It's a little box of soap. It's literally like a crate that says soap on it. It's a soap box. That's when you start spamming that emote. All right. That's when that emoji should come out. When I'm talking about that stuff and I start rambling about these things that I think are right and wrong with the world of gaming or whatever it is, that's where you start spamming the soap box. So Grim, Leslie B, Fweshness, anybody else here who is a member, go ahead and spam that soapbox for me, please. I deserve it. Thank you, Destania. Thank you so much. By the way, did I miss any new members? Is that what's going on, or did somebody change their name? We've got some new members. That's awesome. Found it. Yeah. So don't hesitate to heckle me with the soapbox. When I get up on my soapbox and I start rambling away about stuff like that, feel free to, you know, poke me a little bit. All right, so we're moving along. There you go, Grim. That's it. That's why it's there. Minotaur would be better if it had 20 or 25 levels. Yeah. I would prefer rather than 20 or 25 levels, I would prefer Super Raid. Because 20 levels means it's going to get harder, right? It's going to be harder to solo. It's going to take longer. So don't do that. Or scale back the difficulty a little bit and give us 20 levels so that level 20 is as hard as say level 16 theoretically would be. And then give us super raids on top of that, you know? 4.33K subs. Yeah, we just hit 4K subs 3 days ago, I think. Let me actually see. I can find that out. I think I can find that out. So on January 8th, we hit 4,000 subs, and it is now the 12th, and we're at 4357. So we had a good day today. We had a really good day today. Yeah, it's exciting. Thanks for being part of it. It's been cool. Those emotes are great. Pleasures. I like it. A soap and a box equals a soap box. Destania, you changed your name. You did. Okay. Who were you before? I mean, you were the same person before. What was your gamer tag before? Thank you, Caveman. I appreciate it. You're Leslie B. Awesome. Okay. That's fantastic. Good to know. Wait, so how much energy per champ does it take to get all masteries approximately? I've just used gems for my first 360s, but have a couple of champs ready to 6-star and was going to do them in Minotaur. So Minotaur is it's 155 runs per champ at 15 energy or 16 energy. What's the maximum energy on Minotaur? Stage 15, whatever the energy is it 14? Is it 14 energy? Yeah, but if you do it, so in terms of conversion, it's 155 runs. Am I right about that? I think it's 155 runs on average. Let me double check. I don't want to claim that and then be way off, but I think that's what it is. I can't find my, I have the resource. Maybe it's in my Discord, actually. I might have posted it in my Discord. I forget. I think it's 155 runs. Yeah, I can't find it at the moment. It's better. It's more efficient to in terms of energy and gem usage. It's more efficient to run Minotaur because you get XP for Minotaur and you get silver for Minotaur, and you can do each champion's masteries for something like I want to say it's like 650 or 670 gems worth of converted energy. So you save a little bit over 100 gems per champion you take up. However, in terms of time, like the actual amount of time you spend playing the game, you save hours upon hours by spending gems. Upgrade 2 more artifacts to level 12. Okay. So it really depends on what your goal is. Like, what do you want to do? Do you want to, do you want to spend less time, or do you want to be more efficient? So I just did a video on it, like 6 weeks ago, 2 months ago. And so it's gotten a little bit foggy to me now, the exact details, but basically you save roughly something like 20%, and you get silver on top of it. And it's not an insignificant amount of silver. So it's like, it can be worth it to just, I always grind out Minotaur levels. What I like to do is, if I know that I'm bringing somebody up to 6 stars, I will level them in Minotaurs from 1 to 50. Like, I'll do that. And then usually by the time they're like I get them to 6 stars and they're at like level 20, they have all of their scrolls, something like that. You can also start at 1 once they're 6 starred and level them up. And then by the time they're like level 47 or something like that, they have all of their masteries. Now, it depends how many champions you run. So the most efficient way is to run 1 champion in Minotaur with 4, not food champions, but 4 leveling champions that are getting their masteries. Because then 80% of the experience goes on to the champions. Whereas if you run 1 damage champion and 1 farming champion, then you're getting 50% of the XP on that champion. Yeah, so that was really nice. Look at that triple speed, that chess piece. Still probably would have preferred some crit rate, but that's okay. I need to run something else up to level 12. I don't really have anything I want to run to level 12, so let's just do a 1-star piece. Let's just do the attack gloves, because I think at one point we have a quest to level attack percentage stuff to 12 or 16 or whatever we have to do. RSL helper minnow grind during the night is the best. Yeah, that is a really good way to do it. The 670 gems. Yeah, so it's about, yeah, so that's not quite 20% savings. But it's a significant savings once you multiply it by all of the champions that you're talking about. You know, I mean, I have full masteries on probably something like close to 100 champions on my main account. So that's what, 13,000 gems. You know, so it's worth it in the long run. I have recently taken to buying more masteries than I ever did. So for the first 2 years and a quarter of my account, my main account, I bought champions on exactly two. I bought masteries on exactly 2 champions. I did it on my first champion, and then I didn't do it for like 2 years, and then I did it on a second champion eventually for content that I was creating, because I said to myself, I think it's fair to buy it on 2, and so I'll just do this. And then like 3 months later, I was like, I'm a content creator. I just need to buy masteries sometimes. I don't like doing it. I think it's a waste, but this is a little bit annoying with this level 12 not working here. But I did it. I've done it now for probably like 7 or 8 champions, because I just don't have the time. I just don't have it. I need to do a video tomorrow. I can't run Minotaur for 8 hours. But I still recommend to people that if you have the time, and if you have, especially if you have RSL helper, you want to manually get as many of your masteries as you can. And like I said, I've done it on probably over 100 champs at this point. Clear stage 2 or higher of Minotaur. Okay, 3 times. Whatever. You run a squad and 1 mastery champ, so they all go into them. Yeah, you can do that. That's the least efficient in terms of experience, because then the 1 champion that's leveling is only getting 20% of the experience, because the other 80% is disappearing. So if you can run one, like a solo Minotaur champion, even if it's a little bit slower, it's more efficient in terms of energy. I often run a duo just for speed's sake. So I'll try to run a duo and then 3 champions that are getting masteries and leveling up. For game-changing champions, I save barrels and buy masteries to get them into the mix quickly. Yeah, Fleshness, that's a good combo. Like if you have a barrel, buying the masteries and using a barrel means you get full masteries and level 60 instantaneously. You still have to get the champion to 6 stars. Because the barrel is only, it maxes out the current star level like they're on. So if they're at 5 stars, it just takes them to 50 and it doesn't keep going. A feast does, right? Like a feast goes all the way up, but yeah, you'd rather use gems, and you don't get gems fast enough. But I mean, those 13,000 gems, I've spent almost entirely on ancient shards. Probably with some distribution of a few clan boss keys and some energy packs during fusions. And probably that's it, so like that's basically what my gems have gone for. So surprised to see me live at this time, Mr. T2 Sugars. Yeah, I'm going for at least another hour. I do have to find the dog, though. She needs to go out at some point and go to bed. Yeah, should add Super Raid to Minotaur. It's entirely annoying that they don't. Tulsi says, Ed Cole, what do you prefer between Ultra Nightmare 4-key and 2-key Nightmare with brutal and hard 1+1 if your preference is Sacred, Void, and Skill Tomes? Ultra Nightmare is always better. The drop rates are so much better. So I would go for the 4-key Ultra Nightmare and try really hard to progress to a 3-key Ultra Nightmare so you can get a 1-key Nightmare. If you can only get a 2-key Nightmare, I would still do it. I would probably do a 3-key Ultra Nightmare and 1-key Brutal then. You know, I don't know. The drop rates for Sacred Shards and Legendary Tomes at the Ultra Nightmare top chest is so much better. It's so many times better that it's worth it, even if that's the only chest you get, especially if your clan is clearing it every day, so you get 2 chests. Eric asks, is RSL pretty easy to set up? I'm sure there's plenty of vids out there to help. Yeah, I used it a little bit like a year and a half ago, and I haven't really used it since. It wasn't hard to set up, but every time the game gets updated, it gets updated, and then sometimes it gets updates on its own. And at one point it broke, and I like had a frustrating day trying to get it to work, and then I just decided I didn't need to use it, and so I stopped. And then now I wish I kept it going. Sewers. Okay, so now we're in sewers. We're talking about 3 stars. 10 medals from classic arena battles. So that means realistically 10 battles, right? So yeah, RSL helpers shouldn't be that hard to set up. Oh, question. I'm going to be buying masteries on at least my first 2 champions, if not my first 3 or 4 champions. There's no point in getting the gem mine. The gem mine doesn't pay you back for 100 days. And the challenge is only 90 days. So no way I'm buying the gem mine, right? Now, the downside of that is I'm probably going to pass this account to somebody at some point, and so they're not going to have a gem mine, and they're going to have to get the gem mine on their own at that point. There has been some talk about putting the gems into the sparring pit to try to get more XP more quickly. And that's an interesting thought, and I'll have to sit down and do a little bit of an analysis with that. It's definitely not going to happen before I get my first set of masteries. So I'm not in a rush, but I will sit down and do a little bit of an analysis. I did an analysis on that. I know MTG Jedi did an analysis about that, and he did a video about that, which got me thinking about it, which is his video actually caused me to open up my entire training pit on my main account. And then I ran the numbers, and like you need to be something like 70% efficient with that to be a better like source of income than the gem mine, basically. In order for you to gain more value than you get from the gem mine, you need to be something like 70% efficient. So at 100% efficiency, it's actually better than the gem mine. But I can't be even 70% efficient. My guess is I'm probably between 50 and 60% efficient with it. It's easier to be efficient right at the beginning and right at the end. But it's hard to be efficient in the middle. When you have stuff that are like 4.5 hours to level this champion up, it's like, I got to put a timer. I'm not going to put a timer on, like 4.5 hours is long enough that I'm not constantly checking it, and short enough that it's not like an overnight thing. So, my guess is I'm probably 50 to 60% efficient. So I usually get the gem mine first, and then I get the sparring pit. And I typically only unlock the first level of the sparring pit because each level is much less efficient than the preceding level. Although if you do have gems to spare, like it just gives you a lot of value. So, if you're going to play the game for like 2 years, it's probably worth doing. But if you're going to only play the game for 6 months, it's probably not worth doing. I don't know. All right, I got to do my main account here. I don't know how I'm going to play 3 accounts. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I'm trying to do the fusion on 2 different accounts plus play this challenge account. And I have no idea how that's going to work. I got to get my BlueStacks working again. I have to get my I have to have another screen up, and I have to be playing on the PC on at least 2 accounts. Because right now I'm playing 1 account on the PC, 1 account on my phone. The other account's just sitting dormant. And that's not going to work when there's a fusion event going on. So I'm going to have to make sure that tomorrow my BlueStacks gets fixed. I mean, what I'm going to try to do right now is just burn through this account as much as possible and then swap over to my other account on the phone. Keep doing that. Oh, look, I have all these extra champions. Yeah, okay. Suzanne Johansson, good morning. Went to sleep while you were streaming, woke up still streaming. Yeah, here we are. You haven't been asleep that long then, because I've only been streaming. It says I've been streaming 9 hours. So I guess you could have had a full night's sleep. Tulsi says, yes, we are clearing it. Thank you for the info. I'll go for 4-key Ultra Nightmare then. Yeah, that's what I would do. Fox Mode Gaming, good to see you, buddy. I'm so excited to see you involved in the HH free-to-play competition, bro. Thank you very much. I was wondering if you were going to be in it, actually. I was curious to see if you... I didn't know if you had done 10 raid videos in the last 3 months. So I wasn't sure. But yeah, it's exciting. It's been really fun. Been fun so far. Oh, not going up against Wukongs. No, thank you. You're also starting fresh on this challenge and like to be in the clan and community for steady progress. Well, you're, of course, welcome to be part of the community. The clans, I think, are being determined right now by the challenge. So we're in content creator clans at the moment. That may change. I don't know. I don't think it's been really decided. What I would like to suggest, and I've mentioned this already, but I need to reach out to HH. What I would like to suggest is that each team get its own clan, and then the members of their community or communities can fill that clan. So, you know, I'm in YST's team. So YST and Notorious and mine and Pete TTs and everybody, you know, all the 6 content creators can invite their community members to join our clan. Maybe, you know, I mean, it would be 24 spots, 6 communities. So 4 spots per community. I think that would be great. And then potentially you could join. I mean, obviously there are only 4 spots. There might be more than 4 people who want to join from each community, but we'll have a little drawing or something and we'll try to make it work. I would like that to happen. I think that would be really cool. But if it doesn't happen that way, you know, we'll still try to do something in the Discord community to make sure that we support people who are doing the challenge. You didn't do the 10 videos. That's why, Foxmon. Yeah. Well, thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I'm hoping that this will be fun. Oh, interesting. I can use RSL Helper to run multiple accounts. That's right. That's right. That's right. I need to do that. Okay. I'm in the morning. I'm going to have to jump into the Discord and somebody's going to have to help walk me through RSL because it's been a while. And then and maybe I can get that set up and then I can run multiple accounts. I forgot that RSL could do that. That would be hugely helpful. Then I don't have to mess around with BlueStacks. BlueStacks is okay, but it's honestly slow. Like the emulator is just a little bit slow and I don't really want to deal with it if I don't have to. Tilshire on normal, stage 7. Okay, we're not really there yet, are we? I need to get to Valdemar Strait though. Let's see. So if we put in the strong characters here, like we do this, could we push this? That's the question. So if I can get to Valdemar and then get my lifesteal gear, then Ath will be able to solo a lot better. So what do I need to do here? You know what I should probably do is do my 3v3 arena. And then get my Faction Wars keys and then do that. Yeah, this will work. Jacob says, yeah, you can also do that. I've seen that before. I don't know that my computer would like it. Remember that I'm running OBS in a stream and I'm also running Discord and like, so I probably could pull it off, but I want it to happen with as most like the greatest efficiency in terms of computing power possible so that it doesn't interrupt the stream. You know, so I don't know which one would be more or less. I don't know if RSL would make it work better or if this would make it work better. But I'm a little bit worried. I'm a little bit worried about running too much on my computer, which is another reason why I didn't really want to run BlueStacks. Now, what I could do, I'm thinking about my old phone. I have an old phone that's, you know, no longer got a cell plan, but I could still hook it up to my Wi-Fi. And I used to play Raid on it. So I could potentially play one version of Raid on one phone and then on another phone. And then it wouldn't tax my computer at all. But yeah, Dayton, that can be a really good system for food. And the nice thing about that is if you start with the 4 stars, like it's easier to be more efficient, right? Because the time stamps or the time, whatever, the time requirements are already decently high, but not overwhelmingly high. Brandon said, I just started playing Raid 19 days ago and HH has been a huge help. I actually found your channel because of the HH free to play challenge. Well, that's great. That's great for me. That's great for HH. And welcome. Glad you're here. Yeah, HH was one of the first content creators I found that I really started following. There was a year probably where I don't think I missed a video. I watched him every day. I watched him every day for about a year. I watch content creators a lot less now that I am one because I just have less time, but I still try to catch up with everybody at least once a week. And especially when there are events going on like the Fusion event or, you know, big things like that. But yeah, he's a great content creator. And I just love what he does for the community. Like this event is really exciting and it brings people into the game, gets them excited about the game again. Especially players who've been playing for a long time. Like it's cool to have these kinds of things to reinvigorate your love for the game, you know? Well, the RSL would be more CPU usage, but I still need the RSL helper. Like I still need to run that, right? Because I really need help running like even just the one account. I mean, overnight, maybe I don't need to run multiple accounts overnight. Here's the thing. If I run multiple accounts overnight, then the RSL helper is good because I'm not streaming. So that would actually work fine, right? Because then I could run the 2 instances and the RSL helper. I'm not running OBS. I'm not running my web browser. I'm not running a stream. I'm not running my Discord. So that would probably work fine. So that would be great. That might be the way I go. And then I think on top of that, when I'm actually live streaming, I don't think I could. I just think maybe I can't run two instances of Raid. My computer's decent. It's closing in on 2 years old. Like, it's not bad. It was like an upper mid-tier computer when I got it. You know, like I've got decent resources, but at the same time, it's definitely struggled from time to time with all of the stuff that's required to run a stream and record video and edit video and everything. Like I'm always running at least 4 programs simultaneously, if not more. And some of them are pretty resource heavy. OBS is actually not that streamlined a piece of software. More than anything else on my computer, OBS causes me issues. But like I also use GIMP a lot. I use the video player. I can't think of the video player. But so I'm always messing around with, various stuff in the background, and yeah. But I do think I'll do that. I think I'll use RSL Helper overnight to help me grind on 2 accounts, especially during this fusion. Because honestly, running 3 accounts and having a full-time job and a family and a dog and, whatever, it's like trying to work around the house and it's crazy. Just crazy right now. VLC, thank you. VLC, yes. Yeah, I know. If I look at the task manager, it'll tell me that. So right now I'm using 45% of my CPU and 70% of my memory. And I've got 1, 2, 3. I've got the artifact extractor going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm running 6 applications, like 6 applications. So I could try Steam. I didn't think about that. Ben, very nice. Mr. Writer Dathid, awesome. Dayton, you also found us through the HH Free to Play Challenge. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think we got raided a couple of times. So we got raided by HH himself, and then we got raided by Saphira afterwards, which is like awesome. So we've had a whole lot of new people in the stream. By the way, if you're new, welcome. I'm Colred. Happy to have you. Yeah, so it's been really fun. It's been a lively stream, a lot of chat. I try to get to the chat. By the way, you should know, just for my style, like I'm not a great multitasker. So I'm either talking to chat and my game isn't playing at all and it's just sitting there, or I'm focused on the game and I'm forgetting the chat is out there. And I'll talk, I'll narrate what's going on. I try to bounce back and forth. Now I have an editor. His name is Sun, S-U-N. And he's often here to help. Right now he's busy working on some stuff. But he helps me keep on top of stuff sometimes. Yeah, and sometimes we stream together, which is really fun. He was here for a couple hours earlier. And he's a big part of the community as well. So if you hang out in our live streams or in our Discord, you'll run into Sun very quickly. He's everywhere. So in fact, he's right there in the chat. You can see that's him. So Sun, the silent partner, sometimes. He's rarely silent. He's rarely silent. In fact, if Sun is silent, it's a little bit creepy. I'm always wondering what he's up to. It's like, what's going on with Sun right now? He hasn't said anything in a while. Other times he helps me to not be focused. That's true, none of your business. No, I'm not running Linux. I'm running Windows 11. He's just silent when I'm recharging my earbuds, right? Like I said, if he's silent, something has gone terribly wrong. Oh, man. The graph of today's stream is really funny to me. I'll show you guys real quickly. So you can see this is the activity. Like, you see that huge peak? So right down there at the bottom where it just kind of creeps up a little, that was my stream while I was watching the HH stream. And then that giant spike is right after the HH's stream ended. And then immediately, like within a minute, we lost, a third of the raid. But then people hung around for a while. It was good. And then that second spike down there where it kind of pops back up like a plateau, that was Saphira's raid. And so we've done pretty well to hold on to a lot of those people. I think it was about 305 or something around there, right? Something like that. 304. And now we're at 247. So we did okay for the last couple hours, holding on to people. Somewhere in here, this nice little dip right here is where I accidentally muted Sun for half an hour and walked away from the stream. And we lost like 70 people right there. They were like, what the hell? I just subbed to this guy and he just mutes his stream and walks away. That was my earbud mishap there. So I apologize for that. But yeah, it's quite an interesting, the tail of the tape is an interesting history here today. All right, we got a rock tooth. We got ourselves a rock tooth. Upgraded champion to level 40. Sweet, we did that just in time. All right, so let's go. I think, did we just get our shield gear? Is that what we just got? We got a relentless set. Right, it's the 3-star relentless set. Don't be crap. Don't be crap. Don't be crap. Not great. Not a single speed substat. But we did get 3 accuracy substats, crit rate, accuracy, on crit rate gloves. Not awful. We might be able to use those at some point, at least a couple of those pieces. But right now, I don't think we can. All right, but we did unlock Valdemir straight, and we got another, all right, we got another ancient shard. Let's pull it. Oh, we got 2 ancient shards. We got 2 ancient shards. Hot hands, where you at? I need you. I need some hot hand energy. Hot hands. Colonel Hot Hands, also known as Sun. Here we go. Give me some energy, folks. I need some energy. I need some emoji energy here. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get it. Come on. Come on. All right. Shoot me some emojis. I need some emojis. I don't care what they are. Give me some truth emojis. Washington Testania, where are you? All right. You pulled your first Geo today. Get it. Here we go. Here we go. All right. We got two shards. We're pulling. We are pulling. Let's see some purple. Let's see some purple. Oh. Not an awful champion. Unfortunately, her A1 is a weaken. It's the lesser weaken, and I have Athel. So not a huge win there. But not bad. Okay, come on. Purple. There's my girl. There's Hyrea. That's awesome. That is awesome. I'm so pumped. I'm so pumped about this champion. All right, so triple hitter on the A2 with 3 chances to land poisons. The big poisons. Not bad at all as an option there. And then she's got an ally attack with 2 random allies. And I'm going to have the weaken on the A1 for... Wait, something just happened. I just saw that. Something just happened. Caveman, welcome to the Barbarians. The Barbarian Horde grows. There we go. But yeah, that is so funny. I was talking about this champion like several hours ago. I thought she was farmable rare, but this is awesome. So yeah, she's got the ally attack with 2 random allies. She has an extra chance of landing a critical hit, which is fine. But Athel has an A1 with a weaken. The login champion will have an A1 with a decreased defense. And Mordecai has an A1 with a chance of turn meter decrease. So potentially, it doesn't matter who you bring. Clan boss Mordecai is not going to be as good, but yeah, that could be great. Now I just need somebody with an HP burn on an A1. That's what I need. That was nice. I'll take that. I will definitely take that. Let's claim that. We'll claim that. More energy. More energy. Common champions to level 10. Okay, so we need to keep pushing. Yeah, I want to get into Valdemir straight and get my my lifesteal down. So let's keep this rolling. I'm not going to level up Hyria yet. And I got to start putting away some of these fusion champs. I got to figure out which fusion champs I care about and which I don't. But that was for a rare. That was not bad. That's actually a very good rare. No progression chances on the rares. You got to hit an epic. You have to hit an epic. Yeah, she's running out of steam. That weekend's going to help. So we're going to be able to finish this off, but she's definitely running out of steam. So I think realistically, right, the chest piece and the boots are going to be lifesteal for today. The weapon that I have is pretty good. I don't want to swap out the weapon. So I could swap out the helmet. I think I could swap out the helmet, and I think the gloves are the next best one to swap out. The shield is a 3-star shield, I think. So I think I would prefer to swap out the helmet and the gloves. The gloves are attack percentage currently, which is not bad, adds damage, but with the lifesteal, I would actually be okay with HP percentage, or, you know, crit rate would be fine. Defense percentage is okay. But I don't think the main stat matters that much. Oh, that's a 3-star helmet. That could work. Let me just take a double look right here. So I did get the double crit rate roll there. So now the gloves that I'm going to, let's see, what do I get tomorrow? What do you get as the login reward? Not that one, the other one. It's the gloves. So those gloves are crit rate. So any gloves I like put on today, I'm just going to take off tomorrow. So let's look at that. That doesn't have crit rate. This does have speed. This has crit rate, accuracy, and speed. So I'm not swapping that out. The chest piece is coming out and the boots are coming out. So I guess it'll be the helmet and it'll be the gloves. So I just need to get a decent glove drop and then I can make the swap. So I need to get 2 more stages, right? No, I need to get 3 more stages. It's stage 5. I think that's the gloves, right? It goes. No, does it go in order? Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? I think maybe it is. 4 is gloves. Yeah. Okay, so it is. It's in order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Legendary is food, right? Legendary is going in my vault. I'm not gonna feed him if they're good. You don't know if I want Sun pulling because no Legos, right? Yeah. Yeah. So the rule is you can't use them. But you don't have to feed them. Now, I don't know how that's tracked in the tracker. So, for instance, let's say I never use a 5-star in any fight. But could I throw the 5-star into the sparring pit to train up and give me champion training points? If I never use them in a fight, I don't think so. I think that's against the spirit of the thing, but I don't know if that's technically illegal or not. All right, so we need to win here, and we need to get some good gloves. I'd be happy with any non-flat stat gloves or flat stat gloves that had crit rate or speed substat. Give me something good. 3 stars? 1 star. Attack percentage is not awful, but I'm gonna run it again. I need at least 2-star gloves. All right, so I haven't been running my arena battles. That's a problem. On my new versus pro account, I probably have dropped into gold 4, so I'm gonna have to go run some arena battles over there. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll just vault them and give them away later. Colred, do you find that Lifesteal works well without War Master Mastery? Lifesteal works great on a campaign farmer or on a dungeon like DPS, especially early. You don't need a War Master in order to make it work. Hey son, are you around, by the way? Let me message him. He was supposed to come back at midnight to give me a break. I gotta take a bathroom break and get the dog out. So hopefully he's around. You got a Kempton and a Turvold. Congrats, Marcel. Oh, there's some 2-star. Nah, flat stats. Turvold is awesome. A Kempton is really good. Yeah, I just sent him a message. He'll get back to me. He's still awake. You get a nice view of the top of my head every once in a while when I'm looking at my phone. It's a nice scalp. Oh, you can't talk to me in voice because I'm not in the channel. I did drop the channel, yeah. Because I was looking for something. I think we have to go down to your. There we go. Okay. Hello.
There you go.
There we go. All right, here's another glove. 2-star glove. HP. My dog is staring at me like, if you don't take me out this minute, I am gonna ruin this carpet. She's just like, she looks slightly just.
Seconds and I'll be there then. Okay.
She looks like a little bit anxious and also fairly disappointed with me. She's like, you normally take me out way before now. Both are new to you, and you picked Turvold instead of the underwhelming Blade Master. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, it's always fun to pull new champions, and Turvold's a great champion. Absolutely great champion. Great for clan boss damage dealing. Really good champion. I mean, you know, Void Lego, right? Like, legitimately. Uh-oh. Looks like I'm not going to clear this one. Sometimes at this level, War Priest can do work for you. She can surprise you. She'll like land a freeze and then she'll heal herself and then she'll hit somebody and kill him. Like she hits decently hard. You know, like this time she didn't pull it out, but every once in a while you get there and she just kind of wins one for you. And then you start thinking to yourself, oh, she's not a bad champion. No, she is. She's just good at the early parts of the game. It's so shiny. Yeah, it is. You're thinking at this point that Sun just doesn't
So
sleep.
wonderfully
He sleeps.
shiny.
He sleeps. All right, I gotta not mute him. That's a good call. Thanks for the reminder. I gotta not. I gotta leave my.
Not again. Not like this.
Yeah. All right, you about ready to start streaming, son?
I'm already there, my friend.
Okay. Let's there we go. There we go. There he is. All right. So let me just you're being very patient. Thank you so much for being patient. You're a very good girl. Yes. Of course, it started raining in the last half an hour. I can hear it outside, so I'm gonna come back and soaking wet. She's gonna punish me. She's gonna make me walk around the yard for half an hour. All right, let's do this.
Caveman, I see you. Do mute him. No.
All right, I will be back hopefully in about 10 minutes. So again, if you haven't met him before, this is my editor. His name is Sun. He's a good guy. And yeah, he'll be streaming for you for the next little bit. So and I'll leave you with the sound on this time. So enjoy.
Yeah, you sure?
Yeah.
Looks like Sun took all your hair. I did. Took it to the coup. Let the sun shine. Be free. Be free. High pro. See? Now we're getting some recognition. That's what I like. Fox, but I'm not the Sun. No. My name is Sun, the editor's son. I am not his son. At this point, I can't tell you how many times we've gotten that one. How's everybody doing? How y'all? This fantastic evening. I stepped away for a little bit. Been working on some Discord stuff. You know, doing some continuing behind the scenes improvements. We've got the clan cluster coming out pretty soon, so getting all of that stuff ready. We're doing some moderation stuff, community stuff, cleaning up the YouTube channel. It's always a lot of work to be done, but it's the good stuff. So get my battles going here before I forget. No, Des, you are not the only one that kept hearing that incorrectly. That has been an ongoing meme. I think he started rephrasing it now specifically because of that. Dean says, Senior Wukong, he's a troll in all the bronze arena battles. My Wukong? My Wukong is the troll in all the gold arena battles. I do gotta burn some energy. I just did a little bit of a fill up. Dungeon Divers is only 1 day left already. Tomorrow. I still need like 2,000 points, so I'm trying to grind. Can I join a clan at this level of membership? Well, absolutely. You don't actually have to be a YouTube member to apply for the clan. So this is actually something that's going to be opening up hopefully tomorrow. Granted, there are no unexpected issues. We're going to be opening up a clan cluster. So we've got a couple of additional clans. We've got some folks to run them. And tomorrow in the Discord, again, granted there are no issues, we'll be making an announcement. We've got clan applications going live, moderator applications going live. If any of those things interest you, you're going to be able to do that directly in the Discord. All right. Am I not doing the free to play? I'm not doing the free to play. I've just got too much on my plate already, and I can only play one account right now. already doing the new versus pro, so he'll get burned out. It's not that I would get burned out playing another raid account. I've got too much stuff already. I can't find enough time in the day. Harry asks, "Are you still a newbie?" I'm a newbie at heart. Every day is a fresh, beautiful day. A new experience, wild eyes, wonderment. That is the kind of noob I am. In game, I'm getting all right. Yeah, no worries, Gabe. Everybody's welcome as long as we've got space. And if we run out of space, we're gonna try to make more space, I guess. Feels like Dungeon Diver. Yeah, doesn't it? I mean, I've never really done well in the Dungeon Diver events because it feels like it always takes so much energy. Feels every time I go check the point totals on those things, I feel like I'm a quarter of where I expect to be. Do I have any idea the rewards of free to play? I mean, the rewards are having a good time playing free to play. If you mean the rewards of me winning the free to play challenge, no idea. Apparently, for winning the new versus pro, Cole has some sort of reward in mind. I still have not heard. Still have not gotten any specifics there. None just says I'm a wise nub. The wisest of nubs. I can appreciate that. Show my Sun Wukong build. I most certainly can. Let's see, where are we at in these runs? Here, I'll pause it after this one. Yeah, there you go, Marcel. My reward as a free-to-play player is not having crippling credit card debt. Yeah, that probably would not be ideal. No, I think, and it's been really kind of cool to see. I mean, he's always been free to play, and that was, part of my gig as well, doing this with him, especially in the Dude versus Pro, was we're both going 100% free to play. And I think for a lot of people that followed the series from day one, they were genuinely surprised by how far I got, never spending a single dime. I genuinely think you can play this game all you want without ever spending any money. Are you going to get everything you want? No. Are you going to have to pick and choose? Yes. But is there enough to do without ever spending a dime? 100%. Wukong. Let's take a look. That's not the right place. There it is. This is my current Wukong build. It is an optimizer build. He is built for my arena team. I previously had him in Relentless. I wish I still had him in Relentless. Relentless Wukong is my favorite Wukong because I love extra turns. But he's getting the job done. He's doing pretty well for himself. He's doing all right. Always starving for energy. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of having the same problem a little bit with the fusion. Having to buy some pots here and there, but I generally save my my gems at all times, and then during the day, if I run out of energy, I go do something else. Arena, live arena, 3v3 arena, City of Centranos, do faction wars, rebuild a champion, go cleanse my gear, go. If you need something to do, you'll find something to do. You run Sun Wukong as campaign farmer. Yeah, so this it's kind of funny how that ended up happening. I had my Kale early on, and he was doing 45-second campaign runs. So I tried my Wukong, who was in Relentless, and he cleared it in 8 runs or 8 seconds, because he got a proc on his Relentless on the last wave, and I was like, oh, he's even so much better. when he doesn't get that proc, it's like a 13 to 14-second run. But now that he's built like a nuker and he's fast enough, he gets the same thing. So he gets those 8-second runs every time. Fortunately, I figured that out after getting us, Fellhound to 60. So we're going to shave, 2 seconds off of that anyways. But he's built hybrid. He's mainly just nuker right now. That's the main focus. He's got enough accuracy to land the debuff, and I can put a amulet on him if or a banner, I should say, on him if I need to. Looks fantastic. And I've got him for Scarab too. Yeah. It's I was fighting Scarab not too long ago, so that's why he still has that on there. I think he actually has a better, more optimal ring than I can use, but right now, whenever we have that rotation going, I just keep him in that. It's fine. Yeah, 100% Marcel. About to pull a couple thousand mysteries. I haven't done that one yet. I have yet to do the pull 1,000 mystery shards. I'm probably going to end up doing that for this fusion. I don't know if I'm looking forward to it. I don't think so. I think it's going to be a nightmare, but hey, we'll see. That's the price you pay. Lodi, that's going to be a no-go. If you do not get all the shards, you will miss out on the fusion. Now, I should clarify and say there are 15 extra shards in this fusion, so you can miss a total of 15. As long as you get the total of 100 before the fusion ends, then yes, you can complete the fusion. If the fusion ends and you have 95 shards, that's it. It's done. Now, I'm not sure if they have done that kind of thing in the past where they let you go back on old fusions. I don't think so. So somebody can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe they've ever done that. Parry nuker just means focused entirely on damage. My Wukong's job in my arena team is to do as much damage as possible in a single hit. He nukes the enemy team. One shot, that is the way. And if he fails at that job, we're probably going to lose the fight. And that would be the antithesis to something like tank, which is just built to survive all of that damage. Am I using the HH optimizer on all of your builds? No. So I generally use the optimizer for when I'm speed tuning. So, for example, my clan boss team, where I'm trying to maximize the stats that I have, plus while needing to hit specific speeds, the time to find all of the combinations there and be optimal, you're just not going to find any better than the optimizer. So same thing here for Wukong with Arena. I have a speed built arena team, speed tuned arena team. It's late in the evening, forgive me. Des thinks I don't sleep, but I'm, it's getting there. But yeah, my arena team is speed tuned, and so therefore maximizing that damage and making sure I get the correct speeds, I use the optimizer. For other builds though, I'll usually kind of play around with it a little bit. It's just fun to build champions. You can pull out the credit card to buy the extra frags, but not here in free to play land. Very rarely they've added some extra fragments. Well, so I'm curious, did they add those fragments while the fusion was still going on, or was it a 6 months later there was an event where you could, hey, if you missed out on 10 fragments, can you get that at a later time? That I don't know. Then again, I've only been playing for a couple months, so. Okay. They offer them for, well, course, they would offer them for cash. They're not going to offer them for free. Okay, gotcha. Couple weeks. Okay, interesting. $10 for 5. Oof. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of a mixed bag, right? On one hand, it's nice that they're at least giving people that option. On the other hand, should it be that expensive? I don't know. It's always the cost analysis, because they could otherwise, also think, well, hey, if we're going to offer fragments for sale, $1 a fragment every time, then people just won't do the fusions while they're active. Even $1 a fragment would be too much for me. 10 fragments for $1. There we go. That's reasonable. That's more reasonable to me. If you missed 5, you're kind of down to spend $10 for a Lego. Yeah, see, that's like, in my mind, that's how my pricing point would go. Like, if I'm spending $10 for a Lego, it still doesn't feel great to me. I'm not big on spending money in games. Or maybe that's just for Raid, because I've definitely spent money in other games. But that at least feels slightly more reasonable, like, comparative to the thousands of dollars people spend. Okay, yeah, Preston, I think I remember. Oh, well, not actually. So you said that was last year. I think last year. Yeah. Oh, that sounds about right. I thought I saw something like that, where if you'd hit a certain threshold, that they allowed you to get additional fragments again. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Definitely not talking about Xena, Sean.
There's some dirty free-to-play players in here. How dare you?
Yeah.
How dare you not spend?
Dirty free-to-play players.
Ain't
Slap
nothing.
them down. Put him in the mud.
Ain't nothing good about him.
You got 5 cents in that pocket? I'm gonna shake it out. Give it to me.
There you go. So, yeah, how'd it go? I wasn't gone that long. You had sound, right? I'm assuming you had sound because I heard you talking.
Oh yeah, I had sound this time.
Okay, good.
That is helpful.
No giant commensurate drop in viewership because I muted you for half an hour.
You did good, kid.
Yeah. I also pulled a crit rate, 2-star crit rate gauntlet with crit damage substats, and I rolled into accuracy. So if I show you over here, right there. Oops, right there. So we're throwing those on Athel. Now we got 3 of the 4, and I think we're going to replace this piece because that helmet is relatively bad. Remove it and don't have to destroy it because it's free gear removal, which is nice.
And you just threw me straight back in the corner, huh? I'm not even in the corner.
Sorry. I meant to.
Oh, okay.
There you go. There you go. Wait, no, not that one. We don't want that one. We want where are you? Here you are.
No. You're back now. Your break is over. I hand the reins back to you, my friend.
Are you ready to go to sleep? Is it time to go to sleep?
No, still got a couple things to knock out, but it's getting there.
Okay. Sun's been hard at work. We've both been hard at work, but Sun's been doing the majority of the work to get the clans set up. So we're going to have clans, Colred Plays clans. We're creating a cluster. We currently have 2 clans. We're expanding to 4 clans tomorrow. And then there is a plan for a 5th clan, and there's talk about a 6th clan. So we're going to have lots of spots. So if people are looking for active clans, if they just want to join the community and they want to be part of a clan, we are at the moment saying 1 account per player. So if you have like 7 alt accounts, you can bring 1 into the cluster for the time being. Because we want to give as many spots to as many people as possible. And there have been lots of requests for additional clan spots. But we don't want to like push it too far too fast. So, I mean, we're doubling the spots tomorrow, which, you know, it may take a week to fill all those spots, or it may fill up immediately. I have no idea what's going to happen. But yeah, so if you're interested in joining the community, that's an option. Now let's go see what this Athel can do with some lifesteal gear on her. Because I have a feeling we're going to start crushing. All right.
There you go.
I want to get... Oops.
All right, everybody. I'm going to get back to it. Hope you all have a wonderful rest of your evening.
Thank you, son. Thank you for
And we'll see
giving me
you
a little
on
break.
Sunday.
Yeah. Sunday.
On Sunday fun day.
Sunday Sunstream for Sun here. He's going to be doing his first solo live stream on the channel Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern time. Come hang out, give him your support, if you will, and see what he gets into. You don't know what you're doing yet, right? Or do you have an idea?
Oh, I have amazing plans for Sunday.
Okay.
And,
talk it up.
And the best plan is no plan, my friend.
The best plan is no plan. You're gonna have fun. You'll have a blast. You'll have
from the hip.
You'll have no trouble. You'll have no trouble whatsoever.
I've got 6 in each, and I'm gonna fire them off.
I'm sure the community will come out and support and give you plenty of material to work with. So I'm not worried about it at all. And you'll do great. You'll do great.
It's gonna be a good time.
Yeah.
All right. Have fun, Cole. If you need me, just let me know. Everybody, have a good night.
All right.
See you soon.
See you soon. He's still there. Oh, there. Now he's gone. Don't let him know.
Shh. Be very gentle.
Okay. That's creepy. Yeah, so definitely if you're interested, if you're hanging around Sunday and you're looking for a stream, come support my buddy. He's going to do great, but it'll be fun. It'll be fun. He'll probably crush my numbers too. He beats me at everything. Okay.
You already know. All right, have fun, guys. See you later.
See you later. All right, so we've got what am I trying to do? Challenges. Challenges do we care about? No, we want missions. Missions. Upgrade a champion to level 40. We are almost there. And then we need to upgrade 2 more artifacts to level 12 and then clear 1 of the Fire Knight's castle. That's going to be fun. Classic arena battles. Win 1 of each lifesteal. So we're going to have to do that, but that's okay. We've got that. So now I guess we can focus on the challenges. Sewers of Arnok. We could do all those 3-star pieces. 3-star pieces on normal is ridiculous. That's annoying. What if he just kept pushing? Oh, we could get to that void shard. We're going to get to that void shard, but the void event is in a week. So we're going to get this void shard. We're going to get this void shard by then. We're going to get that sacred. We're going to get that sacred. Yeah. Okay. Let's see if we can 3-star. No, I don't even care about 3-starring. Let's just see if we can clear this. I'm kind of curious to see if now that we have lifesteal, we can clear. Also, it's decent lifesteal. Like it's not bad gear. The chest piece and boots are really nice. We're much faster than we were before now that we've got speed boots. They are 4-star speed boots. They're at level 12. And now here's the power of the lifesteal, right? It's just getting those little heals. Like it doesn't even feel like a lot, but it is. Yeah, we're not gonna. Okay, let's go hit Palace. Let's see if we can get some speed boots for somebody. We just got the 3-star reward from the tournament. If we can solo farm this, that would be good. Kind of curious to see if the free to play stuff is working for me yet. The leaderboard's still not working for me. All right. 1-star speed boots. I guess we could push our way up through Valdemar. It would be giving us more experience. Stages 6, 7, and 8, or chapter 6, 7, and 8. I think I'll give the same experience. So like you can do 6 or you can do 8 and you get the same amount. I think that's how. I'll double check that. We'll check the experience on this. All right, so 2472 for everybody here. 2472. Only need 3,100 points to get 15 frags. Good luck. Thanks, ML. Good to see you. Have a good one. Sean, yeah, it's tough. Honestly, when HH announced it, I was like, oh, I totally want to do that, but I don't know if I can. And I've just decided to bite the bullet. I wanted to do a fusion on my most recent free-to-play account. It's 145 days in, I think. And to show that it can be done in 145 days, just to do some content for the viewers. And then I need to do the fusion on my main account because content and completionism. And then I was like, all right, now I got to do the free-to-play challenge thing. I'm like, ugh. So I'm going to be playing 3 accounts for the next 90 days. The next 2 weeks are going to be the toughest. If I fail the fusion on one of the accounts, life will get easier. I don't want to fail it on one of the accounts, but life would get easier. So 2712. Okay, so it is higher. Never mind. I thought it was the same. Maybe it's the same on Brutal or something. I don't know. Maybe it matters which one you're into. I don't know. But okay, let's keep pushing this. Can't get past 11.3 on normal. Yep. Affinity factors in too. Did they agree on what to do with the clans yet or no? Not that I've heard. Sun's starter was Kale, if that's what you were asking. My starter here is Athel. My starter on my new versus pro account was Athel. My starter on my main account was Elhain 2.5 years ago. I've done every starter. I've done every starter multiple times, actually. Yeah. Sean Mallet says, I haven't done a fusion yet, and I'm at almost 270 days. Terrible at resource hoarding. Well, if you know what the problem is, you know how to fix it, right? But 270 days is probably around the time I completed my first successful fusion. Maybe even a little bit after that. It might have been around 300 days on my main account that I complete. No, let me see. About 180 days. Yeah, 180 days? No. Wait a second. About 210 days. I think I completed my first fusion. But it takes an effort. It takes an effort to save for it. You have to make it a goal. You have to be able to like not pull the shards during 2 times events sometimes, which can be hard. You have to obviously put in all the playtime. So, committing to it is part of it. Having the discipline to like actually do it is something that you have to learn. It's a skill, so sometimes you have to fail a couple of times before you succeed. But if you don't ever save the shards, that's the thing that's going to break it. Like you can have all the energy, all the gems, all the time in the world, but if you don't have the shards, you can't complete it. So, I mean, if it's friendly like this one, you could skip a summoning rush and just do the champion chase from like Doom Tower Fragment champions and maybe get one that way. But typically, you're going to need at least 5 to 6 sacred shards per event, like kind of as a baseline. All right, got to do my clan bosses here. Wait a sec. Okay. All right. All right, we're doing all right here. That lifesteal gear, it's huge. Also, a better gear. The more speed helps. It's rough to complete a fusion if you're not hitting the top chest on Ultra Nightmare, Clan Boss, and Nightmare. It's certainly harder to save shards. Yes, sure. I agree. I completed my first one before I did that. Before I was clearing Ultra Nightmare consistently, I think. Maybe. Yeah, it was. It was. I think at that point I had like a 2-key Nightmare and like a 5 or 6 key Ultra Nightmare. And so I was doing the 2-key Nightmare and then putting 2 keys into Ultra Nightmare and getting like the second chest on Ultra Nightmare. I think that's what I was doing at the time. It's definitely harder. And back then the fusions were a little bit friendlier. The current fusion format, excluding this one that's going on right now, has been unfriendly, has been harder and harder to get. So, so hopefully they go back to a slightly more friendly model. Like if they do, I think that would be good. Let's see if we can clear the when we're weak affinity. If you're pulling when there's no fusion, you're shooting yourself in the foot. So as far as pulling shards is concerned, this is my strategy. I'm a free-to-play player on every account. And forget the challenge accounts, forget like this account, whatever. Let's just talk about like a player's main account if they're free to play. It's going to depend based on your playtime and how efficient you are. But my recommendation is you only pull shards during 2 times events for at least the first 4 to 6 months. 2 times ancients, 2 times voids, 2 times sacreds. Those are the only times you pull shards. You don't pull shards for any other reason, not for fusions, not for guaranteed champions, not for progressive champions. You just pull for 2 times events for at least the first 4 to 6 months. Now, if you're a very experienced player, there might be a time where, let's say 3 or 4 months into the game, you feel like you can go for a fusion, and that's fine. But I'm talking about like your main account. This is your first account. This is what you're running. This is what you're doing. Then at that point, depending on how your roster has been built out, how you've progressed in the game, then what I start looking to do is I start saving sacreds and ancients for fusions. But I also look for good opportunities to pull once I'm above the minimum of the fusion requirements. So if I've got 5 sacreds in my pocket and I hit a 2x sacred event, like I'll pull anything over 5. If I've got a 2x ancient, I'll pull anything over, let's say 60 or 80. I'll save gems as well. So you can always buy ancient shards. I think that's a good buy. Almost nobody says that's a good buy. I think it's a great buy, especially early in the first in the first year. Honestly, I think buying ancient shards on your main free-to-play account is one of the best use of gems. Now, anytime you're in a situation where your roster needs upgrading, I don't mean in terms of champions. I mean, like, you have champions, but you need to optimize those champions. So you don't have your masteries. You aren't fully booked. You've got good champions. You maybe still have some 5-star legendaries that you're thinking about 6-starring. Anytime you have that kind of situation going on, you don't want to pull shards anyway, right? You might be like, oh, well, I want to pull shards because I want new champions. It's like, why? You've got 4 in the vault that are worth building, right? So don't lose focus. Get the value out of the champions that you've got. And that gives you an opportunity to save shards for a fusion. Now, the great thing about fusions is you don't necessarily want every fusion, but there are fusions that are going to give high value for your account. So at that point, because you haven't been over pulling on your shards, you're going to have the resources to go after that fusion. And I consider that a guaranteed champion event. So every shard that you spend during the fusion is just getting you your guaranteed champion. Anything else you get from the shard while you're on your way to the guaranteed champion is gravy. So they could just be chickens. You maybe get some decent epics. Maybe you get a surprise rare or surprise legendary. Awesome. But now you're starting to collect fusions, and maybe you're doing every 3rd fusion or every 2nd fusion, and the rest of the time you're saving shards and you're looking for really good opportunities. Now, if you get into a situation where you're in Mercy for any of the shards, you might want to think about a 1-in-1 situation. So, you pull 1, get 1. That's typically not that common an event. So like to wait for 3 months on a 1+1 and not actually be pulling shards to progress your account or spending those shards on the fusions, I think that's a bad call. Although sometimes, again, if you're in a situation where you're like, I've got good champions in the vault, then it can be a great call, So now for void shards, forever, for the entirety of the history of your account, don't pull void shards except during 2x events. You're never going to have enough to go for a guaranteed champion if you're free to play. You just won't. You'd have to save for 6 months to have a shot at at a guaranteed champion. You're going to get more value out of pulling during 2x void shard events. So every void shard you ever pull on your free to play account should basically be during a 2x event. As far as primals are concerned, I would say the best use of primals is to hold them for 2x primals. It looks we had a true 2x primal recently. So I would say if they keep doing that, those would be the events to hold for. And I would treat them like void shards. I would only pull them during those events. I wouldn't pull them during any other event. Now, there may be exceptions to this. There may be specific exceptions that come around. I've definitely pulled from time to time because of a specific scenario. I've gone for guaranteed champions before that were only during like a 1x thing. I'm like, okay, I pulled Ragash that way. Like I got him off of a guaranteed event. I got Goffred, Brassglad, I think, from a guaranteed event. So sometimes based on like what you need on your account, there'll be a champion. You're like, okay, so it's a one-time event, but if I pull, 14 sacreds, I get this champion. And if you save 14 sacreds, then you're like, okay, I can go for that. And you might think, 14 sacreds is impossible to save on a free-to-play account. I just pulled 15 today. And I'm a free-to-play player. And granted, I'm 2 years in, but I've been doing that for over a year and a half. Like from about the year mark, I've been able to save, say, somewhere between 12 and 18 sacred shards, for events like that, and still do fusions. I don't pull during 2x sacred shard events. So that's what allows me to save those sacreds. But, it's a calculation game. It's a long game. You have to be really patient. And you also have to decide you know, when you can get your value. And when you do decide to get your value, like, don't second guess yourself. It's okay. Like, it's really hard to play optimally all the time. You should err on the side of fun. You know, so if you can't play optimally, but you can play relatively optimally, like, and still have fun, then you should. So, like, you know, just YOLOing every time, like, some players like to do that, and I'm not going to say that they shouldn't, but I think they might have more fun in the long run if they YOLO'd less and did more fusions or pulled more during 2 times. Like, having a full, just a huge pile of ancient shards during a 2 times event is so much more fun. It's so much more fun. It's so much more exciting. Like, I've saved for 6 weeks and now I've got 83 shards to pull, you know, and it's a 2 times event. You're going to pull some epics that are good. You know, it's like, and for a free to play account for that first year, epics are so important. Epics are incredibly important to your account, especially if you pull an epic like a Geo or an Allure or a Deacon Armstrong if you didn't have them, or a Mordecai if you don't have an HP Burn champion, or, you know, a Duke the Pierced or a Stag Knight, you know, or I mean, there are all the Void epics who are fantastic, like Mithrala and Seer and, you know, tons of them. So I think in the long run, you actually have more fun by bolstering your roster rather than just pulling shards whenever, you know, you want to YOLO. But that's me. That's how I like to play. And if you like to play differently, you should play differently. So, I mean, that's a big thing. If you haven't come to my channel before, like, I want players to game the way that makes sense to them. I never tell anybody how to play. But if people ask, like, what's the most efficient way? What's the most optimal way to play? What's a good way to, you know, like, I'll give them my opinion. But I'll also say at the end of the day, like, you need to enjoy your account. So whatever way makes sense to you, that's the way you should game. As long as it doesn't hurt anybody else, game the way you want to game. Tulsi says, did you have any idea what the average drop of Sacreds from Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss per month? If you're getting 2... yes, I know exactly, actually. Let me pull it up for you. All right, so this is the Clan Boss loot table. So if you look at Ultra Nightmare, right? If you're looking for shards and you're getting the top chest from Ultra Nightmare, that's 82%. Let's see. Do I have this? Here we go. Let me do this instead. Excuse me for a second. Okay. So, yeah, you kind of can't see now, but so you have an 82% chance of pulling a shard from a transcendent chest. 13.67% of the time. 13.67% of the time, it's going to be a sacred shard. Okay, so let's say it's a 30-day month and you pull 2 chests, two transcendent chests per day. You pull 60 chests, right? So all you have to do is you do 0.8201 times 0.1367 times 60. So your expected return per month is 6.7 sacred shard from Ultra Nightmare. If you're clearing it every day and your clan is clearing it every day, so you're getting 2 chests. Now, you can also do your Nightmare. So your Nightmare here, you get the ultimate chest, and then you got a 30.49% chance. And then the chance of that being a sacred shard is 6.1%. Whoops. And then again, you get 60 chests. So your expected return from Nightmare Clan Boss is 1.1 2. So you add those two together, your expected return is about 8. It's just under 8 shards. 8 sacred shards per month from the 4 chests, right? Now, you can't get a sacred shard from Brutal, but you can get void shards and ancient shards. So you can also get void shards, obviously. So on top of all the sacred shards that you're going to be getting void shards, you're going to be getting ancient shards. Now, if it's 8 every 4 weeks, basically, right, then in 6 weeks, you're going to get 12. So it's 2 a week, basically. And it's a 2 times sacred shard event every 6 weeks. So it means you should have roughly 12 just from these sources. There may be other sources where you can get sacred shards. There aren't a lot of them, but for instance, you can get some from Doom Tower, right? You can also get some from login rewards. There are occasionally other places you can get them. So I think on the monthly average, like if you pull down, I think, let me double, I can't, let me check it on my phone. I'm trying to think about Doom Tower. So in Doom Tower, hard mode. No, I can't. I've cleared it. I think you get 2 sacreds. So that brings you up to 10 a month. From 8 to 10. So now you're looking at, say 14 or 15 for every 6-week cycle. And you can do that reasonably early. Doom Tower hard mode is hard. I'm not saying that's easy, but you can do the Ultra Nightmare and the Nightmare chests relatively early in an account. Not everybody will. Obviously, there's challenge to it. But if you're really focused on Clan Boss, and if you study, you find some people to help you, you should be able to find a 3-key Ultra Nightmare before the 6-month mark. If you can find a 3-key Ultra Nightmare and a 1-key Nightmare situation in the first 6 months on your account, then you can start pulling down 12 sacred shards per rotation of the 2 times events. That is a challenge. I'm not saying that's super easy. There are certainly players who've been playing for a year and can't do it. I'm not saying you're a bad player if you haven't. I'm saying if you're focused and you don't get horrible luck on your roster and, you're doing your research and you find a community to maybe help you a little bit, get you on your way, 6 months, I think, is reasonable for a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. I'm not there yet on my Noob versus Pro account, and I'm closing in on 5 months. And honestly, I don't know that I'm all that close. So I think it's more likely to be like maybe a 7th month journey for me, and I'm an experienced player, so it certainly can be longer, can be a factor of your roster. Some people won't be able to do it for a year. But if you're at that point in the game, if you're 6 months, let me get back to the game, by the way. If you're 6 months or a year into the game and you feel like, you're struggling with Clan Boss, a couple of things I would suggest. One is come to our Tuesday streams. I do Clan Boss advice all the time. So Tuesday takeovers, you can win a takeover, or you can, ask about, you can watch, we can do Clan Boss stuff. Come into the Discord community, post your roster, ask questions. I have a whole series on Clan Boss, speed tuning. I did a Clan Boss week earlier this year or last year, and covered like everything from soup to nuts. I mean, it's 4 consecutive guides on how to do the Clan Boss. I probably have 6 or 7 videos on the Clan Boss. So speed tuning is essential. If you're not willing to speed tune, you're going to double that timeline. It's going to be somewhere between a year and 2 years, probably, before you get your 3-key Ultra Nightmare. Speed tuning is so much better than not speed tuning. The only way to not speed tune and get it is to so brute force it, to be so overpowered and to have such good champions that it just doesn't matter. And still, it's not likely to be super consistent. I lucked into that scenario. I actually lucked into that scenario where my first speed tune was like a 4-key Ultra Nightmare, and my unspeed tuned team was a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. But I had Cardiel. I had Ninja. Like, I had 2 crazy good champions plus other good champions. I had Valkyrie. My team was, I think it was Razin, Valkyrie, Cardiel, Ninja. And I don't remember the 5th champion. I don't remember who the 5th champion was. It might have been Arbiter. I think it was Arbiter. And that got me a 3-key Ultra Nightmare. You know, but you're talking about crazy, that's a crazy good team. You know, it's not a great clan boss team. It's just 5 crazy powerful champions. Do you know what I mean? Like super powerful champions in really good gear. And that got me my 3-key Ultra Nightmare. And then as soon as I speed tuned, it was so much better because it was like, first of all, I almost doubled my damage. I made it full auto, like all affinities. And it was a 1-key. It was a 1-key. So it was like piece of cake. That wasn't my first speed tune. My first speed tune was the budget unkillable. And it just didn't do it. It just didn't get the job done for me. I wasn't as good as the tuned team I had. What I should do here actually is start getting some of these. But yeah, I like helping players with clan boss. And it's one of my favorite things to do. Like as a content creator, I love it when we talk about clan boss and somebody comes back and is like, hey, I just got my first 3-key Ultra Nightmare, or I just got my first 1-key Nightmare, or even, you know what? I was stuck on Brutal for 6 months and you got me to Nightmare. Like, I love hearing those stories. It always gets me pumped. So if you're looking for clan boss help, come hang out in our Discord. A lot of really good players there. You can, you know, do a little @Colred anytime you post something and I'll see it. And then, you know, but you'll get advice from a lot of players. Okay. Here. Yeah, but one of the things, like I should say, and I want to make this clear, like I don't judge anybody. If you've been playing for 2 years and you're still on Brutal Clan Boss, okay. That happens. No big deal. You know, everybody games the way they game. Like, if you've had joy in the game because of it, then good. If you've been frustrated and you're looking to improve, come hang out, right? Watch the videos, come hang out. Like, jump in the Discord, ask me questions. If you want to improve, I'll help you improve. Like, that's why I'm here. That's why I got into content creation in the first place. You know, because I think one of the things that can happen is this game can be overwhelming. And it's not like, I know that sometimes it feels like you know, you need like a master's degree in gaming analytics to figure out this freaking game because it's very complex. Remember, it's been around for 4 years. It's gotten more complex over time. But also, like, the community solutions are really, they can be really smart solutions, but sometimes they can also be really technical solutions. And so distilling that down to like actionable steps can be tricky. And that's what I like to do. So if you're, you know, intimidated by the clan boss calculator, there's a reason to be intimidated by the clan boss calculator. I certainly was. You know, I believed in it. I thought it was probably a good tool and I should learn it. And I tried to learn it 2 or 3 times and I got frustrated with it because I wasn't picking it up as quickly as I thought I should. And eventually I was just like, all right, I got to bite the bullet and spend a day with this thing. And I did. And I watched a bunch of videos and I read a bunch of articles and I messed around with a bunch of speed tunes. And it finally started to click for me. And then I started to use it. And then I built a speed tune and the speed tune didn't work. Like, and then I tweaked it and it got the speed tune to work and it did give me the results I wanted. And then I went back, you know, and like, but eventually I gained the knowledge that I needed to make it work. And now it's really fun to speed tune. I enjoy speed tuning. I enjoy speed tuning on my accounts. I enjoy speed tuning on other people's accounts. I enjoy teaching people how to use the calculator so they can learn how to speed tune for themselves. And, wasn't easy. But it's like, if I went through all that work, why not find a way to make it easier for the next person? Right? Why do you have to go through all that pain when I've already gone through the pain? Right? Like, I can actually make your journey through the Clan Boss calculator a little bit less painful because of the lessons I learned. Then why wouldn't I share that? Right? That's the whole point. Same thing with, Hydra, same thing with Sand Devil's Necropolis, same thing with Iron Twin, same things with Arena. Like, I've learned the lessons, and sometimes I learn the lessons the hard way, and sometimes I learn the lessons from other content creators. But maybe that lesson hasn't been taught in a while. Maybe a content creator did a great video 18 months ago, but because they did it 18 months ago, they don't feel like they need to recover it, and I'm still new. I still got to find content. So I cover stuff, and also my focus is free to play and new players and all that stuff. So not always. Like I said, I think all the methods that I try to explain are usable by anybody. You don't have to be free to play to get value out of them. And some of the stuff is usable whenever you're in the game. It doesn't have to do with early game, late game, whatever. And I do like the late game challenges. I'm at end game, so I like that stuff. So I try to cover that too. But yeah. Where are those soapboxes, by the way? I'm waiting for some soapboxes to pop up. Grim says you should do paid takeovers. That's actually in the works. It's been in the works for like 6 months, but it is in the works. Your Owl Lady boosted you do a 2-key. That's great, Caveman. Just started building the Myth Air team, but it still needs books. It's a good team. Sean Mallet said, you helped me to get Spider 20, and now I'm hitting hard 1. Very good. Congrats. That's awesome. Wallyverse question, would it be smart to fusion a champion now during the Summon Rush event? No, like if you're talking about a permanent fusion, you want to use those during the Champion Chase event, not during the Summon Rush. Summon Rush, you only get points with shards. The Champion Chase, you get points for the champions you collect, and you can get those from shards. You can get those from other sources. So if you have a fusion champion, like a fragment fusion champion or a permanent fusion champion that you can make, hold those for the Champion Chase. What do people mean when they say 1 key, 2 key? It's just the number of keys that it takes to get the top chest for one of the clan bosses. So let's say you're doing the nightmare difficulty of clan boss, and you want to try to get that top reward, that top chest. And it takes you 2 keys to get that amount of damage, which I think is about 39 million. So let's say you're doing 22 million a key. So 2 keys would get you to 44 million. That's over the maximum of the highest, chest. So that would be a 2 key nightmare. That's what that means. Some people are already answering the questions in chat. I'm covering it anyway. Sorry. Lane says, it is a bit overwhelming. Just started 2 weeks ago. Lots of good info out there, but if you put the time in and watch and learn, yeah, it can be overwhelming. And the game doesn't do a great job of onboarding. Like, Raid itself isn't an awesome resource for Raid, but the content creators are great. Now you'll find content creators you connect with. Some will be focused on areas you're not focused on. You may have to jump around and kind of synthesize, or you can, stick with one person and just go through their back catalog, because chances are if you find somebody that you like, they've probably covered most of the topics that you're interested in. It just may have been that they covered it a year ago or a year and a half ago. Now, there is a little bit of some trickiness to that, because some things in the game have changed in the last year and a half. Some champions have changed. Some new champions have come into the game, obviously. Some fights have even been modified a little bit. But when it comes to stuff like Clan Boss is pretty much unchanged since the first few months of the game. So that's something that you can just go and watch whoever you like. You can also come to my channel. I've got tons of stuff. I definitely highly recommend doing searches in people's channels, in content creators' channels, for topics. Look through their playlists, because we cover a lot of stuff. And so I get suggestions all the time for me to do videos that I literally did last month. I did 25 videos last month. and I'll get 5 suggestions in the next week for videos I did last month. And it's because those viewers didn't watch me last month. They weren't around yet. They either just started playing the game or they just found the channel. And that's totally fine. But I'm not going to do the same videos this month that I did last month. So just go ahead and search. Like, and there are topics I have not done, or there's some topics I haven't done in months and that I would redo. And I don't mind the suggestions. I'm not mad about the suggestions. I'm just saying that before you suggest a topic, like if you have a content creator you like, go searching through the library and see if they have the videos up, because chances are they do. Mike Benzie says, Ed Culver, thank you for your support in the game. Is it possible that you make a video on what the artifact accessories to save and sell? I have done that. I've got, I think, 2 videos out on that. This is exactly what I was saying. You can go into the library and look for it. I will probably do another one soon. That's also a topic I cover in live streams sometimes. But yeah, absolutely. Leo Vici says, new here, but really like your channel. Thank you. I'm glad you found us. Glad you're here. There we go. There are the soapboxes. And a video on what type of videos gear to put on attackers, HP, support, defense. I've done that. I'll show you. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Also, let me make sure that this is doing something. Oh, wait a second. No, I need it. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so if you come to my channel, you can see right here, I have these 3 gear videos. I actually have more down here. So, learn how to build any champion. Level the right gear and cleanse the rest. Don't make these 7 gearing mistakes. Gear your champions the right way. So I've got a bunch of gearing videos. So just come to my channel, and here on the search bar, just type in gear, and you'll get tons of videos on gear. So I hope that helps. Do you think Mist-Rider would be a better option than Kale as my first 60? I do not, actually. Mist-Rider is very good. But generally, it's really hard to replace the starter champions because remember, they're rares. And rares are just way, way easier to book. And it's going to take you probably a few weeks to book Mist-Rider Daffy. And then in addition, I think the issue with that champion in particular is that he's not really as versatile. He'll bring a ton of damage. But let me pull up his kit just so I can double check it. Just want to make sure I have my facts straight. Yeah, so his A2 is an AoE that has a 100% chance of placing a decreased defense debuff, grants an extra turn if the decreased defense buff is placed on all enemies by this skill. Increase attack and increase accuracy. I mean, he's close. He's close. I don't think I would do it. But you know, one of the things is like, is he going to be a good campaign farmer? Is he going to be a good dungeon runner? Is he going to be good in arena? Is he going to be good in clan boss? Because most of the starter champions are good in all 4 places. His multipliers are okay on his A2. I don't really think he's an arena nuker. He could be passable. I've never tried him. But he's got a 3.9 multiplier with a 20% damage boost from books on his A2. That's marginal. It's possible, but it's like it's right at the edge of sort of good. You know, like if you look at the starter champions, let me see what their multipliers are. Let me look at Kale's. Now, Mist Rider's Dathy's attack value is 1376. Okay, so now we look at Kale. So Kale's attack value is 1200, so much lower attack. But remember, he gets the 15% crit rate, like extra crit rate on his A2. And he's got a 4.65 attack multiplier and a 20% damage boosts from books. So he's got roughly 10% less attack stat. But yeah, he's going to end up hitting harder than Mist Rider Dathy on his nuke. Plus you can build him more easily to get the crit rate that you need. Plus he's just going to be easier to book out. So you're going to get his books faster. So I think as an arena nuker and as a campaign farmer, Mist Rider Dathy might actually be really good because he's got this extra turn mechanic, but it's also not really consistent. Like it's too much RNG. So I probably wouldn't do it. I would still build him. I mean, he's a great early, you know, like to get Mist Rider Dathy early on an account can be really, really powerful. But I think the thing of, you know, the starter champions are just really hard to replace early on, especially. Marcel asks, Colruyt, could you do a video on a Hard Spiders 10 Kemptham team so I could take out my Mithrala? I would actually like to do that. I've recently built my Kemptham. I do have a Spiders 10 team, but I think I run Mithrala on it. But yeah. Ivy Lee has great playlist on Hydra. That's awesome. Free-to-play series are great for new players to watch. I agree. What epic did I go with? I went with Mordecai. Oh, wait. I don't need to level this up anymore. I got to 12. I didn't need that. Okay. Yeah, I took Mordecai. I asked Chat. Chat told me to pick Mordecai. I picked Mordecai. Does the Clambo speed calculator work on mobile? I believe so, but it's a little bit tricky to interact with. Yeah, it'll take a week for me to really get the full value of them. But I knew that going in. Yeah, Kale is faster to book. If you're talking about interacting with the calculator itself, it can be tricky to interact with the calculator on mobile. It's better on desktop. But there's no difference in terms of the speed, how the speed tune works on Plarium Play or on the mobile version. Come on, you can do this. Oh, I don't know why. My shoulder's hurting all of a sudden. I think when I took my dog out, it's raining. It's pouring here. It is not nice out right now. And I think she was wanting to, we have these woods behind my house. There's like 16 acres of woods behind my house. Not ours. They're like wetlands, protected wetlands. We just happen to live on a nice street that has woods behind it. It's pretty nice because we're only like a block away from the main street in town. Yeah, but so anyway, so there are woods behind the house, and we have coyotes and deer and stuff, and raccoons and possums and foxes. And, so at night, I don't like her getting too far away from me. And I take her out there without a leash. She's very well trained. Like, she's a good dog. She's a great dog. So she stays pretty close. But, you know, she doesn't care about the rain. She likes the rain. She's fine out there in the mud. And so she wants to go sniffing around, and I'm, you know, stumbling after her through the mud in the dark, trying to get her to not run away. I think I just kind of like I moved really quickly. Like I think she was getting away from me, and I just moved the wrong way. And now like my shoulder hurts. I didn't do anything. I just moved the wrong way. I'm getting old. I don't like that. It's like I didn't bang it. I wasn't like playing basketball and hurt it. She just startled me and ran the wrong way, and I moved too fast, and now I hurt myself. Fire Knight's Castle. Let's get this. Let's see what we can do here. For you, who is the most overrated and underrated legendary? Lulu asks. I don't know. That's an interesting question that might take some time to answer, because as a free-to-play player, I don't think that I look at champions the way some other content creators and other community members do. The value of each champion is what you can get out of it. So there are champions that I've come across that are really well reviewed that I don't like that much, maybe based on my style of play or my roster or when I get them. And then there are other champions who I feel like aren't particularly valued, who I really like. But again, it could be based on my roster and the time I've gotten them and the value I've gotten them. So for instance, probably the most underrated champion I think I consistently go back to as a legendary is Shiramani. I think Shiramani is a fantastic champion. She's really good for progression. She's a great problem-solving champion. She provides you with a lot of things. She's not a clan boss champion. So right away, I think most champions that are not clan boss champions get discounted a little bit, unless they're like Hydra champions. She's not that either. But she's great in wave content. She's great for progression. If you don't have 100% AoE stun champion, then 100% AoE freeze champion is fantastic. She's also got chances to she can freeze 3 targets on her A1. She's got a nice heal. It's a really nice chunky heal. Her stats are good. She can hit hard if you want her to. She can be tanky if you want her to. So from a utility standpoint, I think she's a fantastic champion. But that's a free-to-play read. Like most endgame players don't like champions that slow the game down. They want champions that speed the game up. Freeze champions slow the game down. Right? But as a free-to-play player, if my success chance goes up, I care less about time. If she allows me to clear stage 20 of Spider, and I couldn't do it without her, I don't care if the run takes 3 minutes. I'll worry about that later. I'll worry about the time after I'm going to get value out of being at stage 20 of Spider. I'm going to get better gear. That's going to allow me to gear out other champions that might speed up the run a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. Now I'm starting to collect better gear. I'll trade a little bit of time for a higher success rate. So Shiramani is the kind of champion that does that for you. She gets me through Doom Tower. She was one of my first legendaries. She still shows up in Doom Tower Hard for me. She still shows up in boss fights. I still use her in Bommel. She's great in Bommel. So champions like that are always underrated by my mind, because what they bring is undervalued, not because people think that they don't do what they do. Like, the champion does exactly what everybody thinks she does. I just find greater value in what she does than most players do. So I would say Shiramani is one of those champions. Not the only underrated champion, maybe not even the most underrated champion, but I think a highly underrated champion. Champions that are overrated. Champions that are overrated are almost always overrated in my mind, because they need a team or a level of gear to make them work the right way that most players don't have access to for a long time. So, like, who would be an overrated champion in that? In that regard. Let me see. It would have to be somebody who's rated decently, right? Rated pretty well, but maybe a little bit overrated. I don't really think, I don't have like a go-to overrated champ. I don't think. I have some overrated epics. I don't think too much about overrated legendaries. I mean, there are some legendaries who I think are, like, by some people they're overrated, although maybe by the entire community they're not. Like Astralon and Cupidus here, I think are good. I think some people think they're better than they are. I don't think they're bad champions. And in fact, I'd be pretty happy to pull either one of them on a normal account. But like, the amount of, like, if you have Venus, Cupidus becomes really good. But without her, he's all right. A champion who I think maybe is a little bit overrated, actually, I'll give you, and it's weird because this is what I mean by overrated. When I say overrated, this is what I mean. I think Drexler is a little bit overrated. He's really good and he's free, and you should get him and you should use him, and he can solve Spider 20 or 25 for you. Like, he can do that. How is that overrated? Well, the reason I think he's overrated is because he's what we were talking about before. Like, he's a solution that now there are a lot of solutions, like, for the same stuff. He's good in Hydra. He's good in Spider, but you can find better champions, but he's free. I don't really think booking him out is great value, but he's free and he does his job without books. So he's good. He's free. He's cheap to build and make effective, and he can solve two really good problems for you. But he's kind of overrated because everybody thinks he's friggin' awesome. And it's like, he's good. He's just very good. And he's really friendly, because he's free. So, like, when I say overrated, I mean, I don't know that there are any legendaries who are considered good that I would not consider good. I just usually think they're a little bit not as good. And this is weird because this is a free champion. I'm a free to play player. But I just feel like, after Artak came into the game, like, what do I need Drexler for? Right? Like, not that I can't find a use for Drexler where he would be better than Artak. Like, I can. But Artak is good in so many places. But then again, like, all right, Artak's no longer the free login champion if you don't have Artak. And you get Drexler for free, why not get him? He's great in faction cribs. He's good in Hydra. He's great in Spider. Not fast. A lot of RNG, but cheap. No books necessary. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't like really thinking about overrated champions. There are some champions that are tricky to make work, like I said before. So, like, I did a video with MTG Jedi, and he asked me, like, who do I think is a trap champion in the faction? And we were actually talking about we were talking about orcs. And he's like, who do you think is a trap champion here? And I said Seer. I think Seer is a trap champion. And the reason I think Seer is a trap champion isn't because she isn't awesome. She is. God tier epic. If you don't have the setup for her, if you don't have the right gear and the right team around her, you're going to invest all of these resources into this champion and not get the return that you need in order to make her effective. She has to one-shot waves, basically. She has to one-shot the waves. And if she doesn't one-shot waves, then she's not doing her job. You know, like, could you one-shot 4 out of the 5 champions and kill the next one? Yeah, you could do something like that. Like, I don't care. But the point is, like, Seer speeds teams up. She is God tier. But simultaneously, she is a trap champion because if you pull her early on and you hear that she's God tier and you don't have, like, the reference point to understand what makes her God tier, you're going to overinvest resources into a champion that you don't actually have the roster or the gear to fully utilize yet. And it's going to hurt your account because you've done so. You can pull her in the first 2 months and get some utility out of her, but she's not God tier at 2 months. She's God tier at 10 months or 12 months or 18 months. You know, once you get Mithrala, once you get Lydia, once you get, you know, if you pull Bad Alcazar, if you pull, you know, like when you have champions who can set her up in the right way, then she fits into a comp. If you need 4 champions to get her to work right, then you can't use her that much because you can't, like, you can one-shot a Fire Knight wave, but now you don't have anybody to break the Fire Knight shield. She's not going to do it for you. She only hits once, you know? So is she overrated? No. But is she communicated properly to the community who's coming in and doesn't know about all these reference points? No, she's not. And as a result, she can cause a problem on your roster. So that's the closest I get to saying somebody's overrated. Dayton Pruitt says, what part of the US do you live in? I live in the southeast of the USA and it has been pouring as well. I live in the northeast. I live in New England. I am in New England, yeah. Masters bought for KO. Good, Justin Lake. Good job. You're cruising. You're a lot faster than I am right now because I'm talking too much. All right, let's keep rolling. I'm going to come here, I think. What should I just... Let's see what happens if we do that. I think we can do this again. Okay. What else is people... What are also talking about? Rhonda overrated? I don't know. Like, Rhonda's good. Sir Nick is good. Like, some champions were rated more highly back in the day, and then they've been power crept, like Tayrell, you know, like, he's still awesome, but he's not as good overall as he used to be because there are champions who now do that same job and are better than he is. If your account has 5 to 10 Legos, there are very few overrated Legos. Yeah. You guess you've never heard anyone say he's amazing? I'm not sure. Oh, are you talking about Drexler? I mean, there are some content creators who are very high on Drexler. I've seen videos that push him pretty hard. And I think it's fair to push him because for free-to-play players, you can go out and get him probably by like the 5-month mark. You could get him maybe. Like if you're pretty active. I think Sun's probably going to get him within the next 30 days or something like that. And so, you know, by the 6-month mark, he's going to have him. Razin is another kind of power crept and overrated Lego, in my opinion. In some spots, he can be great. Razin's strong. Rasen's strong, but again, I think when you get him, it depends. If you get him 4 to 6 months in, he's going to be a powerhouse. If you get him, 10 to 12 months in, he's going to be okay. And if you get him at 16 to 18 months in, you're not even going to care. So it really depends when you get him. Marshall says 3 years in, still don't have a seer. That's another thing. Like sometimes you just don't pull particular champions for a really long time. Yeah. Seer can one-shot Doom Tower waves. Absolutely. Justin's enjoying my talks during the grinds. I'm glad. I hope the grind is going well. Tulsi says, I didn't find a 4-3 speed tune in Deadwood Jedi site. Can you bring out that for me? There are several 4-3 speed tunes in Deadwood Jedi site. So if you go to the website, there's a whole section specifically on 4-3 speed tunes. So just come here to the website. You go to speed tunes and 4-3 ratio right there. Just click on that. And then everything here will be a 4-3 ratio. If you're looking for specific, like let's say you just want one champion at a 4-3, like there are additional pages, so you can find, there are pages where like you have 2 4-3 champions, one where you have 1 4-3 champion, one where you have 3 4-3 champions. You have 4-3 champions with turn meter, speed boost, without turn meter, without speed boost. There are different speed tunes for it, so like the thing about 4-3, like this is a single 4-3 champion. So here's a single 4-3 champion advance. Here's a fast single 4-3 champion. So, you got to look through all of the variations. You can create a 4-3 speed tune without this. You could just go into the calculator, pick the calculator, and you're like, okay, so let's say I'm going Ultra Nightmare. Ultra Nightmare is 190 speed. So what I'm going to do here is I'm just going to throw in 5 champions who are faster than this speed, than the boss. So let's say we go 200 here, and we'll go like 198, 196, 194, and 192. This is a 1-to-1 speed tune, right? Because everybody's going once. They're all going first because they're faster than the boss. You could also create a 1-to-1 speed tune where like the boss goes first. But this is just a really simple 1-to-1 speed tune. Everybody's a little bit faster than the boss. As soon as you get, I think it's like 21 faster than the boss, you'll start to change up the speed tune. So now I'm just going to take my fastest champion, and I'm just going to speed him up by 1 speed. I'm just going to keep going until the speed tune, probably at 220, something like 220, 221. You can see the first, like over in that column, on the third column, the first one, we've got that extra turn now. We're going to keep pushing it and see when does it give us an extra turn every time? Almost. Now it's every other time. So in the third column, it's 2 on the first row and then 1, and then 2 on the third row and then 1, and then 2 on the fifth row. Right. And so let's just keep pushing and see if we can get to a 4. And here we go. There's another change. Now it's wandering. And like, this is not the best way to find a speed tune. I'm not saying it is, but you can do this kind of experimentation. Can I find a 4-3 tune? There we go. Yeah. So like here we have it. So where did it come into? So let's say 264. So at 264, you look like it doesn't come into tune right away, but right starting here on turn 7, it comes into tune. Or actually, I guess technically turn 9, because this 8 isn't quite the same as 11. But 8 would be enough depending on what you're doing. So let's say you have one champion that needs 4 turns, and then it lands in the right place. And now you're like, okay, and then every single one. No, I lied. It didn't tune. Yeah. And so it may be that, like, for instance, we may need to drop the lowest one down some to create space. And sometimes that happens, so it's like, all right, now let me see if I can create a tune this way. So like you can mess around with this just to see the turns change. so that you can see how it works. And actually, here we just stumbled into a speed tune. Right? So what happens is right here on turn 6, blue goes first. And then blue also goes 5th. And then these, right, everybody goes once in column 2, everybody goes once in column 3, but blue takes an extra turn in the first column, and it's always 1st and 5th. And if you go down, it always stays that way. That's technically a speed tune because every turn is the same after a certain point. Now it does take, let's see, it actually tunes here on turn 4. Turn 4 and turn 7 are the same, turn 5 and turn 8 are the same, and then turn 6 and turn 9 are the same. So on turn 4, it tunes. And this is one champion at 4 to 3. Now, you might not like this one champion at 4 to 3 because they're in the wrong spot. Do you know what I mean? Like this, the 4th turn, like the extra turn doesn't happen where you need it to happen. And that could be a thing. So now you need a different 4-3 tune. And there are tons of them. And that's where you can go here and you can just like go through these. So click on, okay, single 4-3 advanced. Come down here, open up the calculator with the examples. And here the 4-3 tune is the 4th turn is Sepulchre Sentinel, who's going 4 times. And the extra turn is in the middle column. And everybody goes once in the first column. Everybody goes once in the third column. Sepulchre Sentinel goes twice in the second column. And you could pull those champions out and change their skills and stuff, as long as there isn't a turn meter fill or a speed boost. And make this 4-3 work. And you can see we have 239 speed, 192, 175, 177, 182. So we have 3 champions going slower than the boss and 2 going faster. And so you get the 2 who go first on, you know, the top, like on the first turn. And then everybody else goes after the boss because the boss runs at 190. And then it comes into tune right away, actually. It looks like, well, no, not quite right away. So this looks like it tunes right away. Like on turn 2, 5, 8, all those like line up, which is nice. But the, you know, all of the columns don't come into tune until turn 7. So, and then from turn, you know, so from turn 5 all the way on, it's tuned. And maybe that one's more beneficial based on like what team you're trying to build. That was a little bit down and dirty in terms of an explanation. If you didn't get all of that, don't worry about it. I have videos that are more helpful than that. I'm just kind of tired and it's been a long day. So I apologize if that was a little bit too rushed. Yeah. I hope that helped somebody. Jim Grim says, I live in the Southeast and my landlord's shed blew away earlier. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope everybody's safe. Ben Claudier says, you have great insight for newer player cult. Thank you. I hope you mean I have insights that benefit newer players as opposed to saying I'm a newer player. I've been playing for a while. A neighbor lost half their fence. I lost the privacy fencing around my hot tub. Yeah, I hope it settles down. Son is down in the Southeast too. He's down in Florida. So I hope you guys are safe. Perry the Berry asks, so can I have the code for the Epic Champion that you have? Yes, you can. All the codes are on HH's site, so hellhades.com. But I will show you. If you come to the website here, click on the Raid Shadow Legends drop-down menu, and then in the left column, all the way at the bottom, there are promo codes. Go there, scroll down, and you'll see new player promo codes. Open that up. And I picked click for gameplay, which is, whoops, this one right here. That's the one I chose for my Mordecai. Click for gameplay. But you can, you know, choose any of these that you like. Keep doing that. I am running on fumes. Let's see. All right, so what else have we got here? Rhonda is great for new players if you got her when she was free, but need to ascend to her for the shield to hold up, which is why I have lifesteal on her. Yeah, Rhonda was tricky. I ran a new account then, and I was wondering whether I should like replace my starter champion with her, and I didn't, and I never got a ton of value out of her. But she's a good champion, and she can be really good in specific places, especially with her block active and block passive skills. Like, that can be really strong in arena and some other places. Drexler and Razin were amazing when they first came out. Power Crypt over the last 2 years has lowered their ranking. Yeah, I agree. Hey guys, why don't I have an option to participate in the Forge Pass? Do I have to be a certain account level? The Forge Pass is over. There is currently no Forge Pass, right? I think it ended. Might have ended yesterday. There will be a new Forge Pass coming up. And apparently they're adding a new Forge Pass gear set. Yeah, so the Champion Pass, the Xena Champion Pass is still available for a little while, but the Forge Pass is done. Of course, everybody in chat just answered that. Is there any such calculator for the Hydra? I think there might be, but I think that it's not really, yeah, it might not be a Hydra. It might be everything else. Bogdan Pawn says, you're still going on? I went to sleep and woke up while you were streaming. Yeah, that's the second person who said that. I've been on for 11 hours now. The Xena Pass is still available for the next 17 months. Yeah, it's still on. Oh, okay. I was going to stop at 1 a.m. It is now 2:08 a.m. But we still have 217 viewers in here, so I kind of feel like, just keep going. Why not? Why not? Give it another hour. Give it another hour. Keep going. Keep going. Marathon. Don't go to sleep tonight. Just caffeinate for the next 24 hours. My wife would kill me. She would be so mad. We have a baby shower on Sunday with some really good friends who are going to come to the house. So we have to get the house ready for the guests. And if I don't chip in, I mean, we do that kind of stuff together. This is not like, she doesn't nag me about it. I'm just saying, like, I've agreed to do this. We have friends coming. I want to do this. And now, like, if I don't do this because I streamed until 5 a.m. and couldn't wake up in time to help her, she'll be ticked. And rightly so. Got to do laundry. It's the weekend. Got to make sure the dog gets fed and walked and all that stuff. So I got to get a regular night's sleep, which is already not going to happen. But I'll go for a little bit longer. I can get by on like 6. As long as I get 6. Like 5.5. As long as I get 5.25 hours. As long as I get like a little bit more than 5. It's really 4.5. It's really 4.5. 4.5 is, actually it's just 4. But it's like got to be enough over 4 that it's not under 4, you know? So it's got to be at least like 4 hours and 10 minutes. If it's not 4 hours and 10 minutes, like 4 hours and 5 minutes. It could be 4 hours and 5 minutes. So as long as it's like at least a minute over 4 hours. Like 4 hours and 10 seconds. My book and my starter, yes, absolutely. Yeah, for like 20 years, I probably averaged 4.5 hours sleep. And these days I try to average at least 6.5. But I would say from the time I was like 18 to the time I was like 40, somewhere like I probably averaged somewhere between 4 and 5 hours a night for like 20 plus years. When I was younger, I would average like 3.5 hours a weekday. And then I would average like 14 hours on a Sunday and kind of make up for it a little bit. I can't do that anymore. I can't sleep more than like maybe 8.5, 9 hours tops. Like even if I'm exhausted, I don't sleep more than 9 hours. That's another free rare, which is great. But yeah, I would say I function really well on like 6.5. But if I had no outside influences every day and I could just go to sleep when I wanted to and wake up when I wanted to, it would be somewhere around 7.25 hours to 7.5 hours. That's like 7:25 is like, boom, I'm awake. Can't sleep really more than 7.5 unless I'm hurting for some reason. And I don't need to sleep more than that. Like that's my number. That's when my body wakes me up. And it's been that way for at least a decade. Well, no. It's been that way for at least 6 or 7. Preston says 200 people watching, but half of us have fallen asleep and are going to wake up surprised you're still going. Yeah, that's fair. But you know what? As long as they're in the channel, they count as viewers. No, I'm excited. This is a great stream for me. Obviously, it's a very long stream. I used to stream long streams when I was single, and I was streaming. I would stream anywhere from 6 to 10 hours at a time. Typically now it's like 4 to 6 hours, maybe. I get caught up in it. I like the streaming. Keeps me going, keeps me focused. Set up RSL helper, sleep on stream, attract a different type of audience. Yeah, that's not a bad call. $370 people have liked the stream. We've had several thousand views. We've had 5,100 views at this point, and only 370 likes. That makes me sad. That makes me so sad. Fox mode, your sleep time is on an average 6 hours, includes an hour in the afternoon after lunch. I'm 45 years now, and I feel like an old man. Yeah, I know how you feel. I know how you feel. I try not to think about age as like a thing like that. It's like it's a condition, right? You're just in the condition that you're in. I'm not as in shape as I used to be. I'm not as energized as I used to be, but I still feel good. I still feel young. I still feel capable. I still feel sharp. My shoulder hurts more than it should. but otherwise, I mean, if you're 38 or 48, whatever, right? Like it's what you do with your life every day. I mean, my father's in his 80s and you wouldn't know it. The dude still walks outside every day, like chops wood, mows the lawn, gets up on ladders when I'm screaming at him that he shouldn't, like he still does everything he did when he was in his 50s. He does it a little bit more slowly now, but he refuses to stop. And I cheer him on. I'm like, yeah, because once you stop, you lose it. Right? Once you stop doing what you can do, then it goes away and it doesn't come back. There's no way to get it back. So the only way to keep it is to keep doing it. And that's what he does. Dayton Pruitt is outside walking the dog, listening on the iPhone with AirPods. All right, cool. Free to play challenge team selection. Save the best for last, and you're still streaming. Awesome way to work, man. Thanks, Josh. I appreciate it. It was funny being the last picked. It was funny. I mean, and like after like the 5th or 6th pick, I was like, you know what? I wonder who's going to be last. I wonder if it's going to be me. I had a feeling. I just had this feeling. That's just the way the luck's been. But it actually turned out for me because, you know, I don't know how many people were streaming the stream. Like I was streaming their stream. And, you know, then Hell Hades raided me. And then he came in, hung out. YST came in, hung out twice. MTG Jedi came in, hung out. Saphira came in, hung out. Notorious, who's a guy on the team, one of the content creators, came and hung out. At one point, we had, you know, 600 or 700 viewers who were hanging out. So it's my biggest stream by far. It's been really fun. We gained something like 240 subscribers today, which is the biggest day we've ever had. I mean, the channel's been going well. Don't get me wrong. You know, Son and I have been working our tails off trying to make this thing happen. And the community's been great and the support's been awesome. But yeah, it was kind of funny to be the last guy picked and just be like, but it worked out. It worked out great. Okay, I gotta go look at the missions. Win 10 classic battles. Okay. So let's fight some battles. Do you have your stream schedule posted somewhere? Really having a good time and learning a lot? Yes, Kevin Lane. So it should be, if you go to my, this is weird because they changed this not that long ago. But if you go to the main YouTube channel, let me see if I can find it for you. Actually, it might just be easier to show people. Okay, so here's my channel on YouTube. Now, if it used to be that there was like an about section, so here it said home, video, shorts, live, and there was like an about, and you would go there. Sorry about that. But now what you have to do is up here on the top where it's like, there's a description, there's a little arrow. And if you click on that arrow, this pops up. And this is now the about. I don't know why it's so much harder to find than it used to be. But so you can see here, it says Takeover Tuesdays every Tuesday. That's my live stream schedule. Takeover Tuesdays every Tuesday at 1 p.m. Eastern. Thursday live stream every Thursday afternoon to be determined. It's usually 3:30-ish. So sometime between 3 and 4 p.m. And then Noob versus Pro, which is actually changing. Noob versus Pro ended last Sunday. And so, but normally we stream every Sunday at 11 a.m. Eastern. Now this Sunday, meaning like 36 hours from now, less than 36 hours from now, my editor, whose name is Sun, will be doing the live stream solo because I have a family obligation. I'm going to a baby shower. And so I won't be around on Sunday. Typically we do we stream together. But he's going to be doing his solo Sun stream. So if you want to come out and support him, he's going to do a great job. He's really fun. And he's kicking butt at Raid. So I think it's worthwhile. But yeah, he'll be on Sunday. So that'll be the next stream. And then I'll be back on Tuesday with the Tuesday takeovers. Takeover Tuesdays, rather. Come on. Can we make this work one time, please? There we go. Sorry, you're not even seeing what I'm seeing. There we go. Just trying to get my battles done. People are making it hard because they picked Deacon and I didn't. That's just rough. See if I can get this team. Yeah. So, yes. So Sundays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Sundays, live streams. Most live streams won't run 11 hours or 12 hours. They typically run 4 to 6 hours. Also, if you're interested in the Noob versus Pro series, which we just finished, we did 25 episodes. And for that series, Sun and I started new accounts back in when Sun Wukong dropped. The day Sun Wukong dropped as the login champion, we started new accounts. And we've done 25 live streams. So there's a playlist with all of those live streams, and it's really fun. I mean, it's a bit of a roller coaster. You know, some episodes are crazier than others. Some are you might find irritating. Some are just, you know, they're about inside jokes and stuff. So it's like, obviously, if you go back and watch a live stream, you can't be part of the interactions, which is always part of the fun. But I'm really proud of that series, and we had a lot of fun doing it together. And so, yeah, if you're interested, there is that. Let's see if we can kill this guy. Not even close. I'm getting irritated with Arena already. Am I still playing WoW? I am not. Do it for the people. I am booking my starter. Let's see. My whole chat just jumped for some reason. Marcel says, I'm a night owl, so I love that your stream is still going. I am a night owl too. Nastayer says, you have been doing good work, and being last definitely helped get your name out there. Yeah, that was kind of cool to see it on the wheel all by itself spinning. That was fun. Ben, I am not still playing WoW. The last time I played WoW was with Sun, probably about 4 years ago, maybe something like that. I'm not really tempted to go back to WoW ever. I sometimes go back because friends want to go back, and I don't mind WoW. It's never been my favorite MMO. I would much rather go back to Star Wars or Lord of the Rings or try a new MMO. But WoW has a, consistent population. And it's not a bad MMO. I mean, it's a good MMO. It's just not compelling as much as some of the others. To me. I always enjoyed my time in WoW, though. I've always had fun in the game. I've never really hated the time in the game. It's not like that. I have fond memories of WoW. I think part of it is the community. Like, I found a great community in other games. And I think part of it is also just like, I love story-based games. And so, for instance, both Lotro and Star Wars The Old Republic were story-based games. Really great story in Star Wars. And obviously, Lord of the Rings is based on a piece of literature. So the story is a big part of that. They don't have people linking to other sites, so they make it harder to find. I'm not sure what you're saying, none of your business. I may have just lost track. It's late. Kevin, it'd be cool to see you there. Absolutely. Literally watched whole live stream and napped, and you was still running new experience in 2024. Definitely your streams and longer videos do help to focus on the game or want to play it. Yeah, my videos are a little bit longer than average. So my normal videos probably run, like 25 to 45 minutes as opposed to like the 15 to 25 that I think a lot of people do. Usually that's just because I give slightly more detailed explanations. I think that's sort of my niche. Did you beat the big Centranos boss last rotation? I didn't get the 3 keys. I did on normal. I didn't on hard. I was only able to get 2 of the 3 keys on hard mode. I also didn't have a ton of time. I think I probably could have found solutions if I was only playing 1 account. I would have done it. But with the extra account and other things that were going on in my life, I didn't have the time to really focus on Centranos. I'm having time issues. I'm struggling finding the time, which is why I think it's crazy that I'm now playing 3 accounts. I don't know what the heck I was thinking. I should not be doing that. Guild Wars 2 is really good. It's an excellent game. I really have enjoyed playing that in the past. Black Desert is better than WoW. I think Black Desert was a beautiful game when it came out, and I played it for a while. And I asked every friend I had to play that game with me, and nobody would play it with me. And so I eventually I didn't find a community quickly enough. And so I played it for like 3 or 4 months, and then it faded on me. But it was really cool. I loved the fishing in that game. The fishing in that game was really cool. And so was the cooking. So was the combat. So, I mean, there was a lot of good things. If you like Black Desert, like, yeah, it's a fantastic game. Throne of Liberty is coming out this year, the new one from NCSoft. Excited to see where they take it. I love Lineage 2. Yeah, I never got to play Lineage 2, although I've heard many, many good things. So I'll check out any new MMO that's got buzz about it. I don't really care who does it or even what the theme is. I just care that it's a well-done MMO that the community can support, because MMOs tend to start hot and die fast, and I hate that. Right? I need a community to stick. And I think that's usually a problem that the developers push. Like, they try to launch too soon. They launch buggy, and bad launches kill MMOs. More than any other game, bad launches kill MMOs first. So an MMO needs to be patient and developed slowly and rolled out at the right time. And if there's a good MMO that does that, they're going to win. They're going to win big. Selena Feline, good to see you. Marcel, I do have a Morgaine. I haven't seen Why I Need Her yet. I think somebody said in Amius's fight you need a Morgaine, but I do have one. She's only 5 stars, but I can run her up to 6 stars pretty quickly. The Black Desert Economy was really cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm an old school Star Wars Galaxy player. So Star Wars Galaxies player, sorry. So you'll never beat that economy for me. You know, like that was beautiful. But in terms of in-game economies, Black Desert's economy is more robust and interesting than in most MMOs. I agree. There are a lot of systems in Black Desert that are more interesting and intricate than in most MMOs. And yet it doesn't. It can be a little bit overwhelming, I guess. But it felt accessible. There wasn't much of a story, though. Like, I didn't find the story, like... And the leveling system was a little bit, like, different. You know, so I think some people struggled with it because it didn't really mirror the Western MMOs that we see a lot of. And so I'm not sure that it caught on with as many Western players. You know, like if you were a WoW player, you might not have liked Black Desert, you know. But I like different MMOs and I like Eastern MMOs, so I liked it quite a bit. She has an unremovable block heal debuff she puts out on her passive every time she gets a turn. Oh, nice. Yeah, okay, I can see that. Do you play any ARPGs? Last Epic is coming out. So, if you're talking about like Diablo style ARPGs, yeah, I've played those. I've played everything at some point. And I like RPGs in general. How much accuracy is too much accuracy on Mount Amceros? There's no such thing. If you're using her in Arena, there's no such thing. You know, but if you need a number to shoot for Arena, if you're going for Gold 5 Arena, I would say you could probably do okay with 300. If you want to be really safe, like 450. But even like 220 or 230 is going to be enough to get you started towards gold 5, because what happens in gold 5 is there's usually one champion with resistance. So it's like 220 will remove the natural resistance that 3/4 of the team will have, and there'll be one champion, maybe the reviver, who has the resistance. So you have to use, like, you got to nuke out the team and then figure out a way to deal with the revive, you know, like, or the revived champions. If you want to strip, you know, the reviver, then you're going to need like 400 plus. Grinding masteries for Venom Mage right now. Venom Mage is a great champion. I really liked Venom Mage. All right. Win one of each type of lifesteal artifact. We can do that. I think maybe we might be at the point where we don't need extra champions for Valdemar. Maybe. Yeah, if you're at 400 in gold 5, that's probably fine. PoE 2 has high potential, but it's summer at the earliest for it. PoE? What's PoE? Okay, that didn't work. Oh, right. Path of Exile, of course. Yeah, I've played Path of Exile. I didn't realize there was a sequel coming out, because Path of Exile is just one of those, it's like they keep doing seasons and stuff. I've gone back to that game like probably 3 times over the last decade. And it's fun, but there's a lot to it. And I think I burned out pretty hard on Diablo. So ARPGs are like, I've played all the Diablos except for the mobile one, whatever, Immortal or whatever. I played it for like a minute. But I played the original Diablo. I played Diablo 2 a lot. I played Diablo 3 a ton. And I'm just like, and I played clones. And I like Diablo 3 quite a bit. I thought it was really, really well done. But there is a point where you've played, 800 hours of Diablo and you're like, it's kind of repetitive, guys, isn't it? It's like, I built every champion. I played through the story 5,000 times. I enjoy it, but I mean, the difference in the grind between an MMO, like an MMORPG, and an ARPG that's based on like a Diablo kind of system, is that the story in an MMO could take you weeks to play through, whereas the story in Diablo could take you a few hours to play through. So it's like, it's a cool story, but once you've seen the chapters hundreds of times, it's like, all right, maybe I should try to log on to my other account here. So let me see what my... All right, so I need one of each kind of this. Sorry about the squeaking. I need some WD-40 for that. All right, so Dragon Tournament, I've got my fragments. Dungeon Divers, I'm not there yet. I got plenty of energy. Let's do a couple more dragon, and then I got to swap over to my other account. Got to do it. Got to do it. Oh boy, 2:35 a.m. 11 hours and 33 minutes on the stream. How do you get Mordecai to do anything in Spider? He literally does almost nothing. You just AoE, land the AoE HP burn on all of the spiders. And then let them take a turn. And then psh, boss dies. It can be tricky, but honestly, on my main account, when I got my Mordecai, I was on stage like 18 or 19 of Spider. I got him to 5 stars, just level 50. I got him 228 accuracy or whatever. It was, you know, just barely enough. And he took me all the way up to 25 in like half an hour. Not even. Like 20 minutes. And it was 100% success rate at stage 25. Wasn't a super fast run. It wasn't as fast as like with activators. So like Sissia or Artak or, you know, there are going to be other champions who can do faster. And potentially you can mix him in with like, you know, your Drexthar. You could mix him in with a Cold Heart. Like Cold Heart doesn't do as much max HP damage over stage 20, but she still hits hard and she still has 100% turn meter decrease. So, you know, you can do that. But it was, I think the run was like 2 minutes, 40 seconds or 3 minutes, 10 seconds, somewhere in there. It was like 2.5 to 3.5 minutes, somewhere in there. And yeah, and it was 100%. Maybe it wasn't even that long. Maybe it just felt that long. Maybe it was like a minute 40 or something. Because I think it took 3 boss turns. So I don't think I had like full turn meter decrease or anything. And I think Mordecai had to put out 2 burns. And he would take some hits potentially. But I'm trying to think of who the team was. I'm sure I had Cardiel on it. So I think I had a block debuffs buff. And I had plenty of heals. Razin might have been on the team for a weaken and a decreased defense. And the AoE turn meter reduction, which I think I took him out of there because that was annoying me. And I know you can turn it off in the AI, but I was just like, it's not good synergy. I don't remember the team. I actually have it. I think I might have the team saved. I could check it. But it's probably not the first version of the team. But I still have a Mordecai team. So yeah, and he wasn't even 6-star. That's the only thing I used him for. Like I didn't even use him in faction crypts. I used him literally for Spider and nothing else. But he was such a good Spider solution. And then of course, I pulled Sissia, and then eventually I got Artak, and then I got Newt, and now it's like I do Spider in 6 turns. All right, more mystery shards. Just got all the available fragments. Congrats. Looking good. I'm hoping for a couple of sacreds from Clambo so I don't have to pull my 3K mystery shards. Yeah, me too. I pulled 15 sacreds. I should be fine. I have so many champions, like fusion champions and fragment champions. I don't think I need any shards at all. But we're thinking now it's going to be a 2 times void next weekend, and I think I have like 21 void shards or something on my main account, so I should be good. Yeah, you want to find a clan that clears your raid boss, your clan boss. Yeah, absolutely. So then you get double chests. You do Spider or 9 hard in 9 turns. Lydia, Mithrala, Newt. I can't do 10 because of speeds at the moment. Double Newt, Bogdan. Double Newt makes the world an easier place. If you have a double Newt, most solutions are going to involve 2 newts. Like, you know, if you have 1 newt, most solutions are going to involve 1 newt. And if you have 2 newts, they're going to involve 2 newts. If you had 3 newts, they'd probably just involve 3 newts. I mean, you know, I feel like newts are kind of like newt's kind of like the poster child of the MMO DPS player. Right? You know how like when you're playing an MMO, like DPS are just like, dude, if you hit hard enough, you don't need heals. You know, like why do you need a tank? Just hit harder. You know, like how DPS players are like that. I'm sure Sun knows what I'm talking about. It's like, hey man, like if they're dead, you don't need to tank them. You know, and it's like that's literally the new. It's like if you're having trouble clearing out something in raid, just bring in more newts. Like if you just had 5 newts, what would live through 5 newts? You're not doing well enough in Hydra, bring in 6 newts. If you got 6 newts, it's like 1 to weaken, 5 to nuke. Like that's all you need, right? Like I don't care about fears. I don't care about heads of mischief. Like what buffs are they going to steal? They're not going to steal any buffs. I don't need a buff. I'm newt. You know, I ignore defense. I destroy defense. I wreck stuff. If you're struggling with Raid Shadow Legends, just get another newt. It's like, yeah, but he's weak affinity. He doesn't care. He doesn't care about affinity. He's newt, goddammit. He's a dwarf with red hair and a giant axe. Nuke and newt. Yeah. If you have 228 plus speed on Newt and run Lydia before Spider 10, you'll go before Spider with Newts. For easy wins for more problems. Yeah. I do Spider hard 10 in 40 seconds, Mithralis here, Hex. I don't even know what I do. Let me take a look. As soon as this fight ends, I'll take a look at my Spider 20. Oh, and I can look at my Mordecai Spider too. See what that team is. I can't pull it up on the screen for you because it's on my phone. You can look at my phone if you want. That's a great stream move. Like, look at my phone. All right, so let me pull this up. All right, so let me see what my Mordecai Spider was. I don't have the energy right now. All right, let me go to Spider normal. Okay, here we go. Okay, so here was my, I think this was maybe my original Mordecai Spider team. It was Deacon Armstrong lead. Mordecai, Shiramani, who I was talking about before, Raz and Scarhide was on the team, and Syl of the Drakes. So all I did was CC the Spiderlings and then hit them with an AoE HP burn from a level 50 Mordecai. Syl of the Drakes and Shiramani just kept me healed up. You know, I mean, very little turn meter decrease, a little bit on Deacon, a little bit on Syl of the Drakes, a little bit on Mordecai, but really not much in terms of like controlling the boss. Just let everybody take turns, but they were all frozen or stunned, and then I'd heal through it. Yeah, so it probably was that like almost 3-minute run, because that's an incredibly slow way to do it, but it was 100%. Oh my god, just give me... There's been like 6 rounds. I haven't pulled an item from this thing. But so that was my Mordecai Spider. And then let's look at my Spider hard mode. Oh, I can't. I got. Oh. Okay, I think it's just the same as my Spider 20, my current Spider 25 team, which is it's Cardiel, Renegade for the reset, Lydia, Sissia, Flametongue, and Artak. I also have an alternate team that's Cardiel, Artak, Newt, Lydia, and Renegade. So I swap out Sissia for Newt. I don't know which one I run, honestly. Because I don't run it that often. Finally, got a piece of gear here. Now I gotta swap out this account. Okay. How are we doing over here? Apothecary is literally a god. I think Apothecary is literally a chemist. Sorry, that wasn't as funny once I said it. It was kind of fun. Yeah, Apothecary is still very good. Still very good. Oh. All right, getting what do I need to do on this account? I don't even know what I need to do on this account. On this account, I need to not waste energy. As soon as I run out of essences in the soul altar of souls, I get all of the champions that I want. Like as soon as I run out of essences and I can't buy any champions, it's like they just start dropping all of my best champions. It's been really frustrating. Like, come on. I mean, for weeks I didn't find one interesting champion, and then finally I found a couple and I decided to stretch and buy them, and now it's just like every good champion. Boom, boom, boom. All of my top champions. Oh, yeah. I'm yawning like a fiend. I got to get off of the phone. I think it's the phone. Give me 1 minute, and I'm going to get back over to you guys. All right. There we go. All right, let's get rid of this 20 here, and we'll take this one. We haven't done a poll in like several hours. I need to get some polls out there. All right, so we need to do it. There we go. Get another poll up there. For all the views that we got, the chat rate's pretty low. Although I think we've had lively chat, but I just think a lot of people they've got this on in the background and they're probably snoring. We got 210 concurrent viewers. I would be shocked if we got 40 people to respond to this poll. I would be shocked if 20% of the people who are currently watching this stream are actually awake enough to to watch this poll or to answer this poll. Perry the Berry is still here. All right, that's done. That's done. Ascend a champion to level 3 of Ascension. We should do that. We should do that on multiple champions. But in order to do that, I think we have to go over here. We'll probably farm stage 7 at this point. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. What do I need? Still need the lizardmen, right? So I'm going to need 4-star chickens. Which means I need to run up champions to 30, and then I need the 3-star chickens for those champions. So I'm going to need more 2-star chickens to turn into 3. Yeah, okay. Let's try this and see what happens. It probably won't work. Probably won't work. I was sleepy. Your voice is amazing to sleep to. Well, I appreciate it. Gabriel Rivera, no, and I'm still waiting for the Corvus guide. Yeah, man, I want to do that too. I've been wanting to do that for weeks. I have no time, man. I have just no time to get to some of the stuff that I want to do. I want to do Corvus. I want to do Corvus. What's the other thing that I've been trying to do for weeks? Oh, I want to get to Tyrant. I need a 6-star something. There's something I need a 6-star. I forget. There are some like so many clan boss. There's another Emic video I want to do. There's so many clan boss videos I want to do. We got 52 votes. Wow. That's more people than I thought were going to answer this. Have you fallen asleep since the stream started? 46% of people have not fallen asleep. Okay, that didn't work. I didn't think that was going to work. Let's back it off. Let's see if we can do 6. Let's try. Let's try it. Let's see if we can do 6. Suzanne Johansson says, I started watching the stream yesterday, slept for 4.5 hours, started watching again when I woke up. Soon have to leave for an hour and a half. Maybe you'll still stream when I get back. I don't think so. So we are at 2:53 in the morning. And I think at 3:05, I'm done. I think we've got 12 minutes left on this, maybe. I want to get to the 12-hour mark. Why not do a 12-hour stream, right? 12-hour live stream. Marathon. Let's get it going. Super Lion Tech, how you doing? Good morning. Gabriel Rivera says, most of us are West Coast. I think, yeah, probably. Rodney Thompson just woke up. So some people are Europe, and they're waking up right now. And some people are West Coast, and they're not ready to go to bed. That's why you think Miscreated would have been a better code. Honestly, I mean, the chances of me going with Miscreated are really low because I just would have gone with Deacon. I just would have gone with Deacon. If I was really following my heart, I would have gone with Deacon. I asked chat, and chat wanted Mordecai, and so I went with Mordecai. And the reality of it is, I just did a Deacon Athel combo 5 months ago on my last free-to-play account, so may as well switch it up at least a little bit. And I wanted to go with Athel again because it's like a signature thing for me at this point. Like, I just feel like she's my starter. I should probably do another Elhain because I haven't done an Elhain in a really long time. I'm not going to do another Gaelic unless I absolutely have to. I've run him twice now. I've run Elhain probably like 3 or 4 times. I've run Kale like half a dozen times, and I've run Athel like maybe 4 or 5 times. No, I must have done more than 2 Gaelics. I must have done at least 3. Maybe even 4. And I must have done more L. Haynes too, because now that I'm thinking about it, that doesn't add up to enough accounts. So I've probably done, let's say I've done Kale like maybe 8 or 10 times then. Because I've done a lot. I've done like 30 accounts. So. But some of them, I mean, so many of them were just referral accounts or like, little experimental accounts that I did for like 9 days or 14 days or whatever. Some of them weren't like really in depth. Still getting mystery shards. Fox1 Gaming is about to take lunch on the eastern side of the globe. Grim Gaming is 2:54 a.m. here. Wish I hadn't started this damn free-to-play account. Yes, exactly. Paul Morton's in Germany, and I don't know what's going on here. 9 a.m. here in the EU, says Burso. You're sure the other content creators will talk about the 12-hour stream? I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to know that it happened. I'm totally happy with Mordecai. I have no problem with Mordecai. I honestly, whatever. Like, it's going to slow me